The narrative unfolds as rhythmic melodies echo throughout the opulent ballroom. Every guest is drowning in laughter and raucous conversation. But the second a particular figure approaches, the room falls silent as all eyes snap toward her, just as a female voice bellows that Countess Lucino has arrived. Upon spotting her, the crowd instinctively parts like the Red Sea to avoid her path. Vicious whispers trail behind her. Good heavens, how does she have the nerve to show her face after that scandal? Think she'll snap again. She truly has no shame. She let out a weary, frustrated sigh, thinking to herself, I'm not deaf, you judgmental vultures. But I don't have a spare second to waste on your petty gossip because I am literally gambling with my life. With every single step I take, a digital health bar flickers above her head. 806 over 1,210. The jeers continue to sting. Look at her acting all brazen. How pathetic. Suddenly, a system alert pings. HP has plummeted by 1/3, internal hemorrhaging imminent. Staring down at the crimson-splattered silk handkerchief in her palm, she grips it tightly with a faint, bitter smile and realizes, 6 months. I have exactly 6 months until I drop dead. I used to be just an average girl in Seoul. I followed the script, finished middle school, survived university, and landed a solid job right after graduation. My future was looking radiant. It should have been perfect, but Lady Luck turned her back on me. I died on my very first day of work, right after clocking out. I was randomly stabbed by some lunatic on my way home. I can't believe my life was snuffed out for absolutely no reason. Murdering that bastard is the first thing on my to-do list if I ever get back. Whether he even cares about my pathetic end, I'll never know, but in that desperate moment, the Demon King manifested right before my eyes. Wait, I thought I was a goner. Why am I wearing this gaudy, sparkling dress? And why is my hair suddenly fire engine red? I can't go to work looking like a cosplayer. Just then, a voice boomed from the swirling black miasma. Shut up! Are you blind? I'm standing right here! The cold truth is that you are indeed dead. But if you sign a contract with me, I will grant you a second chance at life. Your only task is to fulfill the dying wish of this body's original host, Lisino. A wish? Whoa, back off. You're like a living shadow. What happened to the real owner? Why am I trapped here? She is deceased. She summoned me with her final breath after being consumed by poison. I accepted the contract because I couldn't pass up such a deliciously wicked soul, though I must admit her spirit was quite captivating. Tragically, she expired immediately after, and in that instant, I shoved your murdered soul into her empty vessel. Are you kidding me? We just inked the deal, and now what? Just another day hunting lost souls? Did you actually follow the terms? This feels incredibly wrong. 6 months. You just need to survive and satisfy the contract inside her body for half a year. If you succeed, you return to your world. Fair deal, right? And since it sounded like a dream come true, I agreed without a second thought. But the bastard failed to mention she possessed the physical durability of a glass cracker. That scamming Demon King, I want a full refund, the nobles gossiped. Oh look, she's hacking up blood again. Is that theatrical paint? Lisino worriedly pondered. Am I actually going to survive in this fragile shell for the next 6 months? If that Demon King had just granted me a sturdy, healthy body to begin with, why on earth did he waste a slot on the enhanced hearing skill? Because of it, every nasty whisper hit her like a shout. Look at her desperate bid for attention, faking another illness. When will she give it a rest? Her very presence is an eyesore. She's the reason everything went to hell last time. I wonder what disaster she'll cook up today. Simply pathetic. She must carry a hidden pouch of red dye everywhere. She's trying so hard to be the victim. Maybe we should take pity on the poor actress. She screamed internally in sheer rage. Ugh! Why do I have this garbage skill? Why couldn't he give me something useful like super strength or infinite endurance? This broken body desperately needs a buff. And for the record, this isn't paint. Maybe I should just spit blood in your faces. Furthermore, regarding the specific terms of the contract, at that exact moment, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Lucino spotted him instantly. There's my target. His Grace, Grand Duke Isaac de Troyes has entered the hall. She replayed the Demon King's demand in her mind. Fulfill one single wish. It's child's play. You must secure a blissful marriage with the man Lisino obsessed over for 6 months. I'm dying anyway. I'll do anything to claw my way back to my normal life, unless I have to take on more debt. If I want my old life back, I must marry this man by any means necessary. At first, I was clueless, so I just blurted out a proposal and got brutally rejected. But this time, I have a plan. A few days ago, Hey you, let's get hitched. Cough hack. Damn it, I should have initiated physical contact first. My HP is holding steady. Just focusing for a second has triggered a minor recovery. I only need to cross 50 steps to reach him, or maybe 35 if I go for long, dramatic strides. Let's do this. I am not coughing up blood this time. The fatal flaw of this body is that every single step I take drains my HP by 1 full level. The second catastrophe is that the coughing fits start the moment my HP hits 806. Basically, I'm betting my life just to walk toward you. Do you get it, Mr. Duke? So let's just stay married for exactly 6 months. Sensing her closing in, Isaac muttered with pure irritation, "You really don't know when to quit, Lisino." Bowing elegantly, she murmured, "The honor is all mine, Your Grace." Internally, she gritted her teeth. There is zero chance I'm folding now. Damn it, my HP just took another hit. But it's fine. I've actually got a game plan this time. After a calculated pause, she smirked. Relentlessness happens to be my greatest virtue, you know. With that, she flashed a dazzling smile that made his handsome face contort in pure annoyance. Suddenly, she cut through the tension. "I have a formal proposal for you." He pivoted away instantly, not interested. She stood frozen as the vultures behind her erupted in mocking laughter. "How can you shut me down when you haven't even heard the terms? I told you I came prepared this time, so quit being so hasty. Just look at this. Why not give me a moment of your time before you try to exile me from your sight? I have absolutely no incentive to indulge in such frivolous, time-consuming nonsense." Before she could even finish her pitch, Isaac froze. It was a legendary vintage from the Kandaf Empire. Blood wine, aged for 752 glorious years. I assume you've heard that my father treats wine collecting as his ultimate obsession. When word reached me that the Duke also enjoys a refined glass, I personally secured this priceless bottle. So, why don't we enjoy the vintage while discussing my proposal in a more private setting? What do you say? She thought, the only reason this crowd-hating man showed up today is his weakness for top-shelf liquor. She'd overheard the staff gossiping. They say the Grand Duke is a total heavyweight. Bingo. Honestly, a while back, even the Emperor struggled to find a better vintage than blood wine. He's definitely considering it now. And now it's time to reel him in. She beamed radiantly and whispered, "Naturally, the rest of the bottle is yours to keep." At those words, Isaac didn't hesitate. "We're going to my manor. Ready the carriage." She did a mental victory dance, hook, line, and sinker. And just like that, they vanished from the party. Lisino's current HP bar sits at 882. Solid. Getting his attention was a win, but now the real crisis is my remaining health. I calculate it's roughly 100 steps to the carriage, so I'll probably cough up a lung before... Suddenly, Isaac began striding ahead at a breakneck pace. She cursed him under her breath. "Damn it, would a slower pace actually kill you? You heartless refrigerator." She struggled to keep up, counting every agonizing step through a fog of exhaustion. "He's not exactly a chatterbox, is he? Fine by me." That makes the manipulation much easier, doesn't it? My health plummeted that fast? I need a breather. That god-forsaken demon king. Damn it, I can't suppress this cough. Suddenly, Isaac glanced back and demanded, "Tell me, why do you insist on social climbing while you're clearly dying? The idiots think that's paint." But I recognized the scent of iron the second it hit the air. "Are you worried about my well-being, Your Grace?" He scowled deeply and retorted, "Worried? Hardly. I'm simply concerned the sun will set before we ever reach my estate." Oh, real charming. He truly is a narcissist. But suddenly, he swept her up into his arms. "Is this appropriate behavior, sir? What kind of scheme is this? Set me down this instant." Wait, isn't this exactly what the original Lisino lived for? I mean, she's finally in the arms of the man she adores. She should be loving this. Isaac thought with a jolt of surprise, "She's light as a feather." Lisino thought to herself, "Wait, what is this? The pain is fading. My HP isn't dropping anymore. Saving my life is way more important than saving face. I just feel slightly bad for the servants forced to witness this melodrama." Suddenly, Isaac broke the silence. "Shouldn't you be summoning a doctor instead of a duke? You'll be a corpse if you keep hemorrhaging like that." Technically, I'm already a ghost, but I can't exactly lead with that. It's a chronic heart condition. I fatigue easily. It's flared up since I ran out of medicine, but I'll manage. You won't manage while spitting blood. It's just toxic impurities leaving my system. See? I'm the picture of health. Wow, I'm a terrifyingly good liar. The servant called out, "We have arrived at the estate, Grand Duke." She leaned back in the carriage seat and exhaled. That felt amazing. My health stats are finally stabilizing. Isaac stated coldly, "It will take approximately 20 minutes to reach my study. So let's hear this proposal of yours." She took a shaky breath and replied, I want us to get married." Isaac went stone cold silent for several seconds before commanding, "Turn the carriage around." Lucino scrambled to explain, "I don't mean until death do us part. Just for 6 months. All I'm asking is for you to tolerate me for half a year and maintain the facade of a marriage. I'm struggling to find the logic in your delusions." She bit her lip hard before speaking with absolute clarity. "I am proposing a strategic contract marriage for a duration of 6 months. After that, I swear I'll grant you a divorce and vanish forever." Wait, is he actually laughing? It's only half a year. Countess Licino? His expression turned murderous as he hissed, "Who exactly do you think you're playing with? System warning, critical danger. You are facing a high-level threat. Vital body functions have dropped to 80%. There was this mobile game I loved where you had to keep a fragile sunfish alive, but it would croak over the tiniest things. I used to laugh because that fish died for no reason at all, so I played it religiously." Wait, it died just because it breathed too hard? Haha, but now I'm literally that fish. I'm so sorry for mocking your struggle, little sunfish. Serves you right, you're toast. That terrifying glare alone is going to end me. I need to speak up, but my body is failing. She steeled herself and spoke with absolute clarity, catching Isaac completely off guard. "I am prepared to transfer my family's entire fortune and every acre of our land to you. Even speaking is agony. Don't look at me like I'm a monster. I haven't done anything wrong yet." "Do you really crave this marriage that desperately? We can draft a binding contract if you still doubt my sincerity, Your Grace." Isaac paused, his mind racing. The entire Licino estate and fortune? Witnessing his hesitation, Licino finally exhaled in relief. Thank God he stopped trying to incinerate me with his eyes. The Licino bloodline controls several exclusive mines scattered across the heart of the empire. While those resources would be a godsend for my plans to mass-produce elite weaponry and armor, however, mid-thought, Isaac demanded, "And what exactly do you intend to do after the divorce?" "Zero worries there, sir. I won't demand a single cent of the dowry back. In fact, I won't even be around to touch it," she whispered to her soul, "mainly because I'll be 6 feet under." Isaac remained stoic for a moment before declaring, "Very well, I accept. However, this contract will be finalized under the watch of the imperial family and authorized notaries." She snapped back, "Deal. I promise we'll part ways in exactly 6 months. But you must explicitly state in the contract that you will play the part of a devoted husband during that time." Isaac gave a curt nod of consent. "You have my word." Her heart practically soared with triumph. Victory! I knew it. Money talks and everyone else walks, the most legendary bribe in human history. But I have to keep my poker face on. Isaac added, "We'll finalize the finer details once we reach the manor." She chirped back happily, "Much appreciated, Duke." He caught her eye and allowed the ghost of a smile to play on his lips. She thought, "Finally, the first major hurdle to reclaiming my original life is behind me. Now all I have to do is survive this hellscape for the next half year. Though I'm honestly not sure if this frail shell can hold out that long. Oh well, he'll definitely be thrilled once I'm out of his hair." A heavy, tranquil silence settled over the carriage. Suddenly, a panicked voice broke through. "Countess! Countess Licino! Countess, please wake up!" She jolted awake. "Huh? Did I actually just black out? So, you're finally among the living again. We've arrived." "Yes, we pulled up about 20 minutes ago." "Great. Now I'm the one who looks like a jerk. My apologies. I must have been more drained than I realized. Can you even stand?" "Piece of cake. I don't know what's wrong with me. Passing out like a light bulb. A little rest should have patched me up, right?" But then her foot hit a slick patch. She felt her stomach drop and screamed internally, "No! If I hit the deck, I'm dead. Or at the very least, I'm shattering like fine china." Of all the places to pull a klutz move, why here? A split second later, a dull thud echoed. Isaac glanced back, unimpressed. "What are you doing now?" She trembled, crying silent tears in her heart. "It hurts so much. It feels like my organs just played musical chairs." Walking is a no-go in this state. It'll probably drain 100 HP with every single step. I'm literally going to die. Isaac stepped closer, looming over her. "Countess, are you injured?" She forced a desperate laugh and looked up. Duke, would you be a gentleman and carry me inside? You should probably get used to it. You'll likely have to do this quite often. So, consider this a bit of mandatory practice for our upcoming performance. Isaac blinked, looking helplessly at the butler who was standing right behind him. Sensing the awkwardness, the butler beat a hasty retreat, leaving Isaac to palm his own forehead in disbelief. She sent him a silent, urgent plea. Pick me up now, unless you want a fresh corpse decorating your doorstep by morning. Finally, he scooped her up. I'm insisting you see a physician the second we're wed. I'll take it under advisement. This is the life. Isaac thought to himself, does this woman possess even an ounce of shame? The two then began hashing out the logistics. Scrap the wedding ceremony. We're on a tight schedule. A ring is all I need. After that, I'll transfer the Licino assets in one fell swoop. We'll ink the rest of the details during the signing. As for where I'll be staying once we're officially married, your estate seems like the perfect honeymoon suite. Should I pack my bags for tomorrow? Or the day after? Or maybe I just stay right now? Isaac mused silently. Shame. She seems to have scrubbed that word from her vocabulary entirely, hasn't she? Is she truly marrying me out of love, or is this another game? Licino eyed her glass, calculating, one tiny sip won't kill me, right? Isaac tracked her every move. She thought nervously, what's the deal? Why is he staring at me like I'm a specimen? Ahem. Very well. I'll have a notary present on your behalf if that helps you sleep at night. Are you certain you're okay with these terms? Long as you adore and spoil me, then absolutely yes. She lifted the glass to her lips. I'll just pretend to drink. But what if, hypothetically, I actually end up falling for you later? Would you want to keep playing house then, or would the deal be off? By that point, staying married would be a mutual craving, he thought to himself skeptically. Even I, a man who loathes high society gossip, have heard the toxic rumors surrounding this woman. Stories of her ruthlessly exiling rivals, trafficking slaves on the black market, and plotting to usurp the queen's throne. A heartless predator, a cold-blooded villainess who would burn the world to satisfy her primal whims, Licino is a woman even the Reaper is afraid to touch. It's impossible to believe a snake like her would surrender everything just for a wedding ring. I only agreed for the tactical advantage. Trusting her is out of the question. This is definitely a trap. At that moment, she shattered his train of thought. No, a contract is a contract. Once the clock runs out, we're finished. His eyes widened in genuine shock at her blunt dismissal. A faint, embarrassed flush crept across his face. To hide his confusion, he snatched up his wineglass and downed the contents in one aggressive gulp. She wondered, is he catching feelings? He asks a question like that and then gets all flustered? Seriously? Ugh, I'm drinking on autopilot. So stupid. Why did I do that? But surely one microscopic sip won't hurt, right? Suddenly, the system shrieked. Physical fatigue has bypassed all safety limits. Pain receptors locked. You are now numb to the agony, but HP will continue to drain. Are you kidding me? I barely touched the glass. Just one sip and I'm... This is insane. I drank wine, not molten lava. Just, you wait, you sadistic demon king. Thanks for nothing. How am I supposed to secure a husband when I'm as fragile as a sunfish? Then she began to ramble. Right, well, I've said my piece. I should bounce before it gets too dark. See you tomorrow? Make sure that notary is ready tomorrow, okay? Like ASAP. I'm leaving now. Wait, did I say that already? Anyway, back tomorrow. Is it just me, or is it getting spicy in here? I really need to go home. You look incredibly pale. Are you all right? No, I am definitely not okay. I'm seeing double, and they both look grumpy. She scrambled to her feet to make a break for it. I'm golden. Just a bit wiped out. No biggie. But the second she moved, her legs turned to jelly and she let out a yelp. Ah! But Isaac was there, catching Countess Licino before she hit the floor. Have you lost your mind, Countess Licino? She raised her voice with drunken bravado. Countess? System warning. Mental stability compromised. Status wasted. Time remaining. Countess? We're practically newlyweds and you're still calling me Countess? That's ice cold. You promised me a happy marriage, so use my name. Say it. Call me Licino. He hesitated, his armor cracking for a split second before giving in. Fine. Hello, Licino. Yes, Lord Isaac. What can I do for you? Check this out. Isn't my curtsy top tier? Suddenly, she collapsed onto the carpet like a puppet with cut strings. Isaac stared down at her in disbelief and asked, did she seriously just pass out? She's a total wild card. He sighed, summoning the butler to prepare a carriage for the unconscious countess. The following morning, Lucino blinked her eyes open in a lavish bed. She groaned. Wait, is this actually Lucino's bedroom? Right, the mission was a success. I got the Duke's signature on the marriage pact. But how exactly did I teleport back home? My entire body feels like it's made of lead. Water. Someone bring me water. Right away, master. It's already here. When she looked up, she froze in a state of total confusion and then shouted, Why are you still hovering here, Pan? I told you that you're a free man. Go live your life. The chains are off. You aren't a slave anymore. Collecting human beings was a sick hobby of the original Lucino. But as a girl from the 21st century, the concept makes my skin crawl, so I granted them all freedom and a fat severance package for their troubles. Pan was the last one left. I gave him his papers too, but he just sat there and answered with terrifying loyalty. I never gave you permission to stop being served by me. She awkwardly looked away, blushing. I heard Lucino bought him just a month before she kicked the bucket, probably for his visuals. Seriously, look at that face. He's been pampered too much. He looks like a prince but insists on being a servant. What a weirdo. He asked softly, Did your little scheme with the blood wine work out? What happened last night? I was shocked to see you get dropped off in such a shameful drunken state. Drunk? Was I actually hammered when I got back? Yes. Do you have total amnesia? You were delivered in the Duke's personal carriage. No wonder my head feels like a construction site. I was completely wasted. Damn it, my memory is a total blank, but I didn't even have a full glass. Just one tiny sip. Are you okay, master? Do you truly not remember? What if he tears up the contract after seeing me dead drunk? A nightmarish flashback of her drunken self flickers by. Another round, boys. I'm gonna deck that manager, then rot in jail. Bottoms up. Someone restrain that girl. She anxiously mutters, I have to see the Duke this instant. I shall escort you, my lady. You? Do you not trust me? I was the one who personally tucked you into bed safely last night. What? You did? He put on a pitiful puppy dog expression and pleaded. Please allow me to escort you, master. I swear to serve you with every fiber of my being. I only ask for your trust this once. Fine, but on one condition. Call me Lucino, not master. As you wish, Lady Lucino. The scene shifts to the Duke's formidable manner. Your Grace, is something weighing on your mind? No. Then do you have any specific orders for the staff? Why the sudden interrogation? Because you haven't stopped checking your watch. It's a trivial matter. There is no reason for you to be concerned. Then why not focus on your paperwork like usual? Why the obsession with the time? I just don't get it. That's what I wanted to snap back with. But I am a seasoned butler, not a petulant child. Of course, Duke. Please, have some more tea. I have served him for years, yet not once has he truly opened up to me. He wept silently in his soul. Am I not loyal enough, master? Am I not worthy? But I'll maintain my stoic facade. Isaac remained hyper-focused on the ticking watch. He muttered to himself, I knew it, she was bluffing. He gripped the watch tightly. The butler watched, utterly bewildered. What's the meaning of this? Isaac felt a surge of irritation. I can't even focus on my duties. Trusting someone so impulsively is completely out of character for me. But just then, a servant burst in. Duke, Countess Lucino has arrived. He stood up, eyes widening. What? She says she's awaiting your presence. Should I show her the door? Isaac bolted up and said, Absolutely not. I'm going out right now. Seeing him vanish so quickly, the butler cried out in shock, Duke! What could possibly be so urgent? Could it be that the ice-cold Duke has actually fallen in love? At that moment, Isaac greeted her coldly. I didn't expect you to be this late. I almost assumed you'd gotten cold feet. Haha. I didn't realize the time had slipped away. Who would have guessed I'd sleep like the dead? My apologies for the delay, but don't be so grumpy. You were just relaxing at home anyway. I'm sorry, okay? Pan stepped out from the shadows and added, My lady, I moved as fast as I could. Yes, exactly. Yesterday took a lot out of her, so today she froze, staring at her former slave, Pan. I specifically told you to wait by the carriage. Isaac narrowed his eyes. And who might this be? I am Lady Lucino's loyal slave. A slave? So the rumors about your black market trading were true? And now what? What is wrong with the both of you? Wait, just hold on a second. Pan spoke again. I'm eternally grateful Lady Lucino didn't toss me aside. What? You, Lucino screamed internally. My heart is literally failing and you're making it worse. Why are you bragging about this? She stepped in to cut the tension. Both of you, enough. I will explain everything. I need to settle this before it spirals out of control. Pan, get back to the carriage immediately. Yes, my lady. Until we meet again, Lord Duke. Isaac didn't offer a word, looking thoroughly annoyed. Then the two headed inside. She caught his expression and felt a wave of dread. Oh no, he's totally ticked off. What if he voids our entire agreement? She asked tentatively, Are you disappointed in me? Well, it's a bit jarring to see you still indulging in a practice that's been strictly outlawed. Why must you be so at odds with the world, Licino? I need him to at least stay interested in me to fulfill Licino's dying wish. I can't let him walk away. She blurted out, I've liberated all of them. You have nothing to worry about. Come again? I've officially terminated all slave trade contracts. I've granted them their freedom along with a substantial amount of compensation. As for that specific young man, he flat out refused to leave and insists on staying in my service. She wondered nervously, is he cooling off? Damn, he's still got that stone face. I'm losing it. I need to sign that contract before he changes his mind. She asked awkwardly, anyway, where's the notary? The notary has been waiting for hours. He will finalize the review of the contract immediately. Oh, I'm terribly sorry for the wait. He must be exhausted. Let's get to it. Isaac strode forward to lead. This way. She followed, feeling a knot of confusion. Why does he still want to go through with this? And if he does, why do I feel so uneasy? Why is this hallway so huge? I just hope my HP... Isaac introduced... Isaac. Allow me to introduce Louis, a premier attorney officially recognized by the royal family and a prestigious botanist within the imperial palace. And this, of course, is Countess Licino. Louis stepped forward to offer a greeting. A true pleasure, but before he could finish, he collapsed with a heavy thud. Licino stared blankly. Are you actually okay? Is this guy seriously the one I have to trust? Goodness, my legs betrayed me again. Please forgive this rather chaotic introduction. It is a genuine honor to meet you, my lady. I am Louis the botanist. I'm a bit of a klutz, as you can see. She thought skeptically. Shouldn't your lawyer persona take the lead when acting as a notary? Is this contract doomed, according to my pact with the Demon King? I must be bound by a formal marriage to satisfy Licino's dying wish. I'm finally setting the first stage of my survival plan. At least, that was the idea. Oh, heavens, no, I've tipped the ink. My apologies, the documents are ruined. She watched helplessly, thinking, is this really the high-tier notary sent to witness a life-altering contract? Isaac caught her look of pure disbelief and interjected, Rest assured. He is a brilliant legal mind who has not only won countless trials, but is a master negotiator with a flawless defense record. Now, the Duke is being far too kind. Is he really that legendary? Very well. These are the formal instruments the two of you are set to execute. This includes the prenuptial agreement and the mandatory partnership contract, correct? Wait, did the vibe just shift? Isaac gave a curt nod. Correct. Your Grace. The Duke has already briefed me on the specific terms. Does anyone wish to raise any further questions? She thought, I clearly have zero leverage here. Given the current information, I will now draft the provisional agreement. First, Isaac Detroit and Licino shall enter a contract marriage for a term of 6 months, effective immediately. Second, throughout this duration, both parties are bound to treat one another with the mutual respect of husband and wife, strictly adhering to Licino's wish for a legitimate union. Third, upon the expiration of said 6 months, Licino shall reclaim full ownership of all family assets currently held in the name of Isaac Detroit. Severe penalties apply for any breach of contract, barring acts of God or unforeseen natural disasters. Finally, this document is to be signed and ratified by both parties. All clauses are hereby verified by Counselor Louis Ogre. Are there any final adjustments you wish to make? None at all. She was secretly stunned. Talk about a total 180. Is this the same disaster who was eating dirt 5 minutes ago? There isn't a single flaw. The logic is airtight. You'd be a corporate superstar if you turned in reports this clean. Suddenly, Isaac broke the silence. Are you truly satisfied with these terms? She met his gaze and wondered, why the sudden cold feet? And why do you look so incredibly disappointed in me, mister? This is your final opportunity. Is there absolutely nothing you want to revise in this agreement? Wait, is he actually concerned about me? It makes sense. The entire contract we just discussed is heavily skewed in his favor. If anyone else signed this instantly, it would look suspicious enough to void the whole deal. But he didn't just take the win. He's giving me one last chance to push back. I think I'm starting to see why the original Lucino was so obsessed with him. He seems like a block of ice, but the man is undeniably cautious and principled. But honestly, what does that matter to me? With that thought, she smiled and replied, "Not a thing." Hearing her, Louis chirped, "Splendid. Then let us proceed with the formal execution of the contract. Do you have any closing remarks, O most graceful first countess?" What kind of ridiculous title is that? Just stick to Lucino. Fair enough. That was a bit overkill on the formalities. Of course, Lady Lucino. I will perform one final audit of the text before presenting the definitive version. This is the interim marriage certificate. If you would be so kind, please sign here first. Here you go. Just one more step toward the finish line, right? Wait, what? Why is my HP nosediving again? I thought I'd rested enough. A system ping echoed. HP depleting due to severe hunger. Curse this sunfish constitution. I knew this was going too smoothly. I'm going to pass out if my HP drops any further. Noticing her glassy-eyed stare, the lawyer called out, "Lady Lucino? Excuse me? Perhaps we should finalize this after a proper meal." As he finished his sentence, her stomach let out a thunderous growl, plunging the room into an awkward silence. "I shall have the butler serve a meal immediately." A feast was laid out in record time. I trust these will be to your liking. My thanks, Your Grace. Kill me now. Why did my stomach have to scream for attention at the most embarrassing moment possible? Thank goodness the dining hall was close. Meanwhile, Louis said, "I've already dined, so please, enjoy. I'll finalize the paperwork while you eat." But the food looks absolutely heavenly. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. The jeweled decorations on the cutlery are too heavy. Due to critical HP levels, you lack the strength to lift the knife. She screamed internally. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to eat this steak if I can't even wield a knife? But whatever. I'll just shove the whole thing in my mouth if I have to. Let's try one more time. I just need to cut one tiny piece of meat. But the moment she gripped it, the knife clattered to the floor. System. Muscle atrophy detected. Grip strength insufficient. 76% increase in bone fracture risk if you persist. The servant bowed. "I shall fetch a fresh blade immediately, my lady." "Thank you." Isaac studied her with a piercing gaze, thinking, "Don't tell me a mere steak knife was too heavy for her. That's impossible. How could anyone be that frail? But witnessing her physical state, could it be Lucino?" Thought in total despair, "Even if you bring a new one, I'm physically incapable of carving a steak. I just want a bite of meat." Isaac let out a heavy sigh and retrieved the knife himself while Lucino cursed internally. That absolute fraud of a demon king. He should have granted me a strength buff instead of this useless eavesdropping skill. If I don't eat, I'm toast, but I can't even lift a fork. Suddenly, Isaac slid his own plate of perfectly sliced meat toward her. "It honestly looks like your wrist would shatter into pieces if you attempted to cut that meat yourself. Consider this a jest. I apologize if my bluntness offends you." "I can't believe this. I have my pride, you know. Since when did he become such a gentleman?" Unconsciously, she let out a soft moan of delight. "This is incredible. Is it suited to your palate?" "Yes, it's absolutely heavenly." It seems poaching a chef from the royal palace was a wise investment. "You actually recruited a royal chef for this? The Duke's influence is terrifying, but I have to admit, this tastes like pure luxury." Suddenly, his tone shifted to ice. "Now, why don't you tell me the unvarnished truth regarding the source of your extreme frailty, even if this is merely a strategic marriage? Technically, I am still your future husband. Don't you think I have a right to know exactly what kind of shadow is looming over your health?" He's actually taking this marriage seriously, isn't he? I assumed he only signed on for the financial windfall, but he's looking at me with such intensity, no matter what excuse I give him. The more I observe him, the more I realize how agonizingly straightforward and noble this man is. It feels like a crime to lie to his face. Steeling herself, she spoke up. 400. 400? 400 what? That is my step count. The literal countdown until my lungs fail and I start painting the floor red. Isaac stared at her, his mind failing to compute the absurdity. 40,000 steps? I said 400. A swarm of question marks practically hovered over his head. 4,000? She clarified once more. 400, sir. Wait, Come again? I know it sounds like a bad joke, right? I'm cringing just explaining it. Isaac scrutinized her, weighing the honesty in her eyes. She doesn't seem to be trolling me, so I'll play along for now. But this sounds beyond extreme. A 400-step death limit is purely bizarre. Then he recalled her earlier excuse. Didn't you claim it was merely because you were coughing up toxic blood? That's because when I overexert myself, the impurities in my system overflow. A mental image of an angry doctor flashed through her mind. I am so sorry to medical science. I have no idea how anatomy works. What is even coming out of my mouth? How are you even breathing? This is incredibly rude, but 400 steps? That's barely the distance from this table to the staircase. How can someone hemorrhage over something so trivial? Is she really the same tyrant from the rumors who ruined lives and loved chaos? Lost in thought, he mused aloud. It seems rumors are indeed just colorful fiction. What rumors are we talking about, sir? They say you're a slave-driving monster who flips dining tables for sport. Oh boy. Well, that was accurate. The original Licino was a nightmare, but that wasn't me, so silence is my best friend. As I inhabited Licino's body, I saw flashes of her cruelty. She relished in buying souls and breaking them. She was the type to demand the impossible just for the thrill of punishing the failure. To top it off, her only brother fled the country because he couldn't stomach her twisted personality. To be blunt, she was the most wicked villainess to ever draw breath. It makes sense she'd sell her soul to the Demon King. There's no redeeming her. However, one mystery remains. She was a woman who took whatever she wanted by force. If she was so obsessed with this man that she'd sign a demonic pact, why didn't she ever try to seduce him while she was actually alive? At that moment, the butler interrupted. Louis has finalized the official execution copy of the contract. Oh, it's ready already? Licino stood up. Then let's finish this. My HP has stabilized. Time to put pen to paper. Without warning, Isaac closed the distance and swept her off her feet. Wait, hold on. What on earth are you doing, sir? I'd rather carry you than deal with the paperwork of you collapsing in my hallway. Having a woman faint in my house is a headache I don't need. I have legs. I can walk. Put me down, she hissed inwardly. Carry me when I'm actually dying, you absolute madman. If I recall correctly, yesterday you were the one demanding I carry you like this forever. She screamed in mental agony. My big fat mouth, why did I have to ramble all that embarrassing nonsense? The servants gasped in collective shock. The Duke is carrying a woman? The world is ending. Louis, the notary, also looked like he'd seen a ghost, watching the stoic Isaac carry Licino toward him like a bridal prize. His jaw hit the floor. Ahem. Well then, all that's left is for you to sit, review, and sign. Licino told herself. This is what the original wanted. This is her dream. But why is it so awkward? It's even more cringeworthy when I try to play it cool. Please rest easy. I will safeguard this contract with my very life. On that note, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your expertise, Mr. Lewis. The honor was all mine. Thank goodness that's finally settled. With those parting words, he took his leave, making sure to offer a polite farewell. Isaac mused. Ignoring your rocky first impression of him, Lewis is a top-tier notary, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, his efficiency is quite impressive. He seems like a genuinely capable ally. I'm relieved you see it that way. But are you absolutely certain you don't want a grand wedding? I have zero interest in squandering time on tedious, overblown ceremonies. I'd rather dive into this marriage immediately. I'm honored to be in your care for the next 6 months, Your Grace. Everything begins now. Duke, I thought you suggested we drop the formalities and use our real names. Me? Since when? Last night, while we were indulging in that vintage wine. Wait, what? Last night? Exactly when did I say such a thing? Give me a time and a place. You also insisted that a married couple has no need for stiff etiquette between them. Good grief, I actually said that? No way. I really let that slip while I was wasted? I must be losing my mind. Why on earth would I say that? God, I despise alcohol. How could I be so reckless? No, hang on. If we're officially tied the knot, isn't using first names just basic common sense? Exactly. It's not weird at all. I bet the original Licino would have done the same thing. Flicking a charming smile, she replied, Well then, please look after me, Lord Isaac. And you as well. Licino's chest tightened. The sensation caught her completely off guard. This ache in my chest. Wait, is this not my own emotion, but a lingering trace of Licino's? This fluttering isn't mine. It belongs entirely to Lucino. Whenever the pain flares up, I realize just how desperately she adored him. But this is... Suddenly, Isaac interjected. Now, I need you to be completely transparent with me. What is your true endgame here? She marveled silently. This man is incredibly persistent. He still doesn't trust me one bit, does he? He asked suspiciously, why fixate on a 6-month limit? What's your real play once the time is up? If I don't give him something believable, he'll never stop digging. Time to improvise a cover story. I'm planning a grand getaway. A trip? Yes, I have no intention of ever stepping foot in the Licino Manor again. I want to reinvent myself and embark on a completely new journey. Isaac looked pensive, his eyes narrowing with deep-seated suspicion. She felt a twinge of guilt, thinking, why is he just staring at me in silence? He finally spoke. You can barely manage 400 steps, yet you're planning to trek across the world on an adventure? If you're going to lie to me, you'll need to put more effort into your script. Damn it! He's right. I completely forgot this broken body can't even adventure its way up the stairs without collapsing. I need a pivot. Another excuse? Well, I never explicitly said I'd be traveling on foot, did I? If you aren't walking, then what? Are you planning to fly? Well, even I find it a bit far-fetched, but nothing is impossible. I solved every crisis in my old life. Haven't you heard of the carriage-bound travel trend? You can literally live inside the carriage the entire time without ever having to touch the ground. Think about it. You could tour the entire country. The whole excursion is effortless. All you need is a massive bank account. It's the latest luxury trend. Isn't it brilliant? She thought, did he buy it? That is quite literally the most bizarre form of tourism I've ever heard of. More to the point, we are now legally husband and wife. So tell me, what exactly does a happy marriage look like in your eyes? The question genuinely stumped her, given both were rookies at this. I suppose it involves going on dates, sharing meals, and being genuinely affectionate with one another. Does that include physical intimacy? In a proper marriage, I'd assume it's part of the deal. Then one final question. Are you truly looking forward to our time together? Yes, I'm anticipating an unforgettable 6-month marriage. Suddenly, he dropped to one knee, kissed her hand, and whispered, I vow to treat you with honor as long as we remain wed. I haven't had much time to prepare a proper tribute, but I hope this token will suffice until I can commission a more fitting ring. Staring at the ring now encircling her finger, she thought, wait, since when? It feels like my heart is doing somersaults all over again. My pulse is absolutely racing. Well, you should probably head off to bed now. The master bedroom is just at the top of the stairs. And there it was again, the dreaded 400-step limit. Conquering those stairs was going to be a suicide mission. There are way too many steps, she thought dejectedly. Every single climb will tank my HP by 3 levels. At least 20 HP will vanish instantly. Suddenly, he swept her into his arms and asked, Are you ready? She let out a silent cry of shock. Under any other circumstances, she'd be demanding he put her down, but she kept her mouth shut because her HP was already plummeting. A husband supporting his wife is hardly a scandal, wouldn't you agree? Who would have thought he'd be this compassionate? I'm starting to feel a twinge of guilt for playing him like this. But it's clear now why the original Licino could never get through to Isaac. Unlike her, he's a man of absolute honor. She never stood a chance. This means that these erratic heartbeats I'm feeling, they must belong to Licino. The only logical explanation is that my soul is currently tethered to her physical vessel, which implies this isn't my heart fluttering. It's hers. Outside the carriage, Pan paced anxiously. What on earth is keeping Lady Licino for so long? Grand Duke Isaac de Troy, the Empire's most revered paragon, and the infamous villainous Licino have tied the knot. This scandal is going to rock the capital. Read all about it, the exclusive scoop on the newlyweds everyone loves to hate. Naturally, the red-haired boy snarled and shredded the paper. This has to be a lie! The headline screamed in bold ink. Grand Duke Isaac de Troy takes Countess Licino as his bride. He ground his teeth together and hissed her name, Licino. What kind of twisted game is she playing now? It was clear this union wasn't winning any popularity contests. An entire week has vanished since I moved into the Duke's sprawling manor. In the beginning, the staff walked on eggshells, treating me like a ticking time bomb. But lately, their hostility has melted into genuine kindness. The Duke has risen. Good morning, my lady. I suppose it's because they see Isaac treating me like a precious treasure. I had no idea the Ice Duke could be such a devoted gentleman. Ever since Isaac realized my health is absolute trash, he hasn't let my feet touch the floor. It's like having a permanent human carriage. It's embarrassing, but he never complains. He's shockingly attentive. Wait, this knife is incredibly light today. He noted calmly, "How do you find it? I commissioned the lightest cutlery possible." "It should allow you to dine without strain, considering your current fragile state." He didn't stop there. The plates and glassware are feather light too. How is that even possible? "And I've replaced all the hallway rugs with high-pile ultra-soft silk. Is the texture to your liking?" "Oh, it feels like I'm walking on clouds." "I've also upgraded your mattress to the most ergonomic model available. Are you resting well?" "It's dangerously comfortable." "My lady, the Duke warned us your constitution is very delicate. Please, lean on us for everything. We are here to serve your every whim." And the list went on. I'm officially living the high life, basking in luxury with a fully capped HP bar of 1,210. I don't even have to track my HP anymore because I'm practically stationary. I'm being pampered like a literal princess. Compared to my previous life in that cramped, depressing studio, this is paradise. No more cold noodles, shivering under thin blankets, or battling roaches. "Lucino, I'll be burning the midnight oil tonight. Don't wait up, get some rest." "Is there something on my face?" "No, it's just... This all feels like a beautiful hallucination. We actually look like a real, happy couple." "Thank you for being so incredibly patient with me. I truly appreciate it." "I'm glad you're the man you are, Lord Isaac. Just go to bed and stop spouting such nonsense." Despite his sharp words, the tips of his ears were glowing bright red. Oh ho. The big bad Duke can't handle a little sincere gratitude? That's actually adorable. I'm lucky he isn't some toxic trash bag. Everything is going better than I dared to hope. Lucino should be thanking me. Suddenly, she stiffened. "Lucino, since that moment, I've stopped feeling..." Her residual emotions. "I never imagined I'd be experiencing true love as a stand-in for someone else. For 6 months, I have to play the part of Isaac's devoted wife. But can I keep this up? No. Wait. What am I even overthinking? This is just business. In 6 months, I'm back to my old reality. I'm just a temporary replacement. There's no way I'm catching feelings for him. In 6 months, I vanish." Suddenly, the world blurred and shifted. Lucino blinked in confusion. Where am I? I was just in Isaac's study a second ago. Suddenly, a familiar voice hissed her name. "Wait, that chill, it's the Demon King." "It has been quite a while, little mortal." Is this a dream? Why is this child speaking with the resonance of an ancient god? Oh, right. It's been an age since I've bothered to manifest in this form. Or perhaps you found my previous look more intimidating. Demon King, hold on, you're just a kid? I thought you were some sort of eldritch smoke monster. My true form is beyond your comprehension, but that's irrelevant. I summoned you to commend your relentless progress. He held out 2 blue vials shimmering with mana. These will restore your original form for 24 hours. Use them with extreme caution. Then what's the deal with this red one? That is a rift vial for instant teleportation. It will take you anywhere your heart desires in the blink of an eye, within the confines of this world, naturally. You've proven yourself quite clever, so I trust I don't need to explain the value of such tools. Good luck, Sister Lucino. She spat back irritably. Get lost, you freak. Isaac entered just then. He queried with a look of pure astonishment, how is it even possible to fall asleep in such a twisted position? He laid her down with utmost care. This is truly alarming. Your skin is as cold as ice. It's almost impossible to believe this is the pulse of a living being. He gazed at her intensely, a faint, rare smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, a memory of her radiant, genuine laughter flashed through his mind. He murmured to the silence, only 6 months, as he stroked her hair, whispering, Lucino. Out of nowhere, she shrieked, Give me 180 blue vials. Why only 2, you stingy brat? Huh? I'm awake. Oh, Lord Isaac, what brings you here? Don't mind me, just wondering what kind of chaotic dream has you screaming. She blinked, momentarily lost in a daze. It was nothing but a ridiculous fever dream. Ridiculous? She suddenly recalled the grim utility of the red vial. Now she could see it clearly. Was he truly a reliable anchor? It's my emergency exit, to die in peace far away once my time in this world runs out. After the Demon King bestowed his dubious gift, I woke up to a deceptively peaceful morning. Or so I thought. Suddenly, a system alert pinged. Ding! Your sedentary lifestyle is causing rapid physical decay. Total HP, 1010. Warning. Incorporate regular movement to prevent total collapse. Are you kidding? You just nuked 200 HP in one go? Why am I wasting away like this? At this rate, I'll just evaporate into thin air. I get it. I only migrate between the bed and the dining hall. Isaac carries me everywhere like a fragile doll, but being comfortable shouldn't be a death sentence. I suppose I have to face the music. I've become an absolute sloth. The following dawn, Isaac noted with surprise, "Lucino, you're awake at such an ungodly hour." She thought, hard not to be, with a face that handsome staring back. It's because I feel like my very existence is on the verge of shattering. This lack of movement is rotting my health from the inside out. I need to start a fitness regimen. Completely illogical. Muscle atrophy is a serious risk, but are you physically capable of such a feat, Lucino? His blunt question pierced right through my desperate resolve. Then how about we try this? Aim to walk exactly 200 steps every single day. Does a measly 200 steps even count as a workout? He declared firmly, "Your training begins tomorrow." Isaac, just for the record, you aren't actually planning to carpet the entire garden for me, are you? Shall we have tea after breakfast? I'm not sure why you're asking, but I heard there are specialists for outdoor rugs. You're serious? I'll die of pure cringe. Since we started sharing a room, the walls between us have begun to crumble. Yet he still retreats to a separate dressing room to change. Suddenly she blurted out, "Lord Isaac, you don't need to leave. Just change in here." Her words hit him like a physical blow, making him freeze. Pardon? I'll look away if you're feeling modest. I just feel guilty for kicking you out of your own room. Besides, we're legally wed. We can't keep playing hide and seek forever. He went silent, eventually offering a soft, bewildered smile. So you're saying this is another step toward a happy marriage? She replied with a straight face. Precisely. I'll turn around and keep my eyes tightly shut, I promise. So go ahead and change freely. She giggled to herself. He's so adorably naive. In the modern world, someone this innocent would be scammed out of every penny. Despite her promise, she couldn't resist a tiny peek. She gasped internally, "Oh, Mama!" He is built like a Greek god. If I had even 10% of that vitality, I'd be invincible. I'm so jealous. Once he was dressed, he said, "I'll send the maid in." "Thank you, Lord Isaac." With a nod, he exited. She stretched her aching limbs and mused. Isaac is genuinely putting in the effort for this union. I hope Lucino's wish is granted before the timer hits 0. Even if I can't fathom my health failing this badly, I'm sure it'll work out. Right now, I need to focus on my own survival. Isaac stood before the assembled servants and commanded, "Alert me the moment everything is prepared." "Yes, Your Grace." "And never, under any circumstances, let her walk alone." "Denver, I demand you pave the garden with carpets." He actually went through with it. When Lucino finally received the report, she realized she was beyond the point of shock. Suddenly, Isaac shifted the mood. "His Majesty has already rebuked me." She jolted in alarm. On what possible grounds? He was profoundly slighted that I failed to notify him of our marriage. Then the fault lies with me. The upper crust is already abuzz with scandalous whispers regarding our sudden union. High society gossip? I imagine the chatter isn't exactly flattering. But then, when has it ever been? The higher-ups also voiced their concerns regarding the legendary hostility between you and the Crown Princess. I'm aware. I glimpsed the sheer wreckage of their relationship when I first entered Lucino's body. The word is that you despise the Crown Princess solely because you harbor secret feelings for the Crown Prince. At those words, Lucino instantly sprayed her mouth full of water and began coughing violently. Ding! Respiratory distress detected. 30 HP will be drained for every coughing fit. Isaac lunged toward her. "Drink this immediately!" She cursed internally. "Are you insane? My throat is literally about to shred." A moment later, her breathing steadied. "Ugh, I nearly painted the floor red. I saw the light for a second." "Are you composed? The Emperor has summoned us to a wedding banquet in our honor. But given your precarious health, I believe we should decline the invitation." "A banquet? But that's the quintessential debut for any noble couple. I'm certain the original Lucino would have died for a chance to stand beside Isaac. Which means, driven by that thought, she exclaimed, "I absolutely want to go. Let's attend the banquet." "Very well, if you insist." The next day, while in the garden, "I've received word that your younger brother is returning." Lucino's brother? I'm momentarily thrown because I was an only child in my past life. I almost blew my cover. She masked it with a smile and asked, "Is that so? What prompted his sudden return?" He successfully forged a contract with an elemental and established a magical barrier across the border. The Emperor intends to decorate him for his service. He should arrive just in time for the festivities. Licino. Your brother is much more of a badass than I anticipated. In her lingering memories, he was just a bratty pest who spent his entire life bickering with his sister. Since he hadn't left much of an impression on me, he had completely slipped my mind. Perhaps she simply wanted to sever ties with her kin, and once more, I have no right to judge her for that. It feels like I've discovered yet another point of connection between myself and Licino. It's not about power, it's about... While she was lost in her reflections, Isaac was hyper-focused on auditing her every step. Suddenly, his voice cut through the air. Licino, you have reached your 200-step limit. Cease movement immediately. She wept silently in her mind. I am truly pathetic. You don't need to play human pedometer. I can count to 200 myself. Seriously, carpets in the garden? It's not that I'm ungrateful for the extreme interior design, but he can't keep sheltering me in such an absurd way. Or so I thought until the actual day of the gala arrived. Duke! This is her grand debut as a married woman. She must be draped in the finest, most eye-catching gems. Absolutely not. Those heavy jewels would strain her neck. It's a health hazard. But she'll be the laughingstock of the court if she looks plain. Enough! Her survival takes precedence over empty vanity. Just like that, Isaac and the staff were at each other's throats. Licino watched with a growing migraine. This is getting out of hand. Total overprotection. She finally stepped into the fray. Everyone, lower your voices. It's not that deep. Tell me, Licino. Can your body even support these massive weighted ornaments? Your earlobes might literally tear off. You could be pinned to the floor by the sheer mass. Wow, what a vivid, terrifying imagination. Lord Duke, the nobility will tear your reputation apart if you insist on this. It's only natural to wear something lavish and striking for a royal summons. The room dissolved into a chaotic symphony of shouting. Lord Duke! Licino! What are you two thinking? She called out in a daze. Wait, your social standing is on the line. Prioritize her well-being, Licino. Wait, both of you, shut it! She shrieked at the top of her lungs. Calm down, that's enough. She exhaled a long, weary breath. Here is the compromise. I will wear mid-weight jewelry so I won't be perceived as a pauper. However, Lord Isaac will be the one to curate the final selection. Any objections? None. Excellent. In that case, I want you to wear these. They are a perfect match for the color of your eyes. He actually has a sophisticated eye for aesthetics, doesn't he? As for the footwear, the heels must be at least this high to be fashionable. That height is a death trap, Licino thought dejectedly, and so begins round 2. Eventually, the two of them boarded the carriage bound for the imperial palace. Licino was styled in ribbon-adorned earrings instead of heavy stones, a necklace handpicked by Isaac, a gown of gossamer light silk, and modest 3-centimeter heels. I'm spent. I'm honestly shocked my HP didn't tank just from the stress. Points for me. Isaac watched her, his expression still clouded with dissatisfaction. She wondered to herself, I hope I can actually string a sentence together when I face the Emperor and the Crown Prince. Suddenly, a thought struck her. That's right. She spoke up. Lord Isaac, regarding the Crown Prince, I have zero feelings for him. I forgot to clarify that because I was busy coughing my lungs up last time. I don't want any misunderstandings between us. A subtle, satisfied smile played on his lips. Was this the confession he had been waiting for? I see. So the rumors were pure fabrication? Entirely. Because the only person who holds my heart is you, Lord Isaac. He was caught off guard, musing to himself, at times she seems so comfortable around me, yet other moments her soul feels hauntingly vacant. And I've never witnessed anyone articulate their affection with such chilling indifference. This woman is a complete enigma. I suppose that's precisely why I find it impossible to tear my gaze away. Reaching this conclusion, he simply muttered, Thank you. Suddenly, she asked with a weary sigh, Lord Isaac. What on earth do you think you're doing? He was bracing himself to sweep her up. Don't play coy. Are you seriously intending to carry me through the entire banquet? Moving around is a struggle for you today. It's only because I'm in these heels. I'll manage. I haven't even clocked 200 steps yet. He wavered, but she pressed on. I appreciate your over-the-top chivalry, but this is the royal palace, not our private estate. I'd be immensely grateful if you'd consider my reputation. You aren't exactly a fan of people gawking and spinning rumors, are you? Trust me, I'll be fine. He studied her, his expression clouded with lingering concern. Ultimately, he relented. Very well, but vow to me that you'll speak up the second you feel even slightly faint. The moment Isaac and Licino stepped into the grand hall, the atmosphere grew thick with hushed venom. Good heavens, the rumors were true. What sort of forbidden sorcery did she use to ensnare him? Licino thought gloomily. I brace myself for this, but this supernatural hearing is a curse. Their whispers sharpened into death wishes. Why hasn't that woman breathed her last yet? Van was perched high in a tree, muttering to himself, My lady, you truly never fail to keep me on high alert. Inside the ballroom, Licino questioned herself. Did I just hear that correctly? If memory serves, the original Licino was definitely poisoned. Is the cold-blooded assassin lurking somewhere in this very crowd? Who is it? Where are they hiding? She couldn't suppress her rising dread, her mind racing with suspicion. Which one of you is it? With her anxiety written all over her face. He reached out and pulled her firmly to his side. Ignore them. I couldn't care less what they mutter. His sudden protective streak left her completely stunned. She stared up at him, momentarily rendered speechless. The entire room witnessed the display and their jaws dropped in collective disbelief. What followed was the sound of 1,000 silent screams of shock. Can you actually hear their venom? Did you just see? Of course, my ears catch even the faintest of insults. Are you some kind of superhuman? Then why are you staying silent after hearing all that? I simply don't have the stamina to waste energy on an argument. Fine. There's a saying that you only know you're alive when people are cursing you, so I'm unbothered. That is a spectacularly weird proverb, even though you claim it doesn't affect you. You certainly don't look like you're holding up well. I'm indifferent to the gossip, unless it's the killer speaking. Fortunately, Isaac can't hear the darkness in that person's voice. Since this is just a business arrangement, I haven't given it much thought. But the assassin likely thinks Licino is in a grave. The woman they thought they eliminated has suddenly resurfaced with a marriage announcement. They will undoubtedly strike again to finish what they started. I must unmask them, no matter the cost. Suddenly, she pivoted to look at Isaac. She thought to herself, why are you staring? Why that piercing gaze? Ugh, there's that look again. I hate it. Exactly how much longer do you intend to burn a hole in me? Isaac, is something the matter? He fired back instantly. Quite a lot. What is a lot? You're suffering. It's obviously those jewels and those ridiculous shoes. Are you still harping on about that? While the crowd buzzed, is it really her and him truly married? Other nobles sneered. Humph, they swore she'd die of that wasting disease, yet here she is, still breathing. And my wife refused my help, choosing to walk on her own like that. To say I'm not vexed would be a lie. Everyone is talking, and my wife shouldn't be subjected to such filth. Hearing that sentiment, she felt a flicker of genuine emotion and softly breathed his name. At that precise moment, a booming herald rang out. The son of the empire, His Imperial Majesty King Zenon Noten, has arrived. Crown Prince Aben and Crown Princess Lily are now entering. The entire assembly bowed in deep, respectful silence. Licino was musing, Oh, him, when Isaac suddenly caught her attention. There's no need for you to bow, just remain exactly where you are. What? But you are exempt, for you are the Grand Duchess. She thought to herself, liar. I've inherited the etiquette of this world from Licino's memories. Regardless of rank, you must bow to the emperor. Isaac must be fully aware of that. And that's despite me wearing these low-heeled slippers. The emperor stepped forward with a jovial air to address the crowd. The crown prince and his bride smiled, radiating a picture-perfect friendliness. Licino stood rooted to the spot, trembling in silent agony. If Isaac hadn't intervened, I'd be struggling in sky-high stilettos right now. Your Majesty, isn't this monologue dragging on a bit? Are you truly an emperor or just a professional wedding orator? Please, wrap it up and step down. I didn't realize my physical state had hit rock bottom. I can barely hold my ground. Someone please end this torture. Isaac leaned in, whispering, Licino, are you holding up? She thought through the pain. I should have listened to you. Your devotion is actually real. Finally, the emperor announced, My thanks to all our guests. Please enjoy the festivities. She let out a silent, triumphant cheer. Yes, finally the nightmare is over. That was brutal, but now I can finally find a seat and collapse in peace. But suddenly, her heart sank as she saw him approaching. Wait, why is he heading straight for us? The emperor let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha! Isaac, were you planning to keep this stunning bride of yours a secret forever? Your Majesty, she grumbled internally. At least give me a breather after that marathon speech before charging over you, old man. It has been a long time, Countess Licino. Or should I address you as the Grand Duchess now? Even if Isaac tries to shield me, I have zero choice but to stay formal with the Emperor looming over me. Legs, please don't fail me now. Just a little longer. I just need to hold this curtsy for a few more seconds. Suddenly, a system warning flashed. Warning. Footwear has restricted circulation. Blood flow halted for 1 hour. Physical threshold reached. Body is too frail to maintain this posture. What? Not again? Are you kidding me? Lower limbs have gone completely numb. Standing ability disabled for the next 30 minutes. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the hall. The Emperor's eyes bulged as his jaw hit the floor. The entire room froze, every gaze snapping toward the unfolding disaster. She had completely collapsed into a heap upon the cold floor. Curse it all. No. My ultimate social nightmare has become a reality. The air turned thick with a suffocating, awkward silence. Somebody, please, say anything. Now she's even staging a scene in front of the Emperor. How pathetic. She really has no shame. Hearing the whispers, she protested internally. No, stop. Didn't you hear? I'm his wife now. I've humiliated him again. Isaac has every right to be furious with me. I'm certain he's about to... But without a word of reproach, he swept her into his arms. Didn't I command you to tell me the moment you felt weak? Suffer in silence, and you only invite more pain upon yourself. She gasped in sheer shock. Isaac, Your Majesty. May we take our leave to a more private area? My wife is clearly unwell. Of course. Let us relocate and continue there. So he's only upset because I hid my pain? How can a man be this impossibly kind? Suddenly, a faint, hushed voice caught her ear. Huh? It's all a facade. She instantly recognized the tone. It was the exact same voice from her memories. I knew it. Licino's murderer is lurking right here in this room. Noticing her squirming, he murmured firmly, It doesn't matter how you protest. I am not putting you down. Does he seriously think I'm struggling because I want to walk? No, Licino's killer is right under our noses. But I can't breathe a word of it. This is agonizing. Curse this fragile existence. I appreciate the chivalry, but you're being incredibly overprotective, Isaac. Thank you for honoring the contract, but this is beyond embarrassing. A moment later, he asked with genuine tenderness, Do your legs ache? They won't actually fail you for good, will they? Of course not. They have just gone numb from the strain. It'll pass and the pain will vanish soon. That isn't the point. You have to be precise about where it hurts. I won't have you enduring a single second of avoidable discomfort. I'm sorry. I promise to be honest next time. Suddenly, the Emperor reappeared, chuckling heartily. Ha ha. Who would have imagined you'd be such a doting husband, Isaac? She stammered frantically. Your Majesty, please, forgive my lack of decorum. Sit, please. Stay seated. Thanks to you, I've witnessed something truly fascinating today. Ah, Your Majesty, please stop. I'm dying of embarrassment. The Crown Princess watched with narrowing eyes. Unbelievable. Is that truly the same Licino I knew? The venomous villainess who treated me with such blatant hostility? The moment I became engaged to the Crown Prince? She envisioned Licino's former wicked smirk. Oh dear, I didn't see you there. Your presence is simply too unremarkable to notice. Can a person truly transform that much overnight? No, I refuse to believe it. She's plotting something. I'm certain of it. At that moment, Licino broke the tension and asked, So, there's a rumor circulating that I'm still obsessed with the Crown Prince? Her blunt words caused a wave of shock to ripple through the room. The Crown Prince sneered back, Did you marry the Duke simply to stay within my orbit? The Crown Princess was secretly stunned. What? So that's her game. However, Licino tilted her head against Isaac's shoulder and beamed. Perish the thought. I'm merely here to clarify that those rumors are utterly baseless. As you can see, my heart belongs solely to Lord Isaac. The Crown Prince bolted upright in a fit of rage. But I recall you shamelessly stalking my every move. Are you referring to the time I suggested you seek a woman actually suited for your station? Yes, precisely that. Good grief. Licino simply thought the Crown Prince was a fool for choosing a girl unfit for the throne. Was I being sarcastic? Find someone appropriate for the national interest. I can't believe he mistook that for attraction. What a delusional moron. Smirking internally, she added, It's a tragedy that more suitable apparently didn't just mean me. I made this crystal clear ages ago. While I am busy building a blissful marriage with Lord Isaac, I find it incredibly draining to hear these bizarre fantasies that cause friction between us, especially rumors involving you and me. The Crown Prince slumped back into a seat with a heavy, defeated sigh. Ha! The Emperor let out a hearty chuckle. This is proving to be quite entertaining. Isaac, however, studied her with a searching gaze. Her eyes aren't matching her smile. I'm genuinely curious how much of that was a performance and how much was the truth. Suddenly, the Emperor laughed and remarked, "Watching you two so smitten makes me wonder when I'll finally have a grandchild to spoil." Isaac immediately countered, "How exactly would our offspring become your grandchild?" "Why? Because I raised you as my own flesh and blood." "A child? Obviously that's impossible given the contract is only valid for a mere 6 months. But I have to admit, navigating this topic isn't easy. A mismatched temporary couple. That is the reality of what Isaac and I truly are. One day I will simply vanish. This marriage, this entire life, it's all a beautifully crafted lie." While she was spiraling into deep thought, Isaac's voice cut through. "Licino." It took a second louder call for her to snap back to reality. "Yes? What is it? Do you feel faint again?" "No, I'm all right. I was just lost in a train of thought. I'm losing my grip. How could I zone out in the middle of an audience with the Emperor?" Both Isaac and the Crown Princess were plagued by the same curiosity. What could possibly be so engrossing that she'd ignore the Emperor himself? "I knew it. She's truly incorrigible. How can she show such blatant disrespect to His Majesty?" "I truly hope she remains as healthy as her resolve." She looked utterly blindsided while he appeared strangely satisfied. Licino shifted her gaze from the Crown Princess back to Isaac. She thought, "Does their opinion even matter?" Then she spoke up. "Please excuse my lapse, Your Majesty. Think nothing of it. I should be the one apologizing for detaining you so long when you are clearly under the weather." Licino marveled silently. What an absolute saint. "Your younger brother should be arriving shortly, so why don't we descend to the main hall?" "As you command, Your Majesty." Fortunately, the Emperor was a pillar of kindness. "Now that I've rested, the numbness in my legs has faded. With my current HP levels, I should be able to make it down to the hall. Isaac even provided me with more sensible shoes. Excellent, let's move. Everything's fine." Just as she felt a surge of confidence, Isaac swept her off her feet right in front of the startled nobility. "Isaac, put me down. I can walk. I'll set you down only if you're prepared to walk across this floor barefoot." I truly appreciate how much Isaac frets over me. But if we parade into the hall like this after the earlier spectacle, everyone will... She's back, and still being carried by the Duke. Good heavens, has she no shame? How can she be so insolent in the Emperor's presence? What's her angle? I bet she's ensnared the Duke with some foul trick. She thought helplessly. Yep, called it. Oh, her brother is here. Lord Eclipse Licino has arrived. Fiery red hair, piercing emerald eyes, his features were a mirror image of Licino's. She marveled silently. He's actually adorable. But a second later, Eclipse leveled a gaze at her that practically shot sparks. Wait, what? Is he actually glaring at me? Eclipse Licino, her younger brother. I have almost zero intel on him. The only scrap of memory I have is that they fought like cats and dogs. She didn't even lift a finger when he ran away, so their bond was clearly toxic. But to glare at his own sister in the Imperial Palace. Like that? It's been a year since he left, yet he's still this immature? At that moment, Eclipse dropped to one knee. Your Majesty. Eclipse Licino, I summoned you to commend your valor in securing the borderlands. I have received nothing but glowing reports of your heroic deeds. I am honored to serve the Empire, Your Majesty. And word has reached me that you've contracted a high-level elemental. Is this true? It is, Your Majesty. Licino was floored. Wait, seriously? He's that powerful? Why is everyone looking so shell-shocked? Let me ask one final thing, Lord Licino. Speak, Your Majesty. I hear you wish to discard the name Licino. Do you formally agree to renounce all rights and ties to the family? He answered without a moment's hesitation. I do. This left Licino completely paralyzed with shock. When the original Licino was alive, she was distant from her brother. But there's one detail that doesn't add up. In her desk drawer, Licino had hidden away the letters he wrote when he first forfeited his inheritance. Did they truly loathe each other? Then why did she treasure those letters? Thinking back, wait a minute. The Demon King's voice echoed. Don't tell me you've had a change of heart. I drafted the contract only because you consented. The contract? I know why you've summoned me, but wouldn't it be simpler to just bring Licino back and let her fulfill her end of the deal herself? If you lack the power to revive the souls bound by your pact, why should I gamble my existence on your word? The Demon King scoffed. It has been ages since I encountered such a cynical mortal, but caution is a virtue when signing away your soul. Gaze upon this marble, this fragile thing. This is the essence of Licino. As you can witness, it is utterly pulverized. If I dared to shove that soul back into this vessel, she would perish in an instant. Are all souls so horribly fractured before the end? Only those who endure unspeakable psychological trauma in life bear such scars. But she was powerful enough to summon you. Why did she suffer? Are you playing me for a fool? Even the most wicked hearts can be broken. Humans are fickle creatures driven by curiosity. Eons pass, yet their depths remain an impenetrable mystery. What I can reveal is this. If a soul fails to mend its own internal agony, it inevitably shatters. They mask the pain, claiming they are fine while their spirit bleeds out. The memories of mortals are etched into the very fabric of the soul. Since Licino's essence is shattered, the memories you inherit will be incomplete. The sharper the trauma, the more those fragments will splinter. At that moment, the Emperor spoke. I see. So you have truly severed your ties with the House of Licino. Not only have you mastered a high-level elemental contract, but you've proven your worth by personally fortifying the imperial border. In recognition of your exceptional merit, I hereby invest you with the title of Viscount Canfey. Hearing the decree, he looked profoundly satisfied. It is my greatest honor. I thank you, your majesty. Licino mused. Are her memories full of holes because her brother wounded her so deeply? Yet she cherished his letters in her private drawer. Instead of burning them, she kept them, and judging by the worn creases on the parchment, she must have pored over them every single day. Licino never harbored hatred for her brother. Her heart was always reaching out to him. I pledge my eternal loyalty to your majesty and the glory of the empire. Humph, whatever. There's nothing particularly impressive about his little speech anyway. While I feel a twinge of guilt for surrendering the Licino name without consulting him, he sent that formal renunciation, so it's legally sound. Suddenly, Isaac interjected, Licino, it appears your brother has something urgent to discuss with you. Wait, why are you stomping over here with such a murderous scowl? She shrieked internally. Stay back! System alert. Extreme threat detected. You cannot endure the opponent's hostility. Physical attributes reduced to 70%. I knew it. Just how much does this kid despise his sister? He's actually going to end me right here! Isaac stepped forward, subtly shielding her. Congratulations on your elevation, Lord Canfey. She was secretly floored. Did Isaac sense the killing intent? My thanks, Lord Duke. The oppressive aura suddenly evaporated. Thank you, Isaac. I'm safe now. Just call me Isaac, brother, since we are officially family now. Family? So the scandalous rumors regarding this marriage were actually true? He stiffened as the surrounding whispers reached his ears. Something is definitely off. Ugh, it's her again. She's gone and provoked Lord Canfey. Chaos follows that woman everywhere. It's clear these siblings are at each other's throats. Even her own blood relative looks at her with disgust. She's a lost cause. Suddenly, Eclipse thought with burning rage, look at the mess you've made. The younger brother sighed heavily. I'm the one being harassed by you, kid. Suddenly, Eclipse spoke in a chillingly soft tone. How have you been, sister? I believe we have much to settle. Shall we find a secluded spot to finish this? After a tense silence, she nodded. Very well. A moment later, the pair retreated to a deserted corridor. I didn't expect you to actually follow me into the shadows. Huh, and I didn't think I'd have to spend that much time convincing Isaac not to follow us. Let me assist you. It's barely 10 steps I can manage, but I'll scream for you if things go south. Besides, I have a few choice words for Eclipse, so I have no reason to back down now. At that moment, he exploded. Licino! Why did you marry the Duke? What's your angle? Are you stalking him again? Or are you planning to usurp his position and seize his power? No, you've got it all wrong. She thought, how can he be so incredibly disrespectful to his own sister? I am a literal ghost from another world inhabiting your sister's corpse after striking a deal with the Demon King. Because of that, I'm forced to roleplay a happy marriage that self-destructs in 6 months. And since I'm scheduled to die soon, I'd appreciate it if you just ignored me for half a year. But I can't say that, so yeah. I need to say something to de-escalate this kid. If he catches me lying, I'll deal with it later. Say something. Well, the truth is, he barked, quit stalling. Which poor soul are you planning to assassinate this time? Wasn't it enough to satisfy your sick greed that our parents are dead? Lucino and Eclipse's parents had been taken out in a hit when they were children. That tragedy forced Lucino into the Countess title at a tender age. That trauma was precisely what drove Eclipse to abandon his home. Admittedly, I don't have the full picture because Lucino's memories are a total wreck, but are you quite finished venting? Am I permitted to speak now? You truly are a shameless brat. Lucino held his gaze with a chillingly serene expression. A flicker of genuine shock crossed his face. What? Why is she continued with ice-cold composure. I'm disclosing this only because we share the same blood, but you must vow to keep it a secret. Total silence. Understood? My devotion to Isaac has always been absolute, which is why I was the one to initiate the proposal. Ha! I knew it. You're just lusting after his title and fortune. I bet you groveled at his feet to make it happen. Quite right. However, I did attach one specific condition to our union. She leaned in and whispered directly into his ear. The arrangement lasts for exactly 6 months. After that, I've promised to sign over every single family asset to him. He recoiled, shouting in pure disbelief. You did what? Don't scream. I told you this was strictly confidential. Is the concept of a secret foreign to you? Honestly, your tone is giving me actual goosebumps. And you expect me to swallow such garbage? You're a woman who would sell her soul for a coin. There's no way you'd surrender your estate. A self-centered, venomous creature like you doesn't deserve to be loved by anyone. You are the sole reason our father and mother are in their graves. Believe whatever fairy tale helps you sleep, but the truth doesn't magically become a lie just because you're too stubborn to accept it. Something's wrong. Is this even the same Lucino I grew up with? I realize why you've made me the villain of your story. It's a natural reflex when a sudden tragedy leaves nothing but a void of grief and loss for the survivors. It's as if a fundamental part of your world is incinerated. At first, it feels surreal, like a distant tragedy beyond the horizon. But when the wreckage grows too massive to ignore and life is permanently fractured, that is when the weight of true loss crushes you. The agony becomes so unbearable that you feel you might shatter. Sometimes, you just need a target for your blame. Eclipse snapped, cutting through her words. Hypocrite, you haven't the slightest clue what pain is. Oh, I know. I understand the trauma of losing everything precious at a tender age better than anyone on this earth. I understand it all too well. Eclipse felt a chill of suspicion. Something has fundamentally broken inside her. She isn't the sister I remember. He white-knuckled his fist. They say people change overnight when they face the end. Are you terminally ill or something? I heard this ailing bride act was just a ploy for the sham marriage. Is that the truth? About that... Eclipse is well aware that the original Lucino was a picture of health. If I slip up, Isaac will eventually sniff out the deception. I already fed Isaac that line about a childhood heart condition. I'm running out of moves. To be perfectly honest, a recent poisoning attempt nearly put me in the ground. It left me with severe complications, and I'm literally wasting away. I need to retreat to somewhere remote to survive. What are you talking about? That's why my time with Isaac is capped at 6 months. He believes it's a chronic heart issue, so I'd be eternally grateful if you kept your mouth shut. He roared, Lucino, why must you insist on barking my name? You're being incredibly rude, kid. What do you mean by poisoned? I collapsed recently after someone spiked my drink. Ever since that hit, my vitality has plummeted to the point where 400 steps is my absolute limit. Thank the heavens the system status bar stayed hidden. She pressed her advantage. That is precisely why Isaac is forced to carry me everywhere. Wait, what? Hold on a second. What kind of madness is this? I haven't heard a single whisper of this. Which absolute cur dared to lay a hand on you? Why was I kept in the dark? Speak! Well, didn't you abandon your home? You're being so loud. Lower your volume and speak slowly for heaven's sake. So, who is the culprit? Have they been dragged to the gallows? It was the head maid at the manor. She was so charming and devoted that I never expected her to be the one to plunge the knife in. She reflected sadly. Lucino truly adored that maid. She was one of the few rays of sunshine in Lucino's cold life. The original Lucino was stabbed in the back by the person she trusted most. She wondered, Just how desolate and lonely was her existence? Then what did you do with the traitor? Is she rotting in a dungeon? By the time I finally clawed my way back to consciousness, she had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Eclipse's face twisted into a dark scowl. The rumors about you were right. A system alert flashed, vitals dropping to 70% due to an aura of pure malice. Ugh, I need to vacate this area immediately. Anyway, that's all I have to say on the matter. She attempted to brush past him, but he cut her off. She dodged to the other side. I'm relieved to see you're still healthy enough to be a pest. He blocked her path once more. What now? I've satisfied your curiosity. I need to leave before I literally vomit. Out of my way, brat. And what was that nonsense about 400 steps? If I overexert myself, my heart begins to race and I collapse as if I'm severely anemic. It's happening right now, so move it. Ha! That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. He erupted into a fit of mocking laughter. How did you let yourself become so pathetic, Licino? Do you actually expect me to buy this? Are you really my sister? Crap, crap, crap. I can't let him realize I'm an imposter. I need to bail right now. Time to be shamelessly bold. She blurted out brilliantly, how can two people with such breathtaking faces exist in the same family? That bizarre compliment left him stunned and frozen. She didn't waste a second. Seriously, I've got to bolt now. Suddenly he roared, Why didn't you tell me? Licino froze, realizing, even with her soul gone, Licino's body still retains these tragic echoes. She glanced back and murmured, If you left anything behind, or if there's something you desire, take it. Huh? Something I left? Yes, I haven't touched a single thing. Your room remains exactly as you left it. At those words, Eclipse bit his lip in a pained silence. She turned and headed toward Isaac. Did I keep you waiting? Isaac didn't answer directly, asking tenderly, Is everything all right? Don't fret. It was just a few long overdue words between siblings. As Eclipse stood paralyzed by a whirlwind of emotions, he hissed, Damn it all. After the social gala concluded, the dynamic between Isaac and me settled into a polite but distant routine, lasting an entire uneventful week. Eventually I decided I must return to the manor. I must. Are you venturing out? I'll submit my report and escort you immediately. Wait, I don't want to make this a whole production. Just summon a carriage for me. The maid recalled the Duke's strict command. Her safety is paramount. She must never be left unmonitored. That was the master's decree. My neck is on the line. Please wait a moment while I arrange the escort. This is precisely why I needed to slip away while Isaac was occupied. He's micromanaged everything. If he discovers my secret errands, he'll be absolutely livid. If Isaac were here, it would be pure chaos. At least he'd recognize my intent, but I can't risk being caught. With that, I began my stealthy preparations. But as she stood, she stopped cold. 3 maids suddenly swarmed the room. We're here to style you. You're far too radiant to be hidden in such drab dresses. We are profoundly sorry, my lady. We only wish for your swift recovery. Ha! It's quite all right. Following that, my lady, is the new carpeting satisfactory? I am nothing if not an efficient butler. She thought, is this what walking on a cloud feels like? This level of service is insane. Are you certain you're stable? There is no need for concern. The manor is fully staffed. Please, have a safe journey. Within Isaac's domain, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. Isaac, you really are far too kind to me. Even the staff treats me like royalty. Incredible. I didn't drain a single HP during those preparations. Now, distractions aside, it's time to get down to business. No more games. Looking back, a sinister energy lingers at the old estate, one that chills me to the bone. The assassin knows Licino still draws breath. They won't just sit idly by. They're likely wondering why I haven't died yet. There is no way a maid who was treated well by Licino would strike on her own. Someone is pulling the strings from the shadows. This carriage is taking forever. Despite my fragile state, they shouldn't move this slowly. The only reason I'm returning to the site of the crime is to find that lead. Wait, why is this carriage moving at a snail's pace? The butler's smug face popped into her mind. It's all thanks to the meticulous care of Denver, your talented butler. As she crossed the threshold of her old home, a familiar voice rang out. Was the journey here uncomfortable in any way, my lady? Licino, my lady. You swore you would visit, yet you haven't graced us with your presence once. I was so dreadfully lonely. My apologies. It completely slipped my mind. You haven't forgotten me, surely. No, of course not. How could I? At that moment, the butler stepped forward. My lady, what brings you here without so much as a formal notice? She was stunned by his blatant, sparkling arrogance. Huh? What is the meaning of this attitude, She snapped. Do I now require permission to enter my own residence? What? That's not what I implied at all. Excellent. Produce every account book and legal document processed during my absence. Now. A few tense moments later in the study, Lucino asked, Is this all of them? Yes. She thought, let's see exactly how much this vulture has been skimming. Before she could even crack the ledger, his hand clamped down on the records. What do you think you're doing? This is no time to be obsessing over ledgers and budgets, my lady. That slave, Pan, that lazy wretch has been refusing to lift a finger. He vanishes the moment you're gone. I granted Pan his freedom. His whereabouts are no longer my concern. And what do you mean he's not working? He's the one who just drove me here. Meanwhile, Pan thought excitedly, I'll go see my lady Lucino the second I finish this. The butler stammered, But... He was desperately trying to block my audit. If this were the original Lucino, he'd be on his knees begging for mercy. I suppose I should go easy on him for now. I need to finish transferring the vital assets to Isaac as quickly as possible. He scrambled for an excuse. And furthermore, the young master has returned. Is that so? Likely just to collect his things. He acts as if I'm never coming back. No, in fact, he surveyed the estate once, and then only demanded files regarding the maid, Emily. What? Why would he want those? Who can say? He even berated me, insulting my honor for allowing the girl who poisoned you to escape. What on earth? Has he lost his mind? How can he act so casually when he knows his master was targeted? I told you the young master was becoming dangerously unstable. I believe allowing someone who is no longer a Lucino to meddle in family affairs is a grave oversight. And when exactly did I state that Eclipse was no longer family? But the young master's own letter said, he suddenly gasped, cutting himself off in terror. I don't recall granting you permission to rifle through my private correspondence. It was a complete accident, my lady. So you're claiming it was a mere mishap that you discovered a letter tucked inside my desk drawer and read it? Fascinating. Then let me interrogate you further. Why did you facilitate Emily's escape? I have no idea. Novin. Do you honestly believe I'm that oblivious? Did you pity Emily because of her years of service? Is that why you helped her abandon her master while she lay dying on the floor? When Lucino was fading after being poisoned, she heard voices. What the hell is happening? What have you done? Run, quickly, I'll handle this. I'll call a doctor later. Go. Thank you, Mr. Novin, thank you. Recalling that memory of Lucino's, I initially chose to ignore it as it wasn't my affair. I stayed silent despite knowing your betrayal, she said, her expression darkening. This time, you've gone too far. I'm done with your pathetic excuses. Vacate my manor immediately and never show your face again. You're dismissing me? No, I absolutely cannot accept this. Accept? Since when do I require your consent? You've been playing master of this house in my absence. You've impersonated nobility and even embezzled Lucino assets. You even conspired to help a maid assassinate her own mistress. So, which of those crimes do you find most compelling? I swear on my life I haven't touched a single coin. Still clinging to his lies even now? I'm not sure what came over me in that moment. Lucino's body acted on pure reflex, driving me to do something I'd never dreamed of. A thunderous slap resonated across his face. Instantly, the system pinged. Wrist fractured due to sudden blunt impact. Pain receptors have been localized and blocked. The pain is suppressed, but my HP is in freefall. HP, 700 over 1000 to 10. HP has plummeted to the critical 1/3 mark. Internal hemorrhaging will cause blood vomiting. She prayed silently. Please, not in front of him. He stammered, You can't do this to me, surely. You're the one who shouldn't have. Pack your rod and get out. I'll turn a blind eye to your theft if you vanish. My lady, get out of my sight forever. Before she could finish, crimson blood sprayed violently from her lips. He gasped in a panic. My lady, are you all right? Stay away from me, she thought bitterly. Novin has been a servant to the Lucinos since my sister was a mere child. He should have worn that mask of concern when Lucino was actually on her deathbed. Truly repulsive hypocrites. I'm telling you one last time. Leave. Now. But my lady, you're hemorrhaging. In that exact moment, Eclipse stormed in. Are you deaf? She told you to get lost. If you don't vanish this second, I'll make you crawl out on all fours. Lucino gasped Eclipse's name. while Novin stammered in terror. "Young master!" He scrambled away in a frantic retreat. "Goodbye, I'll leave gladly." Ungrateful parasite. Eclipse. "What brings you here? I thought you'd already finished your business at the manor." He stared at the blood staining her lips and commanded, "Drink this." She asked, taken aback, "What on earth is this?" He replied with a faint smirk, "An elixir rumored to purge all manner of disease." "A legendary elixir?" Suddenly he bellowed, "Sikyo!" "Huh?" A shimmering form materialized out of thin air. "So this is the elemental that has the whole capital talking?" A cranky voice rang out. "I'm exhausted. I'm going back to sleep. Don't you dare wake me again. Hey, what's the deal with her?" "Quiet. I'm drained because you forced me to brew that miracle cure, but I'm trying to introduce you to my sister. I'm going to report you for elemental labor exploitation." Ahem. Sikyo is a high-tier water elemental. She possesses potent healing properties. I commanded her to craft a tonic for you. That potion was distilled from the summit of the snowy mountains where the water's essence is purest. She breathed Eclipse's name, touched. Is he actually worried? "Do you understand? This is a priceless medicine. So wipe that stunned look off your face and drink it." She thought, if the real Licino were here, she'd be weeping with joy. But can it truly work? Even the Demon King couldn't mend this broken vessel. Is it possible for a water spirit to succeed where a god failed? Eclipse looked irritated as the spirit kept hovering around his head. Knock it off! It would be a miracle if, after drinking this, Licino's body be mended. I refuse to surrender to despair. Yet, I feel no change at all. Suddenly, Licino's physical vessel suffered a violent reaction. In the meantime, Eclipse snapped at his elemental. "Must you act so insolent in front of my sister?" "Excuse me? You dare lecture me after all I've endured? Well, your timing is impeccable. Take a good look at what your sister actually is." Licino, at that precise moment, the blood began to gush more ferociously. The sight left both of them paralyzed in absolute horror. Licino wondered vacantly, Why is there so much of it? Is this agonizing purge how the potion is supposed to work? Absolutely not. A heartbeat later, she collapsed with a sickening thud against the floor. "Sikyo! What's happening? Are you certain you brewed it correctly? Her condition is deteriorating." Sikyo, do something." "Close your mouth and remain silent for a single moment." The spirit hovered closer to Licino, scrutinizing her state. I knew it. She detected the truth. The elemental turned her gaze away. Eclipse demanded, "What is it, Sikyo? What did you find?" "The reality is, I blundered by signing a pact with a fool like you." "Are you brain dead? She was already deceased to begin with. No amount of miracle medicine can heal a corpse. Even my magic lacks the power to resurrect the dead. What kind of insane nonsense are you spouting?" "Watch your tone. My patience has limits, regardless of whether you claim to be my master or not. I was too exhausted to notice earlier, but she reeks of the grave. I cannot fathom how she walks and talks as if she's whole. You there, why not confess? Or must I personally prove that you're a walking ghost?" "Sikyo, if you utter one more word, I'll..." At that point, Licino finally found her voice. "Stand down, Eclipse. You need to hear what she has to say. Your temper always gets the better of you. Ask yourself, what am I? An elemental illusion?" Eclipse gritted his teeth, thinking, Can it be true? Sikyo has never once fed me a lie. Deception serves her no purpose, which means Licino really is... But it's physically impossible for a corpse to move and speak with such clarity. You're mistaken, you have to be. Stop being so dense. When I say she smells of death, I don't mean she's a rotting carcass. I mean her very soul radiates the stench of the void. I don't believe a word of it. Eclipse thought helplessly, I never imagined the secret would be dragged into the light like this. I can't maintain this charade with Eclipse any longer, but how much of the truth can he handle? Judging by the tainted scent of your blood, you've struck a bargain with a demon. Why don't you stop hiding behind masks and tell us the truth? Perceptive, I thought. Lies and excuses are useless weapons in a moment like this. She finally conceded, It's the truth. Ha! I should have known. I didn't expect my cover to be blown so soon. I don't know where to begin, but everything Sikyo claimed is the cold, hard truth. I died, and my physical form is gradually succumbing to decay. Precisely. I am never wrong. Eclipse, You're actually claiming that you're dead? I refuse to believe it. If you're dead, how can you stand here and breathe in front of me? You're just trying to manipulate me. As Eclipse's agitation spiked, she screamed internally, "Wait!" Suddenly, the system shrieked, "Danger! Lethal hazard!" You cannot endure the opponent's spiritual pressure. Body functions reduced to 50%. Syncope probability, 52%. Brain suffering abnormal trauma due to sudden psychic attack. Vision will blur. Duration, 9 minutes 42 seconds. Wrist fracture remains critical. Pain receptors blocked. Numbness persists, but HP will drain by half. Severe HP loss will induce nausea and hematemesis. Witnessing her hacking up blood, Eclipse shouted in a rage, "Drop the act! I didn't even exert that much pressure on you." "Yeah, but as I told you, my vessel is beyond fragile." "Then get to a clinic if you're that far gone. It's not like you lack the funds. Why are you so damn stubborn? Get to a doctor now." Rich, coming from the one making me bleed, she thought. Wait. The cathedral! Have you tried seeking the church? We'll beg the high priest for a miracle. But Sakeo cut in. Bad move. Divine intervention will only accelerate her decay. My vision is fading into a blur, but I can still hear the raw terror in his voice. "Do you see, Lucino? Eclipse doesn't hate you at all. Or we can petition the emperor. We'll have the royal physicians examine you immediately." He continued to call out to Lucino, his voice cracking with anxiety. "This is disastrous. I have to tell Eclipse the real truth before I lose consciousness." "Eclipse, what I'm about to confess will shatter you, but you must focus." The real Lucino Reno is gone forever. "I am not your sister." He clutched his throbbing head and recoiled in shock. "What?" I intended to bury this secret until the curtain fell, but fate has left me with no alternative. After being poisoned, the real Lucino summoned the Demon King and sealed a pact with her final breath. I am merely a wandering soul inhabiting Lucino's vessel to satisfy that contract. You refused to believe it, barking, "Have you truly lost your mind?" Sakeo interjected sharply. "Wait, did you just mention the Demon King?" I suspected it was a run-of-the-mill demon, but looking back, Lucino actually summoned the King of Hell himself. She must have been fueled by a bottomless grudge. A grudge? Your sister must have endured hellish torment to summon the Demon King just to trade her soul away. What are you implying? Exactly what I said. To summon the Demon King, one needs a soul-crushing grudge or agony so intense it transcends death. Few mortals ever actually manage to secure that meeting. The soul is the most sacred treasure a human owns. The reality is, if someone is willing to sacrifice their eternal essence, it proves just how desperate their final wish truly was. And in that regard, Lucino's case is hauntingly unique. So what happens to her soul now? Oh, for heaven's sake, do I have to spoon-feed you every detail? But I'll enlighten you since I'm a benevolent elemental. A soul sold to a demon is erased from the cycle of reincarnation. It is stripped of God's protection and eventually annihilated. However, your sister's fate depends on the Demon King's whims. He could easily grant her a new vessel and twist her into his mindless puppet. You see, the Demon King is known to have a rather insatiable appetite. Commonly, the Demon King would simply devour the soul. Human spirits are a gourmet delicacy to his kind. Hearing this, Eclipse's heart shrieked, "What? Gross, I despise him even more now." Well, that concludes my masterclass on soul contracts. You two feel free to finish your little heart-to-heart. Eclipse looks like the weight of the truth has finally crushed his denial. Oh, thank goodness. My vision is finally clearing up. But seeing him look so utterly shattered makes my guilt surge. She pressed on. So the Demon King required a proxy to replace. Lucino and finalized the terms of their agreement, and that proxy is me. The primary clause of the contract is to experience a blissful married life with the man she truly loved. According to the Demon King, Lucino's soul was already too fractured to be saved. Eclipse exploded. "Enough! Do you honestly expect me to swallow this delusional garbage?" Lucino is the type of woman who would crawl back from the depths of hell just to claim her revenge. She didn't love anyone, not even her own flesh and blood. She never treated me like a brother. I know I have no right to meddle, but I don't believe Lucino's heart was as cold as you think. Deep down, she yearned for you, and I'm certain she was haunted by regret before the end. This is the very letter I once wrote to her. Tears began to trace down Eclipse's cheeks. Damn it, Lucino. Why? Left alone in this cavernous manner, she must have realized there was no one left to hear her true voice. Lucino Reno was an aristocrat to her very marrow. She masked her emotions behind a wall of poise, embodying the perfect image of a high-born lady. She was elegant, breathtaking, and never once allowed a crack in her armor. She was the person I looked up to more than anyone. She wasn't the type to whisper secrets or show affection. She was incapable of uttering the kind of words you just said. And that smile, she never smiled like that. So the person standing before me right now truly isn't my sister, which means I've already lost her forever. Overwhelmed by this realization, he buried his face in his hands. Huh? What is this strange sensation? My heart is fluttering with a rhythmic warmth. It feels like pure joy. I see these must be Lucino's lingering emotions. Is this her sense of peace, knowing she finally mended the bridge between her and her brother? I wonder if my own family is grieving for me as deeply as he is for her. After a long silence, Eclipse finally looked up. He seemed to have regained some composure, but if I reveal I'm scheduled to die in 6 months, he'll completely break. I have to keep that hidden. She teased gently. Done crying? Honestly, his embarrassment is almost adorable. I apologize for seizing control of your family name without your permission, but I must fulfill this role to honor Lucino's final wish. I want her to find her peace. Eclipse muttered coldly, just let go of me. Right, he must be feeling a mess of emotions. Sorry, my bad. He slumped into a seat. Lucino ventured, Hey, Eclipse, can I still call you by your name? He snapped back irritably, What right do you have to be so informal while wearing my sister's face? Address me as Lord Eclipse Young Master or Viscount Canfy. Hearing his own formal titles, Eclipse barked, Just call me Eclipse, fine. Moments later, Eclipse was hunched over a chair, sorting through a mountain of papers. Since I'm reclaiming the manor, I'll be staying here. I'll keep a skeleton crew to maintain it, but I'm taking the essentials and all sensitive documents. It's a relief to see a true Reno taking charge. Lucino would be so proud to have a brother as responsible as you. Doubt it. She'd think I'm just a pathetic kid who can't handle anything. Can't you just take a compliment for once? Regardless, I'll have Isaac coordinate the transfer of the vital assets and ledgers from you. Yeah, whatever. Fortunately, he's here, yet he won't even spare me a glance. I suppose I can't blame him. After all, he just discovered a total stranger hijacked his sister's body and has been playing house for weeks. Despite my explanation, I doubt he cares for me. Honestly, why would he? Suddenly, she spoke up. Eclipse, consider me vanished from your life starting today. What? Now that the mask is off, there's no reason for us to cross paths. If we meet at some high society gala, just act like I'm a stranger. What are you even talking about? Besides, there's nothing left for me anyway. Why? Eclipse lunged forward and seized her hand with desperation. Why are you saying such heartless things, Lucino? She shrieked internally, Oh no, it's snapped! My arm is broken 1,000,000 times over, you reckless kid. Shoulder dislocated due to sudden physical stress. Wrist fracture persists. Pain receptors are suppressed. You are numb to the agony, but HP will still plummet by half. Severe HP loss will induce nausea and hematemesis. HP, 10/1010. I'm fading. I am definitely about to freaking black out. She struggled to project her voice. Eclipse, focus on my words. In a moment. I'm going to collapse. I'll look like a corpse, but I'm not dead yet, so don't you dare put me in a Lucino, what's happening? Swear you won't put me in a coffin. And don't you dare summon a priest. I'll pull through. With those final words, her world went dark. Eclipse let out a guttural scream. Lucino! Meanwhile, in another realm, who's there? Where am I? The Demon King's voice rumbled. You're dead, but your contract is far from complete. She mentally rolled her eyes. He looks even more decrepit than last time. She offered a dry excuse. That's because you stuck me in this fragile sunfish of a body. A sunfish? You know, that fish that belly ups over nothing. Basically, I'm a human sunfish. Sigh. I shouldn't have traumatized Eclipse like that. He's probably losing his mind with worry. The Demon King let out a booming laugh and asked, Aren't you planning to wake up? She replied with utter indifference. No, I'm taking a nap. Do you have any idea how draining it is to keep this broken vessel running? Playing pretend in front of everyone is more exhausting than you'd ever imagine. Phew! Finally, a moment of peace. You complain, yet you're actually performing remarkably well. He produced a shimmering gem. Observe. Then, he abruptly materialized right in her face in a bizarre contortion. She nearly jumped out of her skin. Finally, you're awake. Man, what a toxic boss. He won't let me rest for a second. Do you see the fractures on this gem beginning to mend? A fragment of Lisino's essence still lingers in that body. Once you fulfill her deepest desire, the remaining shards will return, and her soul will be whole again. He's just feeding me that line, so I keep slaving away at this contract. So, no vacation for me, huh? When do I get sent back? In exactly 1 hour. So, by this world's clock, I get dragged here every time I die? Precisely. And your physical state will only deteriorate. You'll be visiting me quite often. So this body doesn't even have an HP reset? I need to be incredibly paranoid. I can't afford to lose HP every time I take a step. On that note, there is something you should know. What is it? The truth about who murdered Lisino. I'm not talking about the maid. I mean the mastermind pulling her strings from the shadows. I suspect the culprit is hiding in plain sight. The Demon King's lips curled into a sinister grin. This is perfect. She felt a sudden jolt of surprise. What? Lisino yearns for a blissful, normal life with her beloved, but she also hungers for bloody retribution. Wait, are you saying you want me to juggle a revenge plot while maintaining this marriage? Indeed. 2 birds, 1 stone. Oh, I get it. Lisino locked eyes with him and asked, so what's the payoff for me? What are my benefits? Exactly. What's my cut after all this labor? You're more calculating than I gave you credit for. I just don't plan on getting scammed. Lisino's soul is slowly coalescing because this human soul is doing a spectacular job as her replacement. But right now, it's still just a collection of fragments. It took far too long to find a soul this wicked. I won't let it slip through my fingers. He seemed to drift into deep thought. After a heavy silence, he finally reached a verdict. Very well. I shall grant you 1 absolute wish upon your return to your original world. A wish? All right, then it's a deal. For instance, could you make me filthy rich? Or maybe the CEO of a global conglomerate? Even a first prize lottery ticket would do. Is it really all about the money? Fine. The new terms of our pact are sealed. She cheered. Yes, I've secured the contract. Suddenly, she stiffened. Wait, my physical form? The Demon King declared, it appears your time is up. I trust I won't have to tolerate your presence again after today. Like I actually wanted to be here. I'll do my best. There he goes with that arrogant face again. I swear, I wish I could give him a good smack. The moment consciousness returned, a chaotic uproar reached her. If you utter that nonsense one more time, I will slaughter you myself. He still couldn't fathom this reality. It felt like a fever dream. She vaguely realized, is that Eclipse screaming? Isaac. I can't force my eyes open, but, sir, we cannot delay the funeral proceedings any longer. What? A funeral? For whom? For me? What on earth are those two debating while I'm still alive and kicking? I have to signal to them that I'm still here. Come on, hands, move for me, Eclipse barked. It has been a full week, yet her body shows 0 signs of decay. Therefore, there will be no funeral. My sister explicitly forbade a priest or a coffin, and I intend to honor her words. Eclipse. He's actually calling me sister. I can't fail him while he's fighting for me. Move, please, just enough to prove I'm alive. She struggled to force a faint moan from her throat. Eclipse and Isaac whipped around simultaneously, crying out, Lisino! Sister! Lisino! Lisino? Are you all right? Summon a physician to this room immediately. At once, Lord Duke. Can you hear me? You've finally come back to us. That's Isaac's voice. I need to tell him I'm okay, but I lack the strength to even lift my eyelids. Is my state truly that dire? How did I end up so broken? The system interface flickered. HP 0. Vital signs unstable. Recovery duration 23 hours 57 minutes 17 seconds. What? You mean I have to lie here like a corpse for an entire day? This is pure torture. I'm basically a sunfish in a coma. I can't take this. I really can't. At that moment, Eclipse shouted with pure joy, her heart is finally beating again. Eclipse kept the faith and waited by my side for a grueling week. I suppose lying still for 1 more day is a small price to pay. I'll play the patient for a while. By the way, if Eclipse is clutching my right hand, then who is holding my left? A radiating warmth was surging from that grip. The following day. I'm relieved my HP replenished while I was out, but how do I navigate this awkward situation? To my right, I have the first handsome brooding guy. And to my left, the second handsome brooding guy. Why are both of them passed out like that? My motor functions have returned. It seems sleep really does fix everything. That warmth I felt through the night was coming from Isaac. Has he always been this protective? Still, I guess it's a win since I'm getting closer to fulfilling the contract's goals. Suddenly, Isaac stirred. Ah, you're awake. Good morning. Lord Isaac. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. Am I still trapped in a dream? As for me, death is nothing more than a natural shift where humans transition to another realm when their time here expires. That's all. I believed I was immune to the sting of death, but I was wrong. The moment I saw her cold, lifeless form, I thought my own heart had stopped. I don't comprehend why. After all, our bond is strictly contractual. Even now, that hasn't changed. But I couldn't bring myself to accept your passing. You even haunted my dreams. There, you woke up and smiled, saying, "Good morning." Lord Isaac. He reached out tentatively, his hand trembling as he touched her cheek. Am I still dreaming? Are you real? Did you see some spectral Licino wandering by? Maybe I should call the guards to chase her off. Why is he suddenly acting so sentimental? How long was I unconscious? Exactly 8 days. What? 8 days? But I was only over there for an hour. Does time flow differently between realms? My precious time. A 6-month limit was already tight. How could I waste 8 days acting like a zombie? I need to be hyper-vigilant with my HP from now on. If I can just... She stopped short. Huh? Isaac had swept her up into his arms without warning. She stammered. Lord Isaac. You've been away from our home for far too long. It is time for your return. Let's wait for Eclipse to wake. I need to say goodbye. Before she could finish, his expression darkened. She quickly corrected herself. Yes, let's go home. Wait, why is he looking so irritated again? You there. Notify the Viscount Canfey that his sister has awakened and I am escorting my lady home. Yes, my Lord Duke. The maid watched them leave, her face a mask of total bewilderment. He addressed the young lady as Madam and even carried her bridal style. Licino thought, I bet the rumors will say we're a pair of inseparable lovebirds. Following that, a heavy, suffocating silence filled the interior of the carriage. Licino mused that he simply enjoyed carrying her like that, didn't he? Suddenly, he broke the silence, making her jump. I received word that you were poisoned. She reflexively averted her gaze. I have no idea what you're talking about. I heard it directly from Viscount Canfey. He revealed you have no heart condition and that your health collapsed after the poisoning. Eclipse that little traitor. I specifically warned you to keep Isaac in the dark and you fooled immediately? An image of Eclipse flashed by, sighing, as if I had any other choice. Your silence is a confession then. She scrambled for damage control. Should I claim Eclipse was confused? No, that's a transparent lie. Isaac isn't naive enough to buy that, so what's my move? Oh, God. He exhaled a weary sigh and declared, From this moment on, you are strictly forbidden from leaving the estate without my express consent or a full escort. What? Wait, Lord Isaac, don't you find that a bit excessive? Your opinion is irrelevant. If you are ever put in such peril again, I will... What? Is it possible that he's actually worried about me? He asked with a hint of hesitation, Do you have anything you wish to say to me? I see. He's irritated because of the contract terms. I apologize for concealing the poisoning, but I won't die while our contract is active, so your concerns are unnecessary. That wasn't my point. Then what is it? Are you truly worried about me? Do I really have to spell it out for you? Of course I am concerned. Is he genuinely losing sleep over my well-being? Old memories surged back. You're a high schooler now. Handle it yourself. Who cares if you're sick? Just sleep it off. A hospital? Like we can afford that. Before I woke up in this world, nobody had ever truly cared. She bowed her head, overwhelmed by emotion. Thank you, Lord Isaac. He watched her with a pensive look. You truly are an enigmatic woman. Me? Why do you say I'm strange? Forget I said anything. At that moment, the coachman announced, Lord Duke, we have arrived at the estate. He extended his hand toward her. Then, let's go. Let's head home, Licino. She caught his slight smile and thought, for some reason. He looks genuinely happy. She stepped out of the carriage with bird nest hair, a thin nightgown, and completely bare feet. Panic finally set in as she shrieked, Wait! Have I looked like this whole time? Nightgown and barefoot? Why didn't you warn me sooner, Isaac? Is it not standard to forgo slippers while sleeping? Come to think of it, Isaac hasn't let me touch the ground since I woke up. Besides, I'm carrying you, so what's the issue? The issue is I'm practically in my underwear. It's a huge problem. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention to your attire. Unbelievable. I didn't even notice it myself. He hoisted her back up. If it bothers you that much, I'll order every servant to avert their eyes. I don't have the stamina to argue. I just want to get inside and collapse. He glanced at the butler. Command everyone to close their eyes. The butler replied with a helpless sigh. Lord Duke. The system's chime resonated in her head. She startled, crying out, That sound! No way! Ding. Critical hunger. Time since last meal. 26 hours, 17 minutes, 54 seconds. 50 HP will drain every minute starting now. This is a final warning. Good luck surviving. What? Are you kidding me? Did the Demon King have to be that dramatic? Wait, that's not the point. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Denver! I'll give you 24 minutes. No, forget that. Bring me food as fast as humanly possible. Do you hear me? You too. Isaac, move faster. All right, calm down. Every minute I lose 50 HP? What if my heart stops before the appetizer arrives? But Isaac simply carried her straight back to their private chambers. Good grief, you should have dropped me in the dining hall if I'm starving. This is agonizing. Since Denver saw us heading for the bedroom, he'll bring the feast directly to us. She marveled silently, truly a man of status and efficiency. But why have you kept me in the dark until now? In the dark about what? Are you still dwelling on the poisoning incident? But what does Isaac have to do with that mess? Dragging him in will only complicate things. So, you really don't need to stress over it. Upon hearing that, his expression turned noticeably gloomy. You swore to fulfill your duties as my wife, yet every time you're in danger. You keep me completely locked out. She thought helplessly, but it really has nothing to do with him. Why the long face? Is he actually sulking? No way. Would this perfect gentleman really pout? Lord, do you feel I'm neglecting my roles? Is there some specific task we need to do? Don't worry, I can handle a ballroom. That isn't what I'm talking about. Why won't you just lean on me for once? Caught off guard by his intensity, she scrambled to clarify. I only claimed it didn't involve you because I'm used to handling my own messes. Besides, look at me. I can attend tea parties or galas in a carriage, and I'm planning to expand my social circle. He looked restless, his worry deepening. Expand your circle? Yes, I need to fix my tarnished reputation. The poisoning is separate from this political arrangement. It's a private matter between me and the Demon King. I can't let Isaac get caught in the crossfire. Masking her thoughts, she said, If you want the tiger's cub, you have to enter the den. I'm going back to flush out the culprit. Who? The words slipped out before she could stop them. Seeing his brows knit together with a sudden, murderous aura, she thought frantically, Damn it, how do I spin this? Wait, what's that shifting behind Isaac? The system chimed. Cognitive functions stalling due to extreme malnutrition. Hunger pangs suppressed, but HP is plummeting. Vision blurring. Talk about impeccable timing. In an instant, Isaac's silhouette in front of her began to dissolve into a blur. You're saying the maid at the Reno Manor wasn't the mastermind? Then who the hell is pulling the strings? My sight. I need calories, and I need them now. Yes, but that is the least of our concerns right now. He suddenly lunged and seized her hand. It is the only concern. Licino, start valuing your own life. If not for yourself, then for those of us forced to watch you wither. The raw weight of his words made her heart skip a violent beat. He leaned in, asking, What's wrong? No, nothing. Even with my vision failing, he still knows exactly how to make my pulse race. Is this why the original Licino was so head over heels for Isaac? He's furious because he genuinely cares, and it fills me with a strange warmth. But are these my feelings or the ghost of Licino? There's no time for an existential crisis. I'm hitting the red zone. She pleaded, her voice trembling. Isaac, can we finish this later? I'm starving. I'm sure the staff is bringing the food up as we speak. No, I need to eat this second. Anything. Bread, fruit, whatever. I refuse to be stuck in bed for another week. Please, Isaac, I'm begging you. The Demon King would have a field day if, hours after waking up, I ended up back in his realm because I missed lunch. Isaac froze, taken aback by her desperation. He turned toward the door. Fine, don't move. The heavy door clicked shut. Licino sat in the oppressive silence, her mind racing. The echo of the door confirmed it. Isaac had gone to fetch help. Now the world was a void of total darkness. It's so quiet. The silence made her feel utterly abandoned in the dark. She white-knuckled the fabric of the blanket. I'm terrified. Isaac, please come back. Suddenly, the floorboards creaked. She called out, her voice bright with hope. Isaac, is that you? Silence. Why isn't he answering me? Is it someone else? Denver? One of the maids? No, that's impossible. No one would dare infiltrate the Duke's personal chambers. But if it isn't an assassin, why the silence? What if someone truly is here to finish me off? Why am I remembering my past traumas now of all times? She felt a phantom hand reaching through the dark. She let out a terrified shriek, causing Isaac to recoil. He spoke quickly. Licino, can you not see me? He realized the moment he stepped back inside. Licino is in a bad way. She's actually shaking. That's pure, unadulterated fear. But why? Licino? Look at me. Can you see me at all? That voice. She let out a shaky breath. It's Isaac. I think it's a side effect of the poison. Also, please tell me you have food. Side effects? Will your sight return? I know you have 1,000 questions, but can you please let me eat first? A minute ago, I was a panicked mess, but now, she whispered, I'm sure I'll see again. What do you mean, surely? Is that a yes or a no? Is this just a guess? Why is he interrogating me? Does he think I'm lying? Are you being vague because you're unsure, or because you're hiding the truth from me? He thinks I don't trust him enough to tell him the reality? It's not that. I honestly don't fully grasp what's happening to my body either, but I swear I'll explain everything later. A husband and wife shouldn't have secrets, right? But there are things I simply can't utter. Moments ago, the fear was so thick I couldn't breathe, but knowing Isaac is here makes the panic vanish and makes the lies flow so much easier. She explained, it's a rare occurrence. My vision just cuts out sometimes and then flickers back, usually when I skip a meal. It must be the hunger. I'll see again once I eat. Probably. So you're telling me this complication triggers every single time you're hungry? Exactly. As long as I'm well fed, I'll be perfectly fine. Does that sound too ridiculous? Is the lie too thin? I see. No wonder you were so obsessed with eating. That blunt honesty is almost charming. And I'm sorry. It's okay. Just let me eat. The kitchen is still prepping the main course, so I just grabbed soup and bread. Start with this. He cut himself off mid-sentence. He cut himself. She's temporarily lost her sight, and the soup is still scalding hot. Open up. I'll feed you. What? But how do you expect to eat when you can't even see the spoon? Fair point. So he meticulously fed her, spoon by spoon. Easy now, it's still quite hot. She mused, I suppose I'll just have to let him have his way. I've finally cheated death. This is no time to be dying of embarrassment. Witnessing her expression, he smirked and asked, how are you so incredibly calm when you're facing the possibility of permanent blindness? Is he still spiraling over that? Licino's body functions more like a glitchy game avatar than a human one. I know I'll recover the second I eat, but he seems far more panicked than I am. She smiled and teased, well then, perhaps if that happens, I'll just have to depend on this husband of mine forever. Isaac's hand froze instantly in midair. She sensed the sudden, heavy silence and grew flustered. Oh, I was only joking. Was that too much? I'm actually quite enjoying myself, though. I can't see his face, so I have no clue if he's offended or just stunned. As he opened his mouth to respond, she quickly reassured him, Isaac, you really needn't worry. Once our pact concludes, I'll vanish from this place forever. That was the deal, right? So don't take my teasing to heart. He reflexively countered, that's not what Great. I can't even read his facial expressions right now. It's beyond frustrating, but my priority is to eat until my vision flickers back on. I'll overthink it later. She looked up with wide, pleading eyes. Can I finish the rest of the soup? Right now? Fine. He thought to himself, it's literally like feeding a hungry little chick. Once our pact concludes, I'll vanish from this place. That isn't what's bothering me. The way she draws such a hard line between us, that's what stings. But why? I don't think I actually mind taking care of her. What if I just kept her locked away where she couldn't run or get hurt? If I did that, she'd have no choice but to rely on me for everything. He suddenly recoiled at his own thoughts. What the hell am I thinking? I only have to maintain this pact for 6 more months. These impulses are just fleeting. I have to stay focused. I can't lose my composure over her. She spoke up, shattering Isaac's dark train of thought. This is absolutely divine. My sight is still blurry, but the hunger is fading. The status window hasn't popped up yet. I'll have the staff bring up the main course. She beamed and replied, Thank you, my lord. He paused for a beat, then lowered his gaze and muttered under his breath, It seems I'm putting in all this effort for nothing. He played out a scenario in his head. Just hypothetically, all right? If I truly had feelings for you, would you actually choose to stay married to me? She answered without a second's hesitation, No. Because this is strictly a business arrangement, and once it expires, this marriage is officially over. Licino, how can you be so certain of that? But even if I asked, you'd never give me a real answer. I'm just glad you can't see the look on my face right now. The decadent feast was finally ready for serving. Isaac swept her up and carried her down to the grand dining hall. He gently settled her into her seat. Wow, my vision isn't 100% yet, but even through the haze, this spread looks magnificent. Isaac told the staff, "You may leave us." They whipped this up in under an hour? Major props to the kitchen. All right then, which delicacy would you like to try first? Lord Isaac, do you seriously intend to keep feeding me? You still can't see the plate, can you? Valid point, but this is getting mortifyingly domestic. I'm pretty sure I can manage on my own now. I've got the layout memorized. I see. How fortunate for you. What was that tone? I can't quite tell what he's thinking. But he definitely sounded a little disappointed. Licino, do you honestly believe you can handle this whole investigation solo? We're talking about the person who literally poisoned you. Hunting the culprit alone is suicide. I'll be extremely careful. Once I'm back on my feet, I'm going to start accepting every tea party and ball invitation. I promise to call for backup if things get hairy. Isaac mused. If I forbid her, she'll just sneak out behind my back. With a sigh, he relented. I'm hiring a personal bodyguard. You are not to step outside alone. A bodyguard? But that sounds like such a hassle. No, wait. Since Licino is high-ranking nobility, having a shadow is actually standard procedure. True. She's got targets on her back, so having some extra muscle around would actually make my life a lot easier. She questioned, but will he just hover around in full plate armor? That's a bit excessive. Is that your only concern? I'll instruct him to wear more discreet attire. He exhaled a weary sigh. Honestly. She fell silent for a beat. Then she ventured, Lord Isaac, are you genuinely worried about me? He hesitated for a fraction of a second before confessing. That's right. Stunned, she thought, no way. Suddenly, the words spilled out, I want us to part ways while we still have smiles on our faces. What on earth are you talking about? I'm talking about when the contract expires. So let's play our parts perfectly and commit to the romance we agreed upon. I don't understand why you're so obsessed with the end. Our life together has only just begun. I'm just terrified that my feelings will blur the lines until I can't let go. I keep bringing it up to remind myself to stay grounded, because your kindness makes me, the real me, not Licino, fall for you. I can't bring ruin to the man I love. So I have to be the one to draw a definitive line. Just as Isaac was about to retort, she abruptly pivoted the conversation. Wow, this salad is heavenly. Our chef truly lives up to his legendary reputation. She hasn't even touched the greens, yet she claims they're delicious. You could have just asked for help. You're such a klutz, Licino. Both you and I are complete fools. Later that day, a stack of correspondence was laid out on the table. Licino sifted through them, asking, Is this the extent of the invitations I've received? Yes. Yes, madam, she thought grimly. I knew Licino was a pariah among the elite. But this is pathetic, the servant added, trembling with fear. It's the truth. I wouldn't dare tamper with or withhold even a single envelope. It's not like I'm going to devour her, so why is she shaking like a leaf? Come to think of it, I don't recognize her. I should probably tell her I'm not a monster. It's been ages since I've seen someone this petrified of me. Then again, why bother? I'll just let her go. Dismissing the thought, she said, You're dismissed. Yes, madam. Thank the gods I'm finally out of there. Licino sat there, a hollow smile playing on her lips. No wonder it's so difficult for me to secure a social invitation. I'm aware Licino avoided the spotlight, but this lack of outreach won't help me track down the culprit at all. To make matters worse, there isn't a single sender's name or return address to be found. Suddenly, an object slid out from one of the envelopes. She gasped, whispering, Black hair? The letter's contents were vile. You are a monster who plagues the people. Stay away from the Duke and learn your place. Be gone. Is this how they send threats in this world? The red ink isn't even convincing as blood. Wait, are the other invitations like this too? Rot in hell, you devil's spawn. You are a stain upon our nobility. Finally, there were pages covered in the word die over and over. Die, she thought dejectedly. 6 out of 10 letters are literal death threats. Oh, Licino Reno. You certainly have a dedicated fan club of haters. Can I even find the person who poisoned her? This feels like a wild goose chase. I'm starting to lose my grip on this. 10 letters arrived for Licino. 6 were nothing but venomous curses. Of the remaining 4, 2 were strictly mundane business matters. Essentially, there was 0 actual social life to speak of. If this keeps up, the culprit will stay in the shadows forever. I'm not even sure I can break back into society like this. Maybe I should suggest that Isaac host a gala. If the culprit shows their face, I'll drag them into the light no matter what. But it can't be that simple. What am I even thinking? I need to torch these before Isaac sees them. Suddenly, the letters slipped from her grasp and hit the floor. Oh, for heaven's sake! The stress just keeps piling up. Damn it. Warning. High stress detected from prolonged exposure to hostile content. She felt a chill as she retrieved the lock of black hair. I'm exhausted. Nothing is going according to plan. Huh? What's that over there? The maid must have dropped one earlier. I'm not sure if I should call this a stroke of luck or a curse. Contrary to my hopes, the contents were more of the same bile. If you don't stay dead, I'll kill you again and again until you rot. You filthy witch! How dare you masquerade as human? Her head throbbed. This is different from the others. The raw, concentrated hatred practically vibrates off the parchment. If you don't stay dead, this is the one. This is the person who nearly ended Licino. They penned this. I'd bet anything they sent it right after seeing her survive the last party. I knew it. This predator is stalking Licino's every move, and the sender is... What was I thinking? They obviously wouldn't sign their name to a confession. Should I commission an investigation to unmask the sender? But who would I even... She suddenly recalled Pan's vow. I would do anything for you, master. No, I can't drag that boy into a game this perilous. Still, come to think of it, Pan has been off the radar for a while. The last glimpse I had was when he stepped off the carriage. Right, I completely lost track of him after the Reno estate sale, but I still can't. If Pan hasn't surfaced here, it means he's finally tasting freedom. No news is good news. It means he's safe. But he was so fiercely loyal. I can't just cut him out of my life like he's nothing. The guilt, the endless worries, it's absolutely draining. Why was the culprit so hell-bent on erasing Licino? Just petty spite? No, you don't commit murder over a grudge. I wonder what really happened. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed. She jumped and called out, "Give me a moment!" I need to stash this hair and these toxic letters immediately. So clumsy. Is the fatigue setting in because my HP is tanking? She asked the maid. What is it? Has something happened? Oh, not at all, madam. We simply wanted to ensure you were holding up well. I actually feel at ease with these girls. They don't look at me like I'm a monster. Yet, I feel like an imposter in this skin. The maid asked, Madam, is your chest tight? Are you suffering from those uncontrollable coughing fits? What on earth? Why? Madam, you don't have to carry this burden in secret anymore. Word has spread that your heart falters just from the strain of breathing. We even heard about your bouts of sudden blindness. No, wait. I heard both her eyes and her heart could simply stop at any second. Good grief. Seriously? She thought dryly. If my heart stops, I'm literally dead, ladies. She played dumb and said, I haven't the slightest clue what you two are rambling about. They stepped closer, gently taking her hands. Madam, there is no shame in being fragile. She screamed internally, Oh my God, Isaac! What kind of tragic melodrama did you feed them? An image of him flashed in her mind, retorting, Well, I didn't exactly lie. I am perfectly, vibrantly fine right now. You two need to take a breath and calm down. Of course, madam. We shall attend to your every need with the utmost care. All right. Thank you. Truly. This sudden wave of genuine concern is actually touching. Madam, do you intend to make an appearance at a tea party? Yes, it's high time I started navigating the social shark tank again. That's marvelous news. If you have the strength for parties, it means you're healthy enough for a vigorous married life with the Duke. Exactly. Might we ask who has summoned you? First, there is an invite from Countess Tira, and the second is from Marquis Summer. These were likely sent to every noble in the capital as a mere formality. But Marquis Summer, who is he? He's a total blank in Licino's memories. I never encountered him in my past life either, unless those specific memories are just gone. Regardless, I can't be in two places at once. Which path should I take? Suddenly, the maid's eyes began to shimmer. She blinked, wondering, what's with the faces? Madam! Did you honestly receive a personal invitation from Marquis Summer? Yes. Is he some kind of celebrity? Beyond that, he's legendary for his heart-stopping beauty. He wears a mask specifically to stop women from swooning in his wake. I see. Furthermore, the Tun knows him as the Emperor of the Night. The Emperor of what exactly? The Night! The Emperor of the Night, madam. For a man like him to invite you, is nothing short of a miracle. She shivered, thinking to herself, and that is exactly why I've decided to decline every invitation from the Emperor of the Night. Madam, are you truly snubbing Marquis Summer? But he's the Emperor of the Night. He glows like moonlight. He's so ethereal, he puts the sun to shame. The Emperor of the Night, he's absolutely dazzling. He's unmistakable even behind that mask. So why on earth would you say no? Are these girls for real right now? Listen, if you two keep throwing the word emperor around so recklessly, you'll find yourselves charged with high treason. Stop this nonsense immediately. The two shared a knowing look. Oh, right, true, but His Majesty himself gave the Marquis that nickname. She muttered under her breath. What kind of chaotic world is this? Well, thanks for the trivia on the Night Emperor. Please toss this in the trash for me. You're really not going? But this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. What a tragic waste. She pondered. Why would a man of his stature reach out to someone like Licino? The letter gave no clue if it was courtesy or hidden business. Given Licino's notorious reputation, there's a strong chance Marquis Summer invited her just to use her as a punchline. It's highly suspicious for a man like that to seek friendship with a social pariah like Licino. Suddenly, the maid began frantically smoothing out the crumpled invitation. She stammered, I was just... Licino sighed, thinking, it seems she's more invested in my social life than I am. How precious. She wondered aloud, is she someone I've overlooked? A fresh face among the staff? Yes, my lady. We just onboarded 3 new servants. It was by the Duke's personal decree. He insisted on more hands to cater to your every whim. It's quite the shock. Normally he's indifferent to such details. He clearly treasures you. She tilted her head down, a shadow crossing her face. He really shouldn't have bothered. After all, once the contract expires, these people will just be out of a job. His voice echoed in her mind. I don't understand why you keep fixating on the end. But this isn't exactly a choice I get to make. In 6 months, I'm a ghost. Until then, I don't want to leave him with a heart full of loneliness or scars. The maid's voice snapped her back. Madam? Why have you suddenly gone so quiet? Are you feeling unwell, my lady? I'm perfectly fine. You're dismissed. I need a moment of peace. Please summon us the instant you need anything. My thanks. Since when did I become so invested in everyone else's feelings? It's all that Marquis' fault. Emperor of the Night, honestly, sounds like a cringy trope from a decade-old novel. She retrieved the invitation, eyeing it curiously. Though, if I'm being real, my curiosity is piqued. It would be beyond awkward to grill Isaac about this guy. Maybe I should ask Eclipse. Come to think of it, ever since Eclipse vanished from the Reno estate, it's been total radio silence. I hope the kid is okay. I'm just relieved he hasn't stormed in yet, screaming, How dare you ghost me like that, Licino? Her mind became a chaotic storm. The poison, the invites, Eclipse, the Demon King, the Night Emperor, Isaac. She threw her head back and vented to the ceiling. Too much drama for one brain. Suddenly, Isaac's silhouette loomed behind her. Is that why you look like a walking corpse? She froze, her heart stopping before she shrieked. Isaac, how long have you been lurking there? Not long. I knocked repeatedly, but you were clearly in another dimension. I was so deep in thought I completely tuned him out. What's troubling you? Nothing at all. Wait, shouldn't you be at the office? Why are you home in the middle of the day? I was thinking, about what? I want you to be examined by a royal physician I trust. His expertise is unmatched. I'm certain he can pinpoint exactly what's draining your life force. He ditched his ducal duties just to tell me that? What a total slacker. I can't even. But his eyes tell me he's dead serious. I assume this doctor is some kind of medical prodigy. If he has your seal of approval. But Isaac, if I'm being honest, I want my condition kept under lock and key. There's no promise he'll find a cure for something so unique to me. I can't afford to show any vulnerability, no matter how minor. Vulnerability? Unlike you, who is worshipped and adored, I'm walking through a literal minefield of enemies. Half the ton would throw a festival if they heard I was at death's door. What are you talking about, eh? I can't even fathom the sheer amount of venom that would be hurled my way if my weakness became public knowledge. He stood there, visibly rattled by her words. It must be those damn letters that have her so on edge. She thought bitterly, the hate mail is a heavy enough load. I don't need the whole world circling like vultures. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened on something nearby. He lunged for the letters scattered on the table, making her yelp in a total panic. Isaac! Wait, don't look. Too late. He was already scanning the vitriol. I'm a goner. I swore I'd disposed of all that trash. Isaac's aura turned frigid, his voice dropping to a murderous octave. Who dares? My lord! Lord Isaac, I can explain everything. Wait, if his killing intent keeps rising, I'm toasted. Warning. Unable to resist the overwhelming pressure, physical stability dropping to 70%. Typical. I really don't want to pass out from a panic attack right now. She desperately cupped his face with both hands. Lord Isaac, breathe. Look at me. I'm okay. I can't stand it when you're this angry. And I'd prefer not to die twice in 1 week. I really, truly hate it when you lose your temper like this. I hate it, hate it, hate it, Isaac went still, whispering the word, hate. Her fingers began to tremble against his skin. He gently covered her hands with his voice softening to a whisper. Lucino, forgive me. Please, don't be terrified. Fear is a poison all its own. You're not actually mad at me, right? That was way too close for comfort. Why is he apologizing so intensely? And since when did we lose all personal space? He fumbled for an excuse. It's just, if my temper triggered another collapse, She cut him off. I'm fine, really. My heart is steady. Also, Isaac, you're breathing on me. He recoiled instantly, his face flushing as he stammered, I was only checking to see if you were running a fever. Phew. Disaster averted. Suddenly, his entire face turned a vivid shade of crimson. Licino? She inquired in a hushed tone, Are you occupied today? Aside from burning through some paperwork. No, I'm entirely at your disposal. In that case, shall we go on a date? A date? Precisely, a date. I absolutely cannot let him fixate on those vile letters anymore. I have to find a way to shift his focus. He chuckled, his voice laced with teasing. With that fragile constitution of yours? What's wrong with my constitution? Though, it's true I'm basically built like glass. A tragic, high-maintenance sunfish. I think a stroll somewhere nearby would be perfect. Are we really doing this? Before she could blink, he swept her off her feet. I never said no, but you certainly implied it. Then I suppose I must honor the request of my darling wife. He truly is a top-tier husband. Can we change clothes first? Wait, is this my nightgown? A few moments later, she called out with a forced, awkward smile, Lord Isaac. He immediately countered, What is it? This is not exactly what I envisioned when I suggested we go on a date. But the air is biting outside. It's vital you stay insulated. But I look utterly ridiculous. What kind of date is this? You could have just let me wear a parka. Bundling me like this makes it impossible to even move. Will you give me your blessing to hunt them down? Hunt who? The vermin who wrote those letters. In the end, being wrapped up like a human cocoon didn't settle anything. Ugh, why did you have to circle back to that? It's fine. They only have the guts to send ink. They lack the nerve for real action. Nerve? Yeah, they're spineless. He gets the concept of a date but doesn't understand cowardice? But it's all thanks to my magnificent husband. Honestly, half those threats were targeted at me because of you. For them to dare threaten a duchess is an unforgivable transgression. Please recognize your own worth, Licino. I must uncover the cowards who wrote those letters, then I'll dismantle their families and exile them from this realm forever. Once I'm through with them, they'll never dare breathe your name again. Don't try to stop me. Isaac, please. Good grief. I'll have a breakdown if he keeps this up. Isaac, look over there. Look at that. Her eyes shimmered as she cried out in genuine awe. Wow, I had no idea that such a breathtaking view existed right behind the manor. I've lived here for so long, too. He gazed at her with an intense, unreadable look before suddenly asking, Lucino, you mentioned you'd embark on a journey once the contract concludes? That's the plan. How long do you intend to be gone? Indefinitely, I suppose? Have you picked a destination? No, sir. What's gotten into him today? Am I acting out of character? Are you worried I'll breach some fine print in our deal? What? Relax. I won't demand the Reno Manor back. You'll never have to lay eyes on me again once I depart. I guess I can't blame him for being skeptical given Licino's infamous track record. But this lack of trust still stings. Suddenly he blurted out, Licino, do you truly love me? She froze, her inner voice screaming in shock. What on earth? If you genuinely love me, why haven't you considered staying by my side for eternity? Lord Isaac, do you... Love me? See, that's exactly what I mean. I realize I have no right to ask this, especially since I forced this marriage on you, but I don't want our union to be a source of misery for you. As long as you uphold your end, I will vanish from here without a single look back, so Lord Isaac, stop stressing. I have never once stressed over that. Thank the stars. Even though I sounded so cold, my pulse is racing just from being cradled in his arms. The original Licino must have been head over heels for him. The breeze is so chilly. Slowly, she let her eyelids flutter shut and drifted off. Before she even realized it, Isaac was staring at her intently, his gaze completely locked. It feels so warm and cozy, just like last time. But wait, wasn't I supposed to be on a date with Isaac? Isaac whispered, "Are you finally awake?" Her eyes snapped open in sheer panic as she scrambled to sit up. I passed out? Just like that? Did I sleep through the entire date? Yes, like a corpse. How could I let myself snooze in the middle of a date? I'm such a disaster. Then why didn't you carry me back to the manor? It's pitch black out. You were resting so peacefully. I didn't want to make a sound and disturb you. Was that really necessary? She turned to argue but stopped dead. Isn't that your coat, Isaac? Why is it covered in dirt? Don't tell me you tossed it on the ground. I already had a blanket. You didn't need to sacrifice your coat. It's fine. I have a billion other coats back at the house. That is totally not the point. Could he not have just laid me down? Since I was already a human burrito in that blanket. But knowing his stubbornness, I guess this is just his style. She slumped back dejectedly, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. Licino, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I turned myself into a human cocoon on our very first outing, wasted the whole evening sleeping, and even ruined your expensive coat. Calling this a date is a massive stretch. Isaac simply maintained his intense, unwavering gaze on her. I bet that smug demon king is gonna roast me for this. Napping in the middle of a date? Are you actually brain dead? Suddenly, Isaac leaned in closer. Then, if I kiss you, would this officially count as a date? She mused, her mind going blank. Wait, what? But her lips instinctively tilted upward, anticipating the touch of his kiss. A faint, enigmatic smile played on Isaac's lips. When you demanded I perform my marital duties according to our contract, you were so bold and decisive. But look at you now. The more I peel back the layers of your personality, the more captivating you become. With those words, he softly pressed his lips against hers. He murmured against her skin, "Does this feel like a date yet? Or do you require more convincing?" She bolted upright in a heartbeat. "It's enough, more than enough. Get it together, Licino. I know I'm over the moon, but it's not like that was my first kiss ever. I shouldn't be acting like a flustered teenager. If a simple peck sends my heart into such a frenzy, how am I going to survive what comes next?" The system interface flickered. Warning, your heart is severely compromised. 5 HP will be drained every 10 seconds starting now. Are you serious? Damn that sadistic demon king and his twisted games? Okay, deep breaths. If I kick the bucket again, I'm going to have to face that old man once more. Isaac interrupted her spiral. What are you doing? I'm about to flatline. Just practicing my deep breathing. And why is that? Because you just made my heart do backflips. I honestly don't know how to handle this body. Before she could finish, she cut herself off. Isaac swept her up into his arms and declared, "We are heading home this instant." Wait, hold on. Does Isaac think I'm having a literal heart attack? Oh boy. At this rate, he'll summon every specialist in the Empire. Look at that terrifyingly serious expression. No, Isaac. I'm actually thrilled. That kiss made my heart race because I enjoyed it so much. Is that so? This is so mortifying. I could just shrivel up and die. The night sky was silent, carrying only the echoes of their voices. Do you truly enjoy it? I always get the sense that your words carry a hidden weight beyond just saying you like something. What? Is he starting to suspect the truth? It's simply because I'm not accustomed to being vulnerable with my emotions. It seems you're not particularly skilled at navigating these feelings, are you? Clearly not. I was always on my own, so I never allowed myself the luxury of showing weakness. She thought, I've never had the chance to let my guard down like this. The world was never gentle after I left home to survive on my own. Society is crawling with creeps leering at girls like me. I knew the second I showed a crack in my armor, they'd swarm me like hyenas. I couldn't afford to be soft. I had to build a fortress so no one could exploit me. Come to think of it, I don't have a single happy memory from that world, so why am I so desperate to return? Suddenly, Isaac's voice shattered her daydream. What do you mean by alone? I meant that I've always been a bit of a loner. I'm a difficult person to truly know, that's all. I'm losing it. Why did I let a slip about my past life escape? It must be because Isaac makes me feel so safe. I just want to believe this whole experience is a beautiful, fleeting dream. A dream where I can finally learn to like the person I am. A simple, temporary escape. Is that why I find myself opening up to him more and more every day? Later that night, at the ducal manor, Isaac was sequestered in his office, joined only by the butler. His gaze drifted repeatedly to the clock ticking on his desk. Abruptly, he stood up and said, "I'll review the remaining files in my chambers and return them by dawn." "My lord, if exhaustion is setting in, you should truly rest." "I'm not tired." He had finally retreated to his room as the clock struck midnight. And yet, he can't stop checking the time. I wonder what's troubling him. The butler watched him intently, then a knowing look crossed his face. "Oh my. Forgive me, your grace. I momentarily forgot you are a newlywed." "It isn't what you're implying." "Of course, I completely understand." "No, you clearly don't understand at all." Meanwhile, Lucino was restless in her sleep, letting out soft, pained whimpers. Isaac watched her, his brow furrowed with concern. Again. She's been haunted by these night terrors every single night. I doubt Lucino's physical form is even conscious of this turmoil. He reached out with a gentle touch. "Wake up, Lucino." Suddenly, she gripped her head, letting out a piercing shriek. "Ah!" He instantly pulled her into a protective embrace. "Lucino, it's me. You're safe now." She shuddered, whimpering brokenly. "Please, someone save me. Save me. I beg of you, don't kill me." Hearing those desperate pleas, Isaac's expression darkened. He tightened his hold. Lucino, look at me. You're safe. No one can lay a finger on you while I'm here. I swear on my life to protect you." Her eyelids fluttered shut as a trail of tears escaped. Has the storm finally passed? Tonight is far more brutal than the others. Is it the trauma of the poisoning resurfacing? She's usually so bold and resolute, yet here she is, vibrating with sheer terror. Unless this entire time, she's been wearing a mask of composure to hide the cracks. He gazed down at her, noting the silver streaks of tears still dampening her lashes. A thought crossed his mind. What if we were just a typical, mundane couple? The butler's words echoed in his head. "I momentarily forgot you are a newlywed." Perhaps if that were true, this ache wouldn't be so suffocating. If we weren't just players bound by a cold legal contract. If we were like any other lovers in the world. Tell me, what does a blissful marriage actually look like to you? Does it include physical intimacy? Well, it's a marriage. Of course it does. He balled his fist and abruptly averted his gaze. His face was flushed a deep, telltale crimson. Damn it. Sleep is definitely not happening tonight. The following morning, Lucino blinked awake with a heavy yawn. Ugh, my brain feels like it's throbbing. It must be the grogginess of oversleeping. But this exhaustion is becoming impossible to manage. It has to be a side effect of my failing HP. "Oh, madam, you're awake. Please accept my deepest apologies. I should have been here much earlier. It's all right, I've only just surfaced. Shall I serve breakfast?" "Yes, I'll head down once I'm presentable. Have it ready." She mused, "I'm getting a little too comfortable playing the pampered duchess. Has Lord Isaac departed already?" "Yes, it's already midday. He left ahead of schedule today to oversee a mountain of urgent matters. So, he vanished while I was dead to the world. I'll go inform the chef to begin." Unbelievable. I'm literally sleeping my life away. I should have spent those hours building some romantic tension with Isaac. At this sluggish pace, it'll take a literal century to fulfill Lucino's final wish. The memory of last night's kiss flashed back, making her shriek, "Ah!" The maid jumped, asking in a panic, "Is the water scalding, my lady?" No, I'm fine. Totally, perfectly fine." Why did that have to pop into my head now? I need to stay sharp and bait the culprit while Isaac is away. First, I must handle these RSVPs. Women are technically barred from holding titles. However, Countess Tyrion, the one who invited me, was the trailblazer who shattered that glass ceiling. Since she secured her rank despite the social vitriol, she's bound to be a goldmine for intel. Now, the only wildcard left is Marquis Summer. I still can't fathom why a man of his status would bother with Lucino. Her fragmented memories are providing zero context. And that cringe-worthy alias, Emperor of the Night, gives me the absolute creeps. I'd rather stay far away from that weirdo. But is snubbing such a powerful figure a smart move? Should I... Wait, what? she spotted someone kneeling and froze. The scene before her was utterly absurd. The butler commanded, "Lower, stay perfectly still." The servant obeyed. "Understood, sir." She screamed internally, "You have got to be kidding me!" They're inspecting the carpet fibers just because I'm walking down the stairs? The butler spotted her and beamed, "We're ready for you, madam. Every inch is cleared. It's safe." "Don't you dare give me a thumbs up," the maids whispered with glowing eyes. "You've got this, my lady. Why are they treating this like an Olympic event? Ah, I know I'm a fragile sunfish, but this is getting ridiculous." "Oh boy, just you wait until you get home, Lord Isaac." Meanwhile, miles away, Isaac paused. "Is someone talking about me? My ears are burning." A sprawling, majestic estate. It was the ultimate testament to his staggering fortune. Coupled with that was the sheer, crushing authority of leading thousands. Licino was now the sovereign of this powerhouse. So why on earth would a woman like Licino, why would I be receiving a standing ovation just for navigating a flight of stairs? "Keep going, madam. Watch your footing." "She's almost there. She's approaching the final step." They cheered with starstruck gazes. Victory! Madam successfully conquered the stairs all by herself. She thought, mortified, "I have never been more embarrassed in my entire life." "Breakfast is served. Shall I escort you to the grand dining hall?" "Yes, please." "How can I get them to understand? Should I explain that I'm not a total invalid yet, or that even if I start coughing up blood, I won't drop dead immediately?" After finishing my meal, I muttered to myself, "First order of business, eating to survive." The butler bowed slightly. "We've curated a menu specifically designed to be gentle on your digestion, my lady." How is it possible for a meal with no meat to taste this heavenly? A 5-star executive chef couldn't pull off a flavor profile this sophisticated. I feel like I've been transported to a different realm entirely. The butler inquired, "Do you have any engagements scheduled for today?" "Nothing today, but I'll be venturing out for a tea party in the near future." "A tea party?" "Indeed. I'm attending Countess Tyrann's gathering next week. Please see to the arrangements." "Has the Duke been informed?" "Oh, he's going to worry himself sick again." "It's handled. I've spoken to him," I lied, omitting the specific details. "Understood. I shall summon a premier tailor and jeweler at once. Every detail will be executed to perfection." Hearing that, I nearly choked on my last bite. "Hold on, it's just tea, not a royal coronation. I'll just wear something I already own." "But, madam, surely a bespoke gown is—" I cut him off. I said it's fine. I'm wearing what I have. Man, rich people logic. In my past life, I practically lived in the same 3 outfits. The butler silently observed her. Perhaps the rumors were nothing but smoke. Even Denver had been wary of the toxic gossip surrounding her name. Licino. Honestly, every servant in the estate was terrified. According to the grapevine, she was a heartless monster who delighted in crushing the dignity of her staff. Supposedly, her list of social crimes was long enough to wrap around the capital twice. When the butler first saw Isaac walk in with Licino, he had been in an absolute state of panic. "Is that really Countess Licino? Why is she at the Duke's side? My lord, how desperate were you to bring that villainous woman here?" He even went as far as to grill those who had served her. Louis simply shrugged. "Actually, no. I don't see the monster everyone talks about. I've heard the horror stories too, but she's just not like that." "Are you certain, Louis?" "You know I'm a bit clumsy, right? But when I snagged a thread or spilled some ink, she didn't even bat an eye. She even insisted I address her by her real name." "What? You can't be serious." "I've only known her briefly, but she seems misunderstood. More like a kind soul than a villain. Rumors are always 90% fiction." Throughout high society, the narrative began to shift. Lucino's personal maid chimed in, "Violence? She's never even raised her voice at us." Exactly. As for her personality, when the Duke arrived, the butler stepped forward to update him on the lady's progress. The chef truly poured his soul into the menu today. "Send the chef my compliments for such a divine dessert." In that moment, the butler realized they had all been dead wrong. After serving her, it became clear. She wasn't cruel or volatile. Since moving into the Dechoi manor, she'd lived modestly, ignoring the usual luxury and excess. Who could spread such vile lies about such a fragile, gentle lady? It's a disgrace. She's the perfect match for the Duke. I will dedicate myself to serving them both until my very last breath. Meanwhile, Licino was having a moment with her cake. So good. Ah! Pure bliss. A delicious meal really is the best recharge. It's the little things that keep your HP from bottoming out. Now, time to tackle that reply. She pulled out her most elegant stationery. Then she just stared at it blankly, realized she had no idea how to start. She groaned, I desperately need a professional template for this. I don't know the proper etiquette for these invites because Lucino's memories are a fragmented mess. My post-meal high just crashed. I remember in novels, nobles had secretaries for this. I wonder if I can delegate. Right on cue, the maid entered. Madam, I've brought your tea. She cheered. You're a lifesaver. Startled by the enthusiasm, the maid asked, You must have been quite thirsty, my lady. Could you draft a formal acceptance for this invitation? Tell them I'll be there. Of course, madam. Success. Task failed successfully. And send a polite no to this one as well. I won't be attending. Yes, madam. Wait. This one? Are you certain you want to decline? But why? Those puppy dog eyes aren't working. I'm staying home, and that's final. Now, get to writing. I'll have the tea in a bit. Everyone here is so sweet, but for some reason, it's exhausting. Maybe it's a culture shock from being a commoner in my past life. Or maybe I'm just not used to this level of pampering and protection. At this rate, I'll burn out before I can finish Lucino's bucket list. I wish I had a confidant I could actually trust. Someone to be my eyes and ears, a shadow who can gather intel and move unseen, like a professional thief or a ninja. Ha! I suppose that's just wishful thinking. No one is truly on my side in this game. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the silence. Someone on your side? Are you talking about me? She whirled around to find Pan standing right there. He smirked and asked, How have you been holding up, master? She stared at him in disbelief, her mind racing. Pan, since when? I didn't hear a single footstep. Considering he just climbed in through the window, he's definitely not your average house guest. How on earth did you evade the Duke's elite guards, Pan? Who on earth are you? He approached and knelt with poise. After a tense silence, he flashed a dazzling smile and whispered, I've missed you terribly, my lady. Lucino could only gasp, paralyzed by the sheer audacity of his presence. I planned to wait for your summons, but since you never called, I simply had to take matters into my own hands. How did you even infiltrate the manor? Oh, if that's your concern, rest assured, I didn't have to break in. You see, my young master even penned a letter to smooth things over for me. Eclipse? Is that for real? Ever since I walked out of that estate, it's been total radio silence from that boy. I honestly thought he'd washed his hands of me. Or maybe he just can't fathom that the real Lucino is long gone. Does he know I'm an imposter in his sister's body? But I must say, the security here is a total joke. Well, that's because you're a professional trespasser, genius. How do I even begin to explain this to Isaac? Even if the Duke's security is a bit lax. Pan must have staked his life just to sneak in. I know Lucino adored him, but is this level of loyalty even normal? What kind of hold did she have over him? Pan, I should technically punish you for this illegal stunt, but before I do, is there something specific you want from me? He previously claimed he didn't care for gold or freedom. If I promised to grant his deepest wish, maybe he'd stop these suicidal missions. Pan, would you truly grant me my heart's desire? If it's within my power, then yes. In that case, I want you, Lady Lucino. Please make me your lover. Do you even understand what you're asking? You're talking about an affair with a married duchess. I do, and I still want the position. If you're lonely, should I find a charming young lady for you instead? I only have eyes for my master. Good grief. I want to be the one beside you, warming your bed at night. She slapped a hand over his mouth instantly. Where did you learn such scandalous talk? I was told women find it irresistible. Well, you were lied to. Don't ever say that again. Yes, my lady. You're still just a child. Is he actually this naive, or is he playing me? Are you worried I won't be able to satisfy your needs? Why not put me to the test and find out, my Lady Lucino? She delivered a swift punch to his forehead. The system chimed instantly. -40 HP due to hand trauma. Enough, I forbid you from calling yourself my lover or acting out like this ever again. You're literally draining my life force. He rubbed his head, dejected. I'm sorry, he muttered. Lucino exhaled a weary sigh. I appreciate your devotion, but I'll be departing on a very long journey soon. That means I can't look after you anymore. I'll provide enough gold for you to live comfortably. And where exactly are you going? I'm not sharing that with anyone, so don't even think about stalking me. Suddenly, his tone shifted. You've become very strange. Huh? The air in the room turned ice cold in a heartbeat. No status windows popped up, so he isn't technically projecting a threat. Then why am I getting these absolute chills down my spine? He leaned in again. Is that why your very scent has changed? It's almost as if you've been replaced by a complete stranger. His touch felt like frozen steel. Have you forgotten our promise? A promise? What are you talking about? I've scanned every corner of Lucino's memories and found nothing. That damn Demon King? He really cheaped out on the memory download. I can almost hear him saying, is everything my fault? Someone needs to translate whatever Pan is hinting at. Suddenly, he planted a kiss on her cheek, making her shriek and recoil. You! Haha, but honestly, it doesn't matter how much you've changed. You are still and will always be my master. No matter what you say or what you demand of me, I will stay by your side just as you always craved. She was floored. Lucino craved that? She whispered to herself. Was that really my wish? Yes, I am your hound, and I will obey your every whim, for that was the essence of our contract. But even if he and the original Lucino struck such a deal, how can he still be this obsessed? Refresh my memory. Pan, what exactly did I give you in return? Don't fret, I've already received it. Then tell me what it is. Stop talking in riddles. So, which room shall I occupy, my lady Lucino? From the vibes he's giving off, this is definitely not a simple employee-employer dynamic. He isn't outright hostile, but something about him feels dangerously off. Still, I don't think I can just kick him out. What on earth should I do? Suddenly, the maid burst in and announced, Madam, the letters have been dispatched. Both of them whirled around instantly to face her. When the maid processed the scene before her, a massive question mark practically materialized over her head. Her mistress was kneeling on the floor for some inexplicable reason, while a complete stranger loomed over her. The maid's hand flew to a nearby vase. A handsome yet sketchy intruder has breached the madame's chambers. Who goes there? We aren't expecting guests. Are you a thief or some deviant? I'm summoning the guards. Lower your voice and put that vase down this instant. I suppose I have no choice but to improvise. He is a personal aide I summoned from the Reno estate. His arrival was delayed by some urgent business along the way, but please, cease your assault. Just find him a room where he can settle in. As you wish, madam. He looks incredibly shifty, but if you say so, please follow me. I shall attend to you tomorrow. Until then, my lady Lucino. He executed a flawless, graceful bow. He definitely wasn't a common slave in his past. There's no way someone with that aura was ever at the bottom of the social ladder. But if he wasn't a slave, what exactly was he? I can't put my finger on it, but he's radiating suspicious energy. Lucino struck a deal with the Demon King before her demise and apparently made a heavy promise to Pan while alive. What kind of web did you weave, Lucino Reno? The complex inner workings of the elite are beyond my comprehension, and frankly, it's a bit depressing. Oh, well, whatever. I need to quit overthinking and focus on the tasks I can actually control. Step 1. Prepare for Countess Tyrann's tea party. Step 2. Get ready for the Grand Royal Family Gala. And after that... Wait, what? Did I black out again? My narcolepsy is getting out of hand lately. It must be... Ugh, what is that racket? Who's making all that noise? She turned around, gasping as she found herself face to face with Isaac. Apologies if I disturbed your rest. No, not at all. I was just about to get up anyway. Seriously, I've had enough jump scares to last a lifetime today. Well, I'm certainly wide awake now. Without a word, Isaac walked to the side table and poured a glass of water. Here, drink this. She reached out with a shaky hand. Thank you, Isaac. She sipped it, thinking, the man is a literal top-tier gentleman. As she finished the last drop, she let out a long, weary sigh. Isaac watched her, his thoughts darkening. Not the nightmares again. Isaac, why are you reviewing state documents in here? And why are the lights so dim? You have a perfectly good office. Why relocate here? He hesitated, his voice low. It's because... You always start crying out from nightmares around this hour. But that's a confession I can't let slip. He cleared his throat. I simply grew tired of being cooped up in the office so late. I get that. I wouldn't want to be alone there either. In that case, mind if I watch you work? If you're exhausted, you need sleep. But I'm fully recharged and the Sandman has left the building. I'm totally faking it, but what else am I supposed to do? It's not like I can scroll through TikTok. Black ink on white parchment. I definitely underestimated the sheer volume of this world's bureaucracy. Does Isaac really have to digest this much information every single day? I have to admit, the man is devastatingly handsome. Those piercing eyes, that sharp nose, and those lips. Those lips, I'm still half convinced that kiss was a fever dream. Without thinking, her internal monologue slipped out. I want to be kissed again. Isaac froze, his head snapping toward her in pure shock. What? Lucino's heart nearly stopped. Wait, did I just say that out loud? What on earth did I just blurt out? Have I finally cracked? Is my subconscious really that thirsty? Or are Lucino's residual feelings hijacking my brain again? She stammered, I'm so sorry. Please, just pretend I never said anything. Isaac's mind raced. This woman claimed she loved me so much she'd sacrifice her very soul, even bound herself to me in a contract. Yet every time I reach out, she pulls away. Just as she starts to lean in, she slams the door shut. What is your end game, Lucino? She tried to backtrack, desperate to fix the mood. What I said just now, it was just a lapse in judgment. Isaac loomed over her, the tension thickening. Since when did my heart start racing like this? Do you truly wish to retract those words? He reached out. Do you really want to take it back? What you just asked for. Her face was currently the color of a ripe beet. Isaac leaned in and pressed his lips softly against hers. She whispered internally, I've never known what it felt like to love someone. But looking at you, I think I'm finally starting to solve the puzzles. Isaac trailed his kisses down to the curve of Lucino's neck. She let out a breathy, wait. Suddenly, he nipped at her skin with a gentle bite. The world around them seemed to dissolve. Nothing remained but the heavy, frantic rhythm of their shared breath in the silence. Lucino's mind spiraled. I know our contract demands marital duties, but are we really doing this right now? And without any protection? When I transmigrated into Lucino's body, I knew I had to brace for this eventually, but hold on. That's not even the main problem. Can this fragile body actually handle a night like this? She was internally screaming in a panic. Then, without warning, Isaac leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. He withdrew his embrace and turned his back to her. Oh, Isaac, where are you going so suddenly? To deal with certain physical urges that you aren't ready for. She glanced toward his lower half. Wait, what does that? She instantly shielded her eyes. Oh! Right, got it. Isaac retreated into the bathroom, firmly clicking the door shut behind him. She sighed. I knew this was part of the deal, but I didn't expect my heart to go into overdrive over a few kisses. At this rate, I'll flatline from sheer excitement. Warning, your heart is dangerously overtaxed. 5 HP will be drained every 10 seconds starting now. She wailed, Are you for real right now? I desperately need some fresh air to cool my jets. Oh, this breeze is way more biting than I anticipated, but it's the only way to kill this heat. Alert, your paper-thin skin cannot handle the chill. Frostbite will set in within 47 seconds. Afterward, you will lose 10 HP per second. Countdown, 47, 46, 45. I'm literally about to become a human popsicle. Countdown ends. Just then, Isaac emerged, now dressed in his sleeping attire. She coached herself. Calm down, heart, stay in your lane. She forced a smile and chirped, Feeling better now? Keep it cool, keep it casual. Isaac replied with his usual stoic tone. This isn't my first rodeo, so I'm growing accustomed to the frustration. How about you, Lucino? The freezing wind actually helped me settle down quite a bit. Glad to hear it. After that ice-cold shower, I'm feeling much more settled too. The man is surprisingly petty. It seems Isaac is genuinely open to intimacy, and the distance between us is definitely shrinking. The only massive hurdle is that my body is as delicate as a sunfish in a blender. Sure, the Demon King's potions would fix me right up, but with only 2 blue vials left, I have to be strategic. Besides, if the mood gets this spicy again, it's not like I can just pause for a mid-makeout medicine break. Suddenly, he broke the silence. You always seem to be carrying the weight of the world, don't you? Rarely a day goes by where I don't catch you sighing. Is life truly that exhausting for you? In fact, you sigh so often that it's become your defining trait in my mind. He sounds like he's been meticulously tracking my every move. Isaac, could you sit with me for a moment? What is she planning? Her voice took on a sudden, heavy gravity. Isaac, do you actually love me? Isaac froze, completely caught off guard. After a long beat, he stammered, I can't believe you're forcing me to answer such a blunt question. If he's dodging the question, that means... She pouted resentfully. So you basically despise me. Isaac thought wearily. Why is it always one extreme or the other with her? Is everything black and white? I don't hate you. I saw something in you from the start. If I truly loathed you, I never would have signed that marriage certificate. She was secretly stunned. Even if he saw Lucino differently than the rest of the world did, surely. He couldn't have missed the toxic rumors surrounding her, unless he's just so impartial that he tuned out the noise. But that would mean Isaac sees Lucino as nothing more than a strategic business partner. Should I pity her, or just be grateful I landed a husband this easily? It's complicated. Suddenly, he continued. However, don't mistake my pragmatism for a total lack of interest in you. Her jaw nearly dropped. Why would he phrase it like such a cliffhanger? Wait, did I just let a frown slip onto my face? He probably thinks Lucino is head over heels for him, so he's trying to let her down gently. Right. Cold indifference is way more brutal than open hatred. Seriously, how can one man be this noble? She smiled and said, I'm relieved to know I've at least caught your eye. Isaac looked momentarily entranced by her expression. Once more, the room was swallowed by a heavy, suffocating silence. Wait, why is it so quiet? I absolutely loathe this cringy, awkward tension. She forced a nervous laugh and pivoted. Oh, right. Lord Isaac, you never actually specified the date for the upcoming ball. Which ball? The royal family's gala. Did I forget to mention it? A grand event will be held at the palace shortly. You brought it up during dinner. What's with that intense look? Did I hit a nerve by bringing up the royal family? Is it because he's dreading the event, or is he just playing dumb? Exactly my luck. How cryptic. Perhaps it's safer if I just drop the subject entirely. Finally, he spoke up. It's scheduled for 3 weeks from now. I was notified last week, but it slipped my mind. If you need more time to prep, I can push it back. Wait, seriously? That's fine too. I'd rather skip the whole ordeal anyway. He studied her face, a thought crossing his mind. Just like a child. What's the matter? Is there something on my face? No, nothing. It's just, you're looking particularly handsome tonight. How am I supposed to function? He's powerful, rich, and a literal visual god. Never mind, forget I said anything. Did I make it awkward? He flushed and muttered, a little bit. She screamed internally. Wait, is the Duke actually blushing right now? Now you're making me feel self-conscious too. Anyway, I'll be attending Countess Tyrann's tea party next week. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Countess Tyrann? Why did Isaac's expression just turn so dark? My HP is going to tank at this rate. Did I just step on a social landmine? He stared at her, his thoughts racing. Tyrann sent an invitation to Lucino? To my wife, of all people? Countess Tyrann. What kind of woman could provoke such a visceral reaction from Isaac? She's one of the rare few Isaac actually respects, and she's quite the character. They usually snub each other, yet she ascended to her title with ease. She's reckless, powerful, and utterly fearless. She's a woman of her word who worships wealth and aesthetics, so her obsession with Isaac was inevitable, professionally speaking. The Duke is the ultimate prize, wealthy, stunning, and charismatic. Even though Tyrann hunted him relentlessly, he shot down every single marriage proposal. It's the most scandalous legend in the capital. At first, I tried letting her down easy, but my rejections only made her more unstable. She even threatened to send assassins. It got so intense that I literally went to war just to escape her clutches. She isn't the type for petty harassment, but why would she summon Lucino, the woman who officially won the title of my wife? His suspicion grew. Are you planning to use her to hunt for the culprit again? I wouldn't say use her. She's the queen of high society. She's simply the best source for intel. I also need to track down that runaway maid, but I should probably keep that detail to myself. She bit her lip. So, care to share any tea on Countess Tyrann, like her likes, dislikes, or triggers? Have you truly not heard the rumors about us? Lucino looked genuinely baffled. Her curiosity piqued. He mused, she really doesn't know? I thought the whole world knew. If she had any idea, she never should have accepted that invite. On the other hand, Lucino wondered, is this a gap in my memory? Does it even matter? Isaac sighed and looked away. Forget it. It's not worth the breath. But you're right. If you want information, Tyrann is your best bet. Lucino noted, he's dodging the main point, but I shouldn't pester him if he's this uncomfortable. I need to be a sophisticated, supportive wife. I agree, and if I knew her preferences, winning her over would be a breeze. Beautiful things. Excuse me? She has a weakness for beauty. whether it's an object or a person. Beauty? Should I bring some of the Reno family jewels? No, that feels too basic. Someone beautiful. Pan was my first thought, but I can't exactly gift a human being. Wait, there is one thing Licino possesses that is more breathtaking than anything else in this world. Suddenly, she blurted out, "Do you think she'll like my face?" Isaac looked completely stunned by the question. Are you being serious right now? Hair as vibrant as polished rubies. Eyes as crystal clear as pure emeralds. Objectively speaking, Licino Reno is a masterpiece. They say beauty is a weapon, after all. Lord Duke. What's the verdict? Do you think she'll be impressed? This is tricky. What kind of advantage is she looking for? If we're strictly talking about your looks, then yes, she might actually take a liking to you. She was starting to beam when he added, but only as a matter of aesthetic appreciation. Her excitement deflated instantly. Wait, what? Oh, right. Licino is basically a social pariah in the capital. The Countess will likely view me with total disdain. Both were stuck in their own heads. She likes me, yet I married another. Of course she'll hate Licino. This social life is a minefield. Does that mean... Isaac offered a pivot. She has a soft spot for jewelry, specifically artistic, rare pieces. Collecting them is her primary obsession. Picking a gift for a professional collector is a nightmare. Terrifying scenarios flooded her mind. Ugh, what is this trash? Or, thanks, I have 3 of these already. If that happens, I'm doomed. The thought alone was exhausting. Her brain was a mess. Then... No, wait a second. Isaac saw her distress and started to speak. If you need assistance, I could head back to the Reno Manor and raid the vaults for something suitable. He looked surprised. What are you planning? I'm going to check the Reno family storehouse. I remember there being a mountain of treasures and ancient heirlooms hidden away there. The family vault should definitely have something worthy of a countess. I feel a twinge of guilt for giving away family legacy items, but Eclipse couldn't care less about shiny rocks anyway. I can already picture his horrified face, though. Shaking off the thought, she added, I'll make sure to clear it with Eclipse first. You don't need to go to such lengths. Pardon? Then why not scour the Detroit vaults first? Wait, hold on. Without a word, he suddenly swept her up into his arms. Is there a problem? No. But I didn't exactly sign up for a midnight trek to the treasury like this. Since you weren't planning on sleeping anyway, consider this a moonlit stroll, she whispered. I nearly froze to death 5 minutes ago. A husband carrying his wife through the halls at midnight. If a servant catches us, I'll die of pure mortification. It would be beyond embarrassing if we were spotted. I can only pray the staff has retired for the night. But I have to admit, the view from here is dangerously handsome. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the line of his collar, and she let out a silent scream. God, I'm losing my mind. My brain keeps replaying how it felt when we were close. How is his physique this perfect? Isaac, put me down. I can manage on my own 2 feet. It's over 400 steps to the vault. The staircase is steep and treacherous. I'm genuinely worried I'll forget how to walk if this keeps up. What is there to worry about? I can simply carry you whenever you need. Well, 6 months from now, you won't be around to carry me. If I lose my footing now, I might never take another step once I'm alone. Since he won't budge, I have to crack a joke to ease the tension. Otherwise, my heart will literally stop. But the levity didn't seem to reach him. Sensing the shift, she called out softly, Isaac, you are constantly preoccupied with the thought of leaving me. Your mind is eternally anchored to what happens after our 6 months are up. Tell me, are you truly looking forward to the day you walk away from me that much? No, it's not that. I don't want to become dependent on you. Because, she thought bitterly, you treat me far too well. What I mean is, I don't want to delude myself into craving a life that doesn't belong to me. But if you keep making that face, I might... At this point, she asked, Are you upset? Please tell me if I've offended you. I'm not angry. Are you certain? Quite. I hate it when you lie. Give it to me straight. I am not angry. Then what's with that brooding expression? He replied flatly. This is just my face. Well, he has a point. After that, we descended into a heavy silence as we entered the dark basement. Oh boy. This is peak awkwardness. When will this journey end? How much longer do I have to endure this suffocating quiet? The stillness is terrifying. A moment later, he gently set her down. We've arrived. Finally. So, just how magical is this legendary storehouse? Her eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait, what the... Everything was shimmering. She gasped, "Good heavens, is this a storehouse or a national museum?" "Take whatever catches your eye. Anything at all?" "But these pieces look priceless. Are you sure?" I'd almost forgotten these relics existed. The truly irreplaceable heirlooms are under lock and key, so don't fret. Most people wouldn't know the first thing about these artifacts, but it seems Denver has been meticulously curating them. She praised him silently. "Masterful work, Denver. You really are a top-tier butler. This must have been exhausting." "I know value is subjective, but that only makes the decision harder. Am I even allowed to touch this?" Isaac spoke up. "Under any circumstances. As long as we are wed, drawing a line between yours and mine is utterly pointless." "Does that mean this entire hoard is mine?" she screamed internally. "That only applies to real couples, though. Our marriage is just a business arrangement. Did you forget the awkwardness from 2 minutes ago? Stay grounded. Can I really choose anything? They are yours if you desire them. If you insist, being a billionaire's wife is definitely a vibe. So, which treasure should I pick?" Isaac stood behind her, lost in a memory. "Lord Duke, I've come today with a specific request. Would you part with that exquisite object in your possession?" "I am willing to pay any price you name." "Which object?" "The one you recently acquired." She had badgered me several times after that initial meeting, but I brushed her off, fearing she'd ignite some scandalous rumors. "Come now, name your price." "And that very item is still sitting right here. Since Countess Tyrion is desperate for this piece, she'll be forced to tolerate Lucino, even if she hates her." He envisioned Lucino beaming, saying, "Are you really giving this to me? It's breathtaking. Thank you, Isaac." The corners of his mouth twitched into a subtle smile. I really should give Denver a bonus for this, but she's still scanning the room for a gift. Suddenly, he caught sight of Lucino, looking almost ethereally transparent. Isaac roared in absolute panic, "Lucino!" He lunged forward, desperately seizing Lucino by her shoulders to steady her. She blinked back at him, startled by his intensity. "Isaac? What's wrong? What just happened?" He recoiled instantly, releasing his grip. "No, it's nothing at all." "Right, then why are you nearly crushing my arm?" He stared at her, thinking, "For a split second, I thought you were evaporating into thin air." He rubbed his temples and sighed. "It's because you're so fragile." "Hey, I didn't choose this life." "Fine, my bad, okay?" "What are you clutching there?" This. Here. Take it. Offer this to Countess Tyrion." "A dagger?" "Tyrion has coveted this blade for ages. It might buy you some favor." "For real? But why is she obsessed with this?" Judging by the masterful craftsmanship and the sheer volume of gems, it wasn't some common blade. Still, these ritual types were usually more for show than substance. What was her angle? Suddenly, Lucino's knees buckled. "Good God, it's heavy!" I keep forgetting how pathetic this body's stats are. The tension in the air became thick and awkward. Ha, it's just a bit weightier than I expected. Must be the density of the gems. Just blame the whole knife for being a literal brick, lady. Right, I suppose so? He shifted his gaze, unable to look her in the eye. What a terrible liar. "I'll just have a servant haul it for me." "Thanks, Isaac." Ugh, I absolutely loathe being this weak. Why is Countess Tyrion so hung up on this? The jewels don't even look that high grade. Because it's an elemental blade. She gasped in disbelief. "A what dagger?" If you look closely, elemental stones are embedded right into the hilt. Elemental? Like the powers Eclipse wields? The top-tier spirits he contracted with? The ones that made him the star of every gala? The power that makes brewing legendary elixirs look like child's play? The legend says that if the wielder is skilled enough, they can harness elemental magic without ever signing a spirit contract. But this is probably... Suddenly, Lucino cut him off with a single word. Insane. Then she shrieked, "Lord Isaac, have you lost your mind? How can you just hand over a national treasure because someone wants it? This belongs in a vault. I'm a newbie here, but even I know elements are insanely rare. Do you think I'm a fool? I can't just give away a legendary weapon like this." I won't do it. I'm not giving this to a soul." Witnessing her fierce protectiveness, Isaac suddenly let out a genuine laugh. "Lucino, you never cease to amaze me. What is with him? Has he finally snapped?" He reached out, gently stroking her hair, but more importantly, "You said you wouldn't give our property away. You've accepted our joint life. That touches me, because... I only said that because we're legally wed. That's what I meant. I mean, Oh my god, seriously, why do you have to be so devastatingly handsome? Anyway, this is too precious to gift. Raiding the Reno Manor is the move. It's decided. So at dawn tomorrow, I'll set off. She froze mid-sentence. Did he seriously just say no? And why exactly am I grounded? Doesn't this vault contain everything your heart desires? Just pick something here. That's more than enough. Give me a real reason. I know you're not a tyrant who says no for fun, but I won't accept a house arrest without a valid explanation. Being married to me doesn't give you the right to dictate my every move. He looked visibly shaken. Lucino, I know he doesn't want me wandering off because he's terrified I'll get hurt. I bet he's going to use the safety card again. Still, I can't stand being treated like a bird in a cage. At this, he softened. I have no desire to control you or limit your freedom. I sincerely apologize if it felt like I was overstepping. Ahem. Well, at least he knows. Fine, let's hear your excuse then. It's just, I can't bear to relive that feeling of helplessness. At first, hearing the report of your death was a shock, but seeing you lying there cold and still on that bed, my own heart stopped beating. What? Don't tell me. When I was unconscious? It felt as if the entire foundation of my world had crumbled. Did seeing me out cold at the Reno Manor really break him like that? He whispered, if I had to face that sight one more time, I don't know if I'd survive it. I'm sorry I put you through that, but that was a fluke and I'm feeling perfectly fine now. I'll be extremely careful on the... Isaac snatched her hand, cutting her off. Lucino, everything you could possibly desire is already gathered here. I am prepared to give you every single thing you wish for. So please just stay by my side. Is he seriously offering me the world? Lord Isaac, you're definitely being overdramatic right now. Of course, this vault is impressive, but if you actually gave me everything... I honestly don't think I'd have any use for most of it anyway. Besides, there's no way I can accept something as priceless as an elemental dagger. He let out a sharp exhale. If you wished it, I'd move a bed down here for you to rest on, though it would be terrible for your health. Wait, when you said you wanted me to stay, you meant stay in this dusty vault? You want me to live here? Of course not. Oh, why is he so incredibly difficult to read? Both of them felt the other was a complete enigma. Regardless, this dagger isn't nearly as precious as you imagine. Huh? How so? Because it's completely unresponsive. Even when a master elementalist touches it, the effect is dead. Your own brother couldn't spark it back to life. You really should have led with that. You never gave me a chance to explain, so don't feel guilty. It's currently more useless than the shoes on my feet. But it still looks like it costs a fortune. This is a far better alternative than trekking all the way back to the Reno Manor. Are you for real? Well, if you insist, I'll take it. Thanks. Gift officially sorted, eh? He reached out, his fingers gently grazing Lucino's cheek. Now, why don't we pick up where we left off earlier? Oh, wait. What were we doing? What the... Hold on. Is he implying that? Stop. I am not trying to have a literal heart attack, especially when I can't control my own pulse. She awkwardly scrambled to push him away. Warning. HP is rapidly depleting. She hissed under her breath. Crap. She hurriedly blurted out, Lord Isaac, please just stay right there and wait for a second. She scrambled backward, diving behind a nearby cabinet while thinking, I just lost 6 HP just by making a total fool of myself. Isaac asked, bewildered, what are you doing? I have no idea. So, what did you think I meant by continuing? Isn't it obvious? Sigh. If you aren't in the mood, we won't push it. Why are you hiding? No, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that I need a moment to get my mental state in order, so please, just stay put for a few minutes while I stop my heart from exploding. Isaac? Eshti couldn't fathom why she needed a mental prep phase. After all, they'd shared several kisses already. As for Lucino, she was dying of embarrassment over her own dirty misunderstanding. I told him to stay put, so why do I hear his footsteps getting closer? He softly called her name, Lucino. She squeaked back, yes, what is it? I'll wait right here until you're ready for me. He can be such an overwhelming presence sometimes. Thank you. I truly appreciate his patience. But now I have no idea how to make a cool exit. One disaster after another. We should probably head back to the bedroom first, right? That's where the Demon King's potion is stashed. Besides, it's incredibly rude to keep him standing there like a statue. I should... She called out, Lord Isaac. He responded instantly, Lucino? She poked her head out. Huh? Ah, he's definitely rushing me, and my brain is still a scrambled mess. He repeated her name, but then trailed off into silence. What is it? Why do you keep saying my name like that? Just a moment ago, when I meant to call you back, I had a vision of you vanishing into thin air. Even knowing you're right there, I have this haunting fear that you'll disappear one day without a word." She looked at the floor and asked, "Do I really seem that cold-hearted?" "No, of course not, but you do have a habit of doing the impossible." "I'm just trying to survive. Life is so unfair." She let out a soft sigh. "Lord Isaac," she said, repeating his name in return. "Isaac. Isaac. Isaac." The repetition made him let out a small, genuine chuckle. "I promise I'll never just vanish on you. I'm being serious. I'm telling you, I'm not that cruel." I never realized that hearing my name spoken that way could feel so strangely intoxicating. With that thought, Isaac called her name again. They continued their little back and forth until both felt at ease. Luckily, the night ended peacefully and we made it back to the room. Oh, right. A kiss. You just meant a kiss? Good Lord, how far did my mind actually go? The following morning, I was met with a massive surprise. "It was your own decision to attend Countess Tyrann's tea party, madame." A beaming Licino asked, "Why? Why the shocked expression?" "It's because of that scandalous rumor, madam, the one every servant in the estate is whispering about." "Why is she bringing this up now?" "Whatever, just let it spill. It's about the Countess, isn't it?" Tyrann was head over heels for the Duke's legendary looks and relentlessly pressured him into marriage. For real? So it wasn't just some baseless tabloid gossip? "No, it's the gospel truth, madam. Though curiously, no one knows why those rumors vanished overnight." "That must be what Isaac was trying to hint at yesterday." "Haven't you heard the rumors about us?" Ugh, he should have just been blunt sooner. What's the use of finding out on the actual day of the party? I even went through the trouble of prepping a gift. Wait, does this mean she intentionally summoned the wife of the man she once obsessed over as a romantic rival? Am I basically walking into a trap where she'll look down her nose at me? If that's the case, she should have just snubbed me. Or does she have some twisted hidden agenda? Wait, could she be the one who originally poisoned Licino? Madam, if you keep scowling like that, you'll ruin the foundation." "Huh? Oh, my apologies. I didn't even realize I was glaring at my reflection." "No, it's impossible. Licino was targeted before the wedding, so Tyrann couldn't have a motive yet. But then again, these memories are a Swiss cheese mess. The full story is still hidden. I need to be on high alert." The maids chirped with excitement. "All set, madam. Truly, you look absolutely breathtaking today." Licino remained lost in her own head. "As long as I don't say anything stupid, I'll survive." "Stay cautious." Just then, a sharp knock echoed through the room. She called out, "Enter!" Pan stepped in with a smooth smile. "My Lady Licino." "The carriage is waiting." "Already? I literally just finished getting dressed." "Indeed, I prepared everything in advance so we could depart the second you were ready. But how did you time that? It took 5 grueling hours to transform me into this." It's been a week since Pan moved into the Daychoi Manor to serve as my personal aide. Pan adapted to high society life faster than I ever expected. He's psychic, providing exactly what I need before I even open my mouth. Honestly, life has become a breeze since Pan arrived. I hate to admit it, but the kid is a natural-born prodigy. He leaned in and pressed a kiss to her hand. "Shall we depart, my lady?" And of course, he's still doing his public displays of affection, without warning. The head maid barked with a dark scowl. "That is strictly across the line. Madam told you no more kissing her hand, even if you claim it's loyalty." How many times must I repeat myself? Licino noted that he seemed to be blending in well with the staff. Initially, I feared bringing a former slave here would torch my already fragile reputation. But on his first day, Pan announced, "When Lady Licino liberated us and offered compensation, I refused the gold to stay by her side." Thanks to that public narrative, my reputation is safe. Well, even if I'm not sure who's actually benefiting more from this arrangement. Regardless, it's heartening to see him making friends with people his own age. I just wish he'd stop being at Isaac's throat. I have no clue why they despise each other so much. All right, enough bickering. It's time to move. "As you wish, my lady." Later, inside the carriage, he watched as she let out a stressed, heavy sigh. Pan asked softly, "Is something weighing on your mind, my lady? Is something weighing on me?" Despite all my self-pep talks, I'm a nervous wreck for this tea party. This is my debut at a major social event, and I've spent days cramming. I've memorized etiquette, practiced subtle banter, and studied how to politely inquire about health. But panic learning usually ends in a disaster. What if I humiliate Lord Isaac by doing something incredibly dumb? I'm completely overwhelmed, hunting for the poisoner, befriending Countess Tyr and acting like a proper duchess, while facing a love rival. That morning, rumor really didn't help my zen. Suddenly, she asked, how do I handle it if someone tries to bully me? Who exactly is bullying you? The temperature in the carriage dropped instantly. Then, just as quickly, he burst into laughter. My Lady Lucino, you are truly a riot. 1 second, he's radiating pure killing intent. The next, he's giggling. What is wrong with him? You think I'm a joke? No, I just find you fascinating. Besides, who would dare touch you? You aren't the type to let a slight go unpunished. That was the old, terrifying Lucino kid. He has such a wicked laugh. Well, I suppose a sinister laugh is better than him turning every problem into a Greek tragedy. I feel like an idiot for worrying so much now. He's a total enigma, but somehow his presence has taken the edge off my anxiety. Later, in the lush gardens of the Tyrian estate. Oh, look. She actually showed up. Incredible. I wonder what drama that wicked woman is planning to stir up today. I bet she's only here to cause a scene. Honestly, she has no shame showing her face here. Good heavens. How toxic. Lucino felt a surge of irritation. I knew it. This is exactly what I was dreading. You want to know who's bullying me, Pan? It's every single one of them. Do they think I'm deaf? They could at least have the common courtesy to gossip behind my back. I haven't even laid eyes on Countess Tyrian yet, and I already want to retreat to my safe space. A young noblewoman glanced at Pan, whispering curiously, by the way, who is that gorgeous man standing beside her? Ahem. I'm simply curious. Having a personal attendant hovering at a tea party is quite unusual. Naturally, we're all dying to know who he is. No, seriously? I can order him to retreat if his presence makes everyone feel uneasy. No, that's not what we meant at all. She mused. They loathe me, but are clearly thirsty for Pan. Well, his looks are undeniably top tier. Do you truly wish for me to withdraw, my lady? No. Which noble house does he serve? How is it that such a face has never crossed my path before? Good heavens. He's only here to transport the gift I've brought for the Countess as a token of my esteem. I'll dismiss him once it's presented. As you can see, this tribute is far too heavy for me to carry alone. So please ignore him and resume your fascinating chat. You ladies seem to be discussing something juicy. May I join? It was nothing of consequence. Oh, weren't you just shredding Lucino to pieces? Regardless, thanks to Pan's visual distraction, I managed to wedge myself into their circle. Suddenly, a young noblewoman spoke up with a sneer. How pathetic. Lady Summer, if you please. She whispered in awe. Wow, she's stunning. Everyone here is gorgeous, but they don't even possess half of her radiance. She continued coldly. It's a bit more boisterous than usual, likely because an uninvited guest crashed the party. What's your real motive for showing up? Countess Tyrian has a notorious weakness for beauty, be it an object or a person. But instead of a tribute, you brought an attractive servant. Isn't it obvious you're plotting something scandalous? I heard you even have a perverse hobby of collecting slaves. Is that boy over there just the newest addition to your collection? The garden erupted in whispers. A slave? That explains everything. She thought, she has zero proof Pan is a slave. She's just running her mouth. But why weaponize that gossip so suddenly? Are you literally itching for a fight? How dare she say that? Pan watched her reaction with dark fascination. Now this is the Lady Lucino I remember. 1 minute these people were captivated by Pan, and the next they're back to tearing me apart. Ugh, how exhausting. Isn't high society supposed to respect the hierarchy? How do they have the audacity to disrespect a duchess like this? That's beyond arrogant. Is it because she's young? She looks like she hasn't a clue how the world actually works. Wait, hold on. Lady Summer. Summer? Why does that name ring a bell? Summer. Summer? Marquis Summer? The Emperor of the Night? Is it that man again? Is she his little sister? What's the connection? If she's this breathtaking, the rumors must have some weight. I'm glad I dodged his invitation, considering how insufferable his sister is. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the air. I see everyone has arrived. Thank you all for gracing my tea party with your presence. The honor is ours, Lady Tyrian. So that's the legendary Countess Tyrian, I see. There's no point in bickering with these small-minded girls. I came here specifically for her. Countess Tyrian spoke again. Once more, my deepest gratitude to you all for attending despite your hectic social calendars. Though, I must admit, the presence of Countess Reno is quite the surprise. So that's how we're playing this? Addressing me as Countess instead of Duchess? She smiled thinly and replied, "Yes, since becoming the Duchess, I've developed a sudden interest in high society." The air went cold at her words. Then came the frantic whispers. "Gosh, did you see that villainous smirk? It's so terrifying, it sent a shiver down my spine." She thought helplessly, "Lucino, how did you live for them to act like this, even when you're just giving a friendly smile?" The Countess delicately sipped her tea. "Marriage has certainly altered you. They say those on the brink of death undergo a transformation. I'd believe it if you told me you were experiencing just that." Is she being sincere, or is this just high-level sarcasm? I need to stay sharp. True, marriage can flip a person's personality completely. The crowd felt another wave of goosebumps at the sight of her grin. "Speaking of changes, I've brought a token of appreciation, as this is my debut social event since my wedding. I truly hope you'll find it in your heart to accept this gift, Countess." The box was unveiled. She gasped in genuine astonishment. This is a dagger. It was the ornate blade, encrusted with elemental stones that Isaac gave me. I offered this to Tyron to secure a good impression, but also to test her. I need to determine if she's the one who wanted Licino dead. Will she embrace it as the prize she once desperately coveted? Or will she feel threatened by the very woman she tried to assassinate? "What's your move, Countess Tyron?" To my surprise, the Countess's reaction was one of pure, unadulterated joy. With wide, shimmering eyes, she cried, "You are an absolute angel." Licino observed silently. It seems she's not the culprit. She's far too transparent. Summer leaned in with a curious scowl. "Lady Tyran." When she realized what lay in the box, Summer shrieked in horror. "Good heavens! You gifted her a weapon?" The vultures seized the moment to gossip. How can she be so vulgar, so uncouth? It's practically an invitation for Lady Tyran to end her own life. Licino thought, they're really committed to my downfall, aren't they? Can't they see she's glowing? Anyway, if she's this speechless with delight, Tyran is likely innocent. Then, she added smoothly, "Isaac, that is, the Duke himself suggested this particular gift. Does it meet your expectations, Lady Tyran?" "Oh, forgive me. I was utterly spellbound by your magnificent tribute. I'm beyond grateful. This is a treasure I've coveted for a lifetime. I've practically begged the Lord Duke for this dagger more times than I can count. But he was so unyielding that I eventually lost hope. I never dreamed I'd receive this blade as a gift. I'm thrilled you're so enamored with it." She smirked internally. "Take that, you vultures. Maybe engage your brains before opening your mouths next time." "Oh, by the way, please just call me Licino rather than Duchess. Truth be told, I'm still not quite used to the formal title." They traded bewildered glances and stammered, "By your first name? But that's so incredibly sudden." "I know it's a bit fast, but the sooner we break the ice and build a rapport, the better. She's in high spirits right now, so this is my golden opportunity." The Countess beamed. "Then you must simply call me Jessie. Thank the stars, she's a total sucker for material wealth. Bribery is officially the jackpot." "Thank you, Jessie." The two shared a radiant, friendly smile while the rest of the guests physically trembled in terror. Summer spoke up hesitantly. Lady Tyran, might we ask the true purpose behind today's gathering?" "Oh, brother. How dreadfully rude of me to summon everyone here and forget to announce the reason." Right." Licino glanced at Summer and judged, "What an absolute brat." "Yep, fine. At least I've secured a solid foothold here. It won't hurt to endure a few more of the Countess's explanations. I intentionally dropped Isaac's name just now, but she didn't even flinch. Perhaps the rumors between Tyran and the Duke were just dramatic fluff, or maybe she's moved on. Either way, what a massive relief." "Very well then. Let the tea party officially commence." Finally, gazing at the elaborate spread, she gasped, "This is absolutely exquisite." "So this is the legendary tea party of the high nobility," the Countess asked. "Is everyone prepared? Let's ensure today is truly wonderfully sweet." Everyone hoisted their glasses in unison, Licino included. "To a sweet day. 1, 2, 3. Cheers." Licino thought, what is this? Some kind of corporate team-building retreat? Suddenly, Licino stared down at her teacup in utter horror. "Wait, what?" While the others were laughing and gossiping. "This is simply divine. The sweetness is perfection. I'm absolutely obsessed with this cake." Licino's hands began to quiver. "Don't tell me I'm actually on death's door. This cup feels like a lead weight." "I almost forgot. Lately, I haven't struggled at all because Isaac had every dish and utensil in the manor specially redesigned for my lack of strength." but it would be a scandalous breach of etiquette if I didn't touch a single thing. Right on cue, Summer chimed in sarcastically. My, why haven't you taken a bite? Does this not satisfy the refined palate of the Duchess? She cursed internally. Shut your trap, you little chick, then flashed a strained smile. Of course not. I'm merely waiting for the tea to reach a drinkable temperature. Oh dear, my apologies. I'll have some lukewarm tea brought to you immediately. No, that's quite unnecessary. I'm certain it will cool down momentarily. I'll sample the cake while I wait, so please, don't mind me. If you insist, she thought. Please, let me not choke and die in front of these people. Please, let nothing go wrong. Her eyes suddenly widened as she marveled. This is unbelievably delicious. What is this magic? I thought my personal chef's desserts were unbeatable, but this is on a whole different level. Spectacular. How is everyone acting so casual while eating something this heavenly? Just how spoiled are their taste buds? After a moment, the Countess asked, So, what are your thoughts on today's pairing? I'm actually considering launching these as new products for my business. They're flawless. The cake is a dream and complements the black tea perfectly. Agreed, the texture is remarkably spot on. I second that. Licino was caught off guard. Oh. So the real motive for this party is a focus group for her potential customers. I bet that's the only reason she bothered inviting Licino. And you, Licino? I'm dying to hear your critique, since you're known to be quite the connoisseur of fine dining. As for me, well, it's truly magnificent. But personally, I think it might shine more if certain ingredients were omitted. Perhaps a few chocolate chips for a bit of crunch? She meant it was tasty as hell, but tried to sound like a proper lady. Summer smirked. You do realize she wasn't asking for your amateur personal preferences, right? Hearing that, do you seriously believe you're the center of the universe? Damn it, it's this girl again. I'd heard the whispers, but I never imagined you were this incredibly conceited. At this point, I'm starting to doubt she even realizes I'm a duchess. Well, everyone is entitled to their own tastes, aren't they? Man, how childish. I don't even want to dignify her with a response. I wish I could just unleash on them. Shutting these kids down would be child's play. I even have the social rank to do it, but who? Not even Jack can navigate the landmines of high society for me, so I must stay composed until I extract useful info. The brat spoke again. You're famous for your impossible standards, but I suspect you just get a thrill out of belittling others. Is that so? Well, I don't criticize things that are actually worthy of praise. I'm telling you this directly, Summer. Oh, is that a fact? It's simple. People of quality only look for the positive traits, whether in a person or an object. Oh, so you're implying I only see the flaws because I'm a flawed person? How incredibly insolent. I'm reaching my limit here. I know she's venting at Licino and not me, but hearing this to my face is testing my patience. Furthermore, taking that tone immediately after such a fine meal is quite uncouth. You should strive to find the light in others. Great. Now the rest of the mean girls are piling on. Huh? She was the one who ignited this fire, yet the moment the others piled on, she acted like a mere bystander, colluding with a flock of hypocrites. Utterly juvenile, yet they certainly weren't playing games when it came to insults. As for Tyron, wow. Aren't you supposed to intervene when your guest is being harassed? But the Countess was busy dancing with joy. Where should I display this dagger? How should I redecorate to match it? Licino seethed. If you take a bribe, you should at least return the favor. Her influence is exhausting. She clearly thought she could ignore these minor incidents without tarnishing her own prestige. I don't like a single soul in this garden. They continued their snide remarks. Honestly, what was the Duke thinking, marrying someone like her? Suddenly, the Countess cut in. You ladies have crossed the line. The atmosphere turned ice-cold instantly. Sister Licino, what was that noise? Licino looked down and mused. What was that sound? Just the sound of my self-control snapping. Licino replied with a venomous edge. Forgive me, but is this a tea party? Or did I wander into a coop where the chicks just love to chirp? Are you having trouble disciplining your brood, Jessie? They stammered guiltily. What does she mean? What is she saying? Honestly, they must have a listening comprehension problem. Am I the only one hearing this racket? It's been incessant chirping since the moment I arrived. See, they're still crowing. As she spoke, she made a dismissive shooing motion toward them. Summer immediately exploded in a rage. Are you calling us chickens? How dare you? How can you be so incredibly rude? Ha! Rude? Her expression hardened into stone, her tone dropping to sub-zero. I believe it was all of you who chose to instigate this conflict first. I suppose everything you've spouted so far was just sophisticated banter, right? Or perhaps I was mistaken about what passes for etiquette in high society. Surely these young ladies aren't attempting to lecture me on manners, are they? Furthermore, Lady Summer, identifying the bad traits in a person is an essential skill. If you only focus on the good, you'll be blindsided by the rot beneath. That's how you end up a puppet for the truly wicked. And frankly, if Jessie could spot those flaws, this party wouldn't have even happened. Hearing that jab, the girl turned and shot a panicked look at Countess Tyrion. Jessie met her gaze with a stare so sharp and frigid it could draw blood. The girl trembled, cursing "damn it" under her breath before trying to backpedal. Countess Reno... That's not what I intended to imply. One more thing. I am a duchess now, not a countess. Engrave that into your skull. People like me rarely grant second chances. I loathe pulling rank because I don't want to lean on Isaac's shadow, but I had to silence these brats once and for all. After a heavy silence, Lucino thought, well, aren't you going to apologize? She stood up, turning her back on them. I know this is abrupt, but I'll be leaving. Lord Isaac is returning early today. The Countess scrambled to stop her. Wait, Lucino. As your host, I offer my sincerest apologies for these unfortunate lapses. I'm sorry for the discomfort. You can watch your house burn without a peep from me. It's a spectacle worth seeing after all. This will never happen at any future engagement. I have no intention of attending a party where I am clearly unwelcome. With those final words, she swept out, leaving the Countess standing there in a daze. Inside the carriage, Lucino fumed. Why did I even go? I can't believe I lowered myself to bicker with those whiny, entitled toddlers. And I even handed over that priceless dagger for absolutely nothing. I've always known these social circles weren't my vibe. I need to track down an information guild. She called out, Pan? Suddenly his face clouded over with a dark, somber expression. She asked in concern, Pan, what's the matter? He tightened his fists until his knuckles turned white. Those nobles. They treated you with such blatant insolence, my lady. They mocked you, and the host just watched. If I had the power, I would... If you could, you'd... What? Out with it. You're actually starting to scare me. What were you planning? I'm paralyzed because I fear causing you trouble, and I absolutely loathe myself for that weakness. She reached out and gently ruffled Pan's hair to soothe him. You did well, Pan. If you had actually retaliated, we'd both be in a world of trouble right now. But I have to admit, having someone so fiercely on my side feels incredible. He beamed instantly. I will always be by your side, Lady Lucino. Always. She was startled for a beat, then smiled softly. Yes, I know. Now, about that information guild. I need one that excels at tracking targets who are constantly on the move. Finding such a guild is trivial, but who exactly are we hunting, my lady? No. I don't strictly have to reveal the poisoning to Pan, right? Seeing his devotion to Lucino, the truth would probably crush him. But he suddenly cut through the air. Are you searching for the maid who poisoned you? She stared at him, her mind going blank. Huh? What? You knew about that? He extended his hand, inevitably, and with agonizing slowness brushed a stray lock of hair from her face. I'm privy to every single one of your secrets, Lady Lucino. A violent shiver ran down her spine. His touch was deathly cold. Though I must admit, I prefer our moments of intimacy. Now my very soul feels chilled. Quit the games. Tell me how... Lucino was on the verge of a breakdown. He pressed a single finger to his lips, demanding silence as if forbidding any further interrogation. What on earth is he? Judging by that panicked look on your face, it appears my intuition was spot on. How thrilling. This was truly an inspired choice. To be blunt, I wasn't planning on lifting a finger since you remained silent after that incident. But you have no idea how desperately I've been craving this moment. You're most captivating when you're plotting to return a slight twofold. No, tenfold or more. That is the Lucino I adore. My heart is finally at peace. If you'll permit it, I'll hunt her down personally rather than outsourcing to some shady information guild. That woman's face is seared into my memory. You remember her? Vividly. Do you truly have no recollection, my lady? It's all just a blur. Perhaps it's a lingering side effect of the toxin. I was at a total loss since the original staff had all been purged, but Pan was part of the household then too. Of course he'd remember the culprit. Why did I overlook such an obvious lead? He claimed he had a method far superior and more ruthless than any guild. Is this going to involve something dangerous? Why the concern? Haha, I assure you it's far safer than dealing with the criminal underworld. I don't care who tracks her down as long as she's caught, but more importantly, I want the head of the mastermind who orchestrated my murder. You suspect a puppet master is pulling the strings? I might have recognized a voice at the party. If I hear those tones again, I'll know for certain if it's him. Damn, I might be revealing too much. Regardless, Pan likely won't be able to unmask the true culprit behind the scenes. Suddenly, he flashed 2 fingers. 2 months? No, give me a single month. And I will deliver them to you on a silver platter. She gasped, eyes wide with shock. 1 month? You can track down the mastermind in just 30 days? Are you doubting me? With a bit of luck, I might even snag them sooner. Haha, your expressions are truly priceless, my lady. Is he playing me? He sounds terrifyingly sincere. Wait, if it's really this simple, then what was I doing? Was everything I endured today for nothing? The bribes, the biting insults, the sheer exhaustion. However, Pan spoke up again, if you still have your heart set on it, I can certainly employ a guild. Fine then, I'm putting my trust in you. As you wish, my lady. Should any vital intel cross your path, report it to me immediately. Understood. But listen, I don't want you recklessly charging into danger, okay? He looked thoughtful, a faint blush creeping up as he offered a radiant smile. Yes, my lady. Your wish is my command. I've got a real bad feeling about this. Is this going to blow up in my face? Pan's mind drifted back to a grim memory, a particular dinner at the Reno estate. He had been hurrying through the halls thinking, this is taking longer than expected. I need to move or she'll have another one of her meltdowns. Her fuse had been getting shorter by the day. Suddenly, a figure blurred past him. Pan froze. Isn't that the master's personal maid? Why is she bolting like that? And why does she reek of fresh blood? When he finally stepped inside, his heart stopped at the sight of Licino lying deathly still. The sight paralyzed him, his features twisting into a dark mask of horror. He lunged toward her. Master! What has happened to you? The unmistakable acrid scent of poison lingered on her breath. I am going to tear that woman limb from limb. She can't have gotten far. If I give chase now, she's dead. But in that exact moment, Licino lurched awake, hacking violently, cough, cough, as a spray of crimson stained the floor. Master, are you all right? However, the woman before him was no longer the Licino he knew. She was internally cursing that pathetic demon king. Is she unconscious? I could have sworn her breathing had ceased entirely. Something is profoundly wrong here. After that, I lost the maid's trail while tending to her, forbidden from leaving the master's side without consent. I've been waiting for this order for an eternity. Finally, I have permission to hunt that maid down. No, to find the monster who truly poisoned Lady Licino. Once I have them, I'll finally understand why my master has transformed so completely. Back in the present, Licino arrived at the Duke's manor. She called out with a bright smile, Lord Isaac. I assumed you'd be buried in paperwork at this hour. Did you actually come out here just to welcome me home? I was merely taking the air. Right. He probably wasn't waiting for me specifically, considering he had no idea when I'd return. Still, catching sight of him standing there through the carriage window, it made me surprisingly happy. No, wait. It's not like I'm disappointed or caught up in my feelings or anything. Of course not. What's the matter? You're back far earlier than anticipated. Don't these tea parties usually drag on forever? Honestly, gifting that dagger was a total waste of my energy. And I was forced to retreat early thanks to those insufferable, chirping chicks. I was dying to vent, but instead I stammered, it's just a bit sooner than I planned. He eyed me suspiciously. Sooner? Stop piercing me with that gaze. I haven't socialized in ages, so holding a conversation with others is a nightmare. You've endured quite a lot today. Yes, I just want to collapse in bed. Understood. He swept behind her and suddenly hoisted her into his arms. Then let's get you there. She sighed to herself. Even so, his sudden princess carries don't even startle me anymore. The servants beamed at her return, chirping happily, Madam, you're back so early. How was the tea? Before she could finish, Isaac marched past them like an iceberg. Huh? Would the madam prefer to dine immediately, or should we prepare a bath first? Isaac paused and commanded the butler, "Summon us only when everything is ready." "By your command, my lord." Sigh, I'm getting way too old for this drama. Denver groaned. Isaac kicked the bedroom door open with authority. He wasted no time cocooning her in a plush blanket. "What on earth is this? Are you trying to turn me into a human burrito again?" "You look drained. Just close your eyes. I'll wake you when the feast is served." He's really overdoing the protective husband act. I'm well aware that high society shark tanks are exhausting. You did well to survive it. Do you think I'm just a demon in a human mask? Perhaps. And if you were a demon, I suppose that would make me the Demon King. It would be hilarious if the actual Demon King was someone like Lord Isaac. Wait, what am I saying? That guy is just an arrogant prick. Oh, never mind. Did I say something amusing? Haha, I just realized we'd be a legendary power couple as the Demon King and his favorite devil. I'll choose to take that as a glowing compliment. Isaac sat by her side, his gaze fixated on her as she drifted off. The sky bled into a sunset, yet Lucino remained lost in a deep slumber. Isaac knew exactly what kind of Viper Countess Tyron could be. It wasn't just because of her failed marriage proposal. She's a social heavyweight, and Isaac had heard the dark whispers. Her parties aren't simple gatherings, they're strategic product launches that never wrap up this early. She's definitely keeping a secret from me. Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the silence. Is Lady Lucino finally asleep? Isaac whirled around in shock, his face clouding over as he thought, how did he get in here? Pan spoke up nonchalantly. You should know by now that these things happen. Isaac's voice dropped to a low growl. Spill it. What went down at that tea party today? Every detail. I'm afraid I must decline. You've clearly forgotten who you're talking to. Hardly. You are my lady's husband. However, I refuse to breathe a word without her explicit permission. Do you honestly think I'd hurt her? My master hasn't authorized me to speak, regardless of your intentions. Isaac's aura turned lethal. I'll cleave you in two. The boy's eyes flickered with surprise. But there wasn't a hint of terror in his gaze. I imagine Lady Lucino would be quite thrilled to hear you making such violent threats. He looked back at the sleeping Lucino, feeling completely powerless. He slumped down, exhaling a weary breath. Tell Denver I require an audience. Yes, my lord. He glared, snapping. Now vanish from my sight. Pan offered a smooth, effortless smile. As you wish, my lord, a mere slave who handpicked Lucino as his master. I've despised him from the start. If it weren't for Lucino, I would have ended his life months ago. If it weren't for you, just how many more times are you going to test my patience? Suddenly, Lucino let out a strangled cry. Hick! No! Please stop. I don't want to die yet. Somebody save me, please. He pulled her close, trying to anchor her. It's okay. I'm here. No one can hurt you now. You don't have to fight anymore. After a tense moment, her frantic breathing finally leveled out. He let out a shaky sigh of relief. You've finally settled down. You're like this every single time you close your eyes. Just what kind of hell are you dreaming of? Even though you were the one who proposed we play act as a devoted couple, you've never truly been sincere with me. It feels as if my peaceful nights will vanish after 6 months. 6 months. If after that deadline you still wish to stay, then what on earth is going through my head? In that moment, a sharp knock echoed against the door. Enter. I heard you summon me, Duke. When he looked up, the butler was paralyzed with astonishment. He gazed at the two of them, his heart swelling with newfound joy. Nothing makes me happier than seeing you finally surrender to a romantic moment. As for me, I'm just confused. Denver, that's enough. There are matters I need to discuss with you. Do you wish to address the incident at the Madame's tea party? He reminded him, a wise man keeps his counsel but sees everything. One more thing. Dig up every scrap of intel on that slave Pan. If there is even a hint of a threat, I cannot allow him to remain by her side. Later, Lucino stood clutching a letter, her hands trembling with frustration. He sent another one. This is relentless. Why does Marquis Summer keep spamming me with invites while his sister treats me like dirt? Is he planning to humiliate me publicly? Keep him coming. I'm never showing my face. Not a chance. A few days have passed since I survived. Countess Tyrion's toxic tea party. Pan is currently neck-deep in gathering intel. He even outsourced to the Information Guild, leaving me with zero responsibilities. Just trust me, my lady. Consequently, I've been living like a total couch potato. eating, sleeping, and rotting in bed. I haven't lifted a finger. I was dead set on never attending another social event, no matter how bored I got. But what's with this mountain of mail? Why is everyone suddenly thirsting for Lucino's company? I mean, nothing groundbreaking happened at the party, right? To Lucino. I hope this finds you well. I must apologize again for my reckless behavior at the party. I've made sure to tell everyone how magnificent you are, and that stunning elemental dagger you gifted me is the talk of the town. I'd be honored to host you again. Sincerely, Jessie. Lucino. I'd muttered under her breath, so this is all your fault. I'll just have the maid or Denver incinerate this entire pile of letters. While Pan hunts down the culprit, I'll let the staff manage the paperwork. Still, things have been suspiciously peaceful lately. I wonder if this status quo will hold. What if the Demon King summons me out of nowhere and starts screaming? Warning, you are starving. Ding, your HP is beginning to plummet. Oh, right. An empty stomach can't plot revenge. I should summon a servant for some snacks. Just then, Isaac swung the door open and strolled in. Isaac greeted her warmly. Lord Isaac, you're home incredibly early today. I was just about to dive into some snacks. I mean, dessert. Care to join? No. Wait, you look absolutely drained. It's simply because I've been weeding out a few complications lately. If you're this exhausted, it must be serious. You're such a hopeless workaholic. Is that how you see me? The reality is, there are a few bastards daring to touch what belongs to me, so I have to teach them a brutal lesson. Whoever they are, they must be suicidal to provoke your wrath like this. They think I've softened up, so they think they can play me. But you look remarkably well these past few days. She felt a pang of guilt, thinking, well, obviously, since all I do is eat and nap, but who cares? Does it bother you? My apologies for lounging in luxury while you're out there working yourself to the bone. That wasn't my point at all. I'm truly relieved to see you looking so healthy. Suddenly, she flushed crimson and blurted, Lord Isaac, your acting has peaked. It's almost like we're a real married couple. I'm genuinely impressed. I'm certain the coming months will be smooth sailing. You are the one I'll be spending the next half year with. If it stays this chill, I'll sign any contract the Demon King drops on me. Since we're vibing like actual newlyweds now, the rest of the term will be a breeze. You belong to me for another 6 months at least. I expect you not to forget that. She stared at him, her mind completely blank. Isaac seemed momentarily thrown by her vacant expression. Suddenly she chirped, Now you're nailing the role of the overbearing patriarchal husband. Bravo! Your performance is truly top tier. Oh, is that so? I see. Performance. In her mind, she spiraled over 2 words. Performance, acting. This is all just a show, right? Talking to him with our faces this close is a hazard. And he had the audacity to whisper in my ear. I know I'm the one who begged him to play the part of a devoted husband, but this is genuinely hazardous to my heart health. If this were a real romance, I'd be convinced he was actually trying to flirt with me. If I end up catching feelings later, would you actually want to make this marriage real? Definitely not. This is a business arrangement. Everything dissolves the second the contract expires, right? That's right. This world isn't where I belong. I can't afford to get lost in these delusions. Suddenly, he broke the silence. Why has your expression turned so grim? Oh no, it's nothing. I was just focused on the upcoming gala. Seriously. He pursed his lips, lingering on her face with a skeptical, half-hidden smile. He finally averted his gaze and remarked, The entire nobility will be out in force. It seems all eyes are glued to this particular party. What do you mean? The vultures want to see if their husbands actually prioritize them in the middle of a social war zone. Is this about that last fiasco? Good grief, don't these people have hobbies? How are you so calm? It is what it is. Just facts. Wait. This means there's a massive chance Lucino's murderer will be lurking at that party. This might be my golden ticket to catch them all. But the thought of him carrying me in makes me want to die of embarrassment. He added, Also, I'm banning you from wearing high heels. No heels? You might as well tell me to go barefoot. We'll have orthopedic chic shoes custom made. But there's no time. The gala is in a few days. Nonsense. We have more than enough time. I finally see what needs to be done. She thought, He's filthy rich, but stubborn as a mule. He must have been traumatized seeing me collapse last time. It's fair, but I don't want a new wardrobe. Fine, I'll compromise with low heels. He immediately shut it down. No, I'm honoring your wishes for now. Do not buy a single new thing. He looked at her with a resigned sigh and muttered, "Very well." She mused to herself. Besides, once I kick the bucket, all these trinkets become useless anyway. Is there an object in this world you actually care about that deeply? You mentioned teaching some bastards a lesson for touching something you cherish. It's shocking to hear someone actually dared to offend you. But I'm dying to know what you treasure so much, because you aren't the type to obsess over toys like that elemental dagger. If it's a secret, you don't have to spill. It isn't an object. No? Then it's someone incredibly precious to me. He must have just headhunted an employee with insane potential. That makes sense, given the value that person provides. She privately speculated, this person must be a total asset for Isaac to be this protective. I should drop some wisdom since I've been in the trenches of the workforce. She said, Money talks, Lord Isaac. Everything boils down to how well you compensate them. You have to hit them with an offer they can't refuse, like a massive salary bump. You're a bit socially awkward, but I can tell your heart's in the right place. Isaac blinked, utterly bewildered, asking himself, what is this? I almost lost my composure. What a relief. My last boss was both a total clown and a creep. He was always summoning female staff into his office just to harass them. Then he'd dump his workload on everyone else while demanding coffee. His jokes were trash and his attitude was worse. Just thinking about him triggers me. High pay, good boss. Prime benefits in a healthy workspace. Isaac quietly studied her changing face. Why is she fuming? And what even are good benefits? For starters, you provide top-tier food and mandatory monthly mental health days. Hand out fat bonuses on birthdays or when they have family milestones. Honestly, having a boss who's a decent human would be a dream. But we can skip that since you're a private person. Do you even like good people? I assume so. Doesn't everyone gravitate toward kind and friendly souls? It's human nature. I see. So, do you actually enjoy those 3 full meals a day? I do. They're divine. Truly, everything I could ever need is right here. Is that right? Yes. Plus, the servants and the butler are all absolute gems, my lord. He smiled and gave a slow nod. That is good to hear. He looked strangely relieved. Or did I just imagine that? Why the sudden interest in my comfort? I was concerned you were feeling out of place. Wait, his mood just shifted. Actually, regarding that slave named Pan, why bring him up now? Did the kid screw something up? What on earth did Pan do to trigger such a reaction from Isaac? Seriously, Pan, what have you done? Suddenly, a knock echoed. She perked up instantly. Dessert! It must be the sweets. Let's finish our talk after we eat, okay? Isaac gave his cold permission. Enter. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Master, I've brought you refreshments. Wait, weren't you heading out today? No, I have no outside duties today. Wrong. Today is exactly the day you should be anywhere but here. This is a disaster. I need to tell the boy to vanish immediately, even though his service has been impeccable. But seriously, Pan, what did you do to make Lord Isaac this livid? She dismissed him quickly. Thank you. You're free to go now. However, he remained rooted to the spot, refusing to budge. She tried again. I said you're dismissed. Master, I neglected to mention one thing. I think your life is about to expire, so please, just run while you can. Good grief. Pan just stood there like he was waiting for a prize. Licino, and seemed to finally catch on to his game. Wait, don't tell me. She gestured for him to bow his head. Then she gave his hair a playful pat of approval. You've done a wonderful job. He beamed. Thank you, my lady. So he was acting like a literal statue just because he was fishing for a compliment? It's my fault. I've completely spoiled him. Isaac's expression was now as dark as a storm cloud. You may leave. Now. I mean, get out. Am I not permitted to stay and serve you further? No. I'm good. I'll summon you if I need anything. Go rest. Just please go. Yes, master. An oppressive silence filled the room. God, what is the deal between those two? Why does Lord Isaac despise Pan so much? Wait, what if he starts hating me by association? He let out a heavy sigh. Licino, you appear exceptionally close to that slave. Well, yes, I am. He's been by my side forever. It would be weird if we weren't close. I suppose it's because he's been with me the longest. The longest, you say? Oh, the tension is absolutely suffocating. Just tell me what my crime is already. Isaac, I actually granted him his freedom. And yet he stubbornly refused to leave your side, didn't he? She blinked in surprise. Yes, that's exactly what happened. You even offered him a settlement, but he turned his nose up at it. That arrogant slave chose to stay in your shadow even after you dismissed him? Why is he acting like this? Technically, he's right, since Pan did reject my offer of a new life. I see. In other words, you're looking for a reason to kick him out. How on earth did he reach that conclusion? She was stunned and totally lost. How do I even spin this? Wait, should I even bother answering? Lucino, I'll have Denver prepare a fresh tea service. Huh? I noticed a few specks of dust marring the surface. Denver is a master at brewing the perfect cup. Fine, just do whatever you want. I can't exactly stop you anyway. After this mess, the friction between those two is going to be legendary. But since Pan is constantly out gathering dirt on the enemy lately, and their paths will rarely cross, hopefully avoiding a total bloodbath. On the morning of the royal banquet, is Lucino still not awake? Indeed, my lord. The madam is out cold despite my numerous attempts to rouse her. We're going to be fashionably, or fatally, late. Is she falling ill? No fever, and her vitals are steady. She just seems to be in an unnaturally deep sleep. I'll handle it. Summon a physician just to be safe. Yes, my lord. He stepped inside and gently pressed his palm to Lucino's forehead. No fever, and she looks so peaceful. I could just let her sleep, but why won't you just stay home and rest? I'll do my best to make our excuses. No, I'm going. He whispered softly, Lucino, it's time to rejoin the waking world. Suddenly, her hand shot up like a lightning bolt. She delivered a stinging slap right across his face. Smack! Too loud. I see. No wonder that maid's face was so swollen the other day. He leaned down, hovering over her. I wish I was the only one who got to see this side of you, Lucino. His lips hovered inches from her rosy mouth. Lucino thought through a thick haze. I'm so wiped. Is that Isaac's voice? Lucino, wake up now or I'm going to kiss you. I must be tripping. There's no way Isaac would say something that spicy. See, I'm definitely dreaming. And if this is a dream... She lunged forward, grabbing his collar and pulling him into her space. She aggressively initiated a kiss, capturing his lips with hers. Whoa, this dream is terrifyingly vivid. I can actually feel the heat of his lips. Wait, I can actually feel him? This isn't a dream? She bolted upright, screeching. This is real life? You're actually Isaac? Wait, look, I can explain that. I'm well aware I was the one who made the first move. Hold on. So when he whispered those words, I wasn't hallucinating. But I never imagined you'd be the one to kiss me first. Do you despise mornings that much? I'm mortified. I was barely conscious. This is so cringe. Why am I the one apologizing? I've been led to believe that a morning kiss is a standard greeting for a married couple. If this is typical marital behavior, there's no need for an apology. Is it just me, or does he look smug as hell right now? He leaned in closer, calling her name. She screamed internally, panicked. Good heavens, do you find my touch repulsive? That is definitely not the problem here. Anyway, what are you even doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at your desk? The maids reported they were powerless to prepare a certain duchess for the gala because she flatly refused to wake up. She winced, thinking, my bad, Moonface. I owe you one. Isaac asked with a hint of hesitation, so are you going to deny me a chance to kiss you properly? If that first one didn't meet your standards, why don't we try for a second take? How can one man be this unfairly handsome? Who could say no to that face? She stammered, just give me a second to catch my breath. Isaac froze at her bluntness, then let out a rare, genuine laugh. Inevitably, he leaned back in to claim her lips again, but the butler burst through the door like a whirlwind. Duke, forgive the intrusion, but we have a... He immediately whipped around, piercing the butler with a lethal death stare. The butler recoiled, physically flinching. I'll just see myself out and perhaps jump off a bridge for interrupting. My apologies. Isaac turned away. We need to get to the banquet. I'll deal with you later. You didn't give me a moment to breathe, you beautiful liar. I trust you'll appreciate the gift I've prepared. A short while later, she stepped out in a breathtaking cerulean gown. The maids gasped in sheer awe. When he mentioned a gift, I expected shoes, but he curated the entire look, jewelry and all. This dress is radiant. The madam looks like a goddess. Did Lord Isaac really handpick all of this for me? Every bit of it. The silk, the gems, and even those custom heels. He swore me to secrecy, and I nearly blew it. Who knew the Duke was such a hopeless romantic? Me neither, especially after this morning. Honestly, this whole ensemble is a bit extra. but I can't deny the flutter in my chest knowing Isaac went through all this trouble just for me. Finally, I'm about to fulfill Lucino's dying wish. Dressed like this, you'll slay everyone from day one. Wait, day one? Yes, the festivities span 5 full days. You mean I don't get to go home tonight? Don't play coy with me. Royal banquets are notorious marathons, though this year is technically shorter. 5 days? The Duke can bail whenever he wants, so maybe I can escape early too. Lucino tuned her out. Her heart was pounding. I'm trapped for 5 days? 5 days of toxic gossip and fake smiles. Before she could spiral, Isaac entered. He stopped dead in his tracks, visibly stunned by her transformation. She broke the silence. Hey there, Isaac. He smirked, realizing every second spent obsessing over her outfit was worth it. How do you find the gown? Is it too restrictive or heavy for you? No, I'm just floored by how much it glows. The fabric feels surprisingly rigid, though. That's because it's woven from dragon scales? Dragon scales? Precisely. The material is impossible to find, let alone sew into high fashion. Who even thinks of wearing a dragon? It's undeniably gorgeous, though. I can guarantee this piece is one of a kind, much like its wearer. He extended his hand. She hesitated for a heartbeat, then slipped her fingers into his. He helped her up, whispering a compliment. It suits you perfectly. I knew it. Thank you, my lord. You look quite dashing yourself. Then Shall we make our entrance? As the door clicked shut, the servant squealed, Oh my god! Did you see that? They're a total power couple. It's like a romance manhwa come to life. So dreamy. They're so obsessed with each other. Seriously, they're endgame. Later, inside the carriage, Lucino asked, I heard we're stuck at the palace for the next 5 days. Who told you that? The maids. They mentioned the party lasts nearly a week. I kept that quiet because she didn't need the stress. He exhaled sharply and said, The duration is irrelevant. I have no intention of lingering there for long. Just say the word when you're ready to bounce. But this is a royal family gala. Is it really okay for him to be this reckless? Not that I'm complaining. The carriage suddenly lurched, causing her to lose her footing. Isaac demanded sharply, What happened out there? My deepest apologies, my lord. I failed to spot a boulder in the road. Are you injured, Lucino? Yes, I'm fine. Just a minor bump to the shoulder. It's really nothing. A minor bump? Then why does it feel like my HP bar just took a hit? Wait, it really did drop. When the hell did that happen? Looking back, there are plenty of reasons for the drain. Rolling around in bed, eating, sleeping. Maybe that's why waking up has felt like a Herculean task lately. I didn't even notice because Isaac has been spoiling me with such a luxury life. How did I let something so critical slip under my radar? The fact that my HP is bleeding out means my time, and Lucino's, is running out. I need to sniff out the mastermind while I'm still mobile. Lost in my spiral, I only snapped out of it when Isaac carried me down. She finally shook off the fog. As you can see, the ballroom is still quite a trek from here. I'll let you make your grand entrance on your own 2 feet once we reach the doors. Are you sure about that? Trust me, I'll be fine since I'm barely moving, and even if I wanted to, I'm locked in. Wild rumors about you are spreading like wildfire. You don't need any more heat. Fair. Then, do I have the honor of escorting you, Lucino? She blinked, dazed, before letting out a sudden laugh. The honor is mine. At that moment, the herald announced, Archduke Isaac Detroit and Duchess Lucino Detroit have arrived. The pair stepped into the spotlight under 1,000 watchful eyes. And here we go again. Do I really have to suffer through the whispers of these backstabbers? Wait, the vibe is different today. Is it hostility? No, it's something else. She closed her eyes to focus. Is it what I think? I see. Before, they thought the marriage was a myth, but now the truth is hitting them like a truck. A top-tier, powerful husband, plus the juicy rumor that Isaac actually carries me around. Add to that this stunning, luminescent gown, a literal fortune made from dragon scales. The whispering isn't hate, it's pure envy. God, look at that fabric. That dress is wasted on her. Ahem, the Archduke is such a snack. Honestly, I'll take jealousy over death threats any day. Isaac asked, concerned, Is something bothering you? I was just thinking about how lucky the woman truly loved by you must be. Isaac's lips thinned, a flash of genuine sorrow crossing his face. She mused, He makes me feel so safe just by standing there. Suddenly he spoke, Lucino, do you really not believe that woman is you? They say you shouldn't crave things beyond your reach. We're just from 2 different worlds. The only reason I can even stand here and talk to him is because I'm squatting in Lucino's body. Without this vessel, I'd never get near a man like Isaac. I'd probably just be some random NPC if I were born here for real. He turned away abruptly. I'll fetch some drinks. Oh, could you grab me a glass of wine? He frowned and corrected her. Orange juice? Does he think I'm 5? Are you seriously treating me like a child while everyone else is sipping vintage wine? You're right, that didn't even cross my mind. Exactly. So please let me... I'll bring you grape juice instead. With that, he vanished into the crowd. She grumbled under her breath. This man, why is he suddenly being such a grouch? Normally, I'd assume he's just worried, but he's acting so weird. A moment later, he reappeared. They're out of grape juice. I've ordered a special glass. It'll be here shortly. Sorry, but I'm drinking first. You don't have to apologize, she thought. Anyway, time to stop playing and find the killer. She stood up and said, I'm allowed to scout the hall while I wait, right? He shot back irritably. Would you even listen if I told you to stay put? She sat right back down. My bad. No, it's fine. Forget it. Go if you want, she called out softly. Isaac? This is just a question, so don't bite my head off if I'm wrong. If you've got something to say, just spit it out. So you're salty because I said we don't suit each other earlier, aren't you? At that, Isaac nearly choked on his drink. Huh? Bingo. Did I hit a nerve? Is he really that pressed about it? No wonder he went full cranky mode. Honestly, you're not a toddler, so why get in your feelings over one little comment, for real? It wouldn't be great if it stayed this awkward for the whole 5-day marathon, but it's not like I can drop the truth bomb. She chose her words with care. Isaac, look at the facts. My reputation is in the gutter. To the world, I'm the ultimate villainess, a literal witch and a demon who caused her parents' deaths. On the flip side, you are hailed as the legendary hero who saved this nation from the brink of war. You are the champion and the ultimate sword of the empire. So what will people whisper when they see us together? That is exactly my point. That is why I said we're a total mismatch. Great. Now I feel a pang of guilt for Lucino, even if it is the cold truth. Isaac asked, why on earth would you say that? She blinked, failing to grasp his meaning, and immediately blurted, what? You have a habit of casually saying things that wound your own heart like that. I couldn't care less how the masses perceive you. They don't truly know you, so their gossip is irrelevant. Our reputations are white noise as long as we're together. I don't despise you. Do you hate me? Of course I care for you, Isaac, but I am simply not the right person for a man like you. He cut her off, but I am the only one who gets to decide who is right for me. What? What is he implying with a line like that? The way Isaac is speaking right now, it sounds as if... Answer me, Isaac. All I ever asked was for you to play a part. I never once expected these feelings to be sincere. He must realize that a real romance is impossible for us. Our destinies have already been set in stone. Suddenly, he countered with firm conviction, yes, we suit each other perfectly. She searched his gaze and felt a terrifying certainty that Isaac was being dead serious. Panicked, she clenched her fists, spun around, and bolted. I'm losing my mind. I need to get a grip on my emotions right now. A man like him will never truly belong to me. He is worlds out of my league. In any other life, I'd never even breathe the same air as him. I need to stay grounded. He chased her down and seized her hand. Why are you running away? Her cheeks were flushed a deep crimson, and she found herself completely tongue-tied. Lucino, your breathing is so erratic. Are you all right? She stole a glance at her status bar. Her HP was still stable. He asked urgently, is it your heart? Do you feel an attack coming on? We can retreat to the villa this instant if you're unwell. You're the one who needs to chill out, Isaac. Seriously. When someone wants to walk away, you should just let them go. Then why did you flee? Because I have my reasons. But those reasons mean nothing if you keep them locked away. Fine. Then do you even remember our contract? Of course. You only asked me to play the role of your husband. I'm well aware of that. Then why are you saying such reckless things? I've been doing some soul searching lately, and I think I've actually fallen for you. What? Ahem. My apologies. I shouldn't have been quite so blunt. But what I meant was, I don't think I can ever let you go again. I won't take responsibility for this mess. I also have zero intention of tearing up our agreement. I will do everything in my power to change your mind, she asserted defiantly. Nothing is going to change. Isaac refused to back down. You will eventually fall for me. Even if I do, the finale of this story remains the same. But regardless of the end, I'm going to give this my all. I still can't fathom why you'd surrender your fortune and fake a romance just for a contract marriage with me. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. In spite of everything, I've developed genuine feelings for you. And in that moment, the two shared a breathtakingly sweet kiss. Their gazes locked, overflowing with deep, unspoken affection. She teased, "Don't come crying to me if you fail to win my heart." I can't make that promise, but challenge accepted. She thought, I can't believe him. I'm going to lose it if I stay near him another second. Are you planning to run from me again? Why don't you head outside to clear your head for a moment? He watched her retreating figure, lost in his own thoughts. She's draped in my gifts from head to toe, yet she still dreams of escaping as if I'd ever permit it. Lucino wandered back into the ballroom and leaned against the wall, exhausted. I feel like my heart is literally going to stop. I feel like I have no choice but to keep running, because Isaac won't stop saying those world-shaking things. I don't think I can ever let you leave. At first, I thought these emotions were just Lucino's lingering traces, but now the lines are blurring. If Isaac truly loves me, what am I supposed to do? I don't belong in this world. Eventually, I'll vanish. What then? Suddenly, she whipped around with a start. She found a small girl tugging insistently at the hem of her dress. Are you lost, little one? What's the matter? The child trembled. The fabric of your gown, big sister. Honestly, it's clear she's absolutely terrified of me. So why the hell did she approach me? Skill. Enhanced hearing has been activated. The poisonous whispers of the crowd flooded her ears. Look at that poor child shaking with fear. My God, what do you think that woman said to her? I guess some people never change, even after marriage. She probably played the victim just to trick the Archduke into buying that dress. How pathetic. That gown is a total waste on her. She sighed heavily. If they were so dying to know about my dress, they should have asked me themselves instead of weaponizing a kid. They're too busy gossiping to care that she's scared. What is wrong with these nobles? She pulled herself together. The child was just a pawn, so she lowered her voice to a gentle hum. You want to know the secret behind my dress, don't you? Oh, yes. Come closer. She whispered softly into the girl's ear. This dress is actually forged from real dragon scales. The little girl's eyes widened with excitement. Dragon scales? For real? It's a top secret. That's right. But you have to pinky promise not to tell a single soul, okay? I can't tell anyone? Exactly. Not one person. Not even your father or mother. Not even Eli. Not even them. Is that her little friend? But what happens if I let it slip? She paused for a dramatic beat and then whispered, You'll be struck by the curse of the wicked dragon. Every night the terrifying beast will haunt your manor and, well, as long as you keep your word, you'll be perfectly safe. But do you even know who I am? I am the Archduchess de Troyes, and you are? I'm so sorry for being rude. I am Miriam, the second daughter of Earl Mountain. She seems like a sweet kid. How could those vultures use her like this? Seriously. It is a true pleasure to meet you, Lady Miriam Mountain. As your Archduchess, I command you to guard this secret for life, just as you promised Lucino de Troyes. You are officially under no obligation to answer anyone's nosy questions about this. Yes, Archduchess, I swear on my life to keep it a secret, I promise. Thank you. Lucino gave a small wave. How adorable. The little girl scurried back to the group. The noblewomen swarmed her instantly. What did she say? Where did she get it? But Miriam ignored them with total silence. Do you think that monster actually threatened the poor girl? I can't believe she's ghosting us. Lucino thought with a smirk. Keep guessing, ladies. The voice I heard back then definitely belonged to someone their age. Why isn't she dead yet? There's a high chance the killer is a young noblewoman. Right. I need to stay sharp and hunt down Lucino's murderer. Deep breaths. First things first, I need to find a way to recover my HP. After that, I spent the evening scanning every conversation for that specific voice, but it was a total bust. I could only catch snippets of dialogue since everyone was actively ghosting Lucino. Countess Tyron and Lady Summer were watching me like hawks from the corner, but neither dared to approach. Maybe I was too blunt when I rejected their invites. Suddenly, Isaac appeared. Are you finally done with your little investigation? You seemed quite preoccupied wandering the halls. He's finally acting normal again. Regardless, I have to find the culprit with the clues I have. So, did you dig up anything useful? Nothing. I've been listening for that voice, but no luck. I know I'll recognize it the second I hear it. Is there a reason you're only profiling the young debutantes? The voice was young, yes. But plenty of women despise you. What if the killer isn't even a noble? What are you getting at? Think about it. That maid over there is roughly the same age as the ladies that you currently have on your suspect list. Have you checked the staff's voices yet? She replied, Not yet. He's right. The palace is crawling with non-nobles. But how could a common servant take out a noble? He countered. It's rare for a commoner to harbor such lethal spite, let alone secure such a rare poison. It might be faster to look for someone with a shady history or a background in apothecary and toxins. I thought I told you I didn't need your help. I'm not helping, I'm just being meddlesome. Are you trying to be funny? Or do you actually want to assist, Isaac? You've already done more than enough for me. Honestly, I feel so much safer just having you stand here. I'm exhausted from being treated like a pariah by these women. He smiled to himself, thinking, I see. It looks like I finally have a place in her heart. I'll personally keep tabs on the families of every lady who spoke to you. Why go that far? I suppose I should be grateful for the backup for now. At that moment, the herald's voice boomed, Behold the son of the empire, the emperor! His Majesty Xenon Nocton, Crown Prince Fionn L. Nocton, Prince Philily Nocton, and Viscount Eclipse Canphy have arrived. Lucino's heart skipped a beat. Eclipse? What on earth is he doing here? He must have rolled in with the royals because he was running behind schedule. It's like walking into a lecture and making eye contact with the professor. Isaac tracked her gaze, musing. At least she isn't cowering like a frightened mouse this time. Little did he know she was so paralyzed with shock she'd simply forgotten to bow. The Emperor's voice boomed. I intended to grace this banquet with the Empress by my side, but alas, her health is failing. My delay was due to the care I provided her. Isaac chimed in. The Empress is famously delicate, though she's practically ironclad compared to you. Why does he always feel the need to drop these petty little bombs? The Empress is stable now, so I expect every one of you to enjoy the festivities to the fullest. With those words, the Emperor caught Isaac's eye and offered a knowing smirk. Lucino felt a jolt of anxiety. He picked me out of the sea of people instantly. Isaac leaned in. I have to pay my respects to His Majesty. Coming with? I desperately need a breather. Is it okay if I sit this one out? In this empire, there is almost nothing you are forbidden from doing. Does that imply there are a few red lines I shouldn't cross? Precisely. For instance, you are never permitted to leave me. He emphasized the point with a lingering kiss on her cheek. I'll return the moment I've greeted His Majesty. Just stay put and relax. She screamed into the void of her mind and practically sprinted toward the secluded hallway. Is he mocking me? How am I supposed to relax after he pulls a stunt like that? It's hard enough dodging the crowd without him making me the center of attention. Just you wait, Isaac. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind when he gets back. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air. You look radiant. She spun around, gasping. Eclipse, why are you lurking here? Is that the only greeting you have for me after all this time apart? What? Did he expect a tearful hug and a confession of how much I missed him? You look healthy enough. Why did you vanish without a single word to me? I know that monster forced you out, but you could have at least penned a letter. Why do you keep throwing yourself at his mercy? Do you actually think he's safe? What if he's plotting to ruin you? You said yourself this was just a business arrangement, Eclipse. I appreciate the concern, but watch your tone. At the very least, Isaac has more tact than you. He didn't start barking at me the second we met. This is all wrong. Wait, are you actually calling that man kind? That is absolutely delusional. You didn't see the way he looked at me? I sent a formal protest the second the Duke spirited Lucino away without a word. She's my wife. Stay in your lane. But all he sent back was a cold copy of their marriage license. He barred me from every visit, claiming she was too frail for guests, yet here she is, healthy enough to dazzle a whole ballroom. This entire situation is a minefield I can't even navigate. Lucino wondered, is he actually losing it? Suddenly, Eclipse whipped back around. Regardless, I refused to accept this union. Get a divorce immediately. On the other side of the room, Isaac's voice turned to ice. Excuse me? I'm only speaking out of concern. That woman is a stain on your reputation. I'm struggling to see how that's any of your business, Your Highness. Surely you're aware of her legendary cruelty. She's tried to destroy Lily time and again. She's a predator who will stop at nothing. Isaac countered, I'd say that's infinitely better than being a pathetic fool who can't secure what he desires. That's not the point. She's heartless. Nobles, commoners, she tramples them all. It sounds like my wife is a true egalitarian who doesn't discriminate based on social rank. He spoke while tracking Lucino's silhouette moving toward the terrace. The Crown Prince continued to dig his own grave. Lest you forget, she was obsessed with me once. How could she suddenly pivot to you? I'm certain she told Your Highness. Finally, he's actually listening to what I have to say. She's playing a long game, Lord Isaac. She is using you as a shield. Rethink this. If you want, I can introduce you to a woman who actually deserves your status. Your Highness, Isaac's voice dropped to a lethal, freezing pitch. If you utter another syllable in that vein, I will take it as a direct insult not only to my wife, but to my own honor. The crown prince recoiled, stammering in visible terror. I meant, the emperor intervened sharply. Enough, that's plenty. Fionn L., did you not hear the man? He said everything is under control. Pushing the matter further is nothing short of boorish. Accept my apologies for my son's lack of grace, Archduke de Troyes. Think no more of it. My thanks, Your Majesty. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must attend to my wife. She's waiting alone. With a cold bow, he turned on his heel. Father, are you seriously acknowledging that woman as a member of the nobility? The emperor ignored him, thinking, fascinating. I've never seen that look on Isaac's face before. He was always so detached I wondered if he even had a pulse. It seems Countess Reno has managed to humanize the beast. I suppose the proper title is Archduchess de Troyes now. The prince kept shouting, Father, Your Majesty, listen to me. The emperor snapped, Zip it, boy. I'll have to arrange a proper introduction with the empress when the time is right. Meanwhile, Isaac was hunting for Lucino. She had to be somewhere in this garden. He paused suddenly. Wait, I know that voice. At that moment, Lucino's voice rang out. Eclipse, get real. You aren't my father. So tell me, what right do you have to veto my marriage? Because I am the only family you have left. She couldn't help but think how much the real Lucino would have cherished hearing those words. Are you finished with your little chat? Shekel dropped a bombshell earlier. She claimed that your time is running out. Isaac, eavesdropping from the shadows, was struck by a wave of shock. His mind raced in a panic. Lucino is actually dying? Lucino's death is imminent? What in the world is he talking about? I have to get to the bottom of this. Just as Isaac prepared to confront them, Eclipse's voice made him go rigid. A corpse can't be preserved forever, no matter how many times you try to mend it. She said even the Demon King lacks the power to truly resurrect someone who is already dead. Those words froze the blood in Isaac's veins. Suddenly, someone... Gael approached and piped up, Your Highness, why are you just standing there? But the moment he caught sight of that murderous glare, the man beat a hasty retreat. My apologies, Your Grace, Isaac cursed under his breath. I have zero interest in playing the spy, but the truth keeps finding me. Outside. Lucino and Eclipse were still locked in their grim conversation. She pressed him. What exactly did Shekel say to you? She said nothing in this world can halt the decay of a lifeless body. Every corpse eventually rots away. But you're standing right here, so Shekel has to be wrong, right? Please tell me she's lying. She fell into a heavy silence. This girl is a serious wildcard. She knows way more than I anticipated. This is a disaster. I suppose I'll have to spin a different web of lies to cover this up. Eclipse took a tentative step forward and gripped the fabric of her gown. If you leave me behind as well, what am I supposed to do? She whispered his name, her voice thick with emotion. Eclipse. His sister was slaughtered for some dark, cryptic reason. And now, even though I'm currently inhabiting her vessel, I'll soon wither away and vanish into thin air. Where am I supposed to find the heart to tell him the brutal truth? Even if the kindest thing I could do is lay out these agonizing facts. No, I'm wrong. I can see how desperately Eclipse misses the real Lucino. Even knowing I'm a stranger, the boy is desperately chasing his sister's shadow in me. I can't be that heartless to him. Resolved, she spoke softly. I'm so sorry. It's true, isn't it? I'm truly... The Demon King confessed that my soul was ripped into this body by force. It's already started to fail. From what I've gathered, this vessel is on the verge of crumbling. That is the reality of my death. Eclipse's hand slipped away. That's impossible. Death means returning to the dust, letting the wind carry our spirits far, far away from this place. Don't despair. I will fulfill Lucino's final wish before I fade out. I'll give everything I have to unmask the true killer. Ha! You are terrifyingly calm about the fact that your body is decomposing. Is it because this shell isn't actually yours? That's not what I meant, Eclipse. Regardless of my fate, there's no way I'm letting the culprit walk free. I've already tracked down that person, the maid who slipped you the poison. Seriously? Where is she? Can I see her? She's dead. I don't know the full story, but by the time I found her, she was already a cold corpse. Is it a suicide? If so, that's a little too convenient for my liking. She was practically slaughtered. To be honest, it was hard to even identify her because the body had been hacked into tiny pieces. Anyone with eyes could see it was a professional hit. She mused, was it a play to silence the witness? She added, wiping her out only makes it harder to follow the trail to the mastermind. What are you saying? A mastermind? Didn't I just tell you? There's someone else pulling the strings. I mean, behind Lucino's poisoning. The maid was just a tool who got disposed of, so I don't feel a shred of pity. That was the price of her betrayal. What are you talking about? You should have led with that from the start. She drifted into thought. The price of betrayal? Eclipse, tell me. Did Lucino ever have any major beef with the other noble houses? Lucino wasn't the type to start a public scene of that magnitude. But if she did retaliate, it's because they threw the first punch. An eye for an eye, that was Lucino's golden rule. Since Eclipse has been away for so long, he's probably out of the loop on the recent drama. I need to dig deeper. The killer is likely someone who viewed Lucino with utter contempt. That means someone nursing a massive grudge, hateful enough to want her dead. I can't believe I missed something so obvious. Was I too obsessed with that voice? How could I be so blind? Eclipse stepped closer. What's going through your head? Does he have something else to say? I swear I'll find the killer for you, but in exchange, promise me I need the absolute, unvarnished truth. How much time do you have left before you're gone? Shikl told me. None that you've signed a temporal contract. You know the exact hour you'll vanish, don't you? So, when is it? You know about that too. I guess there's no hiding it anymore. She reluctantly sighed. There are only 4 months left until my time is up. A mere 4 months? Yes. And after that, will you return to wherever you came from? To your previous world? I will. I'll go back there, to a place where social hierarchies like nobles and commoners don't even exist. Eclipse's voice trembled with raw desperation. Do you honestly think I'll just let that happen? He roared, don't you dare think this is over. I won't let you die like that. At that moment, Isaac's patience finally snapped, and he kicked the door open. What in the hell are you two plotting in here? Eclipse stared at him, paralyzed with shock, stammering, Isaac, how long have you been... I asked a question. What were you two talking about? What is this nonsense about dying and your body vanishing? What do you mean you only have 4 months left to live? And what was that about going to another world? Eclipse snapped back. This has absolutely nothing to do with you. This is a private family matter. Family? I am Lucino's husband. That gives me every right to know the truth. Just back off, Duke. Besides, isn't this marriage of yours just a hollow contract built on lies? Without a second's hesitation, Isaac lunged and seized Eclipse by the throat. He didn't say a word. Eclipse gasped for air, choking out, Isaac! Damn it, Isaac, stand down! But Isaac's grip remained like iron, refusing to yield. Suddenly, Shikl appeared on the scene. Shikl? No, there's no stopping these two if they actually start a real fight. She grabbed his muscular arm. Isaac, please stop this. He shifted his gaze, and toward her, his brow furrowing in a dark scowl. Finally, he released his grip, letting Eclipse collapse to the floor with a heavy thud. She rushed over, her heart racing, and asked, Eclipse, can you breathe? Are you okay? Isaac's voice was cold as ice. We're going home. Lucino figured Shikl would handle things from here. Resigned to the situation, she nodded and replied, All right, let's go. Eclipse reached out and grabbed the hem of her dress. Where do you think you're going? You aren't seriously going to follow that psychopath, are you? Do you have any idea what kind of monster he is? I've witnessed the Archduke in the heat of battle before. Nothing survived in the wake of his path. It was as if those lands had been haunted by vengeful spirits. He might be celebrated as a war hero, but no one would sing his praises if they saw the sheer brutality he's capable of. That man is a literal demon. I refuse to let her leave with a monster like him. Fueled by fear, he continued, Just look at him. Who in their right mind tries to strangle someone over a conversation? Eclipse isn't wrong. No matter how furious you are, that kind of violence isn't normal. But she simply said, Let go of me for a second. I owe him an explanation, at the very least. Eclipse's hand fell away, helpless. He called out after her, Lucino! Then a jagged shout rang out, Are you really just going to walk away? Suddenly, the world began to spin for Lucino. Wait, what's happening? A tidal wave of Lucino's buried memories surged into her consciousness. Are you really planning to abandon everything just like that? Try to stop me all you want. It won't change a thing. I have no reason to stop you. You're leaving because you want to. Damn it, Lucino. Why do you think I'm fleeing this manor? It's because of you that our parents are dead. If only you hadn't provoked so many enemies. You're the one who should have been buried, not them. Snapping back to reality. Say something. Are you really leaving me again? She looked at him and whispered, Eclipse, I'm so sorry for everything. He froze at her words, whispering her name with a look of pure heartbreak. Licino? As she walked away with Isaac, her strength gave out and she collapsed. He cried out in terror, Licino! That desperate shout echoed in Eclipse's ears. Licino! Someone get a doctor here right now! Elsewhere. Is that you? Oh dear. Look at the mess you've made the moment I turn my back on you. I really can't leave you alone for a second, can I? Next time, if it's truly necessary, I'll let you go without a fight, so don't do anything reckless. For now, try to have a little faith in yourself and your replacement. Later, Isaac asked softly, Do you feel any better? She kept her gaze down and replied, Yes. After that sudden flash of Licino's trauma, I woke up tucked into bed at the Detroit Manor. My HP is nearly at its peak, so why did I black out? It makes no sense. I jumped when Isaac's voice cut through the room. Now, are you going to explain exactly what you were talking about earlier? Exactly. Laying all my cards on the table for Isaac is the only move left. Making excuses now is a total waste of breath. I can't even act shocked that he's fuming. My entire life here has been a fabricated lie. I wouldn't even blink if he tossed me out onto the street this very second. Steel herself, she finally confessed. Every single word you eavesdropped on, it's the truth. But is that really the headline here? This contract was a business deal for our mutual benefit. Whether I played you or not is irrelevant. Our marriage had a 6-month expiration date. Everything is legally notarized and set in stone. You'll still walk away with the Reno mines and every asset your heart desired. So, it shouldn't matter if I drop dead once the clock runs out. It has zero to do with you. She spat the words out, yet she couldn't bring herself to meet Isaac's gaze. A heavy, suffocating silence hung between them before Isaac finally spoke. Are you quite finished? Suddenly, his tone shifted. I couldn't care less about those things anymore. Wait, what? The terms of the contract are dead to me. Keep the Reno fortune. Keep the mines. I don't want them. Is this how it all crashes down? He's going to explode, and I'll be banished from the estate. I suppose if we both just retreat to our own corners, nobody truly gets hurt. Time will eventually erase the rest. Actually, it's a blessing this blew up before I let my guard down any further. Now, how do I explain this failure to the Demon King? Out of nowhere, he asked, Licino, exactly when are you scheduled to die? You already heard the timeline. Are you still stuck on the fact that I'm an imposter? He's not going to let this go, is he? The real Licino Reno drew her last breath the day the poison hit her system. I see. So the reason you didn't match the scandalous rumors is simply because you aren't her, and you think that's the problem? Regardless, you're the soul currently inhabiting her shell, and you're the one who signed that pact with me. What is he playing at? I know it must be skin-crawling to realize you've been playing house with a corpse. I'm well aware of how monstrous this all is, but I was backed into a corner. Do you have any idea how grueling it's been to play act while drowning in a world that feels like a fever dream? I can't keep the mask on any longer. So tell me about this other world of yours. It's a place that doesn't share a single atom with this reality. My soul, belong somewhere far beyond your stars. And how does a soul jump across dimensions? I struck a bargain with the Demon King. I suppose anything is possible with him involved, but why gamble your existence on such a risky deal? She averted her eyes and whispered, We both had something to gain. Simple as that. She thought, the Demon King needed a puppet to fill Licino's empty vessel. And I just happened to be dying in my world at the exact same moment. Our goals simply aligned in the most morbid way possible. Even so, I can't deny I manipulated you just to buy myself a few more breaths. That's the ugly truth. I get it if you despise me now. I'll pack my bags and vanish immediately. He lunged forward and seized her wrist. Who gave you permission to walk away? Contract or no contract? You aren't going anywhere. From this moment on, you are strictly forbidden from leaving this manor without my express consent. She let out a shocked gasp. Have you lost your mind, Isaac? No matter how livid you are, you have no right to keep me prisoner. Maybe you're right. Maybe I have finally snapped. But ironically, thanks to you, I've never felt more focused. Is this some twisted revenge for my deception? No way. Isaac is too calculated to waste energy on someone like me unless there was a profit. I need to make him understand. I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. For what it's worth, the real Lucino Reno truly adored you. The real Lucino? You mean anyone but you? I get the anger. Take the Reno assets, take it all. Neither Lucino nor I have any use for gold where we're going. He yanked her toward him, his voice low and jagged. Please, do you honestly believe... And that I orchestrated all of this just for the Reno family's pocket change? She breathed his name in genuine confusion. Isaac? I know there isn't any other logical reason. She searched his face, baffled. But why? Why does he look so utterly heartbroken? And why is his gaze so filled with agonizing pain? If you walk away now, we can end this cleanly. Please, don't do something you'll regret for the rest of your life. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then pulled her into a crushing embrace. Just give me more time. I have no clue what's swirling in his head, but Isaac held me like that for an eternity. He didn't move a muscle. Your skin is like ice. Will you keep getting colder? Why did it have to be like this? Fine, I'll have a bed of enchanted firestones prepared for you. Isaac, do you really want to be tied to a ghost? You're going to regret this. We're eating a light meal and going to bed early. I'm drained. Don't say I didn't warn you. He completely brushed her off. Is there a specific dish you're craving? I'll have the chef start on it. He's not even acknowledging me. Wow, I really don't get why you're choosing the hardest path possible. Isn't it obvious? It's because of you. I am using you, Isaac. The only reason I'm still breathing is because I made you play the part of a loving husband. If we're assuming you're using me for your gain, then I'm making this choice for mine. Doesn't that make us even? Are you absolutely certain you won't regret this? He smirked and replied, beyond a doubt. With that, he leaned in and kissed her lips with sweet intensity. And I must apologize, but I won't be allowing you to return to your old world. What? You're the one who ruthlessly stole my heart, after all. You belong to me. That was your vow. She flushed crimson, screaming internally. I'm starting to suspect I signed a pact with someone far more dangerous than the Demon King. I loathe that smirk. Suddenly, he whispered, never. Why the sudden change of heart? You promised I could hunt down Lucino's killer on my own terms. That was before I realized your life is being measured in mere days. I knew you were fragile, but I never imagined you were this close to the edge. Even minor exertion is forbidden. One wrong move, and your life could collapse entirely. You admitted your strength is fading. How can you even stand in that state? Maybe revealing my true condition was a mistake, but his persistence wore down my resolve. Wait, did you just cough up blood again? What else are you hiding? It was unavoidable. Hi. Lord Isaac, regardless of the risks, I can't remain cooped up in this manner. The banquet is fast approaching. I swear I'll live out my days with you once the culprit is caught. I mean it. Who gives a damn about that superficial banquet? It's just a vacuous party where pathetic nobles drown themselves in wine and lies. It's a total waste of time. Why not just write letters instead of making all that racket? Isaac is being uncharacteristically chatty, isn't he? Don't you think these meaningless parties at the palace serve a purpose? If they stop, the social fabric of the empire might unravel. Then let it burn so we can rebuild it from the ashes. Horrified, she lunged to cover his mouth. Are you insane? Do you want to be executed for high treason? Honestly, that sounds fine too. Okay, stop. You aren't doing a single thing without me. How childish. If I can't keep you locked away, then promise you won't leave my sight for a second. Isaac, since when did you become so possessive? He stayed silent, offering no denial. To be blunt, I'm terrified for you, no matter how much you claim to be fine. Even now, I can barely feel a flicker of warmth coming from you. What do I have to do to keep you from vanishing? Is there really no way? Why am I so powerless? She whispered Isaac, pulling him back from the brink of his dark thoughts, and pressed a sudden kiss to his cheek. I know you're worried, but I'm still standing. I won't break that easily. And the truth is, I still have 4 months on the clock. That's a guarantee I won't disappear any sooner. So I'm staying right here by your side. Curie? You can stop worrying so much. Deal? Following that, I laid low in the mansion until the banquet arrived. It was for my own good and for Isaac's peace of mind. I needed time to heal from the chaos of the past few days, and I didn't want to see that look of dread on Isaac's face again. Come to think of it, Pan has been suspiciously quiet lately, hasn't he? On the morning of the banquet, the maid scurried over with a letter, her face glowing with excitement. Lucino sighed. Don't tell me it's another one from Marquis Summer. Bingo! An invitation from the Emperor of the Night himself. He's bombarding me with letters daily. He even sent one on the day of the imperial banquet. What is the Emperor of the Night after? His obsession is getting out of hand. If this continues, I can't keep ghosting him. Right then, Isaac walked in. Lucino, how are you feeling today? A few days of rest did wonders. I'm feeling strong. That's a relief to hear. In reality, my HP has dipped, but if I admit that, he'll chain me to this bed and skip the banquet entirely. What's that you're holding? Just an invitation. Is Countess Tayran pestering you again? No, not her. Actually, she's been oddly silent since that last encounter, hasn't she? Isaac, do you know anything about the Emperor of the Night? You know, Marquis Summer. Why the sudden interest in that man? I'm just curious about the mystery surrounding him. We aren't exactly on speaking terms. I've never even shared a word with him. If even Isaac is in the dark about the Marquis, then my only option is to confront him myself. Do you think he'll show his face at the banquet, Isaac? Why are you ignoring me? He suddenly swept her off her feet and muttered, I don't care. Huh? Isaac, are you seriously feeling jealous right now? Her teasing words made the atmosphere grow heavy and tense. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? You mean staying glued to your side? Don't play coy with me. The servant bowed. Duke, I hope your evening is spectacular. Upon arriving at the banquet, a massive throng had already swarmed the entrance. Lucino whispered, Isaac, how much longer do you plan on carrying me? If I had my way, I'd never put you down. No way! I told you I'd stick by your side, but I never agreed to be carried around like a fragile doll. Don't start getting clingy now. He finally set her on her feet and gave a stern instruction. The second you feel weary, tell me. We're leaving immediately. How many times are you going to repeat that? I've got it. I still haven't unmasked the person harboring a grudge against Lucino, so tonight I'll keep my ears open for that voice, just like Isaac suggested. Since I'm keeping my distance from the noblewomen, no one should be able to pick a fight. Just focus on playing it safe and boosting my HP. That was the plan, but Lady Luck clearly has other ideas. Suddenly, a young lady collapsed onto the marble floor, trembling. Lucino stood over her, her gaze freezing as she spoke in a low, cold voice. I believe you and I need to have a little chat. Rewinding a few minutes, your orange juice, my lady. Thank you, my lord. He didn't even bother asking if I wanted something else. Well, whatever. I'm barred from alcohol anyway, and I doubt anyone here cares what's in my glass. Even if they noticed, nobody's gonna make a scene over a duchess drinking juice, right? Enhanced hearing skill activated. Thump. The whispers began to bleed through. I heard the Archduke literally carried her in today. Ugh, how scandalous. I'm shocked she has the nerve to be so brazen. It's the same old clique. They always get that nasty edge in their voice when my name comes up. I don't even need to hear them to know they're spewing vitriol. Luckily, it seems Isaac didn't catch their petty remarks. Wait, I can't just let them drag the Duchess's name through the mud. When they mock me, they're insulting Isaac and the entire Detroit legacy. Brazen? I'll show you what brazen actually looks like. Should I channel the old Lucino's fire? Would making a scene at a royal banquet be considered too immature? No, I shouldn't sink to their level. It would only feed the rumors and ruin my reputation further. People would think the gossip was true. Suddenly, Isaac whispered, If you want them all silenced permanently, just say the word. Excuse me? What are you saying? If their words hurt you, tell me. I'll make sure they learn their lesson. Wait, you heard them too? Did you think I was deaf? Why do you sound so casual about it? I'm using a skill, but I'm still hesitating to act. If I cause a spectacle, it'll completely ruin the mood of the banquet. But if I stay silent, I'm afraid it reflects poorly on you and the Detroit family. Don't overthink it. The Detroit name isn't so fragile that it breaks over petty gossip. It's the fact that they upset you that actually irritates me. Isaac, it really seems like you've started prioritizing your own feelings over your public image, haven't you? My wife comes first. Are you absolutely sure about that? Do you even need to ask? I've seen flashes in Lucino's subconscious of how she dealt with bullies. But if I started slapping people like she did, my wrist would give out, and a polite warning, they'd just laugh in my face. With a plan forming, she murmured, Isaac, since you said it's okay, I'm going to need a small favor from you. He looked at her, clearly puzzled, with a giant metaphorical question mark over his head. While they were mid-gossip, a sharp voice cut through. Pardon me. The ladies immediately put on their innocent masks. Is there a problem, Your Grace? We weren't gossiping. Precisely. We were merely having a polite, private conversation. So you think hurling insults at me is normal? Is that really the pathetic lie you're going with? I thought if they just owned up to it and apologized, I'd let it slide. She took a deep breath, her expression hardening into steel. I've never mentioned this, but my hearing is exceptionally sharp. I've caught every poisonous word you've uttered for the last 10 minutes. They recoiled, stammering in a panic. Duchess, we have no idea what you're implying. Suddenly, one of them crumpled to the floor, wailing in staged agony. Her friend shrieked. Are you all right, Liz? Licino watched, baffled. What is this performance? She tripped over her own ego. In an instant, the surrounding guests were drawn to the commotion. What's happening over there? She sighed internally. I tried to play nice, but I guess we're doing this the hard way. I repeat, we need to have a talk. A girl is on the ground and you're making demands? You haven't even asked if she's hurt. How cold. Did she push her? How scandalous. The crowd buzzed with judgment. She's clearly relapsing into her old ways. Pushing a young lady down? How utterly barbaric. At a royal banquet, no less. Licino closed her eyes, centering herself. I didn't want to fight, but they need to learn their place so this never happens again. She projected her voice. Isaac! He appeared instantly. What's the trouble? We both heard it clearly, didn't we, hubby? I distinctly heard these ladies call me brazen, yet they claim it was just small talk. Is it just me? Are we both hallucinating? Did we somehow mishear them? They gasped, faces turning pale. What? Isaac and I both heard exactly what you said. No, impossible. We would never dream of such a thing. Yes, that's it. You must have misheard. Really? You're going to double down on the lie? Is there anyone in this room who caught these ladies calling me brazen or shameful? The crowd went silent, isolating them. There's only one way to settle this. Isaac, it seems these ladies have a very difficult time admitting to their own actions. I feel so utterly desolate. My devotion to you is branded as brazen by others. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. I'm not sure which of these rats said that, but if I unmask them, I'll drag them before you and sever every one of their limbs. You shouldn't speak of such carnage here, though I know you'd follow through for me, Isaac. Can you two be brave enough to state your names after slandering me behind my back? I know for a fact it was one of you. Own up to it. You don't want to drown in this mess. You'd better learn your place. Suddenly, a lone hand pierced the air, followed by a resonant voice. I heard it too, Licino. She whipped her head around in shock toward the source of that unexpected support. A tall, masked figure. Lady Summer was standing right beside that mysterious individual. Who is that person? Wait, that's a question for later. Suddenly, a wave of hands rose in admission. I caught it too. Me as well. I definitely heard the insult. And the butterfly effect is truly lethal. I think the real Licino would have relished this moment. I have no clue why a total stranger would back me up, but there's something even more chilling. That person managed to intercept the conversation from across the entire hall. Seriously? What does that say about my enhanced hearing? Can everyone hear everything this easily? Am I just that weak? I thought my ability was a trump card. Was I delusional? Suddenly, the girl burst into a fit of sobs. What now? How could you be so cruel to us? Licino. Excuse me? You don't even have the right to squeeze out a tear. She seethed internally. I'm the one who should be weeping. You people have completely lost your minds. You owe me a sincere apology this instant. Quit the theatrics. What exactly is crying going to solve? On the sidelines, Summer remarked, That is the Countess Reno. No, the toxic trademark of Archduchess de Troyes. The masked figure asked, What trademark? If she were still playing nice with someone picking a fight, there'd be a shred of hope. But once she goes cold, I almost pity those poor girls. You're about to witness why she's notorious as the mad dog of high society. I still don't get why you invited her and played her knight just now. I wasn't lying about hearing those vultures circle. But the truth is, I stepped in because she's become a fascinating curiosity to me. At that moment, Licino whispered to herself, Stay composed, don't lose it. I'm dying to be as ruthless as the old Licino, but if I snap, my HP will crater. This calculated pressure is the only way to teach these people a lesson. Steeling herself, she spoke. I offered a peaceful exit and you spat on it. Remember, I have Isaac, the Detroit legacy, and the Reno name backing my every move. She also has the full support of Viscount Canfy. Forgive me, Eclipse, but I'm going to need to borrow your reputation for a second. However, the girl wailed in sheer frustration. Why? Why are you persecuting us like this? I should be the one asking you that. Whatever. I'm done playing games. Give me your names. Please, have mercy. Please give us one more chance. It seems the reality of your situation has finally sunk in. I didn't want a scene, but just then, the emperor approached and demanded, "What is the meaning of this? What is all this raucous noise about?" Your Majesty, I can explain everything. The last thing I needed was to cause a stir at a royal gala. Isaac cut in. She was simply correcting those who overstepped, Your Majesty, and they are currently repenting for their lack of manners. There is no issue here, so there is no need for your concern, Your Majesty. The crown prince leaned in and hissed. What's the play here, father? She's always like this. Just a parasite hiding behind the Archduke's shadow. The crowd's whispers grew louder. I knew she couldn't hide it. Oh, look, her true colors are finally bleeding through. The emperor wondered, did I misjudge this girl? He decided to test her. Archduchess de Troyes, what exactly about your husband made you so desperate to marry him? As Isaac moved to shield her, the emperor snapped, I am addressing the Duchess, not you. I recall your union began with your own proposal. Reflecting on that, such a bold confession was quite striking, so I'm naturally curious. She thought, why is he putting me on the spot like this? She answered, I don't believe the heart always follows logic. One day, I simply realized I couldn't look away from him. As the days passed, my feelings became a flood I could no longer contain, so I bared my soul to him. She trailed off, feeling the weight of the room. Why am I dissecting my private emotions for this audience? If you want more, I honestly don't have the words. I finally understand Licino. How did she survive everyone looking at her like she was a monster? She never hid who she was. She couldn't say everything because it would be weaponized against her, but I'm not the old Licino. At this, the emperor noted, it sounds as though you've been pining for him for quite some time. I have. Is that a problem, Your Majesty? I refuse to let anyone weaponize my emotions against me. Suddenly, the emperor erupted into a boisterous laugh. My mistake, truly. I merely wish to gauge the depth of your sincerity. Think of me as the boy's overbearing guardian who is just doing a little probing. Under the circumstances, I'll let today's incident slide, but moving forward, I expect you to carry yourself like a true archduchess. Yes, of course, Your Majesty. At those words, Isaac exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Ah! Furthermore, I trust the Archduchess won't be subjected to any more discomfort tonight. After that interrogation, it's only natural she'd feel uneasy. Oh, don't be like that. I'm just looking out for my favorite nephew. As Licino bit her lip, she thought, I can't defend the old Licino's reckless past, but she realized it was time to take a stand. Your Majesty, I have been the target of endless, venomous slander for as long as I can remember. When my parents perished, I was forced to shoulder the weight of an entire house while I was still just a child. The first thing I encountered wasn't comfort, but a pack of hyenas. Those scavengers were waiting to tear me apart the second I showed a hint of weakness. Their only goal was to feast on the Reno family's legacy. To safeguard my house, I had no choice but to sharpen my words and harden my heart. I'm well aware of my reputation. I also know that if I had wasted my life denying every lie, I would have lost everything. It's because I've remained silent that the world thinks it can trample me. If Your Majesty fears my presence taints the Archduke's name, I promise to never darken a royal gala again. She seethed internally. I am done being treated like a villain. On that note, I ask for your leave. My health is failing, so I shall depart first. Very well. You may go. Licino, wait, I'm coming with you. Stay and finish your duties, Isaac. I'm just going to find a quiet place nearby to rest. Don't worry. Without another word, she turned and vanished into the hall. Even if the emperor masked his reaction, I could feel his lingering displeasure. I hate leaving Isaac to clean up the fallout, but my battery is at 0. I need to get it together before I completely collapse. As she hurried away, a smooth voice called out, Duchess, might I steal a moment of your time? This man had raven hair, that shimmered like moonlight dancing on a midnight lake, radiant as the first break of dawn. His eyes were absolutely mesmerizing, even partially concealed by that intricate mask. He's unmistakable. The Emperor of the Night, Marquis Summer. Finally, I'm seeing the legend in the flesh. Even masked, his beauty is almost overwhelming. The rumors didn't lie. He's practically blinding. I'm dying to see the face behind that silver plate. But what on earth does he want with me? She narrowed her eyes and asked, Why are you following me? My deepest apologies if I've caused you any distress. Truly. Talk about suspicious. I guess I have to play along for a second. I suppose I should thank you for backing me up earlier. I'll wrap this up quickly and send him packing with a polite nod. Think nothing of it. I was merely returning the favor for the Archduke's assistance to my family. What assistance are you talking about? So he kept you in the dark? Lately, the Archduke has been aggressively auditing the taxes of the nobility. While it was a bit intrusive for my family and Countess Tyrion, we've settled the matter. I'd heard whispers that several noble houses were under the thumb of a brutal audit. Wow, it turns out my husband is a lot more protective than he lets on. Oddly enough, every single family targeted happened to be guests at your recent tea party. Don't tell me Isaac found out about the bullying at the tea party. How did he... I knew he was observant, but this is next level. So that explains why those noble women were looking at me with such pure terror. It all clicks now. I'm touched by the gesture, but he didn't need to go on a warpath. Actually, scratch that. Tax evaders deserve the hammer. The Marquis smiled, but let's move past such boring trifles. There is a much more pressing matter I wish to discuss. And that would be... This is the man who won't stop spamming Licino with invitations. I have zero memory of her ever meeting Marquis Summer, which is exactly why I've been ghosting him. What kind of game is he playing with her? Suddenly, his tone turned into a playful yet sharp reproach. Why have you been spurning my invitations? Do you realize most noble women would sell their souls to be on my guest list? They even trade for them on the black market. Yet, you haven't even graced my letters with a proper rejection. Tell me why. Why? Is he serious right now? What is wrong with this guy? Is he just an eccentric narcissist? He pressed further. I had to track you down in person just to find out why you're the only woman who says no to me. So you crashed this banquet specifically for me? Not entirely, but let's say you're 80% of the reason why I bothered showing up at all. So, yes, effectively for you. He's definitely a high-maintenance drama king, isn't he? She sighed and offered an excuse. I simply forgot to reply. My health hasn't been great lately, as you've likely heard. I'm sorry if I bruised your ego. Is that so? Well, I suppose a simple apology won't cut it. Wait, what's he reaching for? Is he actually going to pull something? Is this revenge for the ignored mail? Don't tell me, but instead of a weapon, he pulled out an envelope. So I decided to hand-deliver this latest invitation myself. Before she could even process it, he shoved the letter into her palm. Look, I have no intention of attending. In a flash, he bolted, leaving her talking to the air. I really must fly. I'll be waiting for your reply. Don't be late to my party, Duchess. What? Seriously, what is his deal? As he moved through the crowd, he smirked to himself. Licino Reno is even more captivating than the stories. I think I'll be seeking her company quite often. Oh, Archduke Isaac. He offered a mocking bow. Good evening, Archduke. But before he could finish, Isaac surged past him, cold as a winter storm. He definitely caught that entire exchange. He didn't even give me a second glance. Okay, things just got a lot more complicated. In that instant, his younger sister barked. Where on earth have you been, brother? Just taking a leisurely stroll. Is there a problem? Yes, you won't believe the absolute chaos that just unfolded here. Do you have any idea what the Archduke told His Majesty? I recently mentioned that several nobles are trafficking illegal substances or laundering money through private embezzlement. Smuggling contraband from neighboring regions without transit papers, yet they still trade and evade taxes. This is a severe transgression, Your Majesty. If you grant me permission, I will personally hunt down these degenerates and drag them before your throne. What exactly are you implying? I am merely inquiring about the harshest legal penalties for those foolish monsters, the ones who dared to ignore my warnings. I made an example of a few, but those beasts still failed to grasp the message. Therefore, I believe we should herd them into one place and exterminate them all at once. Only then will those idiots realize they must never, under any circumstances, cross my line. Silence fell. Not even His Majesty could find his voice. He mused. Hardly a shock. It's rare to find a noble without blood on their hands. The Archduke is likely using this drug sting as a pretext to purge the nobility. Truly, he has effectively put every noble in the empire on a death watch. Good heavens. It seems Licino Reno has managed to tame a man far more lethal than I ever imagined. Later, Isaac and Licino stepped out toward the waiting carriage. He murmured, I am truly sorry, Licino. No need for apologies. It's not your fault those rumors are so persistent. No, I should return to the manor with you. She gently pushed him back. You can't abandon the gala. I'm perfectly fine. I can manage the ride back alone. It would look incredibly suspicious if both of us vanished from the banquet at once. I don't want to cause any more scenes tonight. Don't worry, I'll go straight to bed. He reluctantly gave in. Fine. Then, without warning, he planted a soft kiss on her cheek. I'll be home before you know it. Honestly, you're becoming quite the bold one. He barked an order to the knight. Escort the Duchess back to the manor safely. By your command, Archduke. Then the carriage wheels began to churn. Settled inside the coach, she buried her face in her palms. What have I done? I completely lost my cool. I can't believe I let my emotions explode right in front of the Emperor. So reckless. Why did I snap when I don't have the stomach for the fallout? I'm so sorry, Isaac. Isaac was probably worried sick about me because he has such a hidden, protective warmth. I really owe him a massive apology. Suddenly, the carriage lurched violently. She froze for a heartbeat. HP, my HP. Then she scanned the interior, panicked. What's happening? Thinking back, why is the carriage hurtling down the road at this breakneck speed? Outside, the knight shouted to the coachman, "Watch the road, you fool! The Duke gave strict orders to ensure the Duchess's safety above all else. She is incredibly fragile. You'd better do your job right unless you want to answer to the Archduke himself." Did you hear me? Hey, slow down! Before he could finish his threat, the coachman delivered a bone-shattering punch, sending the knight spiraling off the speeding carriage. His body slammed into the hard road with an agonizing thud. He gasped, struggling to force himself upright. With a trembling, bloodied hand, he cried out in desperation, Duchess Licino!" Inside the cabin, her suspicions flared as she heard something heavy hit the ground. She called out, "Is something wrong?" Outside, the coachman snarled, "Shut your trap! Unless you're looking to die tonight." Cold fear gripped her heart. Have I been kidnapped? That isn't the voice of the knight Isaac handpicked to protect me, which means that sound earlier was... No, I can't afford to panic over others right now. I'll only escape this nightmare if I keep my head clear. I can handle this. The carriage continued to thunder down the dark road for what felt like hours, until it finally ground to a halt in the deep, desolate middle of a forest. Get out of the carriage now, or I'll drag you out by your hair. This doesn't look like a typical kidnapping for ransom. But what if this is just a front? The moment she stepped down from the carriage, she was met by a shadowy group of men in black waiting in the silence. She thought warily, "They aren't here for my jewels. These men are here for my life." Licino spoke up to test them. "Is this part of your failed plot to poison me? Ridiculous. We're simply seeing our quest for vengeance through to the end." The man walked towards his cohorts. "You two, I've got something to say." He knows about the poison, which means... Is he one of the snakes who murdered Licino? The true mastermind would have stayed in the shadows even if they knew Licino survived. There's no reason to break cover after all this time. In that case, there's a high probability they're just pawns of the real killer. Suddenly, he sneered. "What's with that defiant look? Don't tell me you've actually forgotten the sins you've committed." I don't know why he's suddenly acting out this drama, but I need to milk this for clues. And what exactly did I do? I slapped a high-born lady and forced her to grovel at my feet. I splashed wine in someone's face, flipped a few tables, and ruined the mood at a tea party and a royal gala. If that's the extent of my crimes, then I fail to see anything that warrants my execution. And that was the simple truth. The only times the original Licino acted like a villainess was when someone else threw the first punch. In every corner of Licino's memory, she never committed a single heinous crime like murder or theft. Even if I despise the idea of her owning slaves, they didn't exactly seem miserable when I emancipated them and handed over a hefty stipend. Granted, I don't have a full record of every single deed in Licino's past. Hopefully, this guy can provide more clues. He hissed at her again. "Nothing wrong?" before lunging forward with an agitated scream. How can you be this shameless after the hell you put that person through? Licino reacted instinctively, sidestepping with such grace that he overshot and went sprawling into the dirt. Did she really just evade me that effortlessly? I knew Licino was a force to be reckoned with. She struggled to keep her expression dangerously cold. But internally, she was spiraling. That was way too close. Did I push him too far? Thank God he came at me in a straight line. If he'd been even slightly more precise, I'd be finished. Licino's reflexes are god tier. He gnashed his teeth in a blind rage and barked. "You useless idiots! What are you waiting for? End her now!" I'm cornered. Even with Licino's agility, there's no way I can fight off a group with my HP this low. Should I bolt? I doubt the Demon King can revive me with a blade through my heart. I should have listened to Isaac instead of playing the lone wolf. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the final blow. Suddenly, warm droplets of blood splattered across her face. When the strike never came, she peeked out only to see the assassin frozen like a statue. Wait, this guy's head? What on earth just happened? A second later, his body hit the ground like a sack of stones. Is he dead? In that moment, a chillingly calm voice echoed, "Oh dear, I've gone and stained your lovely face." I truly tried to be surgical about it, so please do forgive me. Fortunately, I made it just in the nick of time, didn't I, Master? Pan. How did you even find this place? Wait, was this your doing? Indeed, my only mission is to ensure your absolute safety. The remaining assassin shook with pure fury. How dare you slaughter my brother? I'll make you pay for this, Licino shrieked a warning. Pan, watch your back. He turned with a terrifyingly serene composure and said, "And I won't allow a piece of trash like you to lay a single finger on her." Before he finished, a crimson spray erupted from the man. She thought in horror, he's back to his old bloodthirsty ways. He flashed a bright smile and asked, "Master, are you glad I came to rescue you? Pan? Who exactly are you? Are you hurt? Ah, you're fine. Thank the heavens. If I had been a second later, you might have actually been scratched. How did you track me down here? Let's just say I heard the news. I pulled some intel from that guild. I believe we're on the verge of unmasking the culprit." Pan, that wasn't what I asked. He immediately pivoted back to that innocent puppy dog look. Whenever he wants to play the loyal pet, please praise me. I did a good job, didn't I? So, who was that man? I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps I should have left one of them breathing. You say that so casually after ending a life without a second thought. 2 of them? Aren't there actually 3 if you count the traitorous coachman? To which Pan replied, "The last one hasn't managed to scramble very far yet. I can track him down and break him for information, if that's what you wish." He looked so gentle saying that, but I know his version of an interrogation is a nightmare. The stench of iron is making me gag. No, that's enough. I think it's time we headed back. And who's to say another assassin won't crawl out of the shadows? I'll be your personal guard until we're inside the manor walls. Shortly after, they arrived safely back at the estate. Pan whispered, "Shall we keep tonight's little incident a secret?" "Yes. I don't want everyone worrying over nothing." "Your wish is my command, Master. Though I suspect the Archduke will sniff out the truth soon regardless." You're getting awfully casual with his name. I mean the Duke, His Grace, the Archduke Isaac de Troyes. I know I should be more formal, but it slipped out because I feel so at ease. Forgive me, Master. Why at ease? You really need to be more careful. And before you get yourself into real trouble, and remember, I told you to call me Licino, but you insist on calling me Master. My apologies. I'll try to fix my tongue, Master. I mean, I'll be more mindful next time, Lady Licino. Right, sure. It's always like this. He plays the part of an ordinary, clumsy young man so well. But I can't erase the image of him killing without a flinch, then chatting with me as if he hadn't just ended lives. Involuntarily, her curiosity spilled out. Who are you, really? The atmosphere turned instantly, oppressively silent. Oh God, I actually said that out loud. That is, what I meant was, he stood up slowly and said, "You're asking who I am? That answer depends entirely on you, Master. There is little else I can offer, but never forget, and that my devotion stems from the profound pity I harbor for you." What exactly are you implying by that? Never mind. I shall take my leave now. Exhaustion has set in, and I require rest. You should retire early as well, Master. You look spent. If you need anything at all, just summon me. She blinked, wondering. Is dodging questions his specialty? Wait, Pan? I've already said my piece, and I have nothing left to add. I thank you for saving me today. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have drawn my last breath out there. Truly. The Demon King likely would have dragged me back anyway, but Pan is still the one who pulled me from the fire. He murmured thoughtfully, "In that case, I simply cannot lose you again." She was struck by a sudden wave of shock once more. Again? As Pan walked away, Licino's words echoed in his mind. Thank you for saving me. The original Licino Reno would never have uttered those words. Every time she acts this strangely, I'm convinced she's an entirely different person. Since I failed to strictly uphold the terms of our contract, I have no right to interfere. It's been so long since the reward meant for me was snatched away by another. Even if I remain by her side, there is nothing left for me to gain. If she demands I leave, I'll have no choice but to vanish. But for some reason, I find myself lingering. I have a weakness for strong women, those who wear Licino's face but possess a soul that is its complete opposite. Perhaps that is the real reason I find it impossible to walk away. I will stay, if only to ease the guilt of failing my promise to Licino, the promise to protect the legacy she left behind in this world. I never expected her to stare down the Emperor or evade an assassin's blade so effortlessly. She truly is an endless source of fascination. I wonder what look she'd wear if I tracked down the culprit, severed their limbs, and laid them at her feet. Back with Licino. After a long soak, she finally began to unwind. At last, the metallic stench of blood is gone. I never dreamed I'd survive an ambush like that. This life is utterly draining, but the pile of problems only seems to grow. I attended one single banquet. And now my to-do list is a mile long. What on earth did she do with her life? Suddenly, memories of the attacker flooded back. He was screaming for justice and vengeance on behalf of that person. The coachman spoke of this person as if they were a secret kept under lock and key. They must be someone of high status. The mastermind is definitely a noble. It feels less like a direct assassination order and more like a personal vendetta for someone else's sake. Is that even possible? This isn't my office ceiling. Oh, right. I'm Licino now. I must have passed out again. I have no idea what time it is. I need to change before Isaac gets back. She let out a soft groan. Water. A glass was instantly offered. Habitually, she murmured, "Thank you," as she reached for it. It took a moment for the reality of the situation to sink in. She gasped, "Isaac! You look absolutely exhausted. When did you get back? Why didn't you wake me? You were sleeping so peacefully, I didn't have the heart to disturb you. I'm sorry if I startled you. How am I supposed to react when he's this sweet?" Right. It's his room after all. She stammered. Speaking of which, aren't you back earlier than planned? You still seem quite upset. Does he still feel responsible for the banquet drama? Good grief, Isaac. As I told you, I'm not angry with you. Disappointed, maybe, but no one could have challenged the Emperor in that moment. So, Isaac, please stop beating yourself up. She reached out to touch his face. He caught her hand instantly. Besides, I missed you too much. Her face flushed crimson as she whispered his name. Isaac. Their lips met in a lingering sweet kiss before he gently pressed her back onto the pillows. The scent of grapes. Have you been drinking? Yes, just a little. Though judging by the heavy scent of wine, he clearly had more than a little. He claimed her lips once more, and she breathed out his name. Isaac, am I really this weak now? I feel like I'm catching a second-hand buzz just from the scent of the alcohol on him. Suddenly, the system flared with a warning. Your fragile liver can no longer process alcohol. Current blood alcohol levels, 20 milligrams per deciliter, approximately 0.02%. No way. How am I getting drunk just by association? Why is my body failing to detox? The alert flashed again. Probability of blurred vision, 40%. Stop it. I knew my health was a ticking time bomb. But why does it have to explode right now? Suddenly, Isaac's voice broke through the haze. By the way, Licino? I heard you were escorted home by that white-haired slave. Shock raced through her. Did the rumors reach Isaac already? Now that I think about it, half the staff saw us arrive together. Was it Pan who snitched? So tell me, just how close are you with that slave? Technically, he's a slave, but he's essentially my personal attendant. Since I nullified his contract quite a while ago, I'd go as far as to say he's in a different league than the rest of the staff. Is that so? If you say it, I'll believe it. He leaned in and whispered against her ear, making her scream internally, "My heart." Then he murmured, "So where does that leave me?" Isaac, are you intoxicated? I'm not drunk, Licino. Not even a little. His eyes traced over her, lingering on the sheer fabric of her thin nightgown. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the duvet before he abruptly wrenched himself away. Isaac? Why stop now? Are you parched? Do you need some water? He whipped back around instantly, burying his face against the curve of her shoulder. How are you feeling today? The same as any other day, I suppose. Licino, He trailed off, falling into a sudden, heavy silence. She stared at him, bewildered, as a giant question mark filled her mind. What's gotten into you, Isaac? Speak to me. Why are you acting so strangely tonight? He breathed. I want you, Licino, more than anything. She gazed at him in a daze, her heart hammering as she asked, Isaac, what did you just say? But I know I have to restrain myself, given how fragile your health is. Forget it. Strike that from your memory. I'm sorry. Truly, I'm sorry. Your words are apologizing, but your eyes are telling a completely different story. Your gaze is still incinerating me with pure, unadulterated passion. Look, I need to spend the night with Isaac at least once to secure my contract perks. It's not like I find him repulsive. But is it really wise to burn this medicinal trump card now, when the killer is still lurking in the shadows? What if the day comes when I'm actually at death's door and I've wasted it? The uncertainty is killing me. Perhaps it was because I was just too mentally drained to fight it. Or maybe that kiss I gave Isaac was enough to make my own head spin with vertigo. Suddenly, words I never dream of saying under normal circumstances started spilling out. What's your move? Lucino, you're making it impossible to resist you. And honestly, even without the contract, I might have craved him too. So the two of them collapsed together, lost in a whirlwind of exhaustion. The following morning, the sun broke through with birds chirping gaily outside the pane. Lucino stirred, her entire frame feeling heavy and sluggish. I predicted this outcome, but still, my body feels like it's been hit by a runaway carriage. My HP is hovering in the safe zone since he held back, but the side effects are brutal even though Isaac did all the heavy lifting last night. I never imagined I'd actually find myself desiring another person's touch. But I guess the old saying is true. Where there's a will, there's a way. Isaac clearly had to exercise an insane amount of self-control yesterday. He was incredibly gentle with me through the entire night. He was tuned into my every breath, even when I tried to act tough. Are you sure? Don't overdo it. He prioritized my survival over his own hunger. I must be the luckiest girl alive to have found you. The tangled web of emotions I've been feeling for so long originally belonged to the old Lucino. That's why I've kept an invisible wall between us all this time. But can I really stay detached from a man like this? She watched him intensely. So incredibly foolish. I suppose wearing Lucino's skin for this long has tricked me into believing I actually am her. I'm an imposter. I shouldn't be indulging in these deviant thoughts. Will I ever find a man this perfect in my next life? Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, catching her staring. She jerked back, her face heating up. I'm so sorry. Did I startle you? Oh my God. My waist, my thighs, every inch of me is screaming in pain. Isaac rubbed his forehead, looking dazed. Was that a dream? It felt way too vivid to be a dream. What? I had no idea the cold Archduke could have such an adorable, confused side. She let out a soft laugh and teased, "Do you wish it had been a dream?" Ouch, my hip. If it really were just a dream, I certainly wouldn't have stopped where I did. Hearing that, she turned into a human tomato, her mind going completely blank. She thought to herself, never mind. I take back every single thing I said about him being cute. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Why don't you get yourself ready for work? A while later, a maid entered. I've brought a warm compress for you, Duchess. I'll apply it to your waist and legs. If the heat is too intense, please let me know. No, it's perfect. This feels absolutely heavenly. Is this paradise? This warm towel is a lifesaver. All my exhaustion has just melted away. I pray I'll be able to walk again before dinner. She recalled their earlier exchange. Hurry off to work. Only if you promise to have dinner with me. The system pinged. Liver function is compromised. Detoxification failed. Severe muscle strain detected due to intense physical exertion last night. Fatigue levels are critical. Constant muscular pain expected for the next 24 hours. Time remaining 23:27:31. She thought bitterly. I want these pop-ups out of my sight forever. Lucino, are you okay? Congratulations, Duchess. I'll go fetch you some fresh pastries. Huh? Wait, what is that supposed to mean? The maid didn't answer but said, if the towel loses its heat, just call. She thought helplessly. It seems the entire manor is gossiping about last night. I knew it was coming, but still. Did you just come from the Duchess's room? How is she holding up? Someone just end my suffering already. This is beyond mortifying. Okay, pivot. Think about something else. Right, what's the next move? Since Isaac is safe and sound, I can finally focus on hunting down the culprit. Focus on the mission. First, I'll dispatch Pan to the Reno estate to retrieve Lucino's secret diary, hidden beneath her desk drawer. I need her research files too. There's a solid chance they contain records of every noble family Lucino ever clashed with. Suddenly, the door swung open and Pan sauntered in. Are you feeling all right, Lady Lucino? She yelped in surprise. Pan! The one and only. I don't remember summoning him. I knocked twice, but you were off in your own world. So I let myself in. I was just deep in thought. I didn't hear you. What brings you here so early? I brought these over because I figured you'd be needing them right about now. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Wait, those are... Ta-da! Are these all the sensitive reports from the Reno Manor? How did you get your hands on these? I was literally just about to ask Pan to fetch these, and yet here they are. Do you remember what those thugs barked at us yesterday? Shut it! We're just here to get our revenge. How can you be so shameless after the way you treated her? If you listen closely, those men spoke of that person with total reverence. Given the setup, the mastermind is definitely a noble, someone with a massive grudge against you. I figured the manor files would hold the clues we need. I'm a genius, right? Come on, master, praise me. This is exactly what I was thinking. I have to hand it to Pan. He's incredibly sharp and works at lightning speed. Honestly, sometimes his intuition borders on the psychotic. Thank you, Pan. You read my mind. Ooh, and here is Lucino's diary. I'm certain she buried that deep inside the desk structure. Pan, how did you even find this? Lady Lucino? He pressed a finger to his lips, playing the part of the mysterious rogue. By the way, the maids in the hall are buzzing about your painful yet satisfying night with the Archduke. Mortified, she dove under the covers. Stop talking. Don't you dare mention that again. I seriously need to go dig a hole and crawl into it. I'll help you dig. I'm not joking, Pan. I can't believe even Pan is in on the gossip. Ugh, my heart. Why does it sting so much? Suddenly, he leaned his weight against the edge of the bed. Lady Lucino, do you want me to kill the Archduke for you? Just give the word, and I'll make sure that man is taken care of permanently. Lucino bit her lips so hard it bled, her voice a sharp hiss. Get out! The sheer force of her rage cost her minus 10 HP. How can you even say something so horrific? Because the Archduke caused my master pain. That was never Isaac's intention. What do you mean? You literally just said you were hurting. That's not what I meant. Look, no matter what happens, you are never to blame Isaac. Do not touch him. Are you actually this dense or just playing with me? Isaac wasn't the only one who wanted that, Pan, and I don't keep you around just to do my dirty work. I tore up your slave contract a long time ago. I only let you stay because you insisted. I've told you 1,000 times, I want you to live your own life. But the life I want is by your side, Lady Lucino. Then never speak like that again. If you do, I will be truly furious. He tilted his head. Does that mean I'm supposed to stand by even if someone threatens my master's life? Is that all you think about? If they haven't made a move on me yet, then you don't make a move either. So you're saying if someone strikes my master first, I have permission to kill them, right? Wait, that's not what... Understood. I will obey. I'll follow your every whim, Lady Lucino. She thought to herself, I really hope I haven't just made a huge mistake. Do you want me to liquidate the Archduke for you? When Pan uttered those words, I couldn't detect a single shred of malice in his tone. At his tender age, how can he be so chillingly detached? Allow me to organize these files for you, Lady Lucino. Pan, tell me, where exactly is your family? Why did his expression suddenly turn so haunting? Abruptly, he whispered, I have no family. I'm just an orphan. I see. An oppressive silence fell over us both. I definitely crossed a line I shouldn't have. Desperate to pivot, she stammered, Right, shall we dive into these reports then? By all means, my lady. Would you mind if I stayed by your side until you finish? Just don't be a distraction. I swear to be as quiet as a church mouse. Well, there's no need to be that dramatic. And so, the only sound filling the room was the rhythmic rustling of parchment. Moments later, she gasped, Finally! These are the records of every settlement the Reno family paid out to the commoners. So that means... Suddenly, Pan let his head drift down onto her shoulder. She jumped, whispering in shock, Pan? He must be completely burnt out. It's hardly a surprise, considering he spent the crack of dawn scouring the manor for these files. When he's fast asleep, he truly looks like an angel. Pan, you should head back to your quarters. It's far more comfortable than napping here. His eyes snapped open instantly as he lurched to his feet. The violent movement sent a jolt through Lucino, making her wince in pain. He asked with frantic concern, Lady Lucino, Forgive me, Lady Lucino, I never intended to be so careless. Fatigue simply got the better of me, and I was actually planning to wake you. Retreating to your room would be wiser, but it seems I've already startled you out of your wits. My focus is clearly slipping. Did I actually doze off right here? Yeah, you're obviously exhausted. He clamped a hand over his mouth in sheer embarrassment before rushing toward the exit. My deepest apologies, Master. I'll take my leave now. Go on, get some rest. The door clicked shut. She mused to herself, I've never seen Pan lose his cool like that. I'll check on him later. Now, what's my next move? Alert. Your left arm has sustained a blunt force impact. Left arm functionality disabled for 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 35 seconds. Expect muscle soreness and HP depletion. Ugh, how am I supposed to work with this? This is just like when I was around Eclipse. My arm would flare up with sudden, agonizing pain. Sequel materialized and demanded, Why is Eclipse's name on your lips? She shrieked in terror, What, Sequel? How did you get in here? Chico, I'm genuinely impressed you still recognize me. I have to say, watching a sentient corpse play house is fascinating. I suppose the entire world is under your spell. I am who I am, and yes, I admit I'm technically a corpse. No living human reeks of decay the way you do. I can't fathom why Eclipse is so desperate to see you. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be talking. Eclipse wants to see me? Precisely. He's been hounding me about how much time you have left. He's obsessed with finding a cure. But even if this body is saved, the real Lucino won't be coming back. I told him the same, but he's too stubborn to listen. What is it with the humans I contract with? Every single one of you is so incredibly headstrong. Lucino asked tentatively, Is there truly a way to bring back the dead? No. Not a single soul, not even the ancient ones, possesses that secret. Violating the boundary of death is the ultimate taboo. Wait, hold on a second. According to the pact I made with the Demon King, he swore to send me back to my own world. But if that's forbidden, she pressed, does that mean even the Demon King is powerless? Did that monster actually promise to return you to your world? Shifting a soul into a fresh cadaver is one thing. That allows a mimicry of life. But true resurrection, I doubt even he can pull that off. Perhaps he has some dark trick up his sleeve, being the Demon King and all. Believe his lies if you want, but scientifically, it's a pipe dream. Lucino felt a wave of icy bewilderment wash over her. She tightened her fist. He is the Demon King after all. He'll have no reason to shield me once he gets what he wants. In the end, I'll just vanish when he's done with me. Shikel sighed heavily and asked, So, are you coming to face Eclipse or am I wasting my breath? I've already scanned the Reno estate files and found the documents linked to Eclipse. Most of them were settlements for property damage he caused. Others were assault charges, though he was mostly just thrashing thugs who preyed on the weak. Lucino never let those cases reach a courtroom. She watched over Eclipse from the shadows, playing the role of his silent guardian to perfection. Despite their constant bickering, they both knew they were the last blood relatives they had left. Recalling this, she whispered, I'm sorry. Inform Eclipse that I'm currently unavailable. Tracking down the culprit is my top priority. Shikel looked surprisingly satisfied with that answer. Is that so? Very well then. I'll pass along the message. Lucino was stunned by how quickly she vanished without a fight. Both Eclipse and Lucino clearly care for each other. And I can tell that even now, his protective streak hasn't changed a bit. But I refuse to dangle false hope in front of him. Besides, the nagging suspicion that the Demon King played me for a fool is giving me a splitting headache. What if he has no intention of returning me to my world once this mission wraps up? What if I'm destined to die in this foreign land? But the thing that truly fuels my rage is realizing it's far too late to renegotiate with that elusive bastard. My only option now is to play out the hand I was dealt and fulfill this contract. Perhaps it doesn't matter, since I'm destined to vanish from this world regardless. Isaac returned and asked, Is everything all right, my dear Lucino? Of course. What could possibly go wrong during your brief absence? You finished your duties earlier than expected today, didn't you? It felt like an eternity to me. The workload is never ending. Are the criminals that numerous? He sighed gloomily. I fully intended to make them pay dearly. Money for laying a finger on what belongs to me, but the paperwork involved in their punishment is staggering. Isaac is absolutely fuming, isn't he? Navigating the politics of this world is genuinely terrifying. You must be exhausted after such a grueling day. She reached up to gently stroke his hair, offering him a soft, innocent smile. It was a complete accident. I've spent so much time patting Pan's head that the habit carried over to Isaac. Realizing her slip-up, she stammered, I'm so sorry, Isaac. That was impulsive. He caught her hand, pressing a tender kiss to her palm that sent a crimson flush crawling up her neck. If we keep this up, we're going to have a repeat of last night's intensity. Flustered, she desperately pivoted the conversation. Since we're both here, let's have dinner. If it's too early for the main course, how about we start with something sweet? He murmured, I've already found something far sweeter than dessert. He tilted her chin up gently. It's you. You're teasing me again. Please stop it. I'm being perfectly sincere. I love you, Licino. Truly. You once asked me if I harbored any real feelings for you. Previously, she had questioned, have you ever truly loved me? I haven't had the chance to give you a proper answer until now. I love you deeply. I want you by my side for the rest of our lives. She whispered to herself, this fluttering in my chest, it's just Licino's lingering heart, right? No, I can't even distinguish where my own emotions begin anymore. She averted her gaze to hide her inner turmoil. You really shouldn't say such things. And why is that? Because, she reminded herself, because I have to leave once the contract is settled. Because if I was dumb enough to trust a demon king, I might just end up dead. I need to confess everything to him, but as she wavered, Isaac whispered, Lisa. He pulled her into a crushing embrace and vowed, I will protect you, even if I have to sell my soul to the devil himself. The sheer weight of his words stunned her. She could only smile sadly. It's not fair. How am I supposed to walk away when you look at me like that? The next day, my HP began its steady decline once more. I'm constantly being blindsided by the system. It took a full 24 hours just to purge the alcohol from my system, and I only smelled it on Isaac. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I shared one kiss with someone who'd been drinking. What kind of defective body is this? And why is my BAC up when I didn't touch a drop? Why is the system trolling me with these notifications? If I'd actually enjoyed a glass of wine, I wouldn't be this livid. Get a grip, girl. I really don't need to see another one of these damn pop-ups. However, one chilling reality has finally sunk in. Those fluctuating numbers aren't just stats, they're the countdown of my life. My vitality is draining away in sync with my dwindling lifespan. The changes are subtle now, but soon the decay will be impossible to hide. Is this status window just a countdown to my inevitable collapse? In this world, despite the lack of social media and modern tech, I've found people I genuinely care about. I'm finally starting to appreciate the beauty in this chaotic life. I only ever meant to treat this as a passing dream or a high-stakes game. I really should start the painful process of detaching myself from everything here. That day, Isaac laid his heart bare. I told myself to stay focused on the hunt for the culprit. There's no room for the luxury of regret. The Demon King is bound to resurface once the truth is out, and I'll have a few choice words for him then. If he lied, I'll drag the truth out of him, even if I have to burn everything down. Suddenly, a servant burst in with a report. Duchess. Another letter has arrived for you, she groaned. I'm about to lose my mind. How are people still pestering me after the absolute scene I caused at the royal banquet? Now they're all begging for forgiveness because they signed some petty agreement days ago. They were calling me a witch and dragging my name through the mud. Now this? It's pure insanity. Do they really think I'd grace their pathetic parties with my presence? Fine, I'll personally draft the rejections this time. It's the only way to silence these vultures. Thank you for the invitation, but I must decline as my schedule is currently occupied. I appreciate the gesture. That settles it. These final 2 envelopes must be from Countess Tyrion and Lady Summer. The Countess is practically begging for a private audience to discuss some urgent matter, while Lady Summer expects me to grace her brother's gala. I'm dying to know what secret the Countess is guarding that can't be put to paper. As for Lady Summer, I'd bet my soul the Marquis was the one pulling the strings behind that invite. Every noble in this circle is obsessed with Licino. I'm starting to suspect Marquis Summer might actually be the mastermind behind the hit. It's beyond frustrating. Wait, if he wanted me dead, would he really be flooding my mailbox with invitations? Besides, my investigation hasn't turned up a shred of evidence linking him to the assassination plot. After 48 hours buried in the documents Pan scavenged, a pattern emerged. Licino's wrath was reserved strictly for the elite. She never once laid a finger on the common folk. High society branded her a nightmare, but the peasants, especially those on Reno soil, venerated her like a saint. They kept their distance out of awe for her power, but she was never their enemy. However, when it came to her peers, she once repeatedly slapped a young noble senseless for a minor insult. She also flipped enough banquet tables to fill a furniture catalog, and she had a penchant for christening fellow nobles with expensive wine. Just reading these reports gives me secondhand anxiety. Take the Viscount's daughter. Lucino didn't just crash her party and drench her in wine, she utterly nuked the girl's family fortune. What separates this incident from her usual tantrums is that she compensated the venue for the broken china, but left the humiliated girl with nothing but a ruined reputation. I need more dirt on the fallout between Lucino and that girl. I can't exactly ask her friends without blowing my cover. Should I track down the original witnesses? Wait, was it that specific party? It's clicking now. There was another report about Lucino paying out a massive settlement after a social disaster. Found it. It was the same soiree where a noblewoman's designer gown was decimated by a wine spill during one of Lucino's table-flipping performances. All the other ladies got paid off, except for that one girl from before. Lady Summer mentioned her by name. Lucino recalled the Marquis's oily words, "I shall host a tea party with guests as radiant as myself. Why do I have to deal with these eccentric narcissists? Fine, you want to play games? I'm not backing down. Bring it on, Emperor of the Night and his little flock of followers. Draft an acceptance for the tea party," she instructed the servant. "Send these out immediately. I've declined every single one except for the Marquis's invite, so burn the rest." "As you wish, Duchess. Will there be anything else?" "Will. Bring me something sweet. My sugar levels are crashing from all this stress." "Right away, Duchess." Later, at dinner, she let out a sigh heavy enough to sink a ship. Observing her distress, Isaac interjected, "That's your 10th sigh tonight. What's weighing on you?" "It's just, I've decided to attend Marquis Summer's tea party." "And to hunt for the culprit, but his letter says the event is tomorrow. How do I break this to him?" Pivoting, she said, "I'm heading to a tea party tomorrow, and I'm a bit on edge." "A tea party? That's news to me, because I only just RSVP'd a few hours ago. That's why I'm telling you now. I could really use some advice. I need time to prepare." "Lisa, why the stress? The staff will handle the preparations." You should have given me a heads up." "About what?" I mean, I needed a warning so I could prepare too." "Prepare for what?" "If you told me sooner, I could have mentally braced myself for this." She couldn't restrain a sudden burst of laughter. "Why do you need to mentally brace yourself when I'm the one facing the lions alone?" "Don't laugh, this is serious." She thought, "Is he for real right now?" "I've realized that I absolutely loathe the idea of being away from you." Isaac added darkly, "I've been making examples of these criminals, but they're just mindless beasts who don't take the hint. I'm considering just rounding them up and executing them one by one. Only then will they learn that some boundaries are non-negotiable." Since then, I've been constantly in the public eye. I've almost spilled everything to her. I have to keep my darker side hidden at all costs. Shaking it off, he asked, "So, who is the host?" "Marquis Summer." At that name, he turned to stone. "Who?" "I was invited by Marquis Summer and his sister." Watching him bury his face in his hands in a strained silence. And she ventured, "Isaac, you still there?" Suddenly he growled, "Not him. Anyone but him. That man is a menace." "What? Isaac? You're acting so weird. You're actually scaring me." He raised his voice. "Associating with that man is a recipe for disaster, and Lady Summer is no better. She'll be a terrible influence on you." I had no idea Isaac could be this chatty. He's acting like a panicked, overprotective mother. What is his deal? She pictured him yelling, "I told you not to play with that boy," and herself shouting, "You can't control me, Mom." He continued, "The rumors about him are vile. Word is he swaps lovers more often than the wind changes direction. Apparently, he's a total philanderer who sleeps around." Lucino thought, "Okay, that's just typical noble behavior." "He seems like a bit of a playboy, but not exactly a monster." Isaac pressed on, and here's the real kicker. He possesses this uncanny, mysterious charm. One look and every girl falls head over heels. So even Isaac admits the guy is a smoke show. Just how handsome is he? "That's precisely why I'm forbidding you from going." But his warnings only piqued her curiosity further. "I've already committed. Backing out now would be a social death sentence. I promise I'll be fine." "Isaac, please. I'll do anything if you just drop this." "Are you even listening to me?" Seriously, why is he going to such extreme lengths to block a simple tea party? If it were anyone else, I'd get it, but this is so out of character for Isaac. Is it that you don't trust me, Isaac? It's not a matter of trust. But it sounds like you're convinced I'll just swoon for Marquis Summer the second he shows his face. It seems I really hit a nerve. Relax. Why would I ever look at someone else when my own husband is this gorgeous? He stared at her, his voice low. Those are two entirely different matters. Good grief, just how divine is this man if even Isaac is begging me to stay away? Now I'm dying to see the face behind that mask. Before she could stop herself, she blurted her thoughts right out loud. Honestly, that just makes me even more curious. He snapped to his feet and slammed his hands on the table, dead set on a refusal. No, that face is a hazard. If you catch even a glimpse, you might never be able to return to a normal life again. She blinked in shock. Isaac, are you speaking from personal experience right now? One of my elite soldiers was utterly entranced after seeing him just once. Oh, wow. So he's so breathtaking that he literally enslaves hearts. At first sight, I have to meet this legend at least once. The effect on me was manageable. I only found myself obsessing over his features for a few days. So the level of brain rot varies. Does that mean the mask is a literal safety precaution for the public? The fact that he's such a shut-in might actually be a favor to society. Seriously, stop stressing over it. I have to admit, seeing Isaac get this worked up is a total treat. He's actually adorable. Then she teased, in any case, we're equals in this marriage, Isaac. I'm your wife, not your property. Which means you don't have the authority to ban me from a tea party. You're not changing my mind, even if you hit me with those puppy dog eyes. Besides, who's to say he'll even take the mask off? I'll be back before you know it. And on the off chance I actually fall for the Marquis. I know you'd never let me go, Isaac, or are you losing your confidence? To be honest, even I can't predict my own reaction. Fine. Shall we head upstairs once we've finished our meal? Lead the way. Suddenly, he swept her up into his arms. I absolutely hate how quickly I've acclimated to being carried like this. My arms just instinctively looped around his neck. You've completely stopped giving me a choice, haven't you? I'm not sure what you mean. I've been on my best behavior lately. Don't you think I'll become useless if you keep babying me like this? Babying you? Actually, there is something I've been meaning to ask. But we'll finish this conversation behind closed doors. Fine by me. She wondered if she'd imagined it, or if Isaac's eyes flashed with irritation for a split second. They entered the bedroom. They sat facing one another, but the room was thick with a heavy silence. Lucino watched him closely. He seems to be agonizing over his words. What's the big secret? Isaac, what was it you wanted to ask? What exactly happened the night you returned from the royal banquet? That was the night the assassins ambushed me. I still haven't breathed a word of that to Isaac. He dropped the bombshell. The coachman from that evening finally sent word. Apparently, a passerby found him bleeding out on the road and took him in for emergency care. Despite his brush with death, he finally regained consciousness yesterday and sent a frantic message. Oh, thank God, he's alive. He reported that the Duchess was abducted along with the entire carriage. Tell me the truth, Lucino. What really happened that night? I want every single detail. That night, you didn't come home with your driver. You showed up with that slave, Pan. The maids also whispered about the bloodstains they found on your gown. But I didn't want to interrogate you until I had proof, so I kept my suspicions to myself. He stared at her. Deep down, he'd been desperately hoping she'd trust him enough to tell him herself. He reached out, his fingers tracing her jawline with agonizing gentleness. Lucino, when your life is on the line, I need you to be transparent. I can't protect you if I'm in the dark. She realized then, there's no point in playing coy anymore. She took a breath and confessed, that night, I was ambushed by assassins. His expression instantly darkened as he hissed, What? I wasn't trying to trick you, but Pan arrived just in the nick of time to save me. I made it back in one piece, didn't I? I'm sorry. He looked away, his voice cracking. Lucino, you have a way of making me feel like the most pathetic man on earth. No, Isaac, She thought desperately. All I wanted was for our time together to be perfect, untainted by the horror. I didn't want to ruin our moments with talk of death. Suddenly, he cut her off. Am I really nothing more than a convenient tool to you? Am I merely a pawn to satisfy your whims? Do you truly lack even a single spark of affection for me? No, Isaac, it's not like that at all. Then explain it to me. What exactly do I represent to you? Is it possible that you feel absolutely nothing for me? She questioned herself in silence. Feelings? Nothing here truly belongs to me. Not this skin, not this voice, not even this reality. Even the people surrounding me are bonded to Lucino, not me. Do I even have the right to love you? She answered, I'm lost. I don't know. I just don't know. I can't decipher my own heart when it comes to you. It's the truth. This physical shell belongs to Lucino, not me. Everything still feels like a fleeting hallucination. That is my reality. How can I accept this as real? With status windows hovering before my eyes and game alerts constantly pinging, the world feels utterly fabricated. I'm terrified that I'll wake up one day and realize every second of this was just a dream. What happens if I surrender my heart to these illusions? If it all dissolves, I'll probably just wake up in my cramped, lonely studio apartment. Without a soul to rely on, I'd be back to the soul-crushing grind of modern society. Could I even survive that level of isolation again? I push myself to the breaking point just to survive in a world that is nothing like this one. I am no match for someone like you, someone who was born with everything. This is precisely why I insisted we strictly adhere to the terms of our contract. We should have just cherished these dreamlike, sweet moments together before saying a final goodbye. That was the plan I laid out from the very beginning. I can't play along with that anymore. You aren't dreaming. Every touch, every moment, it's all real. I don't care about the circumstances of your appearance. I didn't fall for you because of a face. I just don't know if that qualifies as having genuine feelings for you. He pulled her into a tight embrace. It's all right. We can take it one step at a time, because I'm not going anywhere. She met his hug with a lingering kiss. I love you. The following morning, Duchess, are you feeling well? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Don't fret over me. But your eyes look so... I said I'm fine. The truth is, I'm an absolute wreck. After I kissed Isaac, he reciprocated with such intensity. His lips traced a path down my skin, returning to mine before traveling toward my inner thigh. But he stopped there. I could see the raw, burning hunger in his gaze. Right, you have that tea party to attend tomorrow. With those strained words, he practically bolted into the bathroom. I mean, sure, I realized that if we had actually crossed that line, I'd be physically incapable of going anywhere today. But how did he exercise that much restraint? Is he a saint, or is he just uninterested? Could that be the problem? The maid noticed her zoning out and prompted, My lady? She jumped, startled. Huh? Oh, I'm truly fine. I really don't think you should be venturing out to that party today. Lucino was caught off guard. What is she getting at? Is it absolutely necessary for you to attend this tea party? Socializing is a duty I can't ignore. As I mentioned, I will be attending. But you're still so frail. What if you collapse on the way? I'll be fine. Pan is coming with me. But Pan is little more than a child, Lucino reassured her. There's no need for this drama. I'm only going for some harmless gossip, the maid replied despairingly, but you're entering the lion's den. Of Marquis Summer, the Emperor of the Night, what if he steals the Duchess's heart with his legendary beauty? Here we go again. I'm so over this. I'm genuinely concerned for your health. What if His Highness finds out? If the Marquis tries to look you in the eye, please just look away. She was skeptical. Is this the same maid who trashed the Marquis's invite last time? I promise I won't be swayed. Now, hurry up and help me get ready. Oh, my head. But my lady... Very well, but before I finish your ensemble, please take note of this. I've already had my breakfast. I even finished my morning tea. So what now? Try not to be too shocked, my lady. His Highness personally issued a command for me to prepare this specific herbal tonic. Does herbal medicine always taste like a chemistry accident? Supposedly, this is meant to steady your nerves so you won't succumb to anxiety. It reeks of potent ginseng. Now please, bottoms up. Think of this as a tangible sign of His Highness's overwhelming devotion. Drink every single drop. She shrieked, No, no way. Moments later, she looked breathtaking in a lavish gown. I can still taste that bitter sludge on my tongue. Watch your step, my lady. Slowly now, my lady. Take it slow. Just like last time, an eternity was wasted picking out the perfect dress, shoes, and jewels. I feel like I just crawled back from a war zone. Good Lord, these heels are a fraction shorter, this fabric is marginally lighter, and this necklace... Please, enough. I haven't even encountered the Marquis yet, and I'm already drained. Huh? Who is that radiant figure standing next to Denver? Pan! she called out, her mood lifting. She felt as though her very soul had just been cleansed by the sight. I've never seen you in that coat, Pan. You look incredible. Yes, Mr. Denver tailored it for me. Do you really think it looks okay? I couldn't let your escort look like a common beggar, my lady. Putting aside his chatter, it's clear these two have formed a surprisingly tight bond. It looks impeccable on you. I almost didn't recognize you. Thank you. The butler inquired. When should we expect your return, my lady? I plan to be back before dusk. Is there some pressing matter that requires my attention? No, nothing like that. It's just that since you moved in, His Highness has been racing home from work to catch dinner with you. I was hoping you two could enjoy a romantic evening together tonight. Honestly, he's barely visiting the battlefield these days. Truly, love works miracles. She barked, Drop it! Good heavens, Denver, you're making me blush like a schoolgirl. That's quite enough. I must be going. Oh, look at her face. Absolutely precious. Abruptly, she spun around and called out, Denver! I'll be dining with Isaac tonight, so see to it that a proper feast is prepared. I'm off now. The butler and the household staff bowed in unison. Have a magnificent time, my lady. Settling into the carriage, she mused, I left early just to play it safe. But this coachman is being absurdly cautious. In other words, he's driving at a snail's pace. The kids on the street were even mocking them. This carriage is slower than us. Ha ha, look at them crawl. The seats are luxuriously soft and plush. So, surely we could pick up the pace, right? At this rate, I'll be late for my appointment despite the early start. Sighing, she spoke up. I'm sure this agonizing crawl is boring you to tears, Pan. Not in the slightest. As long as I'm with you, boredom is impossible, Lady Lucino. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. He looks every bit the high-born noble in those threads. That reminds me, by the way, Pan, how old are you exactly? Let me think. It's been 24 years since my birth. Ah, right. So you're 24. Suddenly, she froze. Wait, what did you say? I am 24 years old. She was secretly floored. 24? I pegged him for 20 at the absolute most. Why on earth is he throwing his life away as a slave when he has his whole prime ahead of him? Now I'm truly baffled by his decision to stay. Lucino, Pan murmured, being by your side lately has been fascinating, Lady Lucino. Simply being in your presence brings me a strange sense of joy. Previously, you were a ball of stress and hair-trigger nerves, as if you carried a permanent grudge against the world. The intensity of his gaze made her skin crawl. There it is again. Pan has such striking eyes. But the longer I look, the more they unsettle me. They're beautiful, yet hauntingly empty, as if void of any human soul. She probed, How did you end up in slavery, Pan? I've already shared that tale with you. It seems you've let it slip your mind. Did he tell the original Lucino Reno? I don't recall seeing a single mention of Pan's past in her journals. Suddenly, he reached out to touch her cheek. Lady Lucino. You don't remember because it was trivial to you. So, please, don't go digging into things best left buried. Oh no, I'm losing my grip. When did he even step out of the carriage? Pan with practiced grace helped her descend from the vehicle. I feel as though I've just been charmed by a literal devil. We made a solemn vow to one another. It was more of a mutual pact, to be precise. And I am the one who failed to uphold my end of that agreement. That's it. He believes he's just paying the price for his own transgressions. This is my penance for what transpired back then. Which is why I must remain by your side until the bitter end. She asked, stunned. A pact? What are you talking about? What agreement did you fail to keep? Talk to me, Pan. Suddenly, a voice sliced through the air, interrupting their moment. Duchess, we are absolutely thrilled you could make it. I trust the journey wasn't too taxing for a lady of your stature. Lucino was privately shocked. What's with the sudden personality transplant? She's never given me anything but the cold shoulder before. Something smells fishy. My brother is currently tied up with some business. That's why I was wondering, would you care to join us for tea? Us? The Countess chimed in with a forced giggle. It's been an eternity, Duchess. Seriously, what is Countess Tyron doing here? And why is she acting like I'm her long-lost best friend? I was just visiting Lady Summer. I never dreamed I'd run into the Duchess here. What a delightful coincidence. Come, Duchess, take a seat. Fine. There is absolutely nothing natural about this. Lucino sat and cut to the chase. All right, what's the real reason you wanted to see me? The two swapped a knowing glance before replying. I'm sure the unfortunate disaster at your last tea party is still fresh in your mind. Indeed, and I hope you'll accept my most sincere apologies. Lucino narrowed her eyes, thinking, wait, Why are they being so submissive? I already told you last time that the matter was settled. I felt compelled to offer a formal apology. I simply had to seize this moment to set things right. The vibe is shifted. They're making my skin crawl. What is wrong with them? It's truly fine. There's no need for such dramatic bows. We are so grateful for your mercy. In that case, could you perhaps persuade your husband to loosen the leash just a little bit? I felt my blood turn to ice. Isaac? I'm sorry, I don't think I follow. His Highness has completely severed our financial lifelines. I'm begging you, Duchess. Why on earth is she bringing this to me? I don't believe I have the authority to veto Isaac's executive orders. You'd be better off taking this up with the man himself. They both looked absolutely floored and gutted. They traded a panicked glance. She just called the Grand Duke by his first name. From the looks of it, she has no idea what's been happening. Did the Grand Duke really go rogue for her? Ever since that disastrous tea party, the entire business world has blacklisted me, cutting off every cent. How is this possible? And it wasn't just me. Every single person at that table was wiped out. I was certain Licino had ordered a hit on our wallets. Is that why her replies to our apologies were so hollow? She didn't even know we were being buried? Why would the Grand Duke be this ruthless? Lucino finally broke the silence, sounding hesitant. Well, I'll try to put in a good word, but he isn't exactly the type to take orders from me. Jessie's mind raced. Isaac de Troy, the man who wouldn't give me the time of day, no matter how desperately I threw myself at him. He's the Ice King who flatly rejected every high society girl. I thought the only thing that could get his blood pumping was a bloody battlefield. But God, was I wrong? Who could have guessed he was the type of man to burn the world down for his wife? I pegged him for a war-hungry psycho, but I was way off. He's obsessed, just in a much more terrifying way. Lucino interrupted her spiraling thoughts. May I ask you something? Anything, my lady? Please. What do you remember about Viscount Hamilton's daughter? The air turned heavy with an uncomfortable silence. After a long beat, Jessie finally spoke. I don't think anyone could ever truly forget that scandal. Why bring it up now? Time to switch to lie mode. My memory has been a total blur since that horrific accident. So, if you don't mind, could you walk me through what went down back then? Is that why she's acting so bizarrely? I shouldn't take her word for it just yet. The Hamiltons were completely ruined once their cash flow was cut off. They were hunted by creditors day and night. Eventually, the sheer weight of their misfortune crushed them. This all went down shortly after Count and Countess Reno passed away. Do you really have no memory of it? I'm not one for sugarcoating things, and I'm sure a woman of your caliber doesn't need me to mince words. Does that work for you, my lady? Yes, actually. I'd prefer the unvarnished truth, she thought. Her bluntness is actually refreshing. Lady Summer chimed in. Looking back, you were incredibly volatile that day. You snapped at Lady Hamilton's insults with a fury I'd never seen. You weren't your usual composed self. Your face was pure murder, as if you were ready to end Lady Hamilton right then and there. Everyone assumed you were just grieving the loss of your parents. I can't believe the original Licino would lose her cool like that. She didn't even shed a tear for her own brother. Why then? What was actually said? This all erupted after you and Lady Hamilton shared some whispered words. No one knows what was actually exchanged. And where is she now? Where did the family go? Jessie quickly tried to silence Lady Summer. I don't think a girl of your standing should be discussing... Let me finish. Viscount and Lady Hamilton committed suicide, my lady. The news hit Licino like a physical blow. Her world narrowed as she whispered, What? Apparently, the crushing debt and public shame were more than they could stomach. She realized, if Licino had bankrupted a family over a petty feud, and if that led the parents to take their own lives, and then Lady Hamilton has every reason to want Licino 6 feet under. But as cold as the original Licino Reno was, she wasn't a sadist who destroyed lives without a massive provocation. What did Lady Hamilton say to trigger such a scorched earth response? Jessie added, Lady Hamilton vanished after the funeral, while the Viscount and his wife were well regarded by the public, and the daughter was universally loathed. Perhaps that's why her disappearance didn't raise a single eyebrow. Then, a memory of that night echoed in Licino's mind. Why isn't she dead yet? So I didn't hallucinate that voice. But there's no way a disgraced titleless noble could sneak into a high-security royal banquet. I'm missing a piece of the puzzle, but I'm close. The Countess leaned in, intrigued. My lady, may I ask what exactly you've gotten yourself into? We might be able to lend a hand if you find yourself in a tight spot. Licino considered it. Assistance? If I want to spend my remaining days in peace with Isaac, I have to bury this case immediately. And these two gossip queens are likely the most dangerous sources of intel in the entire kingdom. In that case, I have absolutely no reason to decline their assistance. She decided to lay her cards on the table. Truth is, someone has been attempting to poison me. Poison? What kind of lunatic would commit such a heinous act? It's madness. Are you implying that Lady Hamilton is the mastermind behind this? It's a working theory. Given our history, she's the most likely suspect, which is why I've launched a private inquiry. Wait, is that the reason you've been plagued by those coughing fits and vomiting blood lately? Precisely. Are those the typical symptoms of toxin ingestion? God, how could this happen? So the rumors were true. Who could have guessed? Jessie was clearly hit by a wave of guilt. Is she finally repenting for branding me a dramatic faker? Good. She should let that remorse simmer. I'm acquainted with a world-class physician. Shall I arrange a consultation? It's fine. My condition has already progressed beyond the reach of medicine. Hunting for a cure is a lost cause now. My only goal is to unmask the culprit. Right then. Let's get straight to the heart of this mystery. So, if you catch wind of anything regarding Lady Hamilton, the Countess immediately chimed in. I'll keep you updated on every whisper, if you'll allow it. I'll personally spearhead a search for her hideout. I'd truly appreciate the support. I'm glad Countess Tyran and I are finally on the same page. Perhaps revealing the poisoning was a gamble, but they don't seem like the type to weaponize gossip against me. Finally, I have allies I can actually lean on. Securing their cooperation is a massive win. Lady Summer seemed far too mortified to maintain eye contact, likely due to her youth. She let out a small whimper. Please, before bolted upright and crying out, I beg for your forgiveness for every slight, my lady. I was blind to the truth, and all this time I've been judging and slandering you. I'm so utterly disgraced I don't deserve my title. I'm guilty of judging you based on nothing but hollow rumors. To make matters worse, I was jealous because my brother was so persistent in inviting you. I am truly sorry. It's clear her repentance is genuine. She offered a soft smile. It's all right, Lady Summer. Please, compose yourself. No, my lady. From this moment on, I insist you call me Lavi. With those words, her spirit seemed to ignite, and she practically beamed in front of Licino. Huh? Is this her way of asking to be besties? All right, Lavi, you can call me Licino. I prefer it anyway. I've never been a fan of the my lady formality. Got it, Licino. Wow, she's a quick study. Wait, did we just agree to use first names? The Countess stammered to herself. Oh, well, I suppose we did. It's just, you and your husband hold my purse strings. Nonsense, Licino. It seems we've just been tragically misunderstood all this time. Exactly. Let's make these tea dates a regular thing and live in total harmony. How stunning. How does she shift the entire atmosphere to something so warm just with a look? She really is a pure soul. Suddenly, a smooth voice cut through the air. What's the occasion? You ladies seem to be having a grand time without me. I'm almost tempted to be envious. Brother, sorry for the wait. My lord, is the urgent business finished? We've been expecting you. My deepest apologies, Licino. Licino thought to herself, and there he is, the legendary heartthrob. Does Countess Tyran feel a bit peaky? By the way, Countess, what brings you to our humble abode? She fumbled for words. But the Marquis cut her off. No, don't tell me. I know your game. You clearly infiltrated our castle just to catch a glimpse of me. In that case, allow me to unmask and give you the proper welcome you crave. The Countess frantically blocked him. I absolutely loathe how incredibly vain you are. Marquis Summer, behave. Is that so? What a shame. Because I adore everything about you, especially when you're playing hard to pull. His bold antics and cheesy lines left Licino completely stunned. Wait, what? The Countess's face was now a shade of vibrant crimson. She screamed internally, Oh my God! I have to leave. Licino, expect a formal invitation to my next tea party. You'd better stay healthy. The Marquis let out a hearty laugh. Countess Tyran is always such a delight to tease. Brother, why must you always push her buttons like that? She hardly visits anymore because you pull this stunt every single time. Sorry, Lavi. I just want to be friendly with your inner circle. Licino asked, puzzled. He's definitely a looker, but he's incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, Isaac's warning echoed in her mind. Don't say I didn't warn you about him. Lavi explained, "Whenever my brother encounters the Countess, he insists on revealing his face because he knows how close we are. And because of that, she practically sprints away whenever he's around. You're such a creep." "I'm just trying to bond with your best friend," Licino asked in shock. "But isn't the Countess a connoisseur of beauty? At least that's what Isaac told me." "Oh, she absolutely adores beautiful things. But even for a devotee like the Countess, she still turns into a paralyzed little kitten when faced with perfection. Alas, it's my own fault for being so flawlessly gorgeous." Lavi looked mortified. "I am so sorry for his behavior, Licino." "All right, I've had quite enough of his narcissistic rambling about his own allure. Marquis Summer, you've been incredibly persistent with these invitations. Exactly why were you so desperate to secure a meeting with me? Purely out of morbid curiosity, I suppose? Tell me, Licino, how is it that you're even still drawing breath?" Her expression shifted to a dark scowl. "Excuse me?" Lavi rushed to interject. "Brother, how could you be so incredibly tactless?" He ignored the protest and continued, "Allow me to share a little fable with you, my lady. Within every living soul, there exists an invisible hourglass. It manifests above one's head from the moment of birth, and the grains of sand trickle down relentlessly day by day. The moment the flow ceases, the owner of that glass reaches their inevitable conclusion. Did you summon me here just to waste my time with such a cliché bedtime story? There is a singular truth I need the Duchess to grasp. Death is absolute when the sand stops falling. In all of history, there has never been an exception." "What are you implying?" "The sand in your particular hourglass ran out a long time ago." "It's quite a fascinating anomaly. You are, by all definitions, a woman who has already died. Yet, here you are, still walking among us." "Unless, of course, you're nothing more than a walking corpse. A corpse is probably the most chillingly accurate description of my state, but I won't let him treat me like a specimen." She snapped. "That's enough! I've reached the limit of my patience for your insolence. I didn't travel all this way to entertain your nonsensical riddles." Lavi whispered frantically, "What is wrong with you? I just patched things up with her. Fix this mess immediately." "My humblest apologies. It seems I've truly crossed a line with the Duchess." He reached up and unfastened his mask. "I can only hope the Duchess finds it in her heart to overlook my lapse in judgment." Lavi sighed in defeat. There he goes again, using his pretty boy card to dodge accountability. What a toxic habit. But if his face is enough to soothe Lucino's anger? Wait, what? She's actually unfazed? Is she completely immune to my brother's legendary visuals? How is that even possible? Lavi stammered in disbelief. Duchess? Look at him. The Marquis. Hearing his sister call him, he flashed a dazzling, confident grin. "Yes? So the rumors weren't exaggerated. You are indeed quite a handsome man." Lavi was so stunned by the casual response she practically fainted. How could she be so chill about that face? He cried out in a panic, Lavi, stay with me, wake up." In that moment, Lucino's inner monologue was racing. Good Lord, one look at that face and my irritation almost evaporated. He is beyond gorgeous. But there's something surreal about it, like a masterpiece that's almost too perfect to be human. I've got it. He looks like a flawless avatar sculpted by AI. It's like admiring a priceless museum artifact. Maybe that's why my heart isn't doing backflips like I expected. Isaac, on the other hand, is handsome in a way that feels dangerously real. Focus. Now isn't the time to be thirsting over my husband. She cleared her throat sharply. Ahem. Regardless, if that's the extent of your business, I'll take my leave. Don't bother seeing me out. The Marquis blinked. Well now. It seems I've made a spectacular mess of this first impression. She's the first person, aside from the Emperor and the Grand Duke, to remain indifferent to my charm. How tragic. I shouldn't have been so blunt with my curiosity. As she neared the exit, he called out, Duchess! I didn't mean to insult you, but I spoke out of genuine concern. That hourglass represents the very essence of your life. You are currently existing on a borrowed time because you treat your fate so lightly. I urge you to watch your back from now on, no matter where you are or who you're with. She paused and asked, Marquis Summer, what does my hourglass look like at this very moment? Your hourglass is shattered to pieces. There isn't a single grain of sand left to fall. Is that so? Well, Duchess. He moved to continue, but she cut him off with a sharp gesture. That's quite enough. There is no need for concern, Marquis. I am already well aware of how my story ends. Good day to you both. Wait, hold on. Licino. We aren't finished. The Marquis watched her retreat, his mind reeling. She knows her own end? What on earth does that imply? Moments later, she settled back into the carriage. Pan observed her closely. Lady Licino, you look pale. Did something happen? She groaned internally. Everything happened, and it was all terrifyingly accurate. I'm spent, just completely drained. I wasn't just juggling negotiations with Marquis Summer and Countess Tyrion. I also had to pry that young lady off my trail. Promise you'll keep my brother's ramblings a secret? Fine, I promise. My HP is critical. Out of nowhere, she muttered, Seriously, that household is crawling with lunatics. Lunatics, Lady Licino? What on earth happened in there? Relax, I was just blindsided by how gorgeous Marquis Summer is. It's not what you think. You'd probably lose it if I told you the details, so let's just drop it. He cast a shadow over her with his gaze. Gorgeous? Are you already falling for him? She snapped back. Hey! Do you think I've completely lost my mind? Absolutely not. I never want to cross paths with that man again. But you just called him handsome? Well, facts are facts, but that doesn't mean I like him. Looks aren't everything. I just can't stand his vibe. Honestly, I think you're way more my style, Pan. He turned beet red and stammered, Oh, truly? His face is almost too perfect, like he doesn't even belong to this world. That's probably why he leaves me cold. I'm not saying you aren't attractive. You're both handsome and adorable, like a doll. But people need to feel human to be truly enticing. That spark usually comes from flirting or a life shared together. But judging by the Marquis's ego today, he has zero interest in that. Honestly, what a waste of top-tier genetics. Taking that in, he whispered hesitantly, I am very fond of you as well, my lady. Is that so? Well, thanks. I'm glad he's attached to me, but truthfully, I still wish Pan would find his own freedom instead of just hovering by my side as a servant. The harsh reality is that the version of me Pan loves is Licino, not the real me. What becomes of him when I eventually vanish back to my own world? Haunted by the thought, she asked, Pan, I've told you this 1,000 times, but you aren't tethered to me. You're free to walk away whenever you choose. To be honest, having you this close all the time is starting to feel a bit heavy. He flashed a smile, but why did it feel like he was simmering with rage? As the sun began to set, Licino arrived back at the estate. Grand Duke Isaac was already there. Did you really come out here to meet me? Where's the entire staff? He asked with a frown. Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be? You're incredibly late. Are you injured? Feeling faint? Any hallucinations? What about Marquis Summer? Did his face look like it was spinning when you saw it? He is absolutely spiraling because I saw the Marquis's face. He's genuinely losing his cool. Seeing Isaac make a face like that, it's a world away from the cold man I first encountered. She beamed at him and answered, I'm in one piece, and I feel perfectly fine. She reached up to cup his face and added, Besides, the only face I care to look at is yours. He blinked in surprise. And did he not reveal himself to you today? He did. I saw everything. What? How could you let him? Because I find men like you infinitely more captivating. I told you there was no need for this jealousy. Sure, if someone asked who the most beautiful person on earth is, I'd have to give it to Marquis Summer. He's the kind of guy who makes you want to throw logic out the window. Not that I'm planning on it. Suddenly, Isaac swept her off her feet. Is my face really that much worse than his? Hold on. Did Isaac just say something that incredibly petty? He was never this childish when we first met. Why is he blushing harder than me? He's acting like a completely different person. He carried her toward the doors. It's too cold to stand out here. Let's head inside, she screamed internally. Oh my God! Pan stood in the shadows, watching the two of them in silence. Isaac pressed a kiss to her cheek and murmured, Honestly, I can't even remember how I managed to exist before you entered my life. Did he seriously just kiss me in front of everyone? How mortifying! What are you doing? She shrieked in protest. You were doing just fine before I showed up. What has gotten into you? Isaac, you're being so weird today. Is he feeling threatened by the Marquis, or is he just in a flirting mood? It's not that I hate the attention, but I'm dying of embarrassment. At least save this for when we're alone. Meanwhile, the maids were swooning. What a precious couple. Isaac asked again, So, what exactly did you and the Marquis discuss? She thought, I've finally narrowed down the suspects. I wanted to handle the interrogation myself, But if I spill the beans, Isaac will definitely charge in. Plus, he already promised to let me handle this. So she played it cool and said, "It's a secret. My lips are sealed, even for you, Isaac. I won't breathe a word, no matter how much you nag." Then I suppose I have no choice but to let it go. "You're not going to interrogate me?" I was going to, but... Wait, did he actually just give up? Normally, he'd pester me until I finally caved and told him everything. Isaac thought to himself, I'll make sure to decline every invitation from that marquis for the foreseeable future. But if she's visiting him in secret, if that's why she's hiding things, then she must be getting close to the culprit. She looked at him and reminded herself, the truth will surface soon enough. I definitely had Isaac pegged wrong a few times. Later, she pulled Pan aside to ask about Lady Hamilton. Lady Hamilton? Yes, she's the prime suspect right now. I've already tapped Countess Tyrion and Lady Summer, but since they're radio silent, it's time to bring in an expert. An expert? I need you to contact the Information Guild. Find out exactly where Lady Hamilton is hiding. He just stood there, staring blankly without a word of response. I only snapped back to reality when you called out to me. Ah, my bad. I was just spacey for a second. You want me to hit up the Information Guild, right? Consider it done. If she's truly the one behind this, do you want her hauled back here in chains? What's the plan for the culprit once we snag her, Lady Lucino? Good grief. Meanwhile, it looks like Marquis Summer has decided to pay Isaac a little visit. He spoke in a low, menacing growl. I have to wonder if you've got a death wish showing your face on my turf. Perish the thought. I'm quite fond of breathing, Grand Duke. I've ghosted your requests 1 billion times, yet here you are hunting for Lucino? You're practically begging me to end you. Well, maybe if you weren't constantly snooping into the secrets I share with the Duchess. What secrets? That's exactly why I'm keeping you in the dark. He fell into a deep, brooding silence. Ever since Lucino returned from the summer estate, I've been digging for intel on what went down, but I've hit a total brick wall. On the surface, Marquis Summer runs a standard information guild, but in reality, he's the Emperor's personal spymaster, making him an impossible nut to crack. Finally, he demanded, Did Lucino put you up to this? Bingo. Lavi was the middleman. Now, I'd much rather see my actual client than stare at you, Grand Duke. Suddenly, the maid burst in, breathless. Something's happened, my lady. Switching back to Isaac's side, he rubbed his chin, musing, I'm dying to kick him out of here, but I just can't wrap my head around one thing. How was Lucino completely unfazed by Marquis Summer's face after he unmasked? Even I needed a few days to regain my composure after seeing it. He spoke up. I assume unmasking today was a calculated move on your part. You figured I'd go easier on you if you showed your face. Oh, my dear Grand Duke. I had no idea you held my beauty in such high regard. To show my gratitude, I'll let you get an even closer look at this masterpiece. He barked, Get back! Oh, don't be like that. Don't play hard to get. Marquis Summer, back off right now. Suddenly, Lucino threw the door wide open. Marquis Summer, what on earth? Before she could finish, she stopped dead in her tracks. Isaac and the Marquis were caught in a very compromising position, both looking equally stunned. She stood there like a statue. Her brain was struggling to process the chaotic scene in front of her. The Marquis flashed a grin and said, I've been waiting for you, my lady. Isaac, looking ready to crawl into a hole, yelled, Get off me, Lucino! This isn't what it looks like, I swear. Whatever wild theory you're cooking up, just stop. It's absolutely not that. I love you, not this guy. The Marquis poured gasoline on the fire. My, didn't you just praise my divine beauty? Zip it. Look, I won't judge if you've got a thing for him. I'm not as close-minded as those other dusty nobles. Lucino, I'm telling you, this is a massive misunderstanding. But just a second ago, weren't you two? What do I have to do to make you believe me? You're the only one who has my heart. She couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into laughter. Relax. I was a bit shocked, sure, but I didn't think you were doing anything scandalous. I just wanted to mess with you because your reaction is adorable. It's obvious the Marquis was just trolling you. The Marquis smirked and said, That's cold, my lady. While Isaac was stuck on one word, adorable. And Lucino asked, Mind telling me why you're here, Marquis Summer? I'm following up on the intel you requested through Lavi. Regarding Lady Hamilton? Isaac was completely in the dark. Isaac, would you mind giving us the room for a moment? This conversation is strictly private. But he stood there like he was bolted to the floor. No matter how much she pushed or pulled, he didn't move an inch. He was like a brick wall. You really aren't going to budge, are you? My patience, and the Marquis chuckled. My lady, I think it's fine. It seems the Grand Duke is already clued in. Isaac interjected. I don't have the specifics. I just know there's some drama with the culprit because you've been working so hard to keep me out of the loop. He shot the Marquis a death glare. Don't you dare mention that I did my own digging behind her back. Understood. Then promise me... you'll just listen and keep your mouth shut, okay? Fine. Man, the second he's in front of his wife, he turns into a total puppy. With that settled, the three of them gathered around the table. I'm sure you've heard the tragic news about Viscount and Lady Hamilton's double suicide due to their mounting debts. Oh yeah. As it turns out, the rumors suggest that the bulk of that financial ruin was orchestrated by the Reno family. You even turned the Viscount and Lady Hamilton away when they came to beg for forgiveness. You literally threw them out on the street. It was so brutal that the entirety of high society branded you a monster for quite some time. Unfortunately, the actual motive behind your ruthlessness is still a total mystery. Licino thought, so only the people in that room know the real story. Suddenly, her blood ran cold. What is this? It's a specialty from the Hamilton estate. If memory serves, it's a vintage called resin. Suddenly, a jagged fragment of a memory tore through her mind. Are you enjoying the wine I sent over? It's called resin. Our family's pride and joy. Wait, this isn't my memory. This belongs to the original Licino. Doesn't this taste like a drop of heaven, Lady Hamilton? I can't quite make out her features, but I'm certain that this is Licino's buried memory of Lady Hamilton. She bowed her head, lost in the fog, making Isaac and the Marquis panic. Licino, talk to me! Licino remained trapped in her thoughts. Why would Lady Hamilton offer her a vintage? They weren't exactly on gift-giving terms. What was the real story between them? Her head felt like it was splitting. Isaac's voice cut through the haze. Licino! You look ghostly. Please go inside and lie down for a moment. I'm fine. Just a dizzy spell. The throbbing has stopped, truly. Marquis Summer, don't stop on my account. I'm listening. He shot a look at Isaac, seeking a silent okay, and Isaac gave a sharp nod of approval. He pressed on. The trail went cold after the Viscount and his wife passed. I'm told Lady Hamilton stayed behind in the crumbling manor with just a few loyalists. One of those servants has ties to a bottom-tier hitman from an underground guild. Licino felt a spark of doubt. Could it be that rookie I encountered? No wonder he seemed so out of his depth. So, where is she hiding now? She's currently embedded in the palace, a clever hideout for a disgraced noble. She's working as a royal maid. That explains the chill of pure malice I felt at the last gala. I knew my instincts were right. I should have paid closer attention. Isaac and I need to keep our ears to the ground with the staff, as long as those bratty young noblewomen stay out of the way. However, attempting to corner her during a royal banquet is a strategic nightmare. And why is that? She bears a prominent scar across her cheek. It's quite a gruesome mark, so she's kept away from public-facing roles unless the palace is desperately understaffed. She asked, her curiosity piqued, how did she get such a scar? Rumor has it Viscount Hamilton shattered a glass against her face in a drunken rage. I assumed she was gunning for me because Licino had disfigured her, but it seems the truth is far more complicated. After her parents were buried, the bond between Licino and Lady Hamilton didn't just break, it shattered. Especially since Licino was the one who pulled the rug out from under the Hamiltons. Yet, they once exchanged gifts. The more I dig, the less this puzzle makes sense. Does something about this investigation trouble the Duchess? I think it's time I had a face-to-face chat with Lady Hamilton. The Marquis looked absolutely floored. I'm sorry, you actually wanted me and have a civilized conversation with the woman who tried to end your life? Precisely. I can't make an informed decision when my memory is this fragmented. I need to know exactly what went down between us. Isaac's voice was laced with worry. Licino, if she truly is the would-be assassin, what happens next? The Marquis leaned in, intrigued. What's the endgame for the culprit, Lady Licino? She hesitated. Well, if it truly comes down to a confrontation, and as for my final plan, she stated with icy resolve, I'll just kill her. Her blunt answer left both men completely speechless and stunned. Though, in all honesty, I'm not sure I have it in me to take a life. She knew that, ultimately, blood would have to be spilled to satisfy her pact with the Demon King. She began brainstorming her dark plan out loud. Maybe a long-range weapon? Getting my hands dirty is so... Maybe I'll just outsource it to a professional? Do either of you have an idea of what a top-tier assassin goes for these days? What's your take, Isaac? Isaac suddenly doubled over in laughter. Oh, Licino... What What's so hilarious? Marquis Summer joined in the laughter. So, the legends about you weren't exaggerated at all. Are you mocking me? I'm being completely serious here. Not at all. Honestly, I'm just relieved you aren't delusional enough to want to share tea and cookies with your murderer. Is he playing with me? That woman must answer for the chaos she's unleashed. He's right, so don't let a shred of guilt weigh you down, he added casually after his laughing fit. If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. And why exactly do you need to be involved? I am more than willing to put my entire network at your disposal, my lady. She held up a hand, shutting him down. It was the first time anyone had ever flat out rejected him. But my lady, I am the most elite information broker you'll ever encounter. Unfortunately, I don't trust you, Summer. I have a feeling you'd sell me out or vanish the moment things got messy. She had just mortally wounded his pride as the spymaster. The Marquis spoke up, his voice rising. Tell me this then. Do you honestly believe your husband wouldn't do the exact same thing? She didn't miss a beat. He might have that reputation, but Isaac is a man of depth and a true perfectionist. Since our vows, I've seen his hidden kindness. He would never abandon or betray me. She's totally whipped. What exactly is it that you find so captivating about the Grand Duke? Well, beyond his striking looks, he's an unparalleled master of the blade. He's wealthy, refined, and remarkably gentle. Isaac is truly the total package. He's so flawless that I sometimes feel like I'm barely a worthy match for him. And that is exactly why I'm so head over heels for him. The Marquis massaged his temples, reeling from her blatant delusion. I apologize, but your judge of character is tragically flawed. If only... You knew the atrocities the Grand Duke committed on the battlefield. Isaac's voice cut in sharply. Marquis Summer, if you've said your piece, stop insulting my wife and see yourself out. I won't play the gracious host. And if you intend to overstay your welcome a second longer. His eyes added a silent threat. Watch your tongue, you bastard. He relented. My lord, if you're that insistent, then I shall take my leave. The two men traded lethal glares, both silently dismissing the other as a total fraud. I'm done. I hope I never have to deal with their brand of drama again. As he made his way down the corridor, Isaac called out, Marquis Summer. My lord, I didn't expect a personal escort to the gates after you essentially kicked me out. I have a question for you. Have you tracked down the Assassin's Guild? Is that the intel the Grand Duchess is fishing for? Lucino doesn't need to be burdened by this. In fact, I'll handle it personally to ensure total discretion. He plotted silently. If this Lady Hamilton thinks she has a guild of killers in her pocket, I'll simply tear their alliance apart. Besides, I have my own scores to settle with those rats. I've scoured every shadow with no luck. I know you know exactly where those bastards are hiding. The Marquis gave a nonchalant shrug. My apologies, but I don't trade in secrets regarding the Assassin's Guild. Do you have any idea how lethal they are? Exactly. Those shadows value their anonymity above life itself. They are a purely mercenary, cold-blooded organization that moves only for cold, hard cash. If they caught wind that my network was leaking their locations, I won't do anything that puts Lavi's life on the line. Marquis Summer, I won't let a hair on your family's heads be harmed. That scum will be wiped from the face of the earth shortly. They won't be around to dream of seeking revenge. At those words, a bone-chilling shiver raced down the Marquis' spine. Incredible. The Grand Duchess called this man gentle and perfect. Isaac continued, There won't be an issue. You have my word. At the very least, give me the name of the leader. The Marquis felt a surge of genuine dread. If I refuse him, he'll likely eliminate me right here in total silence. Hard data on the guild is scarce, so I can't provide the precise intel you're hunting for. You have a web of spies. Use them to gather every scrap of data without leaving a trail. I'll send a courier immediately. Fine. Ensure this is handled with extreme urgency. For the sake of your own survival. Of course, my lord. That man truly radiates a terrifying aura. The world paints Grand Duke Isaac de Troyes as a bloodthirsty warmonger and a beast, but meeting him face to face, I realized something shocking. He was only maintaining a human facade because of my presence. I have to admit, I played it a bit too fast and loose with him. I knew he could swing a sword, but I completely miscalculated his nature. He hasn't been tolerating me out of kindness or generosity. He simply views the world with cold indifference because he already possesses everything he desires. As Isaac headed back to his quarters, he crossed paths with Pan. Pan noted coolly, That looked like a rather heavy conversation, my lord. Isaac brushed past him. Not your concern. I've been dealing with too many buzzing flies lately. Suddenly, Pan interjected, My lord, you'll never find that Assassin's Guild on your own. Isaac spun around, utterly stunned. The boy had completely vanished into thin air. From the shadows behind him, Pan's voice echoed again. The guild is everywhere and nowhere at once. But I do agree with your sentiment. Those who dare to threaten Lady Lucino deserve to be erased from existence, even if it's a task beyond your capabilities. Isaac scowled, regretting that he hadn't brought his blade. It seems I need to have another word with Denver about the quality of your training. However, you clearly know too much. Spout what you know, and I might overlook your insolence. Ha! Pan replied with a dark gloom. Why should I obey you? I'm not in the habit of giving second chances. Isaac wondered, who the hell is this brat? He's clearly no ordinary servant. Is there anyone else who can project such a lethal thirst for blood? First, I need to decide how to deal with this anomaly. Suddenly, Pan spoke. I wouldn't advise that. Lady Lucino would despise me if I were forced to kill you. So I'll stay my hand for now. But listen well. Killing is my specialty. If you get in my way, I'll ensure you pay a devastating price for this. Personally, I doubt you have the skill to track them down, but consider this a warning. If you dare cross my path, I won't hesitate to erase you from the picture. Moments later, Isaac returned to the suite. Lucino asked, caught off guard, Isaac, why do you look so livid? What on earth happened out there? He fumed internally. I can't believe that arrogant brat had the nerve to vanish before I could throw him out. Just remember my warning. Did Marcus Summer feed him some more of his nonsense? Is that all? He brooded again. If it were just the Marquis, I'd have ended him already, but even he isn't that bold. Isaac, are you okay? He stayed silent for a heartbeat, then pulled her into a crushing, desperate embrace. I'm just a little drained. It must be the source of his exhaustion, adding to his mountain of responsibilities. Isaac, about that guy. She tried to soothe his nerves. Don't push yourself past your limits, Isaac. I'm capable of handling this on my own. You don't need to shoulder all my burdens. He thought bitterly. I don't get why you keep building these walls between us, as if we're nothing but strangers. He gripped her shoulders. Lucino, we need to have a serious talk. She blinked in surprise. About what exactly? Seconds later, she found herself perched on his lap thinking, wait, what is this? I thought we were talking, is this body language he's interested in? Isaac took a breath to steady his racing thoughts. But honestly, I'm not as flustered as I used to be. When did being locked in Isaac's arms start feeling like the safest place in the world? What's with the smile? I was just thinking about how much has changed. You know, Isaac, I used to live in a cramped, tiny studio with only one room. The kitchen, the bathroom, my bed, it was all squeezed into one space. That must have been one massive room then. No, it was actually smaller than the bathroom in this manner. How could anyone survive in a place like that? I expected his shock, but the reality still stings, and the rent was a nightmare. I spent my days struggling just to put food on the table back then, but now I've grown accustomed to this life with you. Isn't that a positive change? Well, the old me would have been over the moon to live in such luxury. But I feel like I'm becoming far too spoiled by staying here. She admitted to herself, I'm starting to view this as my normal life. Deep down, I know these privileges aren't truly mine, yet the longing to keep them grows stronger every day. It feels wrong to admit that I want this life to last forever. Isaac asked softly, why weigh yourself down with worry when all of this already belongs to you? Isaac said those words because he refuses to accept the tragedy of our situation. I suppose you're right. I truly hope this bliss lasts for an eternity. Suddenly, he hoisted her up. Lucino, it's time we had a real, honest conversation. We are going to find a way for you to stay here permanently, even after we hunt down the person who poisoned you. This wasn't a suggestion. He was making a vow that he won't let me die. She whispered, do you really believe we can change fate? It's a better option than surrendering. She silently breathed his name. Isaac. You swore to stay by my side once the truth came out. I guess the only right thing to do is accept his help, even if I'm certain there is no cure for me. Even so, she smiled to ease his mind. Fine. I won't stand in the way of your stubbornness anymore. Hearing that, a radiant, genuine smile broke across his face. Does that really make you that happy? Yes, but that's only part of it. Lucino, don't you see? Your feelings for me are deeper than they've ever been. Wait, hold on a second. It's because I'm thrilled that you finally let your guard down around me. I hope you'll never feel the need to hide from me again. She marveled inwardly. He's truly something else. I had no idea things were moving this fast. At the same time, over at Marquis Summers' estate, Is something troubling you, my lord? Yes, we've run into a significant complication. I need a full-scale investigation into the Assassin's Guild. What? Are you serious, Master? Move like a shadow. Ensure zero visibility on this operation. You know exactly what the stakes are if you trip up. Understood, Master. From a high vantage point, Pan watched the Marquis's every move. He's already headed for the carriage. Tailing him is going to be a pain. If that old man gets in my way, I'll just have to put him down. The Marquis clutched his head in a fit of anxiety. I really should have stayed far away from this mess. Pan rose to his feet, whispering to the shadows, "Well then, time to pay the royal palace a little visit." The scene cuts to the depths of the dark forest. A lone figure sprints through the brush, screaming in pure terror. This is impossible. There's no way that thing is human. It's a monster from hell. A blood-curdling shriek pierces the air. The next day, Isaac stands motionless over a growing pool of crimson blood. A knight reports solemnly, "Every last one is dead, my lord." He muses, "Another massacre." It's been 4 days since I began purging the Assassin's Guild hideouts using Marquis Summer's intel. It seems they never settle. They're constantly scurrying between shelters like vermin in the walls. I was fully prepared to exterminate them one by one. The problem is, a shadow got to them before I could. Marquis Summer notes, "These corpses show clear signs of brutal torture, mirroring the others we found. They were systematically dismantled while still breathing. A quick death was out of the question. Judging by the precision, the killer is a seasoned professional in the art of agony, especially with this one. His joints were shattered while his skin was flayed. The culprit meticulously avoided vital organs during the ordeal. Utterly sadistic. He didn't want them dead. He wanted them to drown in ultimate suffering before delivering the final blow." Isaac mutters coldly, "I'd say these bastards got exactly what they deserved." The knights whisper amongst themselves, "The killer did our dirty work for us. There's nothing left but scraps. Turns out, those legendary assassins were just fodder." Isaac pivots instantly. "Marquis Summer, are you certain these men were guild members?" "I told you." "Wait, what? Why? Absolutely. I stake my reputation on it. My spies risked everything for this." "You know my sources are ironclad. What would I gain by feeding you lies?" Isaac reflects. He's right. The intel checks out. I can't believe the state of his precious information guild. If the information is solid, then who possesses the power to butcher the Assassin's Guild like this? Regardless, I can't fathom what organization is capable of this level of horror. To do such unspeakable things to human beings, it's not an organization. The torture style and the blade work are identical. This is the work of a single person. The Marquis shudders. He deduced that just by glancing at the bodies. This killer is on an entirely different level. The culprit must be a depraved sadist who lives for the sound of screaming and the sight of writhing flesh. Isaac wonders, why does that brat Pan keep flashing through my mind? While the Marquis frets, is he still doubting my network? At that moment, a messenger rushes in, gasping, "My lord, an absolute disaster has struck." Spit it out. Grisly reports are flooding in from every corner of the region. Massacres everywhere, all executed with the same signature. Give me the details now. Yes, my lord. First, a villager found a body shredded in the woods, but she assumed it was a wolf attack and stayed quiet. Then, similar butchery was found in private homes, deserted alleys, and back streets. Every victim was carved up the same way. Have you identified the dead? We managed to confirm one identity just now. He was a high-ranking member of the Assassin's Guild. I've heard whispers that the guild's handlers took on new lives, blending into society as ordinary commoners. But they play the part so perfectly that unmasking them is nearly impossible. Isaac realizes that means someone out there can track ghosts and execute them. Who has that kind of reach? He hears Pan's voice echoing in his mind. Killing is my specialty. Cross me, and I'll make you pay a devastating price. No, that's insane. That kid is suspicious, sure, but this is beyond human capability. Besides, there's no way that piece of trash could pull off something I can't. He might be a threat to Lucino. I wanted to finish the guild first, but if someone else is doing the weeding, I need to focus on the Hamiltons. He turns back to the Marquise. Have you turned up anything on Lady Hamilton yet? Well, my lord, please don't kill the messenger, but Lady Hamilton has been missing for several days. He raises his hands instinctively, bracing for Isaac's fury. As expected, Isaac's temper flares. You said she was embedded as a servant in the palace. Yes, and that was the truth. I wasn't lying. Whether it was the scar on her face or her abrasive personality, she was an outcast among the maids. But she did her work, so no one can say for sure if she fled or was taken. Her disappearance has caught everyone off guard. My operatives are burning every lead to hunt that girl down. We'll have word soon. Isaac snaps. Ready the horses. I'm going to the palace myself. I'm still in the dark about what Licino and Lady Hamilton discussed, but I have to find her first. If she's the puppet master behind the hits, she likely holds the keys to Licino's forgotten past. This might be my only shot at finding a way to save Licino's life. I don't care if I have to strike a bargain with the Demon King himself. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll silence Hamilton permanently if that's what it costs. I swear on my life I won't let you slip away. Back at the manor, Licino finally stirs. How long was I out? I've been sleeping my life away lately. I even blew off my meeting with Lady Hamilton. Isaac is so paranoid about my health, but can I even face Lady Hamilton in this state? A soft knock interrupts her thoughts. Lady Licino, may I enter? Yes, come in. The door creaked open. Lady Licino gasped in shock. Pan? What are you? Is that blood on your clothes? He flashed a chilling smile and replied, I've brought a little gift for you, Lady Licino. She rushed toward him, her voice trembling with worry. What's with all this blood? Are you injured? No. Wait, stay there. I'll fetch a doctor immediately. He calmly reassured her. Please, don't distress yourself. This blood doesn't belong to me. Then whose is it? There is no need for you to worry about such trifles. Just follow me, Lady Licino, this way. Wait, Pan, where are we going? I told you I had a surprise for you, didn't I? I've finally snared the culprit you were hunting for. In the corner, a girl sat huddled and shivering, her voice a constant pathetic whimper. I'm so sorry I was wrong. Please, just spare my life. He scratched his head casually and remarked, I can't claim it was a walk in the park, considering she was tucked away in the royal palace. Note the jagged scar on her right cheek. It's Lady Hamilton. She's the target you were after, right? Though currently, her noble title is nothing but a memory. You wouldn't believe the way she tried to bolt even after I dragged her kicking from the palace. So, I systematically dismantled every hideout she had left, and now she's as docile as a lamb. Licino was struck by a wave of internal horror. I can't even wrap my head around Pan's words. He actually infiltrated the palace and kidnapped a royal maid. Did I ever even mention her scar to Pan? And what does he mean by destroying her hideouts? More importantly, what did he do to leave her this broken? I'm sorry, please don't kill me. I beg of you, show some mercy. Finally, she managed to ask, what did you do to her? I didn't touch a hair on her head. See for yourself, she's completely unblemished. I didn't even bother tying her up. I only blindfolded her. If she's physically unharmed, why is she paralyzed with such pure, unadulterated terror? However, I did find it necessary to help her realize her place during our little journey here. Isn't that right? The girl shrieked in absolute agony. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't kill me. It was a mistake. You see, if she's going to keep being this obnoxious, she clearly hasn't learned the value of silence yet. Perhaps words are too abstract for her to grasp. I'm sure she'd find it much easier to be quiet if I simply removed her tongue. Lady Licino's voice rang out. Pan, that is enough. I don't want you doing these horrific things. Lady Licino, this woman made an attempt on your life. I truly don't understand why you're directed this anger at me. Pan, listen to me. I only want you to find happiness. I want you to live a normal, peaceful life like anyone else your age without being forced into this darkness. He closed the distance between them and gently touched her hand. My sweet, compassionate Lady Licino. If you truly desire my happiness, you only need to offer me your praise. That is the only reward I crave. No, Pan, I know deep down that isn't enough. You're carrying a wound I can't see. What kind of dark pact had the original Licino made with this boy? Swallowing her unease, she forced a smile and praised him. You did a good job, Pan? Lady Hamilton flinched, her mind racing. What? I definitely heard him say, Lady Licino. And that voice, it's unmistakable. She found her voice and spat out, Don't tell me Licino was the one who paid you to kidnap me. Pan's expression darkened instantly as he growled, Who gave you permission to let my master's name pass through your filthy mouth? Sending her back into a spiral of begging. Please spare me, sir. Please have mercy. Don't kill me. Licino thought to herself. Pan used incredibly violent methods to bring Lady Hamilton here, but I'll have to address his behavior later. First, I need to get the truth out of her. Though I doubt I can have anything resembling a rational conversation while she's in this state. Pan, go wait outside for a moment. What? She's too paralyzed by your presence to speak a single word. But how can I leave you unprotected with your would-be assassin? Lady Lucino, it's far too dangerous to let you try and talk her down or attempt to have a normal dialogue. The woman kept sobbing. Please spare me. I'm so sorry. I've already said it. It's too risky. What if you stand just outside the door? If anything happens, I'll scream for you immediately, she pleaded. Softening her gaze, she whispered, Please, Pan. For me? He eventually buckled under her request. If she even breathes a threat, you must scream. Or just kick the door and I'll burst in and end her instantly. And so, with a heavy heart, Pan relented. He roughly bound Lady Hamilton's wrists and ankles before leaning in to whisper a final threat. Then he backed toward the exit. Promise you'll call for me, okay? I promise. I'll be fine. Pan gave her one last lethal glare before slipping out. All right now, she spoke up, her voice steady. Lady Hamilton. In truth, a seed of doubt was gnawing at me. What if Lady Hamilton isn't actually the one? It's a valid concern since I have zero hard evidence linking her to the murder. What if I'm ruining an innocent life based on a mere hunch? She knelt down and slowly pulled away the blindfold. I never imagined our reunion would look like this. Don't look so pathetic. But the moment their eyes met, and I knew with terrifying certainty that she was the one who had murdered Lucino. With that realization, she said coldly, After all, I'm sure you know better than anyone else exactly why you were dragged here. The system flared. Warning. Your resistance to the enemy's murderous intent has failed. Physical stats nerfed by 90%. She cursed. My HP is already in the triple digits. The longer this stretches out, the more I'm cooked. A 90% debuff is a heavy hit, but I've survived worse. I need to wrap this up before I'm finished. She narrowed her eyes. I have zero intention of letting you walk out of here. Wouldn't it be less pathetic to confess the truth before you expire, rather than playing the martyr until the end? What are you talking about? You can't just execute an innocent noble and expect to walk away scot-free? Worrying about my reputation when your own life is hanging by a thread? Truly, your altruism knows no bounds. But let's be real. I'm a Detroit and Arena, while you're just a disgraced aristocrat. Who do you think the world will believe? Spit it out already. I want to know exactly why you were so desperate to see me dead. Lucino? And waited with bated breath, wondering if she'd finally crack. Suddenly, the woman shrieked, If you had even a shred of a conscience, you wouldn't be asking that, Lucino. It makes my skin crawl when you play the amnesiac victim. You're the one who ordered that freak to snatch me from the palace. The world says you've changed, but I see right through you. I know how rotten you are. Did snagging the Grand Duke actually make you think you're a saint? You should have stayed dead. All of this could have been avoided if you had just... That's right. You were destined for the grave. How are you still breathing after swallowing that lethal dose of poison? She erupted into a jagged laugh. Ha! You must have signed your soul over to the devil himself. So the dark rumors were spot on, weren't they, Lucino? Vile witch. A villainess so depraved that even Satan would blush. You've finally found your true kin. Suddenly, the Demon King's voice resonated. Pfft, she's got spirit, but her facts are a bit mixed up. I am the Demon King, kid. Don't insult me by comparing me to a lowly devil. She thinks we're family. What's the verdict, partner? You're fuming, aren't you? She'll regret those words. Just hold on a little longer. Her time is coming. The woman recoiled, hyperventilating. No, it wasn't my fault. I didn't... Lucino watched in bewilderment. She's screaming, laughing, and arguing with thin air. What did Pan force her to see? She's completely lost it. It wasn't me. This is all on you. My parents would still be here today if you hadn't interfered. How am I to blame for their choices? They took their own lives, didn't they? Liar. That's a lie. How dare you? Stop hiding behind excuses. I know for a fact you hired a hitman to finish them off. The revelation hit her like a physical blow. Lucino hired an assassin? Hiring professional killers is an astronomical expense. Yet, Lucino's financial records showed no such massive withdrawal. And even if by some twist of fate Lucino had placed the hit, there had to be a reason. Lucino pressed. Maybe she had a valid reason for it. Have you considered that? The girl howled. Ah, fine! I told you, I didn't do it on purpose, so... Why are you still interrogating me? That was a freak accident. It wasn't my doing. What is this? Why the sudden, violent defensive pivot? It's their fault for being so oblivious, drinking it like it was some grand gift. I'm not a murderer. At those words, Lucino's head spun. She killed someone, but who was the real victim? If this woman took someone precious from Licino, that would explain the burning need for the Hamiltons' ruin. Who did she lose? Her brother is safe, and her lover is alive and well. Which could only mean, Licino spoke, her voice like ice. So, you were the one who slaughtered my parents? She shrieked back, No, I didn't murder them. It was never supposed to go that far. Looking at her frantic eyes, the truth was clear. Now Licino's ruthless retaliation made perfect sense. She is wailing for mercy after cold-bloodedly orphaning another human being. I'm reaching my limit listening to this nonsensical, high-pitched garbage. The urge to wrap my hands around her throat and silence her forever is becoming overwhelming. Suddenly, a ghostly, ethereal hand brushed against her cheek. Wait, what was that? It was her. The original Licino de Troyes. She whispered, So much noise. Tag me in. It's my turn now. The sudden shift caught her completely off guard. Her vision blurred as she instinctively shut her eyes and collapsed onto the cold floor. A heartbeat later, the real Licino rose, a sinister smirk on her face. Ha ha ha, I forgot how humiliating it felt to inhabit this weak vessel. It's been far too long, hasn't it, Lady Hamilton? I've missed our little chats even from beyond the grave. I longed for this reunion every second since my death. The woman shook like a leaf. What? Who are you? What is this crushing pressure? It's as if her very soul has shifted into a different entity. She feels more familiar now. That's it. She's radiating the same lethal aura as the Licinarina from before the marriage. Explain to me exactly why you slaughtered my parents. No, I'm innocent! Licino delivered a brutal kick to her ribs. Lady Hamilton! I had a very specific reason for not ending you while I drew breath. I let you live because an execution without ironclad proof would have dragged the Reno name through the mud. I was merciful enough to settle for bankrupting your house. But that mercy has reached its expiration date. She thought in a paralyzing panic. She actually intends to murder me right here. Why don't we have the honest heart-to-heart we never got to have while I was still among the living? I'm going to die in this room. Suddenly, she broke into a manic, hysterical laughter. Ha ha! How did my life become such a wreck? Just a few years ago, I harbored such a venomous hatred for that brat, Licino Reno. I absolutely loathed Licino Rena. What was with that girl? Did she think she was the only blue blood in the world? Seeing her act so poised and unshakable 24/7 made me lose my mind. How dare she snub me after I personally graced her with a greeting? Furthermore, she had the audacity to humiliate me in public today. I'll never let that slide. Just you wait. I'll give her a lesson that will be seared into her memory forever. She eyed the vase tucked in the corner of the room. A spark of pure, unadulterated cruelty ignited in her mind. I just wanted to see that flawless, perfect mask of hers shatter into a million pieces. Those exotic flowers Father imported, they may be breathtakingly beautiful, but if ground into a fine powder, they can liquefy a human brain or induce total paralysis, ensuring a person can never function as a human being again. Surprisingly, it turns out Licino Reno actually gave a damn about her family. I can't wait to savor the look on her face when she serves this tainted bottle of wine to her dear parents. It was just a harmless prank. What have you done? Count and Lady Reno are dead. What is your plan now? But I heard that flower only causes a little paralysis. I never meant to kill them. That's only if you use a microscopic dose, you fool! More importantly, your intentions are irrelevant now that the Count and Lady are laying in a morgue. Possessing that specific flower is a high-level crime that warrants immediate arrest. What were you thinking? This is such a mess. Why did they have to go and die? Don't they understand moderation? I didn't even put a return address on the gift. How could they be stupid enough to drink it without checking the source? Once the investigators realize you've poisoned 2 high-ranking nobles, you'll be sent straight to the executioner's block. Father, please help me. I didn't intend for the prank to go this far. I'm not a common murderer. Father, you know my heart, right? Father, look at me. Tell me, who delivered that wine to the Reno estate? I left the sender's name blank, and the street rat who delivered the bottle has 0 ties to our family. If I ensure the truth stays buried, if I'm the one who deals with the loose ends. And looking back, it was such a relief that I fixed the entire mess just by erasing one commoner. I turned those flowers to ash so not a shred of evidence remains. Those flowers don't even exist in the Empire. They're a scentless, tasteless variety. So, the case went cold the second I silenced that errand boy. I knew God was on my side. This country's detectives are pathetic. In the end, they ruled that Count and Lady Reno made a fatal mistake. That they drank a wedding anniversary gift from their own daughter. Lucino is a total moron. Regardless, I'm just glad the heat is off. The only thing that actually upset me was Father grounding me like a child. I haven't slept a wink these past few days, and my skin looks absolutely hideous. But now, finally, I get to feast on the sight of Lucino's agony. Let's see, where is that arrogant little puppet hiding? The whole social circle mocked Lucino, wondering how she could be so stone-faced after her parents' demise. She didn't even squeeze out a single tear at the funeral. What a cold-hearted bitch. But why? I lost days of sleep worrying I'd get caught, and I was even berated by Father and locked away. So why? Why? Why does she still look so radiant and untouchable even after everything? How does she keep up that fake, elegant facade? If only I could crawl back through time. Lost in the memory, she stepped forward and mocked. Good evening, Lady Lucino. Did you enjoy the vintage wine I sent over? If only I had checked my own stupidity before acting. Snapping back to the present. She spat, and you already know the nightmare that followed. You bankrupted my house and killed my parents. That is the reason. It's all utter garbage. First of all, I had nothing to do with your parents' deaths, and then Father... Lucino lunged and seized her by the hair. Ah! You have the nerve to stand there and accuse me of murder when I was gracious enough to spare your life after your family's downfall? Do you truly believe I'm as depraved as you? I can't believe I wasted my curiosity on such a pathetic, vile confession even after crossing over. What are you saying? Lucino's voice turned deathly cold. Die! I'll see you in the pits of hell, drowning in the fire and brimstone where demons like you belong. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air. Outside, Pan listened to her death rattles as if he were vibing to a catchy melody. A fragment of a distant memory flickered. Lucino, you don't have to force yourself to be the mature one all the time. Whenever life gets heavy, it's okay to let it out. Your parents will always be your sanctuary. You can't brace yourself for the sudden impact. It's impossible to believe they're truly gone. My ankle is shattered, and you're left like this. You cannot withstand the rapid-fire trauma. Your brain has completely blocked out the sensation of pain. I always sensed the way she looked down on me with such disdain. I was well aware she loathed my very existence for no reason, so I simply brushed her off as usual. If I had known our story would end in this tragedy, I would have settled every last score. No, bleeding over the past is a waste of time now. At that precise moment, Pan threw open the door and stepped inside. A smirk played on his lips as he spoke. It's been a long time, Master. You've got a lot of nerve calling me Master after failing your oath to protect me. Had I known you were this useless, I never would have hired you, Bandio, leader of the Assassin's Guild. Well, that's exactly why I went through the trouble of hunting down the culprit. I also purged every member of the guild as a token of my sincere apology. You didn't do that for me, did you? You did it for the woman you call Lady Lucino. He asked tentatively, so what becomes of Lady Lucino now? Decided to drop the formalities already? You must be exhausted playing the loyal servant. Answer me. Relax. My wish has been granted, and my vengeance is complete. I won't be haunting this world like this again. The Lady Lucino you adore will return to her own reality and live the life she craves. Her world? Oh, darling, were you really in the dark? That girl, the Demon King, and I signed a contract so each of us could seize what we desired most. She has fulfilled her end of the bargain by using this vessel to satisfy my final wish. Finally, now my entire body is screaming in absolute agony. It's hardly shocking considering I'm technically a corpse. I'm only standing here by the grace of the Demon King's power. I can't believe she managed to endure this level of torment for so long. She marveled inwardly. The current occupant of this body is a truly formidable soul. Pan tightened his grip into a white-knuckled fist. Do you intend to see the Grand Duke or your brother one last time before you depart? She thought to herself, to think the heartless Bandio would actually utter those words. This girl is impressive. But no, I've already made my peace with Eclipse. Showing my face now would only shatter his mind even further. As for the Grand Duke, he'll be seeing me soon enough. After all, the woman he's in love with isn't the real Lucino anyway. I never expected to find something so amusing after being dragged back from the dead. Who knew you were capable of making a face like that just for me? She cut him off and whispered, If there is a life beyond this one, I hope to live as a normal person. To find a love of my own and be cherished in return. Why don't you try for that before your clock runs out? At least you still have a pulse. As the words left her lips, her body gave way. Pan lunged forward to catch the falling lady. He wondered, is the original Licino gone for good? I only entered this pact with her because it served my own selfish interests. I knew I'd get exactly what I wanted as long as I played my part, no matter how much I despised it. For a soul labeled as wicked, she lived a surprisingly mundane life. I must have chosen the wrong contractor. Until now, her only crimes were collecting staff or causing a scene at socialites' parties. Despite my expectations, I've spent my time running errands and... She had the power to end lives, but she chose restraint. She likely wanted to preserve her own worth, yet for some inexplicable reason, I stayed glued to her side. I'm starting to realize that she and I are cut from the same cloth. A lonely soul who belongs nowhere and fits in with no one. In the final moments of her existence, there was nothing but a void of all-consuming loneliness. He smiled sadly and whispered, "Sweet dreams, master." Suddenly, Pan's instincts spiked at a noise behind him. A split second later, the room echoed with the sharp clang of steel. Pan narrowly parried Isaac's lethal strike. Isaac growled with a dark intensity, "What have you done to Licino?" Whether you leave this room alive depends entirely on your next words. Pan knew the threat was real, even if that swing was just a warning shot. Easy there. She's just sleeping. This blood isn't even Lady Licino's. Before he could finish, Isaac snatched Licino away with blinding speed. He looked down at her and called softly, "Licino." Checking her pulse, he exhaled, "Thank God." Pan let out a cold, sharp laugh. "Ha! For some reason, I find this display incredibly grating." Isaac gently set Licino down. He tenderly draped a coat over her shoulders. "There we go. Now, why don't we recount this from the very beginning? Spill everything that happened." Pan realized that right now, the man's entire universe revolves solely around Lady Licino. Then, he pivoted and gestured toward the darkened doorway. Isaac peered inside and saw a mangled, cold corpse sprawled on the floor. "Isn't that the palace maid? Don't tell me she's the one who butchered her." "It wasn't by her own volition," Pan clarified. "The original soul simply possessed her for a fleeting moment before vanishing." The original? Didn't the real Licino de Troy perish long ago? Pan merely smirked at Isaac's visible bewilderment. "Don't bore me with those tedious questions." He gnashed his teeth in a surge of fury. "You! I'm positive you don't want to waste time on pointless interrogation, right? Why not focus on scrubbing this place clean before Lady Licino wakes up?" Isaac silently gauged his threat level. He's a lethal wild card. Slitting his throat might be the only safe option. Pan remarked with an arrogant grin, "You going to stand down? You're impressively strong." "I'll give you that, but I don't believe you have what it takes to bring me down." "You'll never know unless you take the gamble." "Ha! Fair point. I imagine a duel would be quite the spectacle. After all, the world gets dull and gray when you're as overpowered as we are. Every now and then, a man needs an opponent to go all out against." "Unfortunately, I'm just not in the mood for a dance right now. Where do you think you're going? I've got a few loose ends to tie up." "As you can clearly see. Inform Lady Licino that I'll be off the grid for a few days." Tie up what exactly? I knew deep down he was the puppet master behind all of this. But the absolute priority right now, he lunged to sweep her into his arms, is Licino. Someone managed to infiltrate the Assassin's Guild before I could even make my move. And my investigation at the Royal Palace yielded absolutely zero leads. When I stepped back into the manor, the metallic tang of blood hit me. I tracked it and found Licino drenched in gore, limp in that bastard's arms. I was absent when she was most vulnerable. The sheer weight of my own incompetence is driving me to the brink of insanity. The butler cried out in a panicked frenzy, "My lord!" "The staff are whispering that they saw you carrying the Duchess covered in blood. Is she alive? Denver, I need you to select 2 servants who understand the value of silence, and lead them to the cellar. You'll find a body there. Scrub it from existence." "Did you commit murder, my lord?" "It's the monster who tried to assassinate Licino, so handle the cleanup discreetly and ensure this stays buried." "Good heavens! Is the Duchess going to be okay? We need a physician." Isaac roared, "Denver! Stop questioning me and just follow your orders." "Yes, my lord." He wondered, what truly transpired down there, Grand Duke? If it's true that you eliminated the person hunting the Duchess, wouldn't that be justice? Then why do you look so utterly broken? At this moment, Isaac was drowning in self-loathing. "You always make me feel like such a pathetic excuse for a man." Meanwhile, Licino drifted in a void. "Where am I?" Suddenly, a wave of pure shock and terror crashed over her. No, stop! I never intended to take her life. Without warning, the real Licino materialized. Thank you for everything. Because of your help. And I was finally able to taste my revenge. Her blood stains my hands now. Don't let the guilt eat you alive. I'm the one who did it. However, since the memory might break you, I'll offer you a truth as a token of my thanks. A secret regarding exactly how much time you have left with the Grand Duke. About that, just how much longer do you think you'll live? At that revelation, Licino jolted awake, gasping, Where am I? She recognized the ceiling of Isaac's private chambers. How? I was definitely in the basement with Pan, and then... The memory of that carnage flooded back, paralyzing her. Just then, Isaac entered and called softly, Licino. She was too dazed to even find her voice. I didn't want to disturb you since you looked so peaceful. I brought you some warm soup. She stammered, I think she came back. She hijacked this body like it was nothing and committed an atrocity. Consumed by the thought, she shrieked, Licino, she killed her. This body slaughtered Lady Hamilton with these very hands. No, it wasn't me. She spiraled into a manic scream. Ah! Isaac dropped the bowl, the soup shattering on the floor as he rushed to her. Licino. Ah! I murdered Lady Hamilton. The basement. Her mangled body is still down there. You actually saw a body? Isaac, what on earth are you saying? Did you have another visceral nightmare? A nightmare? Does that imply that everything was just a figment of my imagination? Was that slaughter truly a dream? But Lady Hamilton's agonizing screams and the sensation of breaking her? Every emotion felt so raw. No. I can still feel her presence. There is no way that was just a dream. She was right in that room. I am certain her corpse is still rotting there, and I'm the one who ended her. Isaac thundered, Calm yourself and look directly at me. I honestly have no clue what you're talking about. What is this nonsense about a cadaver in the basement? I don't see a single thing resembling a dead body down here. It's impossible. I am positive it was this very room where Lady Hamilton was bound and broken. Her blood was sprayed across the walls, coating every inch of the floor. Lady Hamilton's lifeless form was undoubtedly right here. Thinking back, why was my gown pristine if there was blood everywhere? Did I truly hallucinate it? None of this adds up. Then why am I haunted by this lingering sensation? There's no way I'd experience such vivid phantom pain if it were merely a dream. Something is fundamentally wrong. Perhaps I'm dreaming this very moment, and when I wake, I'll finally return to the real world. Isaac pulled her into a protective embrace to soothe her. Everything is all right, Licino. Whatever you dreamed, you're safe in my arms now. She clung to him, repeating his name. Isaac, Isaac. Yes, I'm right here beside you. Isaac's warmth is always so grounding, washing away my dread. I'm terrified, Isaac. I have no choice but to pray that the horror wasn't actually a dream. Rewind to the previous day. You always make me feel like such a pathetic man. Suddenly, Pan materialized behind him like a shadow. Well, you certainly do enjoy wallowing in self-pity. I forgot to remind you of a crucial detail. Isaac growled, You... Pan stepped closer, whispering, Nothing out of the ordinary happened at the manor today. I never met with Lady Licino, and she simply drifted off while reading her book. Did you come here just to say that? I intended to bury everything regardless of your interference. If you catch my drift, then ensure this mess is silenced forever. After all, this is for Lady Licino's sake. I can trust you to handle that, can't I, Grand Duke Isaac de Troyes? He clenched his jaw, his thoughts racing. I was already planning to scrub the scene long before that bastard opened his mouth. Now it feels as though I'm merely following his orders. But anything is better than watching her spirit crumble. Licino has no idea she was unconscious for a full day, and during that time, I made sure every soul in the manor was sworn to secrecy and scrubbed every drop of blood from the basement. I have buried the truth deep. The evidence has vanished. Back to the present. I had a nightmare that I murdered Lady Hamilton. She was bound in this room, completely defenseless, and I slaughtered her in cold blood, beating and stabbing her over and over. If that weren't a dream, I'm positive you wouldn't be standing by my side right now. How devastating. I knew it. Even a man like Isaac would be repulsed if he knew I was capable of such a heinous act. Suddenly, Isaac declared firmly, I wouldn't care even if you were an assassin who had claimed hundreds of lives. She froze in shock. I truly cannot believe I would ever abandon you over something like that. If you killed someone, I'm certain you had your reasons. That's right. I would even overlook high treason if it were you. She quickly hushed him. My lord, you shouldn't say such dangerous things. What if someone eavesdrops? Has. That flustered expression suits you much better. Oh, so he only said those extreme things just to put my mind at ease. There, that's a good girl. Stop babying me. That's right, it must have just been a horrific nightmare. Reality is so peaceful. Everything must be, I hope you savor. And your fleeting time with the Grand Duke in these final 3 months left in this world. She whispered to herself, it was just a dream. After that grim nightmare, Pan, who vanishes from time to time, returned to the estate one day carrying what he claimed were the cremated ashes of Lady Hamilton. Supposedly, she took her own life in a fit of despair while trying to flee. Pan offered an indifferent smirk as he delivered the news. A million questions are swarming in my mind, but I decided to just accept the official story. How shallow of me. Since that day, I've spent a month and a daze. The culprit is gone, and Isaac confirmed the Assassin's Guild has been dismantled. If that's the case, what is there left for me to accomplish? In that moment, Eclipse asked softly, how are you holding up today? When exactly do you plan on heading back? What? Is that any way to talk to someone who's worried sick about you? Why are you so eager to kick me to the curb? I just meant, don't you have work or royal duties? That's for me to worry about. You just focus on recovering. My physical condition has taken a nosedive over the past month. I can't even imagine going out because simply walking leaves me gasping for air. For heaven's sake. Lately, you've been fainting just by moving around, and you collapsed after only a few stairs. Not to mention you're coughing up blood when you try to drink water and so on. Plus, with eccentrics like Marquis Summer and Countess Tyron pestering you daily, can't you at least give me some of your time today? She cried out, startled. Eclipse! All right, I'm sorry. He's undeniably adorable. It's like having a real little brother. Cut it out. Stop that right now. Fine. So, is there something specific you wanted to get off your chest today? Does your original world actually mean that much to you? I know it's a stupid question. Sikio let it slip. And that your health is plummeting because your time here is running out. When the end comes, you'll just return to your homeland, right? But what if out of nowhere, the Grand Duke has been scouring ancient archives and forbidden grimoires. Initially, he was desperate for any lead on the living dead, but it was a dead end. The next desperate move he's considering is a face-to-face with the Demon King. If he managed to save her once, I'm betting he can pull it off a second time. I just need to hand over whatever he demands. It's a simple trade. So I'm counting on your cooperation, Viscount Canfie. Unless, of course, you're prepared to watch your sister vanish again. I also want you to stay in this world. But unlike Grand Duke de Troyes, I won't force you to stay against your will. I'm sure your real family is waiting for you back home. And if going back is your choice, I won't lift a finger to help the Grand Duke. But if by some miracle you've actually grown attached to this place, Eclipse hesitated, searching for words. If you genuinely wanted to live your life here, suddenly, Lucino broke the silence. Truth be told, the place I came from wasn't exactly a paradise. Wait, seriously? Is that the truth? Just surviving was a constant struggle. Inflation is skyrocketing while wages stay flat. Even buying groceries is a nightmare, and you can forget about owning a house even if you work until you drop. What kind of hellscape is that? The Republic of Korea. Honestly, if I told people back there about the life I have now, they'd think I was insane to ever go back. Hey, you agree with me, right? I told you not to hey me. It's sister or Lucino, got it? Ow, watch the grip. Looks like her old life was a total drag. She's clearly vibing more with this world. All right, no more second guessing. Then I'm heading out. Wait, hold on, Eclipse. Early tomorrow morning. Can you take me somewhere special? Huh? Where do you think you're going in such a fragile state? Being cooped up in this room 24/7 is starting to feel like a prison sentence. I want to show you the most breathtaking scenery I've ever laid eyes on. A place so stunning it'll be seared into your memory. Maybe this will convince her to stay. If I show her the absolute best this world has to offer, don't give me that puppy dog face. Oh, fine. I'll be here tomorrow. In the meantime, try not to collapse. She waved him off with a smile. Thanks a ton. But the second the door clicked shut, Lucino's expression turned somber. She stared at the floor and whispered, Forgive me, Eclipse. But I couldn't tell him the truth when he looked like he was 1 second away from a breakdown. Not everything I told Eclipse was a fabrication. Life in Korea was definitely a grind. To be honest, the people here and this world feel far more real to me than the world I spent 20 years in. And Isaac? He's more special than anyone I've ever known. I love the way my heart skips a beat every time we lock eyes. It makes me want to protect his kindness and warmth forever. If the universe allowed it, I'd stay by Isaac's side until the end of time. But that's a luxury I don't have, and a choice I shouldn't make. Can feelings really withstand the test of time? What if a better match appears one day and Isaac's heart begins to drift? If that happens, I'll be truly stranded and alone in this world. I suppose it's time to bring the curtain down. She pulled out a small blue potion vial. Whatever happens, I'm dying to know what this actually tastes like. This neon color definitely screams toxic. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Isaac is due back any minute. I need to chug this now. She popped the cap. All right, no time to be a food critic. I'm downing this even if it tastes like straight copper. Best to just rip the bandage off. Suddenly, her eyes popped and she let out a surprised gasp. Wait, this is actually fire. It tastes like blueberries. The Demon King has better taste than I gave her credit for. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted. What's happening? Ding! Congratulations! You are today's MVP. For the next 24 hours, the potion's invincibility buff is active. The more glass cannon the user is, the more cracked the buff becomes. Basically, you're the strongest person on the planet today. Just a heads up, it expires in 24 hours. Don't waste it. She was floored. Her HP bar was literally infinite. Wait, it's already kicked in? Am I actually back to 100%? I don't look any different in the mirror. She tested her movements, her jaw dropping when she realized that her HP didn't budge an inch, no matter how much she moved. I'm actually OP now. The bar doesn't even flicker when I sprint. The bloody cough has completely vanished too. What happens if I put some weight behind a stomp like this? What? No way. I just pulverized the floor. It appears I haven't just regained my strength. A notification materialized out of thin air. It claimed the elixir's potency scales with the user's fragility. I must be at death's door then. This is insane. I can't believe I'm totally unscathed after stomping hard enough to crater solid granite. Being proactive was definitely the right move. This brew is miraculous. If I'm powerful enough to shatter marble, and perhaps I can shrug off any physical trauma, just how much damage can I tank? Isaac is going to lose his mind. To what extent? Hold on a second. Why don't I just put it to the test right now? I have a gut feeling that even a plunge from this height won't leave a scratch. Since I have a spare vial, is it worth pushing my physical limits just to be certain? Besides, a fall from the second floor is hardly a death sentence. For some inexplicable reason, I feel absolutely invincible in this state. She had just scaled the balcony railing when Isaac burst in, shouting, "Licino!" She glanced back over her shoulder and beamed, "Isaac! Licino, what in the name of God do you think you're doing?" Please don't get the wrong idea, Isaac. It's not what it looks like. She trailed off, lost in thought. No, wait, that's exactly why I told you not to overreact. Just let me explain. Suddenly, she plummeted off the balcony. Isaac let out a visceral, panicked roar. Licino! He sent his paperwork flying and lunged desperately toward her. Licino thought with eerie calm, it must be the potion's influence, because I felt zero fear as the ground rushed up to meet me. Moreover, I am completely mesmerized by the sheer desperation on Isaac's face as he scrambled to reach me. Then she softly fluttered her eyes shut. Huh. Damn it. Consequently, she never hit the pavement. Isaac was the one who took the brunt of the fall. She snapped her eyes open in a shock. She cried out in a frantic haze, "Isaac! Isaac! Are you hurt? Oh my God, did he actually catch me midair? How are his reflexes even human? Are you trying to throw your life away?" What are you talking about, Isaac? Of course not. Are you planning to end it all because this world isn't your home? Because you think you're a dead woman walking anyway? No, it's not like that at all, Isaac. I was merely testing my physical durability. At those words, he went completely rigid for a moment. Afterward, she pointed out the deep indentation her foot had made. He asked with a hollow expression, "You're claiming you did this? It matches your shoe size down to the millimeter." See? I downed that concoction the Demon King gifted me. Apparently, the more frail I am, the more godlike the power it grants. My health must be in the gutter. So your brilliant idea was to leap from a balcony to gauge your vitals? Fine. Since you'll be a powerhouse for the next 24 hours, suddenly he demanded, "Do I even matter to you anymore, Licino?" No, that's not it. Even if you fell, the medicine likely would have shielded you. But what if it failed? If you were mangled, did you stop to consider the psychological toll that would take on me? Isaac, Why do you act as if I've already faded into the background? Do you even have a shred of love left for me? She felt a sharp pang of guilt. I could have dodged the question like I always do, but then I caught the sight of Isaac's face twisted in agony, his voice cracking as if he were fighting back tears. Suddenly, the air felt thin. I couldn't just brush him off. She knelt down in front of him. I honestly don't know. The truth is, I desperately want to stay in this world a little longer. Even though this era lacks the comforts of the world I left behind, everyone here is so incredibly kind. And above all else, I want to spend more time with you. Lucino. Then she pressed on. But I don't believe that's a reality I'm allowed to have. You promised you'd find a loophole for me to remain here. So tell me, have you found it? What can you possibly do with this rotting shell of a body? I can barely move on my own. Do you expect me to linger by your side forever like a hollow, living corpse? I used to defer to Isaac's judgment, but it's time for a reality check. In this state, how can I profess my love with any certainty? He countered, and if there is a way? Will you swear to stay by my side regardless of the cost? I have secretly employed experts to decode every forbidden text in existence, and one of them details a specific ritual for summoning the Demon King. I've even uncovered several catalysts to trigger the process. I have come remarkably close to tearing a hole between worlds to reach the Demon King. I intended to keep Lucino in the dark until the very end, but if she is truly hell-bent on leaving, then there is only one path left for me to take. Abruptly, she shifted the mood. So, what becomes of us if we ever divorce? Isaac went stone-cold silent, alien signed, offering no reply. Even if a miracle occurs, I'm still trapped in this decaying vessel, and nothing changes the fact that I'm a ghost with no place to belong in this world. Divorce? Think about it. If that day comes, I'll have to survive on my own, won't I? But the grim reality is I'm useless in this broken body. If we sever ties, Eclipse is my only anchor. But since I'm not his flesh and blood, eventually, I'll be cast out of this world. He wondered blankly, what is she even saying? Divorce, severing ties, speaking of us as if we're over, as if I'd ever let her slip away. But didn't she just say she wanted to stay? He flinched after Lucino dropped a bombshell. I can't fathom it. I mean, there's always a chance you'll have a change of heart after meeting someone far better than me. Don't tell me she's actually entertaining the possibility. That I could ever love another soul. But how could I possibly crave anyone but Lucino? Lucino, how could you even think of such? She cut him off. I only have you, Isaac. But what if your devotion to me wavers? I can't help but feel this gnawing anxiety. It's so mortifying to admit out loud. She doubled down on her confession. I mean that I have nothing to my name, but you're different. If someone more worthy appears, I'll be discarded and lonely again. Isaac couldn't suppress a giggle at her words. Why are you laughing at a time like this? Without warning, he reclaimed her lips with a kiss. I can't believe she's been spiraling over this for so long. Even though she's grown accustomed to my presence and my touch, the thought that she doubts me only leaves me feeling indignant and pained. I want to remain by your side. You're the only one I love, Isaac. That's right. That's more than enough for me. Afterward, they both retreated back into the sanctuary of the room. Isaac said softly, if you're truly that worried, then we should start preparing your safety net. She's so adorably overwhelmed. My lord. Are you being serious? Dead serious. If you need anything at all, just name it and it's yours. Buy whatever catches your eye. Estates, territory, anything. If you need a permanent cash flow to survive, I'll make it happen. I'll set up shops or whatever you desire. You only need to speak. She thought, the sheer power of a billionaire. If I secure all that, I'll be living the ultimate golden spoon life in this world. Of course, you won't be enjoying those riches alone. You'd better abandon any idea of using them to run away. Naturally, the best case scenario is that we never need them, but I need a plan B just to be safe. Plan B? You use such peculiar phrases like solitary person. It's just slang from my world. It refers to a backup strategy if plan A fails. If you're really willing to go that far for me, I'll feel a lot more secure, but I still feel like returning to my old world is just a matter of when, not if. Isaac remained silent and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Oh, what was that for? Why so sudden? I need to stop her from talking such nonsense. He reassured her, I will do everything in my power to truly bring you back to life. Don't worry, I'm completely addicted to you now. Wait, why do I feel like a massive detail just slipped my mind? So I hope you won't conduct any more of those reckless experiments. That's right, the potion. How did we get sidetracked by this? Isaac, I'm perfectly healthy today. Yes, you've mentioned that. Looking back, why did I waste the medicine today after hoarding it for so long? She flushed deep red and hesitated. Then she placed her hands on his chest and pushed him back onto the bed. She faltered, Isaac, there is one thing we've never actually done. The realization hit him instantly, and he smirked with pure delight, murmuring, Come here, Licino. The following morning, Isaac asked with genuine concern, Are you all right, Licino? What do you think? Can't you hear how wrecked my voice is? How could you bottle it all up this long? Did you sneak off to train in secret? Why am I still exhausted even after the potion? Is Isaac a literal beast? Why am I the one drained when he did all the work? I'm sorry, I honestly just lost all control. Is that so? Then why are you the only one glowing and refreshed? I love you so much, I couldn't hold back even if I tried. Is that why my throat is literally raw? What is with this sudden puppy dog act? Just last night, he was a total, truly I adore you, Licino. So incredibly manipulative. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed at the door. She jumped, asking, No, it's none of your business. I am definitely not telling him I have one last bottle of medicine hidden away. But I'm relieved this body mends so fast thanks to the potion's buffs. Let's hope my HP is back to full before Eclipse shows up. Status, recovering from fatigue and soreness, 78% complete. I don't want the servants catching a glimpse and gossiping. I'm taking a bath first. My legs are actually trembling. Suddenly, Isaac caught her wrist and effortlessly scooped her up. Since our time is precious, let's just bathe together. She turned beet red and stammered, What? Absolutely no shame. At this moment, Eclipse's expression was thunderous as he overheard the servants whispering in the halls. Lucino headed down and called out, Eclipse, how long are you going to pout like a toddler? Why the attitude? Eclipse took me to the mountains as he promised, but we hit a snag. I'm glad you finally brought it up. Let me pose a simple question. Since when did we ever agree to let this bastard, the Grand Duke, tag along? She wondered. Why does every guy I know despise Isaac? He actually took a personal day just to escort me, so how could I possibly refuse? Since we're here, why not just enjoy the trek? Isaac radiated a lethal aura from the rear. Problem? And by the way, what's up with your voice? I thought you claimed to be in peak health today. Are you positive that elixir doesn't have any bizarre side effects? That's because, she whispered to herself. The moment my stamina recharged, Isaac and I went for another intense round in the bath. She stammered, I'll be fine soon. Is it really that noticeable? Naturally, he's the only one looking refreshed and radiant. If I tapped into Sikeo's power, we could warp to the summit in a heartbeat, but since you are dead set on hiking it yourself... Are you sure you're up for this? You look just as drained as yesterday. What if you black out? Instead of explaining, Lucino immediately proved her point by hoisting a massive boulder with one hand. Okay, I'm convinced. Just put the mountain down. Now that I've got this surge of power, I want to move under my own steam. It's been an eternity since I could walk without gasping for air. So, if you dragged me all the way to this peak just for the scenery, I'm going to be seriously annoyed. Why are you getting more high maintenance by the day? Watching the two of them bicker? Isaac suddenly shoved his way between them. He let out a fake cry of distress. Oh my, I've stumbled. It must be these totally inappropriate shoes. Heavens! Why on earth would you wear formal dress shoes for a rugged mountain hike? What's the plan? Should we turn back so you can change? These leather shoes look incredibly pricey. No need. If you just hold my hand, I'll manage. Because today, you're clearly the stronger one. She beamed and interlaced her fingers with his. Who knew I'd see the day I'd be playing the knight for you? Watching them act like lovesick fools, Eclipse muttered bluntly, What a load of absolute trash. Watch your mouth, brat. Got it? Are your soles slippery too? Fine. Take my hand. Hard pass. You'd obviously just hurl me off the nearest cliff. I bet that jerk is going to have a miserable climb because of those shoes. Wait, he definitely wore dress shoes on purpose. He's playing her like a fiddle right now. Unbelievable. Suddenly, she let out a giggle, and Isaac instantly asked, What's so funny? It really does feel like we're out on a picnic. I've never scaled a mountain while holding someone's hand like this. Does your world not have peaks to climb? Oh, we do, but I was always drowning in work. I never had the time or the vibes to hike on my days off. I usually just collapsed and slept. It's not that I hate the outdoors, though. What was your life like back then? She drifted into thought. I had a pretty standard upbringing. Grinded through university, then slaved away at some mid-sized firms. I had actually just landed a gig at a major corporation with a bright future, then I just blacked out and died. Talk about a plot twist. But I can't spill that to him. It sounds so depressing and tragic. She simply answered, I was just a typical office drone. I pushed papers, handled the grunt work, and ran endless errands. Sounds like a standard grind. Eclipse felt a surge of triumph. Good, so her life here is a major upgrade. Exactly. My life was so mundane I didn't even have rivals. Then, out of nowhere, Isaac asked, So, who killed you? Eclipse caught that and spun around, eyes wide with curiosity. She asked in total shock, How could you possibly know that? How do you know about that? Isaac, you're probably unaware of this. But sometimes, in the dead of night, you cry out and beg for mercy in your sleep. Help me, please don't let me die. At first, I assumed it was just trauma from the poison. But when you talk about the poisoning incident, you don't look rattled or scared at all. What? I was screaming for my life while dreaming? But I have zero memory of it. Wait, the scary part isn't the memory loss, it's that I still carry the terror of that accident deep in my soul. Realizing I was harboring that level of fear sends a chill down my spine. I thought I was moving on after arriving here. Could it be? Isaac pressed on. Since it was the original Licino who was poisoned, you shouldn't be suffering from those psychological scars. That's why I reached this conclusion. Is it possible someone was actually hunting you in your former world? If that's the reality, then I'm nowhere near ready to live a happily ever after back home. Suddenly, Isaac's face clouded with worry. He called out softly, Licino? Eclipse looked equally bothered. Are you going to stand there all day like a statue? Move it! Wait, hold on, Eclipse. Why the sudden rush? Don't you realize how fast the shadows grow in these woods? Isaac glanced down at the hand that had been holding hers. Then he gripped it even tighter, as if vowing to never let her slip away again. Eclipse blurted out, I can't go anywhere near the open ocean. Back then, I dove into every lake I found, trying to force a contract with Sakeo until one day I nearly drowned in the surf. Eclipse, is there a specific reason you're sharing this trauma? Because you keep making that pathetic face. I mean, everyone has a brush with death at least once. You don't need to look so devastated. He's desperately trying to comfort me, but the kid is doing a tragic job of it. Is that so? You really had to be that insane just to forge a contract with an elemental? Because I was desperate to see my parents again. I actually thought Sakeo could resurrect the dead. And if I just bound myself to her? I feel like I've intruded on something sacred. I'm so sorry. Why apologize? I'm the idiot who chased a fairy tale because I was young and grief-stricken. No, that's not it. Why do you always pivot to the darkest conclusions? Move it. If we don't pick up the pace, the sun will set before we even summit. She watched him, realizing the weight behind his bluntness. Perhaps he truly sees me as a replacement for the original Licino. Does he genuinely consider me his sister? Will the day ever come when I can confess everything to Isaac with a straight face? Will I even have enough time left to try? Suddenly, the view opened up and she gasped, Oh wow, it's breathtaking. Is that a rainbow? It's absolutely ethereal. They're a permanent fixture here. This cliff is the only spot where you can catch this phenomenon. Legends say it's a lingering fragment of an elemental. Eclipse was even more hyped than I was. I'm a genius for picking this spot, right? But seriously, it's dazzling. The rainbow is so vivid it feels like I could just reach out and grab it. What if I just stretched my hand out like this? Suddenly, Isaac leaned his head against her shoulder and murmured, So close, yet forever out of reach. She flinched in surprise. Isaac, oh, do you feel that way too? Exactly. It's so massive and clear that it tricks you into thinking you can touch it. But as the words left his lips, the air suddenly turned frigid. The three of them stood frozen in a heavy silence. She thought, her face heating up. He was definitely talking about the rainbow, right? He broke the silence, his voice low as he called her name, Licino. I didn't mean to interrogate you earlier. I just need to understand what exactly is shredding your soul like this. There has to be something more I can do to chase away those night terrors. Thinking back, It's classic Isaac to want to fix my pain, but something about his tone feels intense. Eclipse tried to plug his ears, chanting, "I hear nothing, absolutely nothing. I am not eavesdropping on this." Glitch app. I'm not trying to catch you off guard. I'm just reeling from the realization of how powerless I've been. I promise I'll tell you everything, one day, before the clock runs out. He offered a soft smile and replied, "I'll hold you to that." He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. If that's the case, then I'm content. On the sidelines, Eclipse was aggressively clearing his throat. Ahem! Ahem! Lucino jumped, spinning around in a panic. I completely blanked on the fact that Eclipse was standing right there. This is beyond cringe. You said the potion's buff expires today, right? Does that mean you'll be confined to the manor again? It's all right, I've made peace with it. Besides, your bedroom is the coziest place in existence. I'm thrilled to hear you say that. Eclipse was fuming internally. Why is she laughing? Lucino, you literally just fed into that bastard's twisted desires. This is a disaster. Well, shall we head back? Already? But I haven't felt this free in forever, and the view is spectacular. Can't we linger just a bit longer? Didn't you say you took that medicine for my sake? Truth is, I'm nowhere near satisfied yet. She turned scarlet and shrieked. What? Do you even have a conscience? How can you say that out loud? Well, being around you makes me lose my moral compass, I suppose. Nearby, Pan lurked in the shadows of a massive oak. He hissed, "She shouldn't be squandering her remaining seconds like this." The descent after chasing rainbows. Shortly after, the elixir's effects evaporated, and Lucino's body crashed back to reality. But the truth was grimmer. She was fading faster than ever. Then, taking even a single step became an agonizing ordeal. Eventually, she was bedridden, forced to take every meal under the covers. Open up, Lucino. I can feed myself, Isaac. I'm not sure if it's a side effect of her condition, but she constantly asked me to carry her to the window, where she spends hours staring wistfully at the world outside. Isaac broke the silence. I've been thinking about getting us a pet. A pet? Yes, I want us to raise something together. What's your take? Are you not a fan of animals? No, it's not that at all, but if it's something we raise together, then I'd love it. Do you have a specific creature in mind? I'm not picky, as long as it makes you happy. A fox, a pup, or maybe a rare bird. Whatever we choose, I'm sure it'll suit your vibe. Then I want a massive wolf. Isaac blinked, taken aback. A wolf? Exactly, or a gargantuan dog. I've always fantasized about having a giant canine companion. I used to dream of falling asleep buried in their thick, soft fur. She dreamed of that? By the way, do they even have domesticated dogs here? Or are they all just wild, bloodthirsty beasts? Wait, maybe keeping a large dog indoors is cruel. They might get stressed out. He watched her, thinking it had been far too long since she sounded this full of life. Then we'd have to raise it in the garden, wouldn't we? What if the poor things trample all my flowers? Hounds in this realm are perfectly domesticated, so ease your mind. My estate is more than sprawling enough. Still, I'll personally track down a beast massive enough to satisfy your whim. I wonder if I can let it snuggle with me on the bed. If you're such a dog person, why didn't you ever raise one back in your world? Raising a pet requires a fortune I never had. I was never exactly rolling in it. Besides, I was a corporate slave, out the door at dawn. On overtime days, I'd crawl back home near midnight. It would be cruel to lock a dog in such a cramped, lonely room for so long. So, I gave up on the dream. After all, I know exactly how agonizing it feels to be left behind and forgotten. She mused to herself, but if I raise this one alongside Isaac, at least I'll know it won't be isolated after I'm gone. That goes for both the dog and Isaac. Why is he wearing such a somber expression? I have some pressing matters to attend to, so I'll be absent tomorrow. Don't give it a second thought. You've been glued to my side for days. Honestly, I was about to kick you out if you didn't get back to your duties. Besides, I haven't forgotten that Countess Tyran and Lady Lavai are scheduled to drop by tomorrow. Again? They're a riot, and I love hearing their gossip about the world outside. I haven't even done anything to earn their loyalty. He thought, it's likely because I finally unfroze their inheritance. That means I should probably turn in early. He pressed a lingering kiss to her forehead. Rest well, Isaac. Good night, Lucino. In truth, I want to hoard her all to myself, but since her body is a prison, I realize how desperately she craves a connection to the world beyond these walls. Because if she's cut off from everything, she's nothing more than a beautiful bird in a gilded cage. I'll do whatever it takes to tether her here, whether it's through pets or social ties, as long as it stops Licino from slipping away. Yes, I must surround her with people to cherish and protect. Then she'll never find the heart to leave. Later, back at the office, Isaac sighed heavily. It would be so much simpler if she were a porcelain doll. When Eclipse caught those words, he was left completely stunned. I'm praying that's just a dark metaphor. If a doll shatters, it can be mended, but she is the only one of her kind. If she is lost or broken, she is gone forever. Eclipse thought, is he even hearing a word I say? Lately, this jerk spends his days with Licino and his evenings here. But why is he so early today? And his attitude is atrocious. The reason? Countess Tyran and Lady Lavi have claimed her afternoon. We have exhausted every ritual in the forbidden grimoires and ancient scrolls to summon the Demon King, yet every attempt was a dud. It's all garbage. Now, Licino has less than 2 months left. I might actually lose her this time. After all, I know how agonizing it feels to be left behind. I feel like those words were a direct hit to my heart. How much more do I have to sacrifice for her to believe in my devotion? Suddenly, he barked out, Viscount Canfy, there is one final path we haven't explored yet, isn't there? What on earth are you suggesting? You know that's off limits. We can't cross that line. But it's the only card we have left to play. Witnessing the chilling, hollow look in Isaac's eyes, Eclipse thought to himself, the man has truly lost his mind. The forbidden method... No, the ritual we haven't dared to whisper about, the one that demands a sacrifice of 100 lives. But we don't even possess the summoning circle for that atrocity. More importantly, Licino would never forgive us for such a bloodbath. We'll just have to test every summoning circle ever etched until we hit the jackpot. Just one. We only need one success, and if Licino stays in the dark, everything will be perfect. He's insane! His moral compass is completely shattered! Suddenly, Pan's voice sliced through the tension. Well, look at this. I believe this is the very first time we've ever seen eye to eye. How long have you been lurking in the shadows, If we just discard our morality and conscience for a single moment, Lady Licino can stay by our side for eternity. Isn't he just Licino's plaything? How did he even slip in here? No. The real issue is the bombshell that slave just dropped. In reality, summoning the Demon King isn't as complex as you think. You simply need to etch the circle, lay out the offerings, and bind it with a few drops of your own blood. Naturally, the ritual must conclude before the night of the full moon. How does this lowlife know such forbidden secrets? Isaac narrowed his eyes, asking, living sacrifices? Are you suggesting we stack bodies on that circle? You can't seriously believe the ramblings of a servant. This is pure madness. That specific ritual isn't mentioned in any known grimoire. How could a mere servant know the secret to summoning the Demon King? Pan's memory flickered back. Pan, I will bequeath all my secrets to you, my dear. Only then can I die knowing your father will return for us. You are our most precious legacy. Returning to the grim reality, he spoke. Does the how even matter right now? I've been content to stay on the sidelines because I had no desire to return to a place I loathe. I hate the thought of hunting down that circle, but I had to step in because you two idiots are clearly incompetent. Besides, you're backed into a corner, so wouldn't it be wise to listen to me? Even if your fears are valid, there is no way we can slaughter 100 people. Who would even want a Demon King that demands such a steep price? 3, that is all I require. What? Whether it's 100 lives or just 3, we're still talking about murdering the innocent. This is utter insanity. Isaac turned to Viscount Canfy, his voice cold. The world is crawling with scum who don't deserve to breathe. He mused with a hollow stare. How fascinating. It seems you and I finally see eye to eye, Grand Duke de Troyes. In fact, we're so perfectly in sync that it's making me nauseous. Hold on. What the hell are you two plotting? Exactly what it sounds like, obviously. For instance, we have death row inmates scheduled for execution tomorrow, not to mention a surplus of outlaws who are better off dead, right? Criminals or not, Licino will absolutely despise us if she ever uncovers the blood on our hands. That filth is irrelevant compared to Lady Licino. Besides, as long as we bury the secret, no harm is done. I'd rather live with the secret than never lay eyes on Licino again. Regardless, she will remain by my side. These lunatics have lost it. If I stay here a second longer, I'll lose my mind too. Isaac narrowed his eyes, barking, Viscount Canfy. If you lack the stomach for this, then get out. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I've spent months hoarding forbidden grimoires and hunting for a way to summon the Demon King alongside this Grand Duke. I can't just abandon ship now. Damn it, he exploded. Fine, I'm in. But mark my words, Grand Duke de Troyes, I will not allow you to lay a single finger on an innocent soul. I will uphold my duty to protect the citizens of this empire just as I always have. I can't back down now, not after coming this far. At the very least, I can muzzle these 2 rabid dogs and prevent a total massacre. Or maybe I'm just as far gone as they are. Excellent. Then we have a pact. I shall return with the summoning circle on the night of the full moon. In the meantime, secure at least 3 death row targets. Surely even you 2 incompetents can manage that. I'm counting on you. He vanished into thin air. It's infuriating. He may have handed us the key to summoning the Demon King, but that bastard's very existence is a thorn in my side. And it's not just because he's constantly hovering around Licino. I feel like a puppet being danced on his strings. He acts as if he's the only one who truly understands Licino's needs, and every breath he takes grates on my nerves. Isaac slammed his fist onto the mahogany desk, sending inkwells and quills flying. Eclipse sighed. What is it now? Isaac remained submerged in his dark thoughts. She's mine now. She's the one who burrowed into my heart even when I tried to shut her out. She's the one responsible for breaking me like this. Eclipse couldn't repress a shudder at the sheer intensity of Isaac's expression. That's why she belongs to me. I won't let a single soul tear her away. Meanwhile, Licino blinked in confusion, asking, Where am I? I must have drifted off after my chat with the Countess and Lady Lavi. Is this a dream? No, this feels far too real. Abruptly, the shadows coalesced and the Demon King stepped forward. It's been a while, little human, Licino gasped. Good God, the Demon King. Wait, does this mean I've kicked the bucket again? Could you maybe not give me a heart attack next time? Relax. You haven't crossed over just yet. This time, I'm the one initiating this little meeting. But why? What do you want? He let out a cryptic smirk as the scene shifted back to a frantic Isaac. He stared at her motionless form on the bed, his heart hammering against his ribs. Licino, you're just deep in sleep, right? He lifted her limp hand. Dinner is nearly served. Why won't you open your eyes? But her hand slipped from his grasp, falling lifelessly. The Demon King spoke. Because our pact is reaching its inevitable conclusion. What do you mean the contract is ending? There should be time left. It hasn't even been 6 months. The soul of the original Licino de Troyes has finally found peace. Since the terms of our deal have been satisfied, I have no reason to expend my power to sustain your life in this realm. Frankly, I expect you to appreciate how remarkably patient I've been throughout this process. But this is so sudden. I can't just leave Isaac like this. He looked at her with cold, ancient amusement. Humans are such tragic, ignorant creatures. They dive into love knowing full well someone will eventually have to say goodbye, leaving a shattered heart to cling to ghosts. But I don't hate you stupid humans. Watching you struggle is top-tier entertainment. What are you getting at? Foolish girl, you don't actually want to crawl back to your old world, do you? She wavered. I wasn't lying to Isaac about my feelings. I have a man who adores me here, and a circle of people who cherish me more than my own flesh and blood ever did. I know Isaac's devotion is the real deal. Even so, I'm terrified of whether I can truly survive in this world forever. But that doesn't mean I'm ready to return to my old life and play pretend. I'd be going back to that suffocating bedroom, back to a life of isolation with no one to turn to. Could I really go back to being that lonely? Besides, it's been ages since the accident. My funeral was likely held months ago. Sakio's warning echoed in her mind. Resurrecting the dead is the ultimate taboo. She rounded on the Demon King, demanding, Is it even possible to return? My original body must be nothing but dust by now. So, tell me, is there even a normal life left for me to go back to? I was told even the Demon King can't reverse the finality of death. Don't tell me you're planning to go back on your word. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, leaving her completely stunned. I was wondering when you'd finally catch on to that little detail. You're right. Even I, the sovereign of demons, cannot fully resurrect a corpse that has already rotted. That means you played me. Is the great Demon King actually permitted to deceive his subjects, especially regarding the sacred sanctity of a blood contract? Do you have any idea what I sacrificed to uphold my end of this deal? Listen, human, you just made 2 grave errors. First, you stood up without my express permission. I've lost all sensation in my legs. He pressed on. Second, you dared to question my integrity. But you literally trapped me. Are you going to talk back until the very end? Fine, I admit I played with the truth, but relax, I intend to honor my word. What are you even saying? You literally just said, you never actually died in your original world. To be more precise, you're currently drifting in a deep coma. Wait, so your lie was something else entirely? It's true you were at death's door and a deal with me was your only hope. Unfortunately, the girl whose body you inhabit died after the contract and you were technically killed too. That's how I slipped your soul into her vessel. If I hadn't framed it that way, you wouldn't have been desperate enough to clear your mission. By sheer luck, a passerby found you bleeding out after the stabbing. It seems the medicine in your world is surprisingly advanced. Tethering a soul back to a body that isn't fully cold and mending its wounds required a massive expenditure of my power. She was rooted to the spot in shock. I'm not actually dead? Have I satisfied your curiosity? Good. Now I'm sending you back to your own reality. Wait, just one more thing. Simultaneously, Isaac's expression was turning lethal. Her extremities are ice cold and her pulse has flatlined. Yet, a gut feeling tells me she hasn't departed yet. I recognize this state all too well. This is exactly what happened when she collapsed back at the Reno estate. It's all right. Based on what Licino shared, there's still a window of time. I just need to be patient. I know she'll find her way back. Licino, please. I don't know how to exist in a world without you. Suddenly, in that heavy silence, she stirred and whispered, Isaac, what are you doing? Is it nightfall already? Don't tell me I've been out cold for days again. Exactly how long was I gone? Isaac, why are you wearing that look? He lunged forward, pulling her into a crushing embrace. Licino! She asked, bewildered, did I really sleep that long? No, not long at all. But I can't endure that feeling of losing you ever again. He's acting like a fragile child. If being apart for a fleeting moment causes him this much agony and dread, how can I say it? I'm sorry, Isaac. I came back to say goodbye. What just happened? Licino, did you lose consciousness because your time is finally running out? Is this our new reality? She dipped her head, hesitating over her next words. Isaac, I'm so sorry. There is something vital I need to confess. You actually have another bottle of that medicine? That's right. I thought you claimed you were down to your very last drop. I never intended to keep it a secret from you. At least not on purpose. Seeing her trip over her words, he was convinced she had been playing keep away. He let out a heavy sigh and teased, I suppose I didn't exactly wow you the other night. No, it's not that at all. Didn't wow me? It was the total opposite. How on earth do I dig myself out of this hole? Or perhaps being with me didn't bring you any joy. How did he reach that conclusion? And why is he holding roses? No, Isaac. I swear on my life, that's not it. Then that implies I did satisfy you. She let out a soft, mortified whimper. Oh! Suddenly she caved. Fine, you win. Excellent. There is only one logical reason for you to show me this elixir now. Wait, what? When did Isaac snatch it? Why is he gulping it down? Abruptly, he captured her lips in a deep kiss. Her face turned a vivid crimson, and she reflexively shielded her mouth with her hand. Can I take that reaction as a sign that you're addicted to me too? He leaned in, whispering against her ear. Right, Licino? Tell me the truth. Just promise not to go as hard as last time, okay? He smirked and purred. As you wish. He laced his fingers firmly with hers. At that exact moment, a system ping flashed. Congrats, you've gained peak vitality. The superhuman buff from the elixir is now active. After an exhausting, heated session of passion, Licino panted, You are truly out of control, Isaac. Does that mean you're craving another round? Why do you insist on twisting every single thing I say? You're a liar. You promised you wouldn't pull a stunt like last time. He offered no defense, merely seizing the moment to kiss her palm. Have you completely lost your marbles? What the hell was that? I've pulled off far more scandalous feats, wouldn't you agree? Truly, the man is incorrigible. Ha ha, who gave you permission to laugh like that? I love you, Licino. She locked eyes with him, whispering his name, Isaac. But in truth, initially, I looked down on you more than a little. Look at the facts. You were insufferably arrogant, you insulted people to their faces, you mocked everyone, and you oozed a lethally toxic aura. That gorgeous face of yours was literally your only redeeming quality. Ha ha! I suppose you have a few other perks to balance the scales, like being filthy rich and terrifyingly powerful. Back when we first crossed paths, you completely blindsided me. It wasn't just that hollow public proposal, but you actually demanded a contract marriage and offered a cold financial transaction. You always have to get the last word, don't you? I'm wounded that you'd think so lowly of me. Do you have any idea how much patience and grace I've shown you? Yeah, I'm well aware. Yet, it was true. Deep down, she realized she was blissfully happy in this moment. It would be a dream if I could stretch out this ridiculous banter with you for an eternity. Before this, she had confronted the Demon King. There is one more thing. You swore to grant me a wish for avenging the original Licino. Can you grant me the right to remain in this world? If it's merely your soul you wish to keep, then consider it done. My soul? However, a soul severed from a physical vessel will eventually wither into nothingness. Since Licino de Troy's body is destined to crumble shortly, you must find a new shell to inhabit. So you're saying, if you can secure a new host to possess, I can easily swap the souls. Is that your desire? I shall also grant you the vast riches you initially craved, she screamed. I don't give a damn about money. I don't want anything. I just need enough time to say my goodbyes. Returning to the present, she found herself staring intensely at Isaac. How can one man be so radiantly, unfairly handsome? Isaac, my heart belongs to you, but I can't commit a sin as vile as stealing someone else's body just to be reborn. I'm sorry, I'm so incredibly sorry, Isaac. And the following morning, the second he opened his eyes, Isaac spiraled into a total panic when he found the spot beside him empty. Only the dregs of last night's potion bottle remained. Just like that, Licino had vanished into thin air. A chaotic frenzy erupted among the staff throughout the Duke's estate. We've scoured every inch of the manor, but the lady is nowhere to be found, my lord. Both Countess Turan and Marquis Summer claim they have absolutely no knowledge of the lady's current location. Isaac slammed his fist onto the table, snarling, God damn it! You're telling me not a single soul witnessed Licino leaving her chambers or exiting these grounds? Where could she have possibly vanished to, my lord? I will organize another sweep of the estate immediately. I'll head out and interrogate anyone who might have seen her. The elixir left on the bed isn't the same buff potion Licino used to boost her strength. If I could only decode what it is. I've been hunting for hours with 0 leads. What if she's been erased from this world? There's no way Licino would just ghost me without a single word. Think. There had to be a red flag, a moment where Licino seemed off, a moment she wasn't acting like herself. Suddenly, Eclipse burst in, asking, Is something wrong? This is the list of death row inmates you requested. I brought it myself because the staff is in a tailspin. What happened? Viscount Canfey. Now that you're here, Viscount Canfey. Was there a specific motive behind taking Licino to that mountain peak? Oh, come again? I assumed you knew. Didn't you stalk us for that exact reason? She begged me to take her to the most breathtaking place in the entire world. She wanted to witness the pinnacle of beauty. She suddenly utilized that strength potion she'd been hoarding. And there was another mystery vial on the bed today? No, it can't be. Isaac suddenly shoved Eclipse aside. He bolted outside, heading out completely on his own. Simultaneously, back at that same mountain peak, Licino held up her hand, whispering in awe, Wow! My right hand is becoming almost translucent. So this is the process of a body dissipating into nothing. That Demon King has truly twisted taste. Even after I vanished, this place will remain just as hauntingly beautiful. And Isaac will be here too. Honestly, I wanted to confess the whole truth to him before I faded away. But I couldn't find the courage when I saw him wake up. Perhaps this is mercy. This way he won't have to see me rot. Yes, this is the better path. Even a man as strong as Isaac has a breaking point. Suddenly, Isaac sprinted toward her, shouting, Licino! The sound of his voice sent a jolt of shock through her. He looked absolutely wrecked, his clothes disheveled and his breath coming in ragged gasps. He cried out again, Licino! Isaac, how on earth did you find me here? Licino. Your hands. Please, don't come any closer. This is exactly why I downsed the elixir to reach you. Is this how you plan to vanish, leaving me in the dark? Why do you always appear just to break my heart? Licino. I don't understand. Every moment with you was pure bliss. I was so happy I felt I didn't deserve a single second of it. But it's clear my clock has finally run out, she whispered to herself. The Demon King revealed I never truly died in my old world. I have to go back. Our pact is void. Living this fantasy with you was never my destiny. What are you saying? Didn't I command you to wait until I found a solution? Isaac, please. Give me your word that you'll move on and forget me. We belong to two different realities, and I can't stand the thought of you wasting your life mourning a ghost. Stop talking nonsense. All you have to do is wait for me. I will tear through dimensions to find you, no matter the cost. That's it. Tell me, what is your real name? Because you won't be Lucino when we cross paths again. In that fleeting second, her physical form began to dissolve. Isaac's eyes were the definition of total devastation. He lunged forward, a guttural cry escaping his throat. Sister, Lucino, Lucino, wait! I am nowhere near ready to let you go. Her tears finally spilled over. I love you, Isaac. I truly love you. Isaac desperately scrambled toward her. He threw himself forward to pull her into his arms. But hope was a cruel lie. All he could grasp was the fabric of her dress. He collapsed to the earth, shattered. A flood of memories with Lucino overwhelmed his mind. I want us to wed. Will you carry me inside? Then I suppose I'll have to rely on my husband to be my legs. I want to kiss you. Isaac, we're from two different worlds. I'm not sure if these feelings I have for you are right. I want to stay by your side. I love you, Isaac. Please just promise you'll forget me. Tears traced silent paths down his pale, hollow face. Only, if I allow it, I love you too. The scene abruptly cuts to the modern world. Her eyes flew open as she jolted back to consciousness. She gazed around in a daze. Where am I? The rhythmic, clinical beeping of hospital monitors filled the silence. The sharp, sterile scent of disinfectant hung heavy in the air. And then, the searing agony from the stab wound in her back flared up. These brutal sensations dragged me back from the dream world. I've actually returned to reality. Later, an officer was scribbling notes while pressing her. Are you certain you've blanked on everything, Miss Hyun-sun-ah? I'm sorry, it's all a blur, she mused. The first person to visit me after waking wasn't family, but the lead detective on my case. They don't deserve that title anyway. You've been under for 2 months, Miss Hyun. And in that window, 3 more victims have been found with the exact same MO. She calculated silently. In that other realm, nearly half a year had passed, but here, it's only been 2 months. Incredible. He raised his voice. You are our only surviving lead. But I'm telling you, I remember nothing. Even the smallest fragment could break this case. Your relatives set up a massive fundraiser and the public poured in donations, so please, try to cooperate. A fundraiser? Exactly. Your kin went viral on social media and the news, sobbing about your critical state. Were you unaware? So the least you could do is try to pay back their dedication, right? If my relatives were so devoted, why hasn't a single one shown their face since I woke up yesterday? Met with that cold truth, the detective sat there, completely speechless. I'm drained today. Let's pick this up another time. Realizing that pushing her was a dead end, he sighed. Fine, we'll resume tomorrow. She shut him down instantly. No, I'd appreciate it if you stopped with the veiled threats. Check back in 3 days, but keep in mind, I can't magically summon memories that simply aren't there. He had no choice but to retreat. It's hard to believe she's a patient who just crawled out of a coma. For a split second, she carried herself like a literal queen. In the lonely room, Hyun was lost in thought. Not only did they dump me in this decrepit hospital without a second thought, but they ghosted me after I woke up. To top it off, they monetized my near-death experience. It's all so twisted. Suddenly, Isaac's voice echoed in her mind. I will save you even if I have to strike a deal with the devil. She hung her head, whispering softly, I miss him so much it hurts. I hope he's holding it together. They must be reeling from my sudden disappearance. If only I had more time, especially with him. She let his name linger on her lips. Isaac. I wonder what he's doing at this very moment. Meanwhile, in Isaac's realm, he demanded, You are the Demon King? You're the one who bound Lucino to a contract? The Demon King sneered. Eons have passed since a mortal last summoned me to this plane. I must say, I'm intrigued by your audacity. I didn't expect to be greeted with such hostility so soon after Lucino's departure. The Grand Duke had descended into a state of pure, unadulterated madness. Day after day, he ruthlessly rounds up criminals to rot in his dungeons. I must reach Lucino at any cost, he hissed to the shadows. Eclipse watched him, thinking, I'm not sure if dragging Lucino back through such dark means will bring her anything but misery. But we've crossed the point of no return. There's no stopping him now. In the midst of the ritual, Isaac cornered the Demon King. I've heard you hunger for human sacrifices. I offer you 100 souls. In exchange, you will restore Lucino to this world. You are an insolent, arrogant worm, and above all, incredibly naive. Resurrecting a soul is child's play. 100 lives can pay that debt, but to tear a soul and its physical form from another dimension is a violation of nature. 100 lives are mere pocket change. It is impossible. Then name your price. How many more do you demand? I don't give a damn if you want 1,000 lives or 10,000. Just tell me the number and I'll deliver. Even the Demon King felt a shiver of dread crawl down his spine at the Duke's cold conviction. Eclipse erupted in horror. My lord, have you lost your mind? 10,000? We don't have that many criminals in the entire empire. You're talking about slaughtering innocent citizens. Viscount, talk some sense into him, the Demon King interjected. Do you still not grasp the situation, human? This feat is beyond reach, regardless of how many worthless souls you pile at my feet. Isaac violently brushed him aside. You are a god of shadows. The laws of nature are yours to break. In that case, the tribute must be of equal weight to the miracle. Wait. Something like the most exalted or rarest soul to ever grace this world. Isaac narrowed his eyes. Then tell me exactly what you desire. I couldn't care less about the method, so long as Lucino is returned to me. There is one condition that no mortal has ever fulfilled. He leaned in and whispered into Isaac's ear. If you can deliver that to me, then I shall bring Lucino. No, I will bring Hyunsanga back to this world. Hyunsanga? I suppose that name is foreign to you. That is her true identity. Not Lucino de Troy, but her real name? Precisely. Tell me your real name, for you might no longer be Lucino de Troy when we meet again. I love you, Isaac. Jolting back to the present, Isaac turned on his heel. Prepare the legions immediately. We move at dawn. Wait, hold on, Duke. Where are you going in such a rush? What kind of deal did you strike with that monster that requires an entire army? The rarest and most noble soul? Let me guess. Did he demand you bring him the head of a dragon? Is that a problem? It's suicide! A dragon? He's essentially ordering you to go and die. Dragons, they are the most enigmatic and formidable entities in existence. Nothing compares to their raw power and ancient nobility. One could offer me 100 million human lives, and they would be insignificant compared to the soul of a dragon. Honestly, I'd slay one myself, but my strength hasn't fully returned. Facing such a superior predator would be a death wish. Besides, I doubt that human can actually track down a real dragon anyway. I have nothing to lose. Go ahead, play hero while you still can, mortal, Eclipse thought bitterly. Years ago, the kingdom was in an uproar when a hunter stumbled upon a piece of shed dragon skin. Dragon hide is as light as a breeze, yet so resilient that no blade or lance can scratch it. After decades of toil, it was finally woven into fabric for the royal family's armor. And he expects to actually kill one of those gods? My lord! This is a suicide mission, even for you. And why is that? Dragons are behemoths. And so powerful, their very skin is a fortress. How do you plan to kill it if you can't even draw blood? What's with the hesitation, Viscount Canfy? I only need to slay one. How difficult can that possibly be? It's over. The Grand Duke has completely snapped. Then what's to become of those death row prisoners? That trash is useless as a tribute. They were slated for the gallows regardless. Execute them all today. I'm done wasting my time on their pathetic lives. The prisoners wailed, I'll change. I won't hurt anyone ever again, please. I'm innocent. Suddenly, the Demon King spoke. If you're just going to toss them away, do you mind if I claim them? You see, I'm running low on essence. Since they're marked for death anyway, why not let me feast? Those vermin mean nothing to me. Do as you please. A logical response. There are ancient laws that even a sovereign like myself must uphold, since I cannot simply devour 100 souls without offering a tithe in return. With a chilling grin, the Demon King spoke, I shall bestow upon you exactly what your heart craves most. A jagged stone pulsing with eerie magical energy drifted toward Isaac. This relic will grant you a vision of Hyunsanga's current reality. He gasped in sheer shock. This is Lucino. No, this is Sanga. The Demon King mused. Tell me, how does the view look from here? They continued to strike her across the face, while two others moved in to restrain her. Isaac's eyes narrowed into blades of glacial, murderous intent. What? Was that her? Did that filth just lay a hand on her? The Demon King allowed both Isaac and Eclipse to witness the unfolding nightmare of Hyun's situation. She clutched the burning red welt on her cheek and hissed, What was that for? What? You crawl back from the grave and suddenly you've lost your mind? Honey, shut it. Do you have any idea the hell we went through for your bills? You're deeply in our debt. And yet here you are, barking orders at us like some ungrateful brat. They rained blows and insults upon her. Have you flipped? You bitch! Mom, back off, I'll handle her. Now, listen here, Sangha. Why are you suddenly acting like such a stranger? If my parents hadn't taken pity on you, you'd be rotting in an orphanage. Be thankful they bothered to raise a stray like you. You're spitting on everyone with that attitude. After all, we're blood, aren't we? Is being fed scraps and lukewarm water what you consider caring? Why? Do you want me to broadcast every ounce of abuse I endured as a child? Let's see. Theft of donation funds, stealing an orphan's inheritance, and systemic cruelty. You're begging for a scandal. Sangha, you little brat, apologize this instant. And why on earth would I do that? Did you miss a word I said? Sangha, the detective filled me in. He knows you're all using my face to rake in donations. We did that to keep you alive, and it wasn't even that much money. You mean for the hospital fees? In just 2 months in this dump, the donations hit 100 million won. Are you telling me that's all gone? You vultures even cashed out my insurance, didn't you? I spoke to my landlord. She said you snatched the deposit for my apartment too. What do you think happens when I release a statement detailing every cent you embezzled, the donations, the fees, and blast it all over the web? Oh, I should probably report the sexual harassment while I'm at it. Don't you agree? He let out a feral snarl. You little... He swung his hand back, ready to strike. You should have stayed in your place while I was being nice. Hyun braced herself, squeezing her eyes shut for the impact. But the expected blow never landed. Instead, he clutched his own mangled hand and shrieked in agony. My hand! My God, my hand! His parents shrieked in terror. What's happening? Help! Doctor! Nurse! Someone help! Our son is dying! Hyun stared in disbelief. What in the world just happened? At that moment, the vision of Hyun began to flicker and dissolve. Isaac demanded, What was that? We cannot bridge the gap between dimensions for long, but you saw him scream, didn't you? I trust you find that small mercy satisfactory. That was your silent plea, wasn't it? To crush the hand of that coward. If I had my way, I'd tear that bastard into 1,000 bloody pieces. But since that's my wish, let's double down on this deal. I want you to exterminate every single one of those vermin. The ones posing as her family, and the monster who tried to end her life, kill them in the most agonizing way imaginable. Consider it done. A small price to pay for 100 souls. The pact is sealed. Isaac Detroit. If you crave another audience, simply spill your blood upon a similar circle. I truly hope you're still breathing when we meet again. You as well. The entity finished its decree, and the Demon King vanished into the ether. Eclipse slumped over, rubbing his temples with a heavy sigh. God, who would have guessed he'd actually successfully summoned that thing? And how is he going to hunt a dragon? Is he delusional? More importantly, that poor girl, how could she call those monsters family? It's painfully obvious she'd be safer here with us. This is driving me insane. Isaac's words echoed in his mind. Exactly. She belongs here. She has to come back. She shouldn't be rotting in that wretched world. Her place is right here, by my side. It's been 3 months since I was thrust back into my original reality. I'm not sure if the Demon King pulled some strings, but my body recovered with miraculous speed. Thanks to that supernatural healing, I was back on my feet and into the daily grind in no time. Though a new nightmare has emerged. Ms. Hyun! Are you sure you processed that logistics order? Ms. Hyun, where are those documents I asked for? Get over here and help me, now. Ugh. Ms. Hyun, the copier is jammed again. Ms. Hyun, I need you to handle this for me. I was instantly sucked back into the soul-crushing cycle of being a corporate slave. I literally handed those files to you yesterday. Chief, as far as I'm concerned, you haven't submitted a thing, Ms. Hyun. What a joke. I should have enjoyed my recovery longer before diving back into this mess. That prestigious job offer I snagged before the stabbing was, unsurprisingly, retracted. Even though I landed a gig at a mid-sized firm, it turned out to be an absolute sweatshop. Constant unpaid overtime and back-breaking labor. I'm so swamped I barely have a second to breathe, let alone think. Why was I even worried about adjusting to modern life? The moment she crossed the threshold of her apartment, she collapsed. Home at last. Phew, I'd give anything for someone to just draw me a bath and tuck me into bed. These past 3 months have been a whirlwind. I clawed my money back from my aunt, moved houses, and started this new job. But then, those accidents started happening to my relatives. Accidents that almost allowed my life to stabilize. That pathetic cousin of mine contracted a mysterious flesh-eating disease. My uncle's firm went belly up, leaving his family to be terrorized by a swarm of ruthless loan sharks. And it seems my dear aunt was just involved in a gruesome car wreck. Even the bastard who stabbed me was found dead, rotting somewhere. But if this is the karma they reap for their sins, then they got exactly what they deserved. After a long shift, nothing beats the icy sting of a cold beer. This is pure bliss. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that someone is dishing out vengeance on my behalf. Could it be the Demon King? No, that's just wishful thinking. There is no way a high-ranking demon would bother, and if he did, he'd have appeared by now demanding his pound of flesh. That idiot isn't that generous. There's only one man I know who would go to such extremes for me. 3 months have already slipped by in this world. Over there, 9 months must have passed. Isaac, I imagine your life is just as chaotic as mine. Probably so busy that I haven't crossed your mind once. Haha, I'm the one who begged him to forget me after all. So why am I the one struggling to let go? Isaac, I just hope you're still okay. The scene shifts back to the Empire. Have you heard? They say Grand Duke de Troy has completely lost his mind. What? Why would a war hero fall so far? Tisk, you clearly haven't been keeping up with the gossip. He snapped after the lady vanished into thin air. Rumor has it she's dead. He was so devastated he petitioned the Emperor to go on a dragon hunt. A dragon? That's basically a death wish. What a tragedy. I get wanting to join his late wife, but surely there are easier ways to go. From what I've gathered, he's doing it all to bring the lady back from the grave. Eclipse. Overheard the whispers and wondered how the rumors had reached even this remote countryside. Master, the carriage is fully stocked with supplies. Then let's return to the encampment. Yes, sir. Back at the military camp, Eclipse entered the tent. My lord. Did you pull another all-nighter? Please, if you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll drop dead before you even see a dragon. How much longer do you plan to live like a ghost? Please, pull yourself together. Suddenly, a scout burst in to report. Duke, my lord! We've finally tracked down the target. A short while later, deep within the ancient forest, Pan examined the ground with a hunter's precision. I'm certain. These are dragon tracks. The prints are a bit old, but the trail is definitely hot. A real dragon. Isaac barked, Move out! We're heading straight into the heart of the woods. Weapons at the ready. Follow the trail. Be prepared to engage the moment we make contact. Understood. By your command, my Lord Duke. Led by a man who reeks of booze. Surely the troops are in good hands. Tsk. We don't have a choice. He has a one-track mind, and it's all about her. We must reach the coordinates by nightfall. What? Why the rush, my lord? I can't believe he's forcing us to march on foot. Is this what you humans call love? You humans? You're talking as if you're not one of us. In response, Pan merely gave a chilling smile and remained silent. Eclipse felt a shiver of unease. Come to think of it, even the Demon King seemed to recognize him. Who exactly is this man Lucino kept so close until her final breath? Once again, I realize I know nothing about my own sister. It took far too long for me to realize she loved the Grand Duke so desperately she sought help from a demon, even if he eventually fell for that fool in her place. Love, huh? How does a cold man like him even process such a messy, complex emotion? To Isaac Detroit, the entire world was eternally submerged in a dull, monochromatic haze. It was the relentless greed of those surrounding him that made it impossible to distinguish one soul from the next. It was as if every face was a calculated mask, a charade that became utterly exhausting by the time he reached manhood. Marriage proposals from desperate noble houses flooded in from every corner. Some people were so shameless that they viewed him as nothing more than a trophy for their own personal gain. I am sick to death of these hollow conversations about betrothals, politics, and power plays. If only I could vanish to a place where I was free to forget it all. A sanctuary where no one could ever follow. That was why he unleashed such fury on the battlefield. The rules of war were refreshingly simple, making it almost exhilarating. If an enemy stood before him, he simply had to cut them down. The vultures who constantly pestered him lacked the spine to step onto a blood-soaked field. In other words, the front lines were his only true paradise. Isaac had always resigned himself to the idea that a life of endless war would be his permanent reality. But his entire universe shifted the moment she crashed into his life. At first, he dismissed her as just another schemer hiding an agenda behind a pretty mask. Yet, he quickly realized that was a massive, arrogant misunderstanding. He found himself unable to tear his eyes away from her. because she was a complete anomaly, unlike any soul he had ever encountered. If our paths had never crossed, perhaps I would still be convinced the world is nothing but a bleak, empty void, drained of everything but shades of black and white. And that is precisely why I will stop at nothing to reclaim that vibrant, shimmering world. Shifting to the modern world. Ms. Hyun, are you feeling all right? Huh? Oh, you look a bit pale today. Here, have a coffee. Thank you. It's likely just the burnout from all this mandatory overtime lately. Still, you're clocking out early today, right? Want to grab some dinner? I'm sorry, but I've already got plans tonight. She thought to herself, he's a decent guy, but after knowing Isaac, it's impossible for any other man to measure up, and obviously, I'm just going home to be alone. Isaac swore he'd find a way to drag me back to that world, but I've surrendered that hope. I mean, it's already been a full year. Maybe I'm just hitting a wall. In that world, nearly 3 agonizing years must have passed. Given the deafening silence for all this time, I'm certain he scrubbed me from his memory. I suppose the sting of it is a little harder to bear than I thought. What is wrong with me? I was the one who begged him to forget. Get a grip. What's the use of wallowing in regret now? I can't believe I'm still spiraling like this. I must be beyond exhausted. I'll just finish up, leave on time, and crash. The moment I stepped through my front door, the reality around me suddenly fractured. She gasped in bewilderment. Where am I? Wait, am I actually dreaming? Did I pass out at my desk and start hallucinating? Have I finally lost it? What on earth is happening to me? But why does this atmosphere feel so hauntingly familiar? Suddenly, a voice called out, Lucino! I'd know that voice anywhere. No, wait. Lucino is no longer the name you carry. Senga. She spun around, her heart jumping as she breathed his name. Isaac! On the other side, the Demon King mused, I must confess, you've earned my grudging respect. I truly didn't think a mortal like you would actually pull it off. It took a grueling year just to track the dragon's lair, followed by 2 agonizing years of failing to bring the beast down. Truthfully, I expected you to just crumble and give up. He paused, glancing at the table, and continued with a smirk. You might be the very first human to ever slay a dragon. Clearly you aren't in a talkative mood. Save your insolent glares, human. Rest easy. I intend to honor every term of our contract. Isaac's brow furrowed as his mind raced. Abruptly, my vision began to dissolve into white, returning to Hyun. Isaac stepped forward, his voice heavy as he called her, Lucino. I had a mountain of questions prepared for the moment we met again. Why didn't you trust me? Why did you choose to vanish that day? Why did you leave me rotting here? No, wait. Lucino is no longer the name that belongs to you. Hyun Sanga gazed at him, breathlessly whispering Isaac, before lunging forward to pull him into a desperate embrace. Isaac. Isaac, is it truly you? Tell me I'm not dreaming. Actually, I don't give a damn, even if this is just a cruel hallucination. I've missed you so much it hurts, Isaac. My Isaac. No matter how much I want to be angry, I can't. My longing for you was just as deep. Did you strike a bargain with the Demon King? That monster never acts without a steep price. Wait, you're drenched in blood. Sanga, breathe. Are you injured? Isaac, please don't tell me you've died. I'm still among the living, and rest assured, none of this blood belongs to me. I can't wrap my head around this. You had me spiraling for a moment, but word reached me that Lucino made a pact with the Demon King before her light faded. That implies the Demon King forced an impossible task on you, right? Calm yourself. I only had to offer 3 lives to summon the King of Shadows. She shrieked in horror. 3 lives? Isaac, did you actually murder people for my sake? It's not what you think. They were death row scum already destined for the gallows. Ruthless, cold-blooded monsters who had stolen over 20 lives themselves. Our 2 realities are built on entirely different foundations. You can't force the moral compass of your world onto a man from a realm where assassins and bloody warfare are the status quo. Are you certain those criminals deserved such a grim fate? Of course, I'll take the secret to my grave that I actually handed over 100 souls to the Demon King. Sometimes, being by your side makes me question the very fabric of my moral standing. I know these things are foreign to you. Next time, promise you won't take a life, even if they are the worst of the worst. You always go to such lengths to bridge the gap between us. I know my devotion will remain unshaken even if your face changes. Wait, now that I think about it, right now, I look nothing like Lucino. I'm a total stranger to Isaac's eyes. To make matters worse, I've been such a corporate slave these past few days, I haven't even showered. I need to put some distance between us. Isaac, wait, give me a second. And where exactly do you think you're going? Typical. Isaac is always like this. He'd never let me slip away. He gazed at her with a melt-worthy smile. Then, he claimed her lips in a sweet, possessive kiss. A heartbeat later, he pulled back. She flushed a deep crimson and stammered, "You haven't changed a bit, Isaac. You won't even give me room to breathe. It galls me that I can't physically feel your warmth here, since this is merely a mental projection." What on earth are you saying? Honestly, do you even have a shred of shame or embarrassment in that body? I'm here to bring you back to my world for good. But the Demon King made it clear you can't survive there as you are. You must inhabit a new vessel to exist in that realm. If you can find a host to enter, I can swap your souls with a snap of my fingers. Is that what you desire? Stealing someone else's life isn't a path I'm willing to take anymore. Isaac smiled and softly called her name. Sanga, I literally slayed a dragon just to pave the way for your return. She let out a stunned shriek. A dragon? Are you serious? Every word. I've survived 3 years of literal hell. The Demon King promised he could forge a perfect body for you, provided I brought him the heart of a dragon. I can actually live in that world again. But who would I be if I stepped back into that reality? I don't want you to be Hyunsanga or Licino. I want you to start a brand new chapter with me. And this time, I want you to be my wife. Isaac, she faltered. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open to the harsh light of reality. A shrill, piercing voice jolted her awake. Ms. Hyunsanga, are you drawing a paycheck to nap or to actually do your job? Are you even listening to a word I'm saying? The office was already buzzing with the sound of coworkers whispering. Looks like the team leader caught another slacker sleeping on the clock. Napping through the whole shift, his boss chewed him out this morning, so he's on a warpath. No wonder he's being such a total nightmare today. That girl's luck just hit rock bottom. The manager's berating became white noise as Sanga drifted back into her memories. Her reunion with Isaac felt so vivid, and now she was trapped back in this gray reality. She squeezed her eyes shut, internally screaming his name. Isaac. She flashed back to their conversation. I don't want to be entirely dependent on you, which is why I'll set up a shop for you if that's what you want. But that's still relying on your power. If we do this, I'm paying you back every single cent monthly. Isaac smiled to himself. There she goes again. To shield herself from potential pain, she always keeps her walls sky high. No matter how many times I pour my heart out, you still lose sleep over how it might crumble. Back then, she whispered, I just hoped you'd find happiness without me. There is no world where that's possible. To be honest, I struggled desperately to erase you from my mind. If I hadn't, the agony would have been insurmountable. That's the only reason I forced myself to adapt to this mundane existence in my original world. She continues to build these fortifications, stubbornly insisting that our worlds are light years apart. If you're so intent on clinging to that reality, then I have no choice but to... Sanga cut him off. But in the end, I came to a crushing realization. There is no way I could ever truly forget you. Even after erecting those walls between us, she whispered her devotion to me once more. His lips curled into a faint, knowing smile as he pulled her close, murmuring, How cruel of you. The terrifying truth is, I've fallen for even that guarded side of you. I must be losing my mind. With that thought, he leaned down and gave her cheek a playful, sharp nip. Sanga instantly shielded her face. What was that for? You really won't let me catch my breath for a second, will you? And why call me cruel? Sanga, you said you loved me. Was that all just a fabrication? No. I mean, does that still hold true? Isaac pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. That's enough. No more spiraling over things that don't matter. I need you to place your absolute trust in me and focus entirely on your return. Isaac, I need some time to process everything. Very well, if that is what your heart requires. Suddenly, a deafening roar fractured the silence. Both spun toward the source. Sanga asked, dazed, What's happening to this dimension? It seems our time has finally run out. She grabbed him urgently. What do you mean? When can we meet again? I will return for you in exactly 1 week, and when I do, At that precise second, the team leader's screech dragged her back to the office. Are you even listening to a word I say? Since you crawled into this firm, have you hit a single target? Do you actually think you're talented? Sanga thought. 1 week. I have 7 days to decide my fate. Just then, the manager roared, "Are you begging me to fire you?" Sangha locked eyes with him and coolly replied, "That's precisely my point, boss." With those words, she swept past him like a sudden gale. "Just make sure you tell everyone you were the one who canned me so I didn't have to quit. It shouldn't be hard. Plenty of witnesses saw your little tantrum. Have you lost your damn mind, Sangha? Since I'm being let go against my will, don't expect me to train a replacement. Remember all those days I tolerated your toxic demands and fixed your pathetic mistakes? Consider this your payback. Next time, just list the job as seeking a personal slave." The old man could only sputter, "What? Miss Hyun?" The surrounding staff began to whisper, "Holy crap, he just got roasted. That was legendary." "Get back here right now, Hyun Sangha. What am I supposed to do if you just walk out like this?" Hyun Sangha exited the building with a smirk. "Not my problem anymore. I've spent years playing it safe and accepting this dull reality. It's been ages since I actually spoke my mind. When was the last time I felt this much sheer satisfaction?" An image from her past flickered in her mind. When was it? Back when I still carried the name Licino de Troy. I truly hope you find the happiness you deserve. Back in the camp, Eclipse looked at the recovering Duke and asked, "So, you've finally rejoined the land of the living?" Isaac stared into the empty air, his expression vacant and dazed. Then he shifted upward and rasped, "Where am I?" "You collapsed out of nowhere, so we moved you back to the command tent." "What became of the Demon King and that dragon?" "The king gorged himself on the dragon's carcass, just like he did with those criminals." And at that moment, both men turned their gaze toward the shadowed figure of the Demon King. The entity chuckled. "I must say, that was quite a surprising turn of events. I fully expected you to demand I drag her back by force immediately, yet you gave her a week to choose instead. How dare you claim it was impossible?" "Phew, since you delivered a whole dragon to my doorstep, I can afford to be patient for a week. Furthermore, I required one more tribute besides the dragon. One more thing. Regardless, I'm returning in a week. That is, assuming she actually chooses to return to this world. I gave her a week's grace only because I knew she'd bolt if I let her see the true depth of my obsession." He swung his legs out of bed and declared, "I need to start making the necessary arrangements." "Arrangements for what, my lord?" "I promised her a shop. If she returns, she'll need a way to integrate." "I'm sorry. What? What the hell? Like he's actually opening a business for her despite being this obsessed? I figured he'd lock her in a gilded cage." He walked out, his thoughts dark. Everything must be perfect before her arrival. Whether she stays in my manor or the capital is irrelevant. She just needs to be within my sight. I'll make sure she never realizes this world is her prison. After all, a bird that doesn't know it's caged can live a happy life. I have 7 days to prepare for her homecoming. First, she'll need a flawless new identity. Also, hold on, Duke. Do you recall exactly what the Demon King meant about seeking one more thing in exchange for the dragon? You're only bringing this up now? Of course I remember. Honestly, the more I observe you, the more absolutely fascinated I become. To think that a specimen like you actually breathes in this world." Han narrowed his eyes and asked, "I thought bringing a dragon back was enough to settle the Grand Duke's debt. So why the hell did you drag me into this place?" "I was a fool to let my guard down. I never imagined he'd snatch me while I was drained after that dragon went down. But what's his end game after all that's happened? They say the essence of a fallen angel is an exquisite delicacy. Initially, I pegged you for some low-tier human-demon hybrid, and I was merely intrigued by your raw energy, but I never dreamed you carried the celestial blood of an angel. Totally isolated from the rest of existence." I finally pulled it off. "At last, I have manifested it. Why bother naming such a creature? I want you to give the boy a name. Pan. Perhaps that's fitting. A proper name for a repulsive abomination born from the mixing of two warring species. A parasite that sustains its existence on human souls. Bound by a law to only kill under contract. A freak that is neither demon nor angel. A mistake that should never have been born. That is my reality. After the 2 people I called parents died and left me to rot, I survived by tricking humans into blood pacts. My hands were perpetually drenched in the blood of hundreds, reaping their souls as payment. That was the only reason I crossed paths with Licino de Troy. I'm scouting for someone capable enough to do my dirty work. She must be Licino de Troy, the infamous villainess. Is she looking to put a hit on someone? My terms are simple. That person must be reliable enough for me to bet my life on them. I need a shadow with absolute loyalty who can guarantee my survival. You won't find anyone with that kind of honor in this dump. Rumor has it you'll fulfill any desire so long as the contract is signed. Nobody hits up the Assassin's Guild with a request this bizarre. She's even crazier than the stories say. Or perhaps she's just that desperate. Maybe she just collects servants as a bored rich girl's hobby. Now that I think about it, word was that Lucino de Troy was a social pariah, a woman welcomed by absolutely no one. Unwanted, unloved, and completely alienated. Fine. I pledge to stick by your side for as long as our goals remain aligned. But then the real Lucino de Troy died, and a mysterious soul hijacked her body. Under any other circumstances, I would have found a new client and spiraled back into my blood-soaked routine. Right, I should have reverted to the monster I've always been. Excellent work, Pan. Still, it's nice to know we actually have someone in our corner. At that moment, Pan addressed the Demon King directly. Are you looking to strike a new deal? I have a proposal for you. Back in the modern worlds. It's been 2 full days since I left Isaac behind. On day 1, I immediately ditched my apartment, packed my life into a suitcase, and checked into a 5-star hotel. Today, I'm just a ghost watching people on the street because I have nothing left to do. I never thought quitting my job would make life feel this hollow. Am I actually a workaholic? I seriously don't get why there are so many people roaming around at this hour. It's almost embarrassing how fresh this everyday scenery looks to me now. It just proves that my job was devouring every second of my existence all this time. This luxury hotel I chose for my final days is honestly mid compared to Isaac's manor. Even with my freedom, life feels flat because I've lost the spark to do anything. This is agonizingly dull. I guess Isaac and really meant to give me a whole week to make up my mind. But now, 7 days feels like an eternity. I should grab some food and hide back in my room. I've replayed this over and over, but once the choice was actually mine, the answer was clearer than I ever expected. What's the most expensive thing I can eat to burn through this cash? Nobody in this entire world would blink if I suddenly vanished into thin air. My aunt and her trashy family are probably still drowning in their own mess, and I've cut ties with everyone else. More importantly, every single second since I left, the only thing on my mind is getting back to Isaac as fast as humanly possible. So why the hell am I wasting time overthinking it? If I hadn't felt the warmth of that other world, I could have rejected Isaac's offer without a second thought. But now I know what it feels like to be genuinely loved. It's all thanks to the original Lucino. As for the real Lucino, if it were possible, I'd want to speak with her one last time, but I'd bet that manipulative Demon King, she has already devoured Lucino's soul. Yeah, a bottom feeder like him would be thrilled to feast on her the moment the contract expired. Isaac mentioned the Demon King was putting him through the ringer too. What's the catch this time? Sacrificing 3 lives just for a summon? Is that man losing his mind? Wait a second, I feel something. Isn't this the unmistakable stench of the Demon King's aura? But the week isn't even up yet. Why is this happening already? Oh, that's right. The flow of time between our 2 worlds is completely distorted. Maybe this is for the best. A week felt like an eternity for me anyway. What on earth is this? What just happened? Why am I trapped in this marble? The Demon King's voice boomed. It's been a while. You're the Demon King? Seriously? Am I such a letdown? Were you desperately hoping for someone else to appear? What exactly is going on? Where is Isaac? Did he play me too? And where am I? Why does she never trust me? I've never once broken a pact. The Grand Duke is waiting for you on the other side. I still need your final answer. Do you truly wish to cross over to that world or not? She didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, I want to be with Isaac. I see. But can I actually survive there? You claimed I needed a living host last time. I wasn't lying. However, when drafting a contract, I must tailor the terms to the contractor's capabilities. For instance, I wouldn't command a mere mortal to slay a dragon. They'd be slaughtered instantly. Isaac is just a human too. What kind of hell did you put him through? Therefore, I shall use the dragon's remains to craft a physical vessel for you. She immediately envisioned herself as a colossal, scaly beast. Isaac, I'm back! I have no clue what's going on in that head of yours, but I promise it's nothing like that. You won't be a dragon in form. I'll dismantle its essence and restructure it into a human shape. You'll have a fresh body, but it will look indistinguishable from any other human. Something feels incredibly fishy about this. Is that even safe? It is, because a dragon is an exceptionally rare and divine creature. Most importantly, I wield the absolute power to manifest such things. Yeah, good for you. I didn't think a whole body could be forged from battle scars. Does that mean you can customize my appearance however I want? Well, that shouldn't be much of a challenge for me. Then let me speak with Lucino. Don't be absurd. There is no way you can see her. She's vanished. I know you're full of it. Isaac said he had to sacrifice 3 souls just to summon you, but Licino did it effortlessly. As I stated, that happened because I've never encountered a soul quite so deliciously wicked. That makes 0 sense. Why would a stickler for rules break them just for Licino? What are you getting at? I don't know your feelings toward Licino or what your endgame is, but when we first bargained for me to marry Isaac for 6 months, you added a clause for her revenge. It's obvious Licino de Troyes is special to you. So, I doubt a manipulative demon king like you would just devour her soul instantly. Please, let me see her one last time. There is something I desperately need to tell her. Her soul is currently in a fragile, imperfect state. I can't guarantee she'll even be able to hold a conversation. It's fine. Truthfully, I was incredibly bitter toward you. Being stabbed by a random freak was traumatic enough, but being dragged into a foreign world to play dress-up with someone else's life? Why me? It took forever to actually feel anything after landing in Licino's world, and even though I found joy, I couldn't call it my own. Everything from the status windows to the Demon King, it made me feel like a mere character trapped in a game or a novel. But I couldn't appreciate that happiness until I went back to Earth to live as Hyunsanga again, because that place was a living nightmare. And the person who yanked me out of that hell and gave me a fresh start with real connections was you, Licino. So if our story really is just a novel, I want us to reach a happy ending. Let's find peace together, instead of facing the tragic end of the villainous Licino. I want you to experience happiness just like anyone else. Echoes of cruel gossip flashed through Licino's mind. Did you hear the latest? Licino de Troyes is at it again. How can a woman be so cold-blooded? She's a demon in disguise, a disgrace to the nobility. No one would ever accept such a vile villainess. Then she remembered Hyunsanga's heartfelt wish. I just want to live a normal life, to find someone to love and be loved in return. The real Licino smiled softly and walked toward Sanga. Sanga beamed and whispered, "You're finally right. This is the ultimate happy ending for a villainess and a soul who was on the brink of death." At that very moment, Isaac sat in tense, breathless anticipation. How much longer since the Demon King took her away? Why is it taking so damn long? This past week, I've settled every single detail. For her to live here, she just needs to step through. What if she chooses to stay away? No, I don't care what she wants. I forced the Demon King to bring her back. He wouldn't dare break his word. She has to return to me. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted. Isaac's head snapped up. He saw a girl plummeting from a shimmering magic circle. His eyes widened in sheer shock. She shrieked in panic, "Isaac! Watch out! Move out of the way!" He broke into a radiant smile, reached out his arms, and roared, "Sanga!" He caught her midair, pulling her into a fierce, joyful embrace. Moments before, the Demon King had asked, "Is this your idea of a self-reward?" I no longer possess the original soul of Licino, so in the strictest sense, only your essence remains. I never once claimed I wanted to live as her anyway. My only wish is to find genuine happiness as an entirely new person, not as Hyunsanga, nor as Licino, and I want her to share in that joy with me. I know, deep down, that I will never regret this path. The Demon King's voice rumbled, "And what of you, Licino? Do you consent to these terms?" She gave a subtle, silent nod of agreement. I will never truly fathom the complexities of you humans. Fine, I shall forge a new vessel for you as requested. This crimson hair, it's finally becoming a reality. This negotiation has devoured far more time than I anticipated, until our paths cross again. Wait, Demon King, what is your final intention for Licino now? From within the glowing gem, her spirit flickered into view. Oh, Licino de Troyes. She offered a faint smile, whispered her gratitude, and slowly dissolved into nothingness. Sanga erupted in fury. That absolute bastard of a Demon King. Why did he have to make every single step of this so damn difficult? Wait, that's... Watch out! Get out of the way! He roared Sanga's name with pure joy, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. Isaac lunged to catch her, and they tumbled onto the floor in a tangled heap. How on earth did you know it was me? I'm a carbon copy of Licino right now. Oh my god, please tell me. There is no universe where I wouldn't recognize the beat of your heart. You have no idea the torture I endured, terrified you choose not to return. Your appearance is irrelevant. All that matters is that you are finally back by my side. Are you positive? Because I'm going to cling to you like a parasite. That's perfectly fine by me. I am obscenely wealthy, and I intend to keep it that way just for you. His blunt honesty forced a burst of happy laughter from her lips. What's so amusing? I'm being dead serious. You've always been so predictable in your thinking, but I'm infinitely grateful that I fell for someone like you. That's exactly what I've been longing to tell you. Thank you for finding your way back to me. Welcome home. It feels so good to finally be back. A moment later, Isaac asked with a look of surprise, "A new name, you say? But is it absolutely necessary to discuss this while we're pinned to the floor? This embrace and this warmth, it's so familiar. I'm terrified that if I loosen my grip for even a second, you'll vanish again. But what's this about a new name? You refuse to be Hyunsanga because it's a relic of your past? Besides, that name is a tongue twister here. I know you pronounce it flawlessly, but everyone else would struggle with it. Furthermore, I've chosen not to live as Licino de Troy or Hyunsanga, but to start a fresh life here with you. It would mean the world to me if you would name me Isaac." He fell into a deep, silent contemplation. She let out a soft giggle. He's taking this so incredibly seriously, isn't he? Do you have a specific vibe or a deeper meaning in mind for this name? The name I used to carry was a gift from my parents. They're long gone now. It translated to Child of the Stars, a single star, Sitara. Your name is Sitara. Why that one? Because it fits you perfectly. In the ancient tongue, and Sitara translates to the goddess of the stars. Goddess of the stars? Isn't that just a fancy leveled up version of Child of the Stars? It feels way too grand for me. Weren't you listening? I'm just relieved you aren't the sun. At least a star is something I can reach out for and hold in my arms. Technically, you can't actually hold a star, but... Suddenly, Pan stepped into the room and interjected, "My congratulations on your new title, Lady Sitara." Sitara gasped in shock. "Oh my god, Pan! It feels like an eternity since I last saw you." She started to rush toward him, but Isaac's arm shot out to block her path. She looked up in confusion. "Isaac?" He demanded with a dark, gloomy expression. "How did you crawl in here? I was under the impression the Demon King had dragged you off." "There is a message I must deliver to Lady Licino. Forgive me, Lady Sitara, one final time. The Demon King took Pan. What does that even imply?" The Demon King manifested out of thin air and sneered. "It is exactly as he describes." "Demon King? This creature has struck a desperate bargain with me. He will serve as my puppet, and in exchange I ensure he will never taste the pangs of hunger again. Is that the truth? I beg the Demon King for a single opportunity to see you one last time. Lady Licino?" "No. Lady Sitara, you are someone of immense importance to me, so I wish to speak with you in private before our final farewell." Isaac's rejection was instant and thunderous. "Absolutely not," but she firmly pulled her hand from his grasp. "Isaac, please. I'll only be gone for a fleeting moment. But Sitara, that treacherous snake. Besides, I have a few words of my own for Pan. I'll be back before you know it." Isaac cried out her name in a desperate plea. "Sitara!" There is no way Pan would ever willingly bind himself to the Demon King. What exactly happened to Pan during my absence? I've crossed paths with countless humans throughout my existence. Yet you are the only one who has ever gazed at me with such genuine compassion. It's unsettling. And yet, I find that I don't entirely loathe that look in your eyes. Wait, that's beside the point. Pan, did you actually strike a deal with that monster? Thank you for everything. And I'm so sorry." A sudden, blinding flash of light erupted. Even the Demon King was forced to shield his eyes, recoil in sheer shock. Isaac's voice cracked in a panicked roar. "No, Sitara!" She blinked, dazed. What just happened? That sensation was identical to when the Demon King first pulled me into this world. "Lady Sitara! Pan, is that you? Are you all right? What's going on? What's this nonsense about a pact? Never mind that. Where the hell are we?" "You're as inquisitive as ever, Lady Sitara. Seriously, what is this place? Oh my god. I was just in Isaac's chambers a second ago. Where have you taken us?" "This is a pocket dimension, a sanctuary of my own making." "What? You can manipulate space despite not being a Demon King?" "This particular gift was a legacy passed down from my mother. But no matter how I struggle, I can only manifest this specific scenery. It's ironic, really, considering I've never set foot here in reality." I suspect this was one of the few places she truly cherished. That's why I was hesitant to bring you here, but I had no choice. I needed to speak with you without any interference. Pan, I'm so lost. You once asked me about my true nature. Does that curiosity still burn within you? Once upon a time, a pure, innocent angel fell hopelessly in love with a demon. But this demon was a cold, obsessed scientist who felt nothing for her. He simply saw her as a prime subject to be exploited. Since they were of two opposing realms, union was strictly forbidden. But that didn't stop the scientist from experimenting, failing hundreds of thousands of times. Eventually, his madness bore fruit, creating a singular creature, me. What are you talking about? I am the living proof of that twisted experiment. I can't wrap my head around Pan's talk of angels and demons. My mother was a soul of immense warmth and love. However, she paid the ultimate price for her taboo and succumbed to illness. That demon didn't last much longer, for the exact same reason. For the first time, Pan was bearing his soul. It seems Pan is a label for a freakish hybrid, half human, half monstrosity. As he unraveled the grim details of his life, I couldn't ignore the crushing loneliness vibrating in his voice. He whispered, "It's the perfect name for a thing like me." It felt as if... And he was finally letting me see the decades of agony and absolute isolation he's endured. I know that brand of loneliness all too well. She reached out, calling his name softly, and pulled Pan into a warm embrace. It must have been so incredibly lonely for you. As I thought, you are far too kind. To be honest, I want to ignore the Demon King, the Grand Duke, and everyone else just to stay in this moment with you forever. But if I did that, you would lose the very kindness and light that makes you who you are. I give you my word, as long as there is breath in your body, I will protect you. Not as a slave, but as your most devoted guardian. So please, allow me to remain at your side. What are you saying, Pan? I told you before, you aren't a slave or a servant anymore. Just be yourself and stay with me. If that name tastes like ashes in your mouth, I'll give you a brand new one. Like I said, you're too pure for this world. You're far too good for a man like the Grand Duke. Was that a compliment or a low blow? One thing was certain, he clearly looked down on Isaac. So please, let me put my faith in your heart. One last time. Meanwhile, back in reality, Isaac barked irritably. Answer me, Demon King! What is that barrier shielding Satara and that bastard? Why did that half-breed suddenly manifest this power? So, that was the hidden clause in his deal. Allow me a final moment of privacy with Lady Lucino. Only then will I bind my soul to yours as you desire. That sanctuary was forged from the divine essence of an angel. As a demon, I cannot breach it. I assumed his power was utterly depleted. It seems he was hoarding his final spark for this very moment. Just then, the orb of light began to fracture and dissolve. Satara and Pan materialized clearly before the two of them. Isaac's eyes locked onto her as he roared, "Satara!" and charged forward. Suddenly, Satara's body seemed to be jerked forward by an invisible, irresistible force. Isaac pulled her into a protective, anxious embrace. I was nearly paralyzed with terror when you vanished into thin air like that. Are you injured? For God's sake, tell me you're all right. I was merely having a private audience with my lady. Isaac's voice was a low, dangerous growl. What the hell have you done to Satara? Isaac, please, just stay calm. We were only talking. I'm perfectly fine. But Satara... And just what did the two of you discuss? She faltered. Well, it's... Suddenly, the Demon King's voice cut through like ice. You pathetic, insolent creature. Did you actually forge a pact with that human? Isaac stiffened in shock. A pact? So this was your game? Masking your power and begging for a final word with that woman. You had an ulterior motive from the start, didn't you? A blood pact, Satara? What are they raving about? Did you really bind yourself to that bastard? She cast her gaze downward and whispered, I've officially entered into a contract with Pan. Moments earlier, you truly wish to bind your soul to mine? But aren't you already enslaved to the Demon King? Demons can't override each other's contracts. Normally, that's true. However, that arrogant king overlooked the fact that I am a half-breed. But I know he won't let me go without a fight. He's the obsessive type. If I sign with you, it will sever your ties with the Demon King, won't it? It is the only escape. I call it a contract. But it doesn't mean you owe me a thing. Like I promised, all I ask is that you let me stay at your side to serve as your shield. Even if you refuse me now, I won't hold it against you. I have no other desires left in this world. If those are your terms, then I accept your proposal. But don't think for a second you're bound to me for life. I'll say it again. You are free to walk away whenever you choose. This is a pact between me and Pan. Not Pan the slave, nor Pan the servant. This is a contract between two equals. He let out a sharp, genuine laugh. Ha ha. You never fail to stun me. Your warmth is the very reason I can't bring myself to leave. But I doubt you'll ever truly realize that. I suppose I'll have to lean on your mercy once more, Satara. He pressed a kiss to her hand. She felt a strange sensation wash over her. I'm certain a sigil manifested on my skin before fading away. Is the contract officially sealed? One last favor. Could I ask you to weave a lie for my sake? A lie? About what? Returning to the present, Pan declared with chilling confidence, by the terms of our blood, my heart and Lady Sitara's are now one. Which means if my life is extinguished, hers ends as well. Isaac roared in a blind rage. You treacherous snake! I'm not concerned about falling in battle. I'm more than capable, unless, of course, a certain someone here decides to execute me themselves. I've played the Demon King and stolen her away. It's only natural the Demon King would want my head on a platter. This lie is the only insurance for my survival. The Demon King's expression twisted into a dark scowl. How dare a lowly half-breed mock me? To think I was outmaneuvered by such a pathetic mongrel. I want to rip him limb from limb this instant. But if the consequence is her life... Sitara watched the Demon King's reaction with bated breath. He hissed helplessly. The deal is void. My business here is concluded. I'm leaving. Half-demon, I'll spare your life just this once. Only because I've stumbled upon something far more intriguing than you. You had better vanish from my sight and pray we never cross paths again. Sitara exhaled a long, shaky breath. Is the nightmare finally over? Pan begged me to lie because he knew the Demon King would have slaughtered him otherwise. I understand why, but the weight of this deception feels like lead in my chest. Worse yet, Isaac's total silence is terrifying. I'd honestly prefer it if he just screamed at me. She whispered tentatively, Isaac, are you furious? Why would I ever be angry with you? The sheer calmness in his voice caught her completely off guard. Why don't you head inside and rest? He turned his icy gaze toward Pan. I think it's time I had a little heart-to-heart with this bastard. A while later, Sitara paced back and forth, her nerves on edge. This stress is killing me. I stayed behind because Isaac insisted they had business, but I'm starting to regret not tagging along. I just hope they're actually using their words. At that very moment, Isaac had Pan pinned by the collar, his eyes burning with suspicion. Spit it out. What's your angle? Why the hell did you bind your soul to hers? Call it a simple insurance policy. It's a fair trade, really. I serve as her shield and she becomes mine. A noble lady embracing a monster? It's poetic, don't you think? Doesn't it move you? The only thing keeping my blade from your throat right now is that curse pact. Rest easy. I have zero intention of stealing her away from you. Our lifespans are fundamentally different. Therefore, harboring any romantic desire for her would be utterly delusional. You are the sole reason she's in this world. I know there's no room for a shadow like me in her heart, so why not drop the act? I'll even bury the secret of the atrocities you committed for her sake. Huh. She's well aware that I took down a dragon. I have nothing to hide from her. Oh, I'm not talking about some beast. I'm referring to the fact that you slaughtered 100 lives just to erase her wretched relatives from existence. If she ever discovered the blood on your hands, do you think she'd ever truly accept you? Or this world? Isaac stiffened, the words hitting like a physical blow. He forced a grimace, teeth clenched, and turned his back on the hybrid. You can stay on as a servant in this manner, but only for as long as I tolerate your presence. Don't you dare overstep again. If it's true that his life force is tethered to Sitara, I have to keep him under my thumb where I can watch his every move. Pan bowed slightly. I'll keep that in mind, Your Grace. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall take my leave. When the reports came in that the Demon King had seized him, do you recall what that devil mentioned before? About something far more precious than a dragon? I thought the chaos was finally over, but I never expected to be blindsided by a threat like this. Do you think she will fully accept you? And in this world? Those parasites were hardly family, but if she really turns her back on me because of them... No, it doesn't matter. I'll give her something so precious she won't even think about leaving. An animal, a treasure, anything to chain her soul to this place. In the end, she'll have no choice but to remain here, forever caged by my side. Sitara was a restless wreck, jumping at every shadow until she finally heard the door creak open. She spun around instantly, her voice filled with relief. Isaac! Isaac offered a gentle smile while a dark thought crossed his mind. You're already a beautiful bird trapped in my cage. Did you guys settle things? Please tell me you didn't try to murder Pan the moment I turned my back. Isaac, why are you being so quiet? He pulled her into a crushing embrace, refusing to let go. He savored the victory in silence. At long last, his grand design to reclaim her had reached its perfection. That evening, the manor was graced by the arrival of Eclipse, Countess Tyrion, Viscount Summer, and his elder sister. It appeared Isaac had orchestrated this reunion well in advance. That look in your eyes, it means you've made it back to us, right? She called out with pure delight, "Eclipse! You have no idea how much I've worried about you." But before he could even brush Sitara's hand, Isaac stepped in to block him. What is the meaning of this? The two of you are no longer bound by blood. I suggest you learn some boundaries. How can you say I'm not her family? Explain yourself. Sitara thought, yikes, maybe I should give them some space. It's understandable that everyone is reeling. I did technically vanish for 3 years and then reappear out of thin air. Where do I even begin? She turned to the Marquis and asked softly, Marquis Summer, is there something on my face? You've been staring at me like I'm a ghost. Oh, forgive me. It's not that. Do you remember that legend I shared with you regarding the hourglass? The moment a soul is born, their hourglass is set in stone until their final breath. Yours had shattered into 1,000 shards with not a single grain of sand left to fall. And yet, here you are, with an hourglass more resilient and breathtaking than any I've ever seen. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a miracle. Isaac's eyes narrowed as he looked at Marquis Summer. What's this talk about an hourglass? Sitara pivoted the conversation immediately. Why don't we all just sit down and catch up properly? I have so many stories I want to share with all of you. Later that night, deep within the quiet manor. So, are you going to explain that hourglass comment Marquis Summer made? She laughed nervously. You're still hung up on that? But can't you see I'm absolutely exhausted? Let's save the interrogation for next time. Are you really going to start keeping secrets the very first day you're back? It's honestly nothing. Don't you feel even a little guilty? Your husband went through hell to forge your new identity and register your name. If you aren't willing to talk, then I suppose we'll have to find other ways to communicate. With a smirk, he leaned in and kissed her cheek. Technically, today is the very first day we officially met. Don't you think you're moving a bit too fast? I promise you won't regret a single second of this. Wait, hold on. Isaac, I'm so overwhelmed. I love you. Sitara turned her back on the only world she ever knew. I made my final choice to return to Isaac's side. I simply couldn't abandon the man who constantly drowns me in affection and wears his heart on his sleeve. You are mine. That was your vow. Perhaps I'm this weak because I've spent my life starving for warmth, never knowing true love since I was a child. I want you to be my wife in every sense of the word. Even if I'm just a substitute, I love you deeply, Isaac. I'm beyond thrilled to start a life of pure bliss with you in this world. Side story. Whispers about Sitara ignited like wildfire the moment she appeared in this realm. Some whispered that Licino de Troyes had sold her soul to the devil to return as a vengeful witch. Others gossiped about the Grand Duke, claiming he'd lost his mind by taking an Licino look-alike and burning a fortune to buy her an entire building. Of course, it took less than a week for those toxic rumors to vanish. Lord Viscount Canfey, it is truly an honor to finally make your acquaintance. Please ensure this finds its way back to Sitara. Isaac glared at the jewelry in his palm and asked darkly, Why do you have Sitara's personal jewelry? Please don't look at me like I'm a criminal. She simply dropped it. Well, she was out practicing her riding at my estate yesterday, so I retrieved it. A few months have flown by since Sitara arrived. By some miracle, she's adapted flawlessly to her new life here. The building I gifted her has been transformed into a cafe already legendary for serving gourmet treats at prices anyone can afford. She's also a social butterfly, hosting Countess Tyrion, Lady Lavi, and Viscount Canfey at least thrice a week. You truly have a God-given talent for this. Please, keep your eyes on the path. When she isn't socializing, every second of her time belongs to me. That's why I haven't been able to make my move yet, but I have to admit, actually, she was looking quite pale yesterday. Is she all right? She only rode for a tiny bit before heading back. She seemed flushed, like she had a fever, and she barely touched her food. Yes, I've already summoned a physician to evaluate her. Then why did she reject Sequel's healing magic, insisting, I don't need to make a scene over nothing? Do you mean a health tonic or something? Don't go overboard. I'm just feeling a bit drained. Overboard? She even ordered me to head to the office when I suggested she stay in bed for a doctor's visit today. I'm perfectly fine. Now go, get to work. Both of them were utterly powerless against Sitara's stubbornness. I need to rush back and check on her immediately. My lord, could it be that a body forged from dragon remains is suffering from side effects? Don't be absurd. With that, Isaac vanished. Isaac's mind raced with dark possibilities. The Demon King swore he crafted a perfectly human vessel, but what if something is failing? What if Sitara regrets choosing this world over her own? In that moment, Sitara called out to him, her eyes shimmering with tears. Isaac! He stood there, paralyzed by a wave of shock. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated worry. He sprinted to her side, frantic. Sitara, what's happened? Is your body failing? What did the doctor say? Are you in pain? If Sitara regrets her choice to stay here with a man like me, while his mind spiraled into a dark abyss, suddenly, Sitara cried out with pure radiance, Congratulations, Isaac, you're going to be a father. Gosh, why are you hugging me so tightly? I can't breathe. He asked in a complete daze. A father? Haha. You know how I've been under the weather lately? The doctor confirmed it's because I'm pregnant. He promised that both the baby and I are perfectly healthy. Isn't that a relief? Though he did say I need to take it easy. He thought to himself, I'm so relieved her body is fine. But, Isaac, what is wrong with you? A child. It's so sudden. I don't even know how to process this. Just repeat after me, okay? Isaac, congratulations. Congratulations to us. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love you. I love you more. They shared a breathtakingly sweet kiss. Earlier, when the doctor gave me the news, I just couldn't stop the tears from falling. Are you really that happy? I am. But in my old world, my family wasn't a real home. I started spiraling, wondering if I even deserved a child, especially since I never knew a parent's love. I wasn't sure if I had enough love in me to raise a tiny human. I guess I was just terrified. Don't you worry for a second. I know you'll be an incredible mother, and I'll give my absolute everything to this. Maybe it's the pregnancy hormones? I think I'm becoming a total emotional wreck. I have to admit, I'm a bit concerned. I have a feeling I won't be your #1 priority once the little one arrives. Are you seriously jealous of your own baby? That's exactly what I'm saying. Saying that with such a deadpan expression is actually terrifying. In fact, it would be much safer if you closed the cafe and stayed here to rest at the manor. You're joking, right? Not happening. Once Sitara's pregnancy was announced, the manor was flooded with gifts and well wishes. I didn't know if it was a boy or a girl, so I just bought out the whole store for both. Bolstered by the support and prayers of so many, the journey was smooth sailing right up until the day of labor. We have a massive crisis on our hands. If this persists, we're in serious trouble. We must find a solution at any cost. Indeed, Duke, for the sake of Lady Sitara and the heir. How much longer until you prepare the specific dishes Sitara craves? And remember, absolutely no exotic spices. Wait just a second. The meal was rushed out immediately. It is served. Surely Lady Sitara will find this appetizing. But Sitara just sighed, I can't touch this. Just the sight of it makes my stomach turn. But Sitara, you devoured this meat stew last time and loved it. I know, but now even the aroma makes me gag. We went through all that effort, and this is the dire emergency Isaac was talking about. Do you want something else? Just name it, and I'll have the chefs whip it up this instant. Something else? There was one particular hurdle that the entire Detroit Manor was failing to clear. Kimchi stew. Sitara's morning sickness was proving to be a relentless battle. Once again, those are names I've never even heard of. Kimchi fried rice, army-based stew, if only I had bibimbap with soup. Is there nothing else? She noted, yet he's still diligently taking notes. I thought being pregnant would erase my memories of the old world. But it's quite the opposite. This morning sickness has me desperately craving authentic Korean soul food. Fine, I shall summon every elite chef in the empire and command them to create this kim, regardless of its origin. With that, he bolted. She could only call out to him helplessly, since the pregnancy progressed. And I've realized how exhausting it is to even move with this heavy belly. Still, the nausea is by far the most brutal part. Everyone said the morning sickness would have faded by now, so why am I still suffering? Because he's worried sick, Isaac has been running the duchy from home lately. But I'm positive he isn't getting a lick of work done since he's glued to my side 24/7. Currently, Eclipse is pulling double duty to handle any emergencies. In truth, Isaac has been in the trenches with the chefs trying to cook for me. She gently stroked her stomach and whispered to the little one, You better grow up healthy. You're certainly giving Mommy and Daddy a run for their money. Thanks to you, every mother I pass stops to check on me, Countess Tyrion, Lady Levine, Eclipse, and every soul in this manor. Come to think of it, I haven't caught a single glimpse of Pan since I became pregnant. Is something the matter, my lady? Oh, there's fresh fruit right on my bed. My goodness. That variety is incredibly rare this season. The Duke must have scoured the lands for it, as tart fruit is perfect for settling the stomach. These are wonderfully sweet and tangy. They're perfect. She asked in shock, how did Isaac manage? It wasn't me. I've been sweating in the kitchen all morning trying to reinvent recipes for you. She thought to herself, I just naturally assumed it was him. Isaac could have just handed them to me. I'll ask Denver tomorrow who delivered these, but maybe you should toss them out just to be safe. Too late, I already polished them off. Isaac scolded her with a worried frown. How could you be so reckless with your health? How do you feel? What if they were tainted? I thought I wanted spicy food, but this tartness was exactly what I needed. It was so good, I just inhaled it all. Isaac stood up with a start. I'll order a mountain of them. No, I'll buy the entire orchard. Easy there, Isaac. Of course, I adore how you'd move mountains just for me. And I have a pretty good hunch who really brought those gifts, so don't worry. When night fell, in a room draped in total darkness, a soft set of footsteps crept toward the bedside. Carefully, the mystery visitor set down more fruit. Suddenly, the lamps flickered on along with a familiar voice. So, it was you. Lady Sitara, how have you been faring? You've been a ghost lately. Why the secret deliveries? I honestly thought you were ghosting me on purpose. Isaac stood behind her, exhaling in pure annoyance. Suddenly, Pan let out a cry. Stay back, Lady Sitara! If you get too close to a monstrosity like me, it will surely curse both you and the child. I am a being that was never meant to exist. If I linger, my ill fortune will bleed into your life. That's why I vowed to watch from the shadows, but you look so frail that I'm truly sorry. She whispered his name in shock, then suddenly took his hand and pressed it firmly against her stomach. Pan, would you like to feel the baby? Both he and Isaac were stunned into silence. Sitara, what on earth are you doing? Did you not hear a word I said? Please release my hand. Pan scrambled back, jerking away from her belly in a panic. She gave a soft smile and said, I think the baby just wanted to say hello to you, Pan. Pan, whether this child is a boy or a girl, we're going to ensure they are showered with love. Right, Isaac? Of course. I want my child to be a happy crybaby, growing up wrapped in the affection of everyone around them. So, Pan, will you promise to be a part of this child's family? He asked, breathless. Family? Is it right for a soul who has never known love to keep finding such precious people? Can I truly belong here? She beamed and replied, without a doubt. Isaac had barely started to bark. I object before she playfully pinched his cheek. Hush, you're ruining the moment again. Finally, the day arrived. And for us to welcome two beautiful little angels into this world. Our little ones flourished, showered in the boundless love and blessings of everyone around them, exactly as we'd hoped. Fast forward a few years later, deep within the heart of the Detroit estate, renowned for its ancient heritage and unshakable prestige. The Detroit Manor, a seat of pure aristocratic power, was a bastion of elegance. But today, the grand halls echoed with, Wah, Mommy! Daddy, help! Little Milan Detroit was currently crying a river, looking absolutely miserable. Witnessing the chaos, Isaac and Sitara rushed over in shock. Milan, sweetheart, what's happened? And why on earth are you in a dress? Come here. Milan, it's Sister Cheryl. She's at it again. Milan, stop trying to bolt. I'm not finished giving you your makeover yet. Young Cheryl Detroit chimed in. I'll be done the second I pin this bow on him. Cheryl! How many times must I tell you to stop pestering your brother? But, Mom, I'm not being a bully. I'm just styling him because he's honestly way more adorable than me. If you're so innocent, then why are you ducking behind Pan? Mom's being scary again. If your brother says no, you stop. He is not your dress-up doll, understood? Pan stammered. My apologies. Milan sniffled. Why is Uncle Pan getting in trouble when he didn't do anything wrong? Isaac stifled a smirk, pretending to be oblivious. Cheryl thought, Mom's lecture is never ending. And now Uncle Pan is caught in the crossfire too. Someone rescue me. At that exact moment, Eclipse strolled in, beaming. Hey there, Munchkins! Your favorite uncle has officially arrived. Clinging to him like a literal lifeline, Cheryl squealed, Uncle, I've missed you so incredibly much. My hero. Wow, why the sudden fan club today, and what's this about me being a savior? Milan leaped down from Isaac's arms. Uncle, me too. Sitara let out a weary chuckle and sighed. Goodness, carrying them was a marathon. I never expected to be blessed with twins. I brought a mountain of treats for you kids. Milan, you look precious in that dress. Sis, Sister Cheryl forced me. Here, your favorite cookies. Sitara mused, because of the duo, parenting is twice the exhaustion. Without our staff, I'd have fainted long ago. But honestly, the double dose of cuteness and joy makes every struggle worth it. I still pinch myself knowing these two angels are mine. But the absolute highlight of this journey... Suddenly, Isaac snatched the cookie tin away, sparking a twin protest. No, my snacks! Our cookies! Dinner is served soon. These treats stay locked up until tomorrow. Sitara smiled. It's getting to watch my gorgeous husband and two little stars together. I'm so grateful Isaac is such a hands-on dad. Pan glanced at her and thought, Lady Sitara looks truly radiant. The kids turned up the charm. Cheryl wants just one now, Daddy. Milan, too. He stood his ground. Cute faces won't win this battle. Save that energy for breakfast. Yes, sir. Suddenly, the little girl looked up at her father. What is it now, Cheryl? I officially hate you, Daddy. When I grow up, I'm going to marry Pan instead. Sitara and Pan nearly choked in pure shock. I'm never marrying a big meanie like Daddy. I love Uncle Pan way more. Uncle Pan is a total sweetheart and always listens to me. Plus, he's handsome. Pan, get over here. Milan blinked. Oh, coming. Eclipse watched, whispering guiltily. Is this drama because of me? Sitara stayed silent, but knew the truth. Cheryl and Milan were absolutely obsessed with Pan. Maybe it's because Pan has been their shadow since birth, but for Cheryl, Pan is clearly her ultimate ideal type. Pan turned and flashed Isaac a maddeningly smug smirk, making Isaac scowl and hiss. That insufferable bastard. Isaac, stop! I know you're annoyed, but drop it. We have a formal family dinner tonight, so you should probably head home, Viscount Canfy. But I just got here. Why are you venting on Eclipse? Nearby, Cheryl lugged over a massive volume. Pan, read this to me. Are you certain, my lady? This isn't exactly a bedtime story, but one of the myths in here mentions a star with the same name as Mom. It's fascinating. I wonder how she even unearthed this. Since this definitely isn't a nursery rhyme. Well, my lady, Pinky promised to eat your dinner after the story. I promise. He turned to the first page. Once upon a time, a god of death resided in the deepest abyss of the earth. This god lived in total, crushing solitude. One night, he glimpsed a shimmering star in the high heavens and lost his heart to her. The star was named Sitara, the goddess of the dawn. Because the god of death was bound to the underworld, he could only pine for her from the shadows. If only I could bask in her light. Just for a moment. Finally, he used his dark power to drag the star down to earth. I don't understand what's happening, the star wept. The god of death shielded her for years, never wavering. Eventually, the star accepted him as her eternal protector. And for the first time, the darkness of the abyss was flooded with light. Cheryl pouted, That's the problem with these old fables. Imagine the betrayal the star would feel knowing the god of death literally kidnapped her from the sky. It says happily ever after, but it's totally creepy. She'd divorce him the second she knew. Lady Cheryl, you're far too sharp, so why did you want to hear it? Milan added, I'm just glad it's not Mom's story. Exactly. Daddy is a total simp for Mommy, so he'd never keep a secret like that. That's our daddy, Pan mused. There is no way Lady Sitara will ever learn the Grand Duke sacrificed 100 souls for her, or that she's named Sitara because she's his only light. Sitara wants to come here? I can see his smug face now. Pan uncle, read this one. No, me next. The star would be heartbroken. Well, I can't speak for the goddess Sitara, but for my lady. Later that night at the manor, Sitara asked softly, Isaac, are you still brooding over what happened earlier? You've been in a funk since dinner. Are you going to pout forever? Isn't it wonderful that the kids love Pan? I can't even kick him out thanks to your pact. How am I supposed to deal with that snake when I can't tell what he's plotting? He's completely tuned me out. Does he seriously think Pan is a threat to his world's best dad title? Goodness. She settled beside him and whispered, Oh, I have to admit, I'm feeling a little heartbroken too. Sitara, what are you saying? Is my devotion not enough to satisfy you? Of course it is, you jealous man. Your love for me is always so radiant, so completely overwhelming. Just as they leaned into an embrace, the door burst open as the kids shouted, "Mommy! Daddy!" Satara panicked and shoved Isaac, sending him tumbling across the bed. "Cheryl, Milan, isn't it way past your bedtime?" Milan was sobbing over a bad dream. "Wah, it was so scary. Let me sleep with Mommy." Isaac sighed dejectedly. "Maybe I should just build a secret bunker." Suddenly, Cheryl tugged his arm. "Daddy, Daddy!" "Get over here. We're all having a giant sleepover tonight." Satara chuckled and beckoned him. "Come here, Isaac." Wrapped in the arms of those she cherished, this star had no time to drift into sadness. Her world would forever be a vibrant tapestry of joy. And now, for a special glimpse behind the curtain. I've always found the spectrum of human emotion to be fascinating. Souls usually crawl to me fueled by obsession and spite. It seems this one was poisoned by a friend. Such a scorching desire for something so small. You must be truly desperate to summon me. So, I presume you're thirsty for vengeance. I simply want a marriage filled with love, just like everyone else. I'm curious about that feeling. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm afraid that's a gift I cannot bestow upon you. My only intention was to grant you that half-breed cur as a plaything. Lucino, our blood contract has reached its end, and yet you've provided me with a physical vessel. What is it you truly want from me? The dragon the Grand Duke slayed was quite the specimen. There were more than enough remnants to craft a body for you. Is my flesh really that delicious to you, Father? Eating your flesh was never part of our agreement. Thanks to her influence, your soul has undergone a remarkable recovery. But it remains fragile. I intend to harvest it once it reaches its absolute peak. So you're just raising me like prize livestock? Something like that. Your body and soul are my property. That contract ensured you'd never truly reclaim your life. You seem to be the type who attracts chaos. I've walked this earth for eternity, and boredom is my only enemy. Thus, I require constant entertainment to keep things interesting. Lucino replied, "I see. What's the next move? You're remarkably composed." Most mortals would be drowning in tears, begging for mercy. I have no choice but to accept it. I'm the one who signed the contract. I must face the consequences of my own gambles. Though I do feel a twinge of guilt for lying to her, after we promised to find happiness together. But I've already handed my joy over to her. I suppose it's not a terrible fate. Spending the rest of my days as a companion to a lonely demon king. Honestly, it's a fitting finale for a villainess like Lucino. You certainly have a bold perspective. You haven't even considered the horrors I might inflict upon you before then. Demon King, Lucino sighed, just do whatever you want. Because frankly, I don't think it'll take very long for you to grow tired of me. The Demon King fell silent, then erupted into a dark, trembling laugh. Haha, is that so? Initially, it was mere curiosity, but when I shattered the divine laws for that woman and felt my own power wane, I still gave her a human life and kept her close instead of devouring her soul. Perhaps it's because of a very specific, undeniable emotion. Lucino Detroit has claimed a unique territory in your heart. If this obsession can be called love, then I suppose I am truly helpless. Scene change. Satara once asked Pan, "You never seem to age, do you? Is your lifespan much longer than ours?" "Yes, I expect to outlast most humans by quite a margin." "I see. If the day comes when I have to leave you behind..." She gave a hesitant, bittersweet smile. Years later, Pan tracked down Cheryl and Milan. "There you kids are." "Are you aware that the entire estate is frantically searching for you two?" "So what? It's been my duty to watch over you since you were in swaddles." "Unreal. You really should have..." "Left us in peace for just one day. You're always so overbearing. Are you only quick to move when it's something my mother wants?" "How could I be otherwise? You two are the guests of honor today. Move along now. You aren't children anymore." "I played it cool at the funeral, but why am I like this now?" Cheryl screamed toward the sky. Even if they were soulmates, how could they actually die on the exact same day? It's so incredibly unfair. It's only now, with the service over, that the weight of their absence is hitting us. It's hard for us. "Please stop crying, Sister Cheryl." Pan watched her, thinking, she is the spitting image of Lady Satara. Milan tried to soothe his sister. At least they both left this world with smiles on their faces, right? I can still hear Daddy screaming at Pan right before he went. Daddy might have lasted another year if he hadn't wasted his breath on that. Isaac had bellowed. So the heart link was a total lie. Pan had simply smirked. Indeed. It practically finished him off. Daddy, please just lie down. How could they leave us like this? I can't even stay mad because they left in a state of absolute bliss. What are we supposed to do without them? Wah! Mommy! Pan closed his eyes, hearing Sitara's voice one last time. Thank you for always staying by my side, but it breaks my heart to leave you alone. Solitude is a heavy burden, so when I'm gone, promise me you'll forget my face and live a life that belongs only to you. The echoing cries of Mommy pulled him back to the bittersweet present. Where's Mommy? I want Mommy! Cheryl sighed. I should probably head back. My little girl is calling for me. Besides, what else is left for us to handle? Now that the guests have departed, we just need to say our final family farewells. Then you ought to tell the head chef to prepare. A tiny girl sprinted up. Mommy! Where are you, Mommy? Cheryl chuckled and asked, What's all this fuss about? Come with us, Pan. Milan chimed in. Exactly. My mother would be devastated if you weren't there. After all, you're an inseparable part of this family too. Milan, pick up the pace. Wait for me. Pan stood frozen in a daze. Lady Sitara? Back then, I couldn't fulfill that promise, and the same remains true today. It's far too late for me to live a life that doesn't remember you. The boundless kindness, the warmth, and every ounce of happiness you bestowed upon me have become the very foundation of my soul. Hurry up, Uncle Pan. I will never let your memory fade. Never. I will etch your existence into every single joyful heartbeat. And that you gifted me and cherish you for as long as I draw breath. You wish for me to find true happiness. And I am certain that I finally have. Pan sprinted after them and shouted, Wait for me! And with that, this epic saga officially concludes. Thank you for embarking on this entire journey with us. While you wait for our next series, be sure to explore more captivating stories on the Kumoy Review channel. Wishing you all a life overflowing with joy and energy. Farewell, and see you in the next one.